Upon traversing to the Sahyuan of 1959, I encountered the audacious Jia Zhang clan attempting to seize my family's canine companion while coveting our property. What's to be done, you ask? Naturally, I shall deliver a resounding kick to send them flying. In the absence of sustenance, behold as I employ the art of lying on ice to seek carp. Yam bu gu, imulatink, dongshi, fins herself in a predicament. Lacking provisions, we must turn to the mountains for game and to the seas for fish. Lin Wei declares, "What the Jia family's esteemed status. As long as I am present, the Jia clan shall perpetually dwell in the mire." Chapter 1. A kick to propel the Jia Zhang clan, Part 1. On the third day of the 12th lunar month in 1959, the first snowfall of the winter graced the city of Shijiazhuang. Flakes danced softly upon the azure-tiled eaves of the courtyard at number 95 Nenlo Guxiang. The paper on the window panes of the East Cross courtyard and the west wing rattled in the biting wind, allowing tendrils of cold air to seep through, condensing into a faint mist within the room. On the con lay a youth of 17 or 18, swathed in a quilt that had faded to a pallid hue, patched and worn from use. A bandage encircling his forehead was thoroughly soaked with dark crimson blood, congealing into a hardened scab. His complexion was ashen, reminiscent of parchment, contrasting starkly with the snow blanketing the ground outside, with the only sign of life being the faint rise and fall of his chest. Curled up at the edge of the Kong was a small girl, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, with two frail, yellowed braids cascading untidily over her shoulders. One tiny hand clutched the boy's icy fingers tightly, while the other cradled a plump German shepherd puppy. The pup, well-fed and sleek, nestled warmly against the girl's chest, rising and falling with her breath, emitting soft, contented snores. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the dilapidated wooden door was violently thrust open. A corpulent shadow filled the doorway, and a frigid gust of wind swept in, carrying with it swirling snowflakes. The figure was an elderly woman, likely in her 50s, swathed in a glossy navy blue cotton coat, the collar's fastenings straining against her girth, nearly bursting apart. She squinted her triangular eyes, surveying the dim room before her gaze fixated greedily on the slumbering German shepherd on the con. "Ha ha! I've finally found it," she rasped, a hoarse laugh escaping her throat, her lips curling into a malicious grin. "Such a plump little creature, perfect for a hearty stew to nourish my family." The little girl jolted awake, instinctively clutching the puppy closer, her voice quivering with trepidation. "Auntie Jiao, what do you want? My brother is still sick." The old woman paid no heed to the girl's pleas, hastening to the Kong in hurried strides, a thick, calloused hand reaching for the puppy, her long, dark nails glinting ominously. Sensing imminent danger, the puppy desperately burrowed into the girl's embrace, whimpering in fear. "What a wonderfully plump little creature," the old woman grinned, revealing a jagged row of yellowed teeth. "Come now, come to your auntie. I have a large pot of hot water ready to make a feast for us." The girl clung fiercely to the puppy, tears welling in her eyes. "No, you can't take him. He was given to me by my brother." This old hag was none other than Jia Zhang, the notorious matriarch of the Sahyuan, known for her greed and brazen demeanor. In the past, whenever someone in the courtyard prepared meat dishes, she would send her daughter-in-law, Qin Huai, to demand a share of their bounty. If refused, Jia Zhang would create a scene at your doorstep, summoning her husband, old Jia, to collect debts. Furthermore, with her considerable strength and the backing of her formidable son, Yi Zhonghai, no one dared to provoke her lightly. In this year of great calamity, with limited monthly rations, everyone struggled to fill their bellies, and meat was a distant luxury. Jia Zhang had not tasted meat in half a year, the last indulgence being a secretive visit to Quanjude for roast duck. Unfortunately, with supplies continuously dwindling, even roast duck was no longer available for takeout. Thus, Jia Zhang had set her sights on the Lin family's puppy in the East Cross courtyard. The Lin family, once prosperous within the Sahyuan, had Lin Fu, a 7th-level engineer and technical backbone at the Hongqing steel plant. Lin Mu is a canine trainer in Municipal Security Canine Unit, embodying the essence of a dual-income family. Their son, Lin Wei, is nearing 18, while their daughter, Lin Xiao, has just turned 6, making them an enviable family of 4. However, 2 months ago, a transfer order arrived, prompting both Lin father and mother to venture to the remote northwestern region for construction duties. Concerned about the harsh conditions of the Northwest, they entrusted their children and their beloved German shepherd to a colleague for care in the capital city. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wei, who appeared obedient in front of others, was quite the troublemaker behind their backs. With their parents away, he completely liberated himself, spending his days in the company of unruly friends. Though their escapades were limited to mere indulgence in food and drink, they inevitably attracted trouble. 2 days prior, Lin Wei arranged a brawl with a ruffian nicknamed Little Rascal outside the Eastjiman at Lilikang. Despite having acquired some rudimentary martial skills, he found himself outmatched, ultimately succumbing to a sneak attack. This young man was no coward. He hastily bandaged his wounds and forced himself to return to his courtyard home, collapsing onto the bed in a faint. Unfortunately, the scene of Lin Wei's injury was witnessed by the idly lurking Jia Zhangshi. The old woman observed him secretly for 2 days, concluding that Lin Wei might not survive, and seizing the opportunity to capture the pup she so desperately coveted. In a brief moment of distraction, Lin Xiaoxiao rolled the little German shepherd into the bed, narrowly escaping the grasp of Jia Zhangshi, whose long, dark nails were poised to strike. The little girl's unexpectedly nimble movements startled Jia Zhangshi. "Brother, wake up! There's a bad person trying to take Little Black," Lin Xiaoxiao cried, her voice trembling with panic and helplessness. Little Black was the name she had given to the puppy. At this moment, she pressed the small dog into Lin Wei's cold embrace, shaking her brother with all her might, hoping he would miraculously awaken. "Ha ha, don't waste your efforts. Your brother has long since passed." Jia Zhangshi sneered coldly, her beady eyes glinting with malice. "You little nuisance, just wait to be sent to an orphanage. This house will inevitably belong to the Jia family." Jia Zhangshi greedily surveyed the 2 spacious rooms of the eastern courtyard, a voice within her clamoring madly. "All of this should rightfully be mine." She recalled the Jia family cramped in their less than 20-square-meter room in the central courtyard, 5 people squeezed together, separated only by a thin curtain, disturbing each other with every turn at night. She had long grown weary of such suffocating days. Yet her eldest son, Jia Zhangshi, was merely an ordinary worker. His repeated applications for housing expansion met with rejection for not meeting criteria. Now, fate had bestowed a golden opportunity. With the demise of the Lin family's offspring, what could a mere 6-year-old girl do to resist? It would be only natural for her to starve to death. She could already envision her blissful life with Bang Geng and Xiao Dang in this spacious abode, as the Jia family would finally present a semblance of affluence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a self-satisfied smile crept upon Jia Zhangshi's lips, as if everything was within her grasp. However, at that moment, the little girl had curled herself tightly beneath the bed, while Jia Zhangshi swung her dark claws, narrowly missing several times but ultimately falling short. Chapter 2. The opening kick that sent Jia Zhangshi flying. Part 2. The old woman, filled with indignation, felt her teeth grind in anger. Yet the tantalizing aroma of imagined dog meat seemed to infiltrate her nostrils, conjuring an irresistible illusion that fueled an astonishing primal strength within her. Jia Zhangshi resembled a wild boar, ravenously eager for food, as her short, stout legs flailed chaotically at the edge of the calm. With an awkward roll, she finally heft her corpulent form heavily onto the Kang's surface. The Lin family truly lacked decency. The old woman lay sprawled on the Kong, gasping for breath, her heart seething with curses. How could they construct a Kong so high, an entire brick taller than those of ordinary households? It was as if they were deliberately conspiring against her. The little girl watched in horror as Jia Zhangxi's grotesquely contorted face came closer, rolling and scrambling towards her, leaving her pale as a sheet. Suddenly, she bit down on her delicate silver teeth, fiercely clutching her little German shepherd tighter against her chest. Swiftly turning to face the wall, presenting her frail back to the impending danger, she shrank into the corner, her thin shoulder blades pressing desperately against the cold, hard wall, as if she wished to embed herself within the cracks of the bricks. In that moment, her thoughts ceased. All she desired was to shield the little German shepherd for just a moment longer with her tender body. Yet, Jia Zhangshi, surprisingly nimble, twisted and turned her hefty frame in the cramped space, swiftly closing the distance. A filthy, clawed hand shot up, a gust of malevolence accompanying it, and struck down with startling force. Smack! The sound of a crisp slap echoed sharply, immediately followed by a dull thud, as if a heavy object had landed on a thick cushion of flesh. Finally, a heavy thump sounded, yet contrary to expectation, the little girl's petite form remained steadfast. Instead, it was the old woman's corpulent body that soared backward like a kite, whose string had been severed. Jia Zhangshi rolled several times on the cold, hard blue brick floor, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. One hand pressed against her rapidly swelling cheek, while the other clutched her distended belly. Her face, already laden with excess flesh, visibly thickened, with red, swollen fingerprints glaringly apparent. Who? Which accursed soul dared to strike me? Jia Zhangshi's triangular eyes widened in disbelief as she cast a suspicious glance towards the calm. Just moments ago, she had been poised to seize her prey, yet inexplicably, she had received a vicious slap that resonated in her ears. Had her face not been so padded, she might have lost several yellowed teeth from the sheer force of the blow. More terrifying was the brutal kick to her belly, a force so overwhelming that it propelled her 150-pound frame straight into the air. Had her skin not been so tough, she would have surely succumbed. Jia Zhangshi, prepare to meet your end. The once feeble Lin Wei, unbeknownst to Wen, had straightened up, his right hand slicing across his chest like a blade, while his right foot maintained the poised stance of a rabbit ready to pounce. His crimson eyes bulged, filled with a murderous glare that threatened to devour the old woman whole. Paired with his pallid complexion, he seemed a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. Ah, you're not dead. Are you human or ghost? The once fearless necromancer, Jia Zhangshi, trembled at the sight of Lin Wei's lethal gaze, instinctively crawling backward in terror. Indeed, I have died, Lin Wei's voice rasped coldly. I have returned to drag you, the old hag who dared to bully my sister, along with me. With that, he struggled to rise from the calm, seizing a loose refractory brick in hand. His stance suggested he was about to bring the brick crashing down upon Jia Zhangshi's pig-like head. Brother, you're finally awake. At that critical moment, the little girl's exclamation saved Jia Zhangshi's life. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Wei was momentarily distracted, Jia Zhangshi turned awkwardly and scrambled out the door, her voice rising in frantic screams. It's a resurrection. It's a return to life. A moment later, a loud bang echoed from the courtyard as Jia Zhangshi hastily retreated to the Jia family, slamming the door shut with a decisive click. Xiao, hurry, close the door. Lin Wei collapsed beside the edge of the calm, his voice barely a whisper, a stark contrast to his earlier vigor. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, fingers unconsciously clutching the tattered Kong mat. The earth-shattering slap and the punishing kick had nearly drained the last vestiges of vitality from his wounded body. Okay, brother, don't speak. I'm going now. Xiao hastily wiped her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, her once red little nose still quivering. She tiptoed to the door, peering cautiously through the crack to ensure the old witch wasn't lurking in the shadows before mustering all her strength to push the rotting wooden door. The door creaked in protest, but finally closed with a heavy thud. The moment she secured the latch, she let out a long sigh of relief. The fluffy little German shepherd hesitantly approached, its damp black nose twitching. Unlike its usual affectionate demeanor, it tilted its head, its clear eyes fixed on Lin Wei, emitting a soft whimper as if questioning, why does this familiar body carry an unfamiliar essence? Lin Wei felt a jolt of surprise. This little creature was indeed perceptive, sensing that beneath the exterior lay a different core. Yes, at this moment, the frail body was no longer that of a muddled street thug. Lin Wei, an adventurous blogger from a future era, had, during an expedition in the Alao Mountains, tragically fallen into a swamp. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this courtyard world, disoriented. Before his consciousness could fully settle, he was inundated with the desperate cries of his sister and the old woman's brazen curses. Witnessing the venomous woman poised to harm Xiao and the little dog, a surge of fury within his soul, mingled with the instinct of an adventurer, compelled him to extract the last ounce of strength from his body, delivering a thunderous counterattack. Jia Zhangshi, a fervent believer in fate and retribution, was utterly petrified upon encountering the scene of a resurrected corpse, her spirit scattering in terror. Lin Wei merely acted in the moment, instinctively retaliating, causing her to flee in utter disgrace. Over 2 hours later, warmth finally returned to the room. At the rickety wooden table, the little girl and the puppy sat on either side, each with a coarse ceramic bowl larger than their faces in front of them. The bowls were filled with dense, soft dumplings of white flour, steam wafting upwards and obscuring Lin Xiaoxiu's sparkling eyes. She held the spoon, yet savored each bite slowly, as if relishing every morsel with utmost seriousness. Chapter 3. The reward for defeating Jia Zhangshi, the system appears. The little German shepherd at her feet buried its entire face in the bowl, slurping with delight, its tail wagging happily against the ground, producing a soft patter. This bowl of dumplings had not come easily. Initially, Lin Wei had prepared a pot of coarse cornmeal porridge. However, after tasting just a spoonful, the rough texture and an indescribable stale flavor surged up his throat, nearly provoking him to retch. It was not that his culinary skills had waned. As an adventurer, mastering outdoor survival and sourcing meals on the spot was fundamental. The issue lay with the cornmeal of this era. This hardly qualifies as sustenance. The majority consists of coarsely ground corn husks, which, when consumed, feel akin to chewing sand and carry an unmistakable moldy bitterness. After merely a single taste, he unhesitatingly set the pot aside. How could he bear to subject his sweet, gentle little sister and the soft, adorable puppy before him to such torment? Even though the remaining flour was exceedingly precious, he immediately rekindled the fire, kneaded the dough, and skillfully prepared a pot of dumpling soup made purely from the white flour. Although devoid of any oiliness, to the famished Xiao Xiao, this was a rare delicacy. She mumbled incoherently, "Brother, this dough is truly delicious." She cautiously raised her eyes to her brother, her gaze filled with a tender hopefulness. "Tonight. No, tomorrow. Can we have this again?" Despite being only 6 years old, Lin Xiaoxiao understood the value of this precious dish. Lin Wei felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He reached out, gently brushing his fingers through the little girl's dry, tangled hair, patiently untangling the strands with a delicate touch. "Xiao Xiao said it, so of course we must arrange it. Tonight, we shall have noodles, fluffy white buns, as much as you desire." "Brother," Xiao Xiao suddenly paused her spoon, blinking her big eyes at the empty space before her. "Why aren't you eating? Come, have a bite." She was about to push her bowl towards him. Lin Wei discreetly shifted his bowl of coarse cornmeal further behind him. Wearing a relaxed smile, "I've already eaten, Xiao Xiao dear. You should enjoy it yourself." The little girl believed him, lowering her head again, murmuring softly and dreamily, "I haven't had white buns in ages, I want to eat." Lin Wei gazed at the girl voraciously devouring her food alongside the little German shepherd. His heart weighed down as if by a massive stone. The grain jar was already empty, and a shake of the bag revealed that the remaining flour could barely suffice for 2 meals. If he couldn't devise a solution, they would truly be left to face starvation tomorrow. These were the hardest times for the Huaxia people. The earth had yielded little, famine spread, and the neighboring northern country continued to demand debts. Countless rural families had been torn apart, fleeing in desperation. His parents, far away in the northwest, were likely struggling to survive themselves, let alone send any assistance. Even someone like Money Lao had to endure hunger while preoccupied with national projects. Where could an ordinary family hope to scrounge up even a morsel of food? The rationing of food in the city had been repeatedly slashed. It was difficult for adults, let alone 2 children. In his mind, the little German shepherd was akin to a child without a set ration. This little creature was growing rapidly, consuming even more than the little girl. Were it not for his sister secretly saving her rations, splitting them between herself and the dog, this shepherd would have surely perished on the streets long ago. He had to venture out, even though his body had grown thin and frail. Lin Wei had to make an effort. He would hunt for wild game in the mountains, fish in the waters. Even the most primitive methods would have to suffice to procure something to eat. Whatever could fill their bellies would also allow him to discreetly trade for food. Moreover, the place he resided in was no ordinary courtyard. This was the infamous world of the 4 courtyards, teeming with unscrupulous characters. Though Lin Wei, a person from the future, had not closely followed the dramas, he had often heard netizens lamenting this bizarre world filled with all manner of villains. Moralist Yi Zhonghai, forever perched high, uttering the most morally binding rhetoric. Filial Liu Heizhong, who showed no mercy in disciplining his son while maintaining appearances to the outside world. Penny pincher Yan Bugui, whose calculations surpassed all. The White Lotus Saint Qin Huai, whose tears flowed at will. The necromancer Jia Zhangshi, adept at summoning spirits and causing chaos. And the innate thief Bang Gong, already a menace despite his tender years. Ironically, the Jia family, with its 3 saints, ultimately emerged as the biggest winners. As for the lovesick Wang Yuzhu, he possessed culinary skills and a protagonist template, but met a fate where no one claimed his body. And then there was the true villain, Su Daimao, who hastily buried his lifelong rival, the foolish Zhu, in a hasty ceremony. Oh, and the unfathomable matriarch, the deaf old lady, a puzzle in herself, yet she managed to live on steadily until the end. Contemplating this, Lin Wei's lips curled into a bitter smile. To survive in such a world, in such an era, in such a 4 courtyards, while caring for a little girl and a dog. This survival game felt like starting with hellish difficulty. Ding! A crisp sound, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, caused Lin Wei's breath to halt abruptly. Could it be the fabled golden finger of traversers? Indeed, this system was now making its grand entrance. Destined to save you from peril, the eternal light of the 10,000 spirits system. Given that the host has successfully taken down one of the beasts of the 4 courtyards, the necromancer Jia Zhangshi, through this system's trial, it has chosen to attach itself to the host. A distinctly proud mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Lin Wei jolted upright. Almost springing into action, he instinctively glanced at the little girl and the small black puppy, who had finished their meager meal and were now snuggled up, drifting off to sleep. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, attempting to reach out within himself. System? Are you there? He asked cautiously, with an air of disbelief. This system is at your service, esteemed host. The proud mechanical voice replied instantaneously. Lin Wei licked his cracked lips. Is there a starter pack available? We're on the brink of starvation. Even a little food or drink would be a blessing. Indeed, indeed. As the strongest support in the myriad worlds, a novice welfare pack is certainly a requisite. For all specific details, please refer to the system manual. Now please focus, host, and silently invoke the receipt of the starter pack. It's here. It's really here. Lin Wei clenched his fists tightly, holding his breath, centering all his thoughts. Claim the novice pack. Ding. The 10,000 Spirit Systems Novice Pack has been successfully distributed and authorized for storage in the initial spirit realm, which the host can access and utilize at any time through thought. Congratulations to the host for receiving Basic Body Refining Pill, X1, cleansing the marrow and strengthening the foundation, eliminating internal ailments and impurities, slightly enhancing overall physical quality and potential. Initial Spirit Realm contains 1 acre of spiritual farmland and a central, basic spirit spring. The farmland can be used for planting and breeding, boasting a suitable environment, with time flow adjustable up to 10 times faster than the outside world, requires point consumption. The spring contains weak spiritual energy, capable of slowly restoring stamina and subtly improving constitution, with significant benefits from long-term consumption. 10,000 Spirits Mall activated points, 100 points. The mall has been synchronized, everything can be exchanged, and we look forward to your visit. A torrent of information flooded his mind, and Lin Wei widened his eyes, taking a good 10 seconds to barely digest this overwhelming surprise. A refining pill, a spirit realm, farmland, and spring that could accelerate time tenfold, and a points mall. The joy of this bounty far exceeded his expectations. He could hardly contain his excitement. With a thought, a chaotic outer layer was instantly replaced by a vibrant, life-filled space in his perception. It was a tangible expanse of land, covering an area of at least an acre, with soil of a rich, dark hue, exuding a faint, refreshing aroma. Beyond the periphery of this realm lies an expanse of boundless chaos, seemingly a space ripe for the development of spiritual domains. At the heart of this space, a crystal-clear spring bubbles forth, forming a diminutive springhead, its waters so transparent that the bottom is clearly visible, faint glimmers of ethereal light flickering within. A delicate mist of white vapor envelopes the springhead, and even the mere act of perceiving it invigorates the spirit and elevates the heart. Beside the spiritual spring lie 2 items, a dragon-eye-sized, lustrous white, basic body refining elixir, and an ancient-looking blue porcelain vial, a water-collecting vessel gifted by the system. With utmost care, he gently prodded the elixir with his consciousness, and more detailed information automatically surfaced, including a notably severe warning. Notably severe? It could only be described as excruciating, perhaps even unbearable. Lin Wei understood this warning. It only solidified his conviction that the more extraordinary the item, the greater the cost. Perfectly reasonable. His consciousness then shifted toward the softly glowing Universal Spirit Mall icon. The screen unfurled, revealing an array of dazzling goods once more. Low-level spirit rice seeds, 10 points per pack. 10-year-old ginseng, 80 points per root. Common ice-breaking pickaxe, 5 points each. Innate pure yang technique, 500 points. Ice fishing technique, 500 points. Spiritual domain expansion talisman, 5,000 points. The plethora of goods and their staggering prices revealed a tremendous opportunity to Lin Wei. The system's notification rang out just in time. The host can earn points through hunting, raising beasts, and cultivating spiritual plants. Special notice. This area is a realm filled with fowl. Taming beasts here can yield substantial points. Immediately following, a reward notification caused him to momentarily catch his breath. Ding. Military training necromancer Jia Zhangshi has earned 500 points. Total points, 600. 500 points. Lin Wei's pupils constricted sharply. After a brief moment of shock, elation surged through him like an electric current. It turned out that single slap had not only vented his frustration, but triggered a hidden scoring mechanism. These beasts around the yard were not a nuisance, but a veritable treasure trove of points. To strike them down with a single blow? Such a waste. They were a sustainable source of points. It seemed he would need to take good care of this flock of beasts from now on. Exiting the mall, Lin Wei redirected his attention to the spiritual spring. Draw water. With a flicker of thought, the ancient blue porcelain vial appeared in his hand. He cautiously summoned a stream of the clear spring water into the vial, using his consciousness. The water was even clearer and more vibrant than ordinary mountain spring water, exuding an indescribable freshness. Trembling, he took a small sip. The water was exceptionally sweet, as if imbued with the very essence of life, sliding down his throat and igniting a warm wave that spread from his stomach to his limbs. Wherever it flowed, feelings of hunger and fatigue dissipated significantly. Even the ache at the back of his head felt slightly alleviated, a tingling sensation indicating healing. This was indeed a gratifying sign of recovery. The miraculous effect was immediate. Lin Wei, overjoyed, gently shook the little girl on the bed. "Little one, wake up. I have some delicious water." The girl blinked sleepily, and with Lin Wei's guidance, she took small sips from the blue porcelain vial. Upon tasting the spring water, her drowsy eyes widened in surprise, and she softly exclaimed, "Brother, it's so sweet. I feel warm all over after drinking it." After a few sips of the spiritual spring water, her pale little face visibly flushed with color, her energy noticeably revitalized, and her eyes sparkled with a lively gleam. Even the little black pup, roused from slumber, eagerly lapped up the few drops of spring water from Lin Wei's palm, barking excitedly, its tail wagging like a whip. Witnessing the wondrous effects of the spiritual spring firsthand, an unprecedented sense of assurance surged within Lin Wei. He grasped the blue porcelain vial tightly, envisioning a future brimming with vitality and abundance. He would survive and thrive. Lin Wei stealthily sidestepped the little girl playing with the German shepherd and slipped into the adjacent room, piled high with miscellaneous items. Taking a deep breath, he placed the lustrous white refining elixir into his mouth. The elixir instantly transformed into a searing heat that engulfed his entire being. Although he was mentally prepared, he had not anticipated the elixir's overwhelming potency. Lin Wei felt as if his bones were being shattered, his organs scorched, veins bulging, his teeth grinding audibly, and cold sweat rapidly soaked through his garments. Time passed without measurement, and as the pain gradually subsided, he became aware of a thick layer of grime and a pungent odor enveloping him. Struggling, he washed himself repeatedly until his skin regained its luster, a gentle warmth beginning to flow through him once more. After changing into clean clothes, Lin Wei inhaled deeply, a refreshing coolness filling his lungs. He felt as light as a feather, his senses sharpened, even the chirping of insects outside became distinctly audible. As he gently clenched his fist, an overwhelming surge of power, far surpassing that of any adventurer from his past life, surged forth. This body-refining elixir had indeed transformed him. The ache at the back of his head had vanished entirely. It seemed he had fully healed. Yet, Lin Wei refrained from unwrapping the bandage. After all, news of that blunt force had spread throughout the courtyard, marking him as gravely injured in the eyes of all. If he were to be bouncing around within a single day, it would surely astonish many. Better to remain discreet than to attract unnecessary attention. He turned his ear to listen closely to the sounds in the courtyard. Sure enough, the pathetic creatures had no intention of backing down. Subtle murmurs and footsteps could be discerned, causing a slight smirk to curl at the corners of Lin Wei's mouth. Very well, this suited him just fine. The current Lin Wei was no longer the weakling of yesteryear. The body-refining elixir had completely enhanced his physique, and now every part of him was infused with unprecedented strength. Dealing with those cowardly and vile ruffians outside would require no effort at all. His only contemplation was, this time, how many points could he extract from these beasts? At 7 o'clock in the evening, just after dinner, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Lin Wei strolled over leisurely to open it. To his surprise, it was Lu Guantian, the second son of Lu Heizhong, standing outside. This boy, slightly younger than Lin Wei, had a round face but appeared somewhat frail, and was now panting slightly. "Wait, the courtyard meeting is about to start," Lu Guantian hurriedly blurted, his expression a mixture of sympathy, anxiety, and some indescribable emotion. Having delivered his message, he turned and fled, seemingly fearful of lingering even a moment longer. Lin Wei observed the boy's somewhat flustered retreat, comprehending his plight. Lu Guantian and his brother Lu Guanfu, both less academically inclined than Lin Wei, were also under the oppressive thumb of their father, Lu Heizhong. At such a tender age, they were compelled to seek odd jobs to make a living, often subjected to their father's unpredictable wrath, much like the victims of these beasts in the courtyard. Very well. Since he had traversed into this world, he certainly could not miss the classic spectacle of the courtyard meeting. He was eager to see what kind of performance these creatures would put on. Lin Wei casually grabbed a long wooden bench leaning against the wall and called to the little girl, who was playing with a puppy, before strolling leisurely toward the courtyard. Before he even stepped into the yard, the clamor reached his ears. As he turned around the corner, the scene opened up before him. In the center of the courtyard, a crooked eight-immortal table was awkwardly propped up, one of its legs supported by a half-brick. Behind the table sat 3 elderly figures, imposing and dignified. In the very center sits a tall figure, adorned with a shock of silver-white hair, standing erect. His square face is etched with an array of deep and shallow wrinkles, and beneath his thick brows, his eyes flutter half open, occasionally revealing a glint of brilliance. His hands rest firmly on his knees, and his posture is impeccably straight. Unmistakably the moral authority of the courtyard, the venerable uncle Zhangshi. To his left looms a veritable mountain of flesh. This corpulent man, with a neck nearly engulfed by layers of chins, boasts a prominent belly that seems on the verge of bursting the buttons of his blue work shirt. He clutches an old enamel cup emblazoned with the words advanced production, occasionally slurping from it with a contented sigh. This, of course, is the second uncle, Lin Wei, who believes that filial piety is best instilled under the thread of a stick, and who delights in using a belt on his sons to deepen their memories during rainy days. To the right of Zhangshi, a frail old man hunches. He is diminutive, resembling a dried jujube that has been deprived of moisture. Perched on his nose are a pair of tortoiseshell glasses, which, upon closer inspection, reveal a left arm that has been hastily mended with layers of white medical tape. His small eyes, hidden behind the lenses, dart restlessly, scanning the crowd. Without a doubt, he is the foremost expert in calculations within the 4-9 city, the third uncle, Yin Bagui, a pungent amalgamation of stale sweat, low-quality tobacco, and yesterday's tea fills the air, causing Lin Wei to involuntarily sneeze. Residents of the courtyard gather in clusters, whispering to one another, their buzzing conversations reminiscent of a swarm of bees in flight. Children weave between the adults' legs, only to be met with impatient admonishments. Everything exudes a palpable tension, a sense of impending storm and chaotic anticipation. Upon noticing Lin Wei seated quietly in the shadowy corner with a young girl and a small German shepherd, Lin Wei's brow initially furrows before he deliberately smooths it out. Clearing his throat with a forceful effort, he casts a self-satisfied sidelong glance at Zhangshi and Yin Bagui, then raises his hefty right hand to deliver a resounding slap on the rickety 8 Immortals table. The thud reverberates, causing the brick propping up the table legs to tremble. The previously murmuring residents are startled into silence, their gazes shifting towards the three uncles. Satisfied with the authority he has commanded, Lin Wei takes a sip from his enamel cup and adopts a pompous tone to commence his address. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. Today, I have gathered you all to convey the latest directives from above and to discuss the current flourishing state of production within our nation. He pauses, hastily sipping from his tea, his squinted eyes blinking fervently as he seems to dredge up snippets of Secretary Liu's speeches from factory meetings. This situation, it is not merely good, it is exceedingly splendid. It is getting better and better. However, the reactionaries, both domestic and foreign, harbor persistent ill intentions against us. We must remain vigilant and rigorously uphold class struggle. Lin Wei appears to stammer, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Specifically, this must manifest in our courtyard as. He wipes the sweat from his brow and abruptly shifts his tone. In short, we must oppose all manner of unhealthy trends. We must eradicate the seeds of capitalism. For instance, we must eliminate hedonism and wastefulness. As he realizes he can no longer sustain the discourse, he hastily hands the proverbial hot potato over. Now, let us invite Uncle E to elaborate. The imposing Zhangshi, sitting squarely at the center, slowly opens his half-closed eyes. Unlike Lin Wei, who feigns authority, Yi's gaze is heavy and deliberate as it surveys the audience, reminiscent of a vigilant tiger assessing its territory. The residents, who had begun to murmur again, cease their whispers under his penetrating stare, straightening their posture and assuming attentive expressions. Zhangshi subtly nods before speaking in a clear voice. Our courtyard number 95 has, since my tenure as the elder, consistently been a model of civility on this street. This achievement is undoubtedly due to everyone's efforts in cultivating our courtyard into a harmonious family. Well said. Applause for that. Lin Wei promptly interjects, leading the clapping. The residents, reminded, join in the applause with enthusiasm. Zhangshi patiently allows the clamor to die down before clearing his throat to continue. What is the greatest characteristic of our courtyard? It is mutual assistance among neighbors and respect for the elderly and love for the young. Indeed. More applause. Lin Wei again inserts himself, stirring the atmosphere with clapping. From his corner, Lin Wei observes with a critical eye, internally acknowledging Zhangshi's adeptness at controlling the rhythm of the gathering, laying a foundation of praise, and building a palpable emotional crescendo. Next, surely, there will be a but. Indeed, Zhangshi's expression suddenly darkens, and his tone grows stern. However, today, an event of great disunity has occurred in our courtyard. A young man not only showed disrespect to the elderly, but also resorted to violence against them. He places emphasis on the word violence, casting a seemingly casual glance in Lin Wei's direction. This matter is of grave concern, with repercussions that are profoundly detrimental. At this point, Zhangshi appears genuinely pained. This could tarnish the esteemed reputation of our civilized courtyard. Do not cover for him, uncle. A gruff voice suddenly erupts. Is this troublemaker still being protected? Bring him forth at once, so we can see which deity he hails from. The speaker emerges from the crowd, revealing a robust young man, seemingly in his 20s, with a physique that is unmistakably muscular even through his worn clothing. However, upon closer inspection, his hair resembles a nest that has been ruffled by a hen, his face bearing the grime of daily toil, and his attire is disheveled as if he has just emerged from a furnace. At first glance, one might believe he is of the same generation as the three elders seated at the table. Indeed, this is none other than the courtyard's notorious sycophant and Zhanghai's most loyal enforcer, Shi, also known as Yushu. Everyone must engage in a thorough critique. It is imperative, Shi declares, his arms flailing and spittle flying. If we allow this to continue unchecked, our civilized courtyard's banner will be lost this year, and the losses we incur will be immeasurable. His words land like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, instantly stirring a wider array of buzzing discussions. Shi is right. Someone chimes in. If this disrupts our regulations and the street committee revokes our plaque, oh my, that would be catastrophic. The annual rewards of sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies, cooking oil, and the additional work quotas given by the street would all vanish. Exactly. Such a menace cannot be allowed to remain. We must expel him from our courtyard. The residents, feeling the threat to their interests, are visibly incensed. Although the rewards are modest, they represent the extra benefits they rely on each year. Losing them would feel like having flesh ripped from their bodies. Zhanghai observes the swelling outrage below, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, internally reveling in the effect he has wrought. This was precisely the outcome he sought. With just a few words, he has successfully framed Lin Wei as the adversary of the entire courtyard. The wrath of the masses is a formidable force. Let us see how this young man attempts to defend himself now. Indeed, today's courtyard meeting was meticulously orchestrated as a trap for Lin Wei. During the day, Jia Zhangshi was thoroughly dealt with by Lin Wei, and upon returning home, she felt increasingly stifled by her thoughts. For years, Jia Zhangshi had dominated the courtyard. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? However, the men in the courtyard were all at the steel mill, and her daughter-in-law, Qin Huiru, was adept at feigning hardship but utterly inept when it came to real confrontation. Just the thought of Lin Wei's piercing gaze sent shivers down Jia Zhangxi's spine. After enduring the long hours until the steel mill's shift ended, Jia Zhangshi immediately positioned herself at the entrance, employing a dramatic performance akin to summoning the spirit of the deceased Jia. Her cries, filled with exaggerated highs and lows, successfully caught the attention of Zhanghai. What did Zhanghai value above all else? It was simply the fact that he had no children of his own and needed to firmly attach himself to his apprentice, Jia Zhangxi's family, for his old age. Matters concerning the Jia family were of paramount importance to Zhanghai. Anyone who dared to meddle with the Jia family was effectively jeopardizing his retirement security. Thus, Zhanghai promptly conspired with Liu Haizhong and Yin Bagui, hastily organizing a critical assembly. Their objectives were twofold, either to force Lin Wei to bow his head and confess, allowing them to manipulate him, or to seize the opportunity to expel him from the courtyard entirely. In this courtyard, Zhanghai's word was law. Even the arrival of Jesus would not alter that. With these thoughts in mind, Zhanghai's gaze, sharp as a serpent's, fixated on Lin Wei, who was ensconced in a corner, his eyes glinting with malevolence. All right, everyone, silence. Zhanghai waved his hand, dismissing the commotion as one would swat away flies. He then raised his voice, directing it towards the gathered crowd. Sister Jia, fear not. Whoever raised a hand today, step forward and identify yourself. As his words fell, Jia Zhangshi, clutching her lower back and sobbing, emerged from the throng. The fierce demeanor she typically exhibited, filled with threats and curses, had dissipated, leaving her to portray an image of someone who had suffered egregious indignities. Her chubby face bore 5 distinct purple-red fingerprints, glaringly swollen and conspicuous. This revelation left the onlookers astounded, gasping in disbelief. Who could be so formidable as to beat Jia Zhangshi? They murmured. The clarity and severity of the slap were evident. It had clearly been delivered with considerable force, still visible on her skin. Has the sun risen from the west? Jia Zhangshi, reduced to tears? Who would believe such a tale? The crowd had assumed the victim was some meek elder, never suspecting it was the notoriously troublesome Jia Zhangshi herself. The stark contrast left everyone momentarily speechless. Jia Zhangshi, her triangular eyes darting around like a predator, finally fixed her venomous gaze on Lin Wei, cornered as he was. With a sudden movement, she raised her arm, as thick as a lotus root, her finger almost poking Lin Wei's face, and screeched, "It's him. This scoundrel." The street rat Lin Wei. What? The first to express disbelief was the courtyard's self-proclaimed warrior, Shaju. He rubbed his ears, as if he had misheard. "Aunt Jia, you're not confused, are you? Him, Lin Wei? That scrawny dog." He pointed at Lin Wei, his incredulity evident. Could he really possess the strength to do this to you? Xia Zhu had observed closely the slap on Jia Zhangshi's face. From the angle of the strike to the force and its resultant effect, exuded a professional ferocity. Even he doubted he could replicate such precision. He pondered when such a hidden powerhouse had appeared in their midst, only to discover that the one Jia Zhangshi accused was the frail Lin Wei, whom he had always dismissed. This revelation was enough to upend his worldview. Yes, that little rascal from the Lin family. Jia Zhangshi, sensing skepticism, amplified her wailing. One hand covering her face while the other rubbed her back, she transformed into a pitiful figure akin to the delicate Qin Huiru, lamenting. He not only slapped me, but also kicked me in the lower back. Oh, it hurts so much. My old back is nearly breaking. Jia Zhangshi, dare you speak so foully? Lin Wei, enraged by her incessant insults, suddenly rose with a swift motion, forcefully swatting her finger away from his face. His gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade, directed at her as he declared, if you dare utter another disrespectful word about my family, you will experience what true righteous retribution feels like. Oh, they're going to kill me. Though Jia Zhangshi's words were defiant, her body betrayed her as she recoiled. Akin to a cat scalded by hot water, screeching and scrambling behind Zhang. Grasping his clothing tightly, she cried out, Uncle, you must stand up for me. This vile child is going to strike me again. Zhang immediately slammed his hand on the table, shaking the rickety 8 Immortals table. His face turned ashen as he sternly admonished, Lin Wei, you a junior. Not only speak disrespectfully to your elders, but also dare to resort to violence before the entire courtyard. This is a blatant defiance of propriety. Indeed, how could a junior lay hands on an elder? This is unacceptable, murmured the onlookers, as Zhang's age before all doctrine resonated within the courtyard. Lin Wei, however, merely smiled disdainfully, proclaiming, Elder? Jia Zhangshi, with the surname Jia by marriage and Zhang by birth, has no connection to our Lin family. She is neither kin nor ally. What claim does she have to be regarded as my elder? Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words, his face reddening. He had not anticipated that someone in his dominion would dare to challenge the authority of elder status upon which he had built his standing. Yet the cunning hypocrite quickly retorted, fine. Setting aside kinship, Sister Jia is nonetheless of advanced years. Your striking an elder is inherently wrong, thus you are culpable. Lin Wei's smile widened, dripping with unabashed mockery. An elder? Just her? This old crone is barely in her 50s, and she spends her days throwing tantrums and snatching things. Her agility surpasses that of a 20-year-old. Dear neighbors, he suddenly clasped his hands and turned to the surrounding onlookers, his voice rising. Everyone, bear witness. Jia Zhangshi regularly consumes without contributing, pilfering from others. Today, she forcibly borrowed a piece of meat, and tomorrow, she will casually take several heads of cabbage. Who has not seen this? Who does not keep a ledger in their hearts? Let us judge. Does such a person deserve to be called a respected elder? His words splashed like cold water in a hot oil pan, instantly igniting a commotion. Oh, when was the last time I stewed meat? Right, it was the last time. Just as I served it, Jia Zhangshi barged in and brazenly took half of it. Not to mention, the dozens of cabbages I had stored mysteriously dwindled last month. I suspect it was her. Absolutely. Her family never bought cabbages. There hasn't been a meal without cabbage scraps at their table lately. With this realization, they collectively deemed her the #1 menace in their courtyard. One by one, the neighbors chimed in, swiftly exposing Jia Zhangshi's misdeeds. Jia Zhangshi, feeling the pressure, fumed as she thrust her hands on her hips, half emerging from behind Zhang, and retorted sharply, You're full of nonsense. Our family is struggling, borrowing from neighbors. What is wrong with that? It's called borrowing, not stealing, certainly not robbing. Lin Wei could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter that was laced with unabashed disdain. Ah, Jia Zhangshi, you truly have brought tremendous embarrassment upon our courtyard, whether it be theft or robbery. Do you think you can simply brush it off with a trivial word of borrow? In these trying times, who isn't struggling? You think you can just utter a word and claim the meager rations that others have scrimped and saved? And let us not forget, you wish to borrow them in a manner akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, never to return. Your audacity knows no bounds, rivaling the thickness of a city wall. Furthermore, Lin Wei's tone sharpened suddenly, his gaze piercing like a nail. What brings you to my home today? Taking advantage of the absence of adults? Are you planning to borrow my little puppy as well, to stew it into a delicious broth for your own gluttony? Zhang, who had intended to mediate, was taken aback as Jia Zhangshi straightened her back, her face devoid of any shame and instead brimming with self-righteous pride. Indeed, people are nearly starving, so why should a mere animal feast on delicacies? If I capture it and stew it, it's an act of virtue, saving you from wasting food and spoiling things. Don't you dare be ungrateful. Her words fell like cold water on boiling oil, igniting the courtyard into chaos. Well, you must admit, Jia Zhangshi may be misguided, but her reasoning does possess a certain twisted logic. That dog does seem rather plump for a stew, someone remarked, their mouth watering at the thought. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward the trembling little German shepherd cradled in the girl's arms, a mix of greed, hunger, and a terrifying excitement glinting in their gaze. As if a pack of hungry wolves had set their sights on prey, Lin Wei's heart sank. How could he have forgotten that this courtyard was filled with desperate individuals? With Jia Zhangxi's instigation, what atrocity might they not commit? He swiftly moved to shield the little girl behind him. The frightened child turned pale, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls, trembling as she clung to the puppy. Brother, don't let them take Xiaohe. They will eat him. Fear not, Lin Wei reassured her, his voice low yet resolute. With me here, those beasts shall not lay a finger on Xiaohe. Seeing the crowd inflamed, Zhangshi seized the moment. Riding the wave of their greed, he proclaimed with righteous indignation, Lin Wei, do you hear the voice of the people? What kind of year is it? While everyone suffers from hunger, you squander precious food on a dog. What do you call this behavior? Beside him, Yin Bagui adjusted his tape-bound glasses, adding sharply, this is the decadent lifestyle of the bourgeoisie, a capitalist sentiment. Lu Haizhong immediately chimed in, exactly. You are openly defying the sentiments of the masses. I represent the people in condemning you. A cold smirk flickered across Zhangshi's face as he cleared his throat. Adopting a tone of judgment, to correct your errors, and in the spirit of preventing future misdeeds, we three gentlemen have unanimously decided that this dog must be surrendered. Let Zuzi utilize his culinary skills to prepare a grand stew, distributing it to all the neighbors in the courtyard for a taste of meat. Absolutely not. Jia Zhangshi exploded. Leaping forward, this dog is mine. I've endured beatings for it. It owes me. No one shall take it. Her scheming mind raced. The dog weighed barely 10 pounds. Even stewing it for herself wouldn't suffice, let alone sharing it with the entire courtyard of over 100 people. Unyielding in her defiance, Jia Zhangxi's limbs moved with astonishing speed. She suddenly bent low, her short legs propelling her forward with the force of a spring, charging towards the little girl clutching the puppy, as if she were a wild boar pursuing its prey. Chapter 8. The Courtyard Assembly, dealing with the Jia family's beasts. However, Lin Wei was ever vigilant, his senses honed by past trials, ready to counter any mischief from the old hag. Bang! A resounding thud erupted suddenly. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Jia Zhangxi's corpulent form was propelled backwards as if struck by a truck, crashing to the ground several meters away. Oh heavens! Someone has been murdered, she howled, clutching her protruding belly, wailing like a slaughtered pig. That wretched little beast, he has assaulted me. Old Jia, come quickly. Lin's little beast is trying to kill your wife. Hurry and take him away. Lin Wei's eyes widened in fury as he stood protectively in front of the little girl, his voice freezing. Old hag, dare you lay a finger on my sister again? Call old Jia. Fine, I shall send you to reunite with him. With that, he stepped forward, poised to deliver a few more kicks. You bastard. You dare touch my mother. I will slaughter you. A furious roar erupted from the back of the crowd. A figure shot forth like a coiled serpent. It was Jia Zhangshi, Jia Zhangxi's eldest son, brandishing a club the thickness of an egg, his face twisted in malice. Seizing the moment while Lin Wei's attention was diverted, he swung the club with deadly intent, aiming for the back of Lin Wei's head. If this strike connected, it would surely fell an ox. Brother! The little girl, terrified by the sudden ambush, screamed, losing her grip on the puppy and collapsing to the ground. Her face drained of color. Lin Wei's previous injuries were not yet healed. If a flicker of surprise crossed Zhanghi's face, quickly morphing into concealed delight. His pupil, usually meek, had revealed a surprising ruthlessness at this critical juncture. This blow would incapacitate Lin Wei, paving the way for the Jia family's ascendancy. With him as a shield, no one in the courtyard would dare stir trouble. The other beasts in the courtyard mostly crossed their arms, watching the spectacle with indifferent expressions, some even gleaming with greed as they contemplated their potential share of the spoils. Only a few turned away, unable to witness the impending violence. Yet Lin Wei was not one to be outwitted by the likes of Jia Zhangshi. His instincts, sharpened through countless trials in his past life, coupled with the enhanced reflexes from the body-refining elixir, granted him a reaction speed beyond ordinary comprehension. In the instant the club descended, Lin Wei pivoted with an almost ghostly swiftness, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick that cleaved through the air, striking first. Boom! A heavy impact reverberated, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream as Jia Zhangshi was hurled backwards with a speed greater than his initial charge, crashing to the ground several meters away like a discarded sack. His body curled inwards, he violently coughed up blood, his once pale face now ashen. Fortunately, Lin Wei had tempered his force, or else that kick would have proven fatal. Even so, this thunderous strike instantly silenced the entire courtyard. An eerie stillness fell, only to be shattered by whispers. Isn't Lin Wei just a sickly street urchin? How could he fight so well? The Jia mother and son are down in an instant? Am I imagining things? Wow, I never expected this. It's far more thrilling than watching street performers. He Zhu, mingling within the crowd, kept his eyes fixated on Lin Wei, captivated by the precision and decisiveness of his earlier moves. He crossed his arms, his thick knuckles unconsciously rubbing his chin, muttering under his breath, "This is rather interesting. Truly interesting." He scrutinized Lin Wei's seemingly frail physique, his elongated eyes gleaming with a combative spirit. I never expected this slender pup to possess such genuine prowess. It seems I must find an opportunity to spar with this lad and demonstrate to everyone in the courtyard who the true champion is. Upon witnessing the dismal state of the Jia family and the awe that Lin Wei's skills instilled in the onlookers, Zhang felt a visceral anger surge through him, perceiving his hard-won authority as being brazenly challenged. With trembling fingers pointing at Lin Wei, his face turned an ominous shade. His voice contorted by fury, he exclaimed, "You are utterly lawless, daring to openly commit violence at a public gathering. Is there still room for you in this courtyard? Get out, and do it now." Lu Haizhong and Yin Bagui, observing the situation, eagerly chimed in, "Old E is right. We firmly support this. Such violent individuals must not remain. Let us vote to expel the Lin family immediately." Seeing the three elders united in their stance, Jia Zhang's earlier lamentations quieted considerably. Her triangular eyes darted about, not revealing pain, but rather unmasked greed. If they could drive Lin Wei away, those two bright main rooms would be worth the effort. "I agree," shouted a beastly tenant from the back courtyard, his voice piercing the air. "The three elders are wise. This menace must be expelled." The once intimidated tenants, now emboldened, raised their hands in unison. Fear gripped them. With Lin Wei, a formidable force who defied all norms, in their midst, who could predict whom he might target next? Such an unstable element must be removed swiftly. As the uproar escalated, the cries of violence nearly threatened to shatter the roof. The young girl sheltered behind Lin Wei, having never witnessed such chaos, turned pale with fright, clutching his leg tightly and tearfully imploring, "Brother, please don't let us be chased away. Xiao Xiao and little Hai Hei will have no home and no food." "Fear not, Xiao Xiao," Lin Wei reassured her, gently ruffling her hair, his tone calm and unwavering. "With your brother here, no one can touch a single brick or tile of our home." Straightening his back, he faced the tumultuous crowd, erupting into a hearty laugh that immediately quelled their clamor. "Drive us away? Zhang, who do you think you are?" Lin Wei's gaze pierced through the astonished elder. "Are you the head of the street office or the police chief? Open your eyes and see clearly. This house is private property, purchased with my parents' hard-earned money. It is not the public housing allocated to you." He surveyed the crowd, each word resonating with authority. "The deed explicitly states the Lin family's name. As long as I, Lin Wei, do not consent, even the King of Heaven has no right to evict us. Do you think your influence here surpasses that of the street office's seal? Is it your prerogative to determine who stays and who goes in this courtyard?" His declaration struck like thunder, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Zhang, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bagui stood frozen, their faces shifting from green to white. They exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their brows, entirely unprepared for Lin Wei's revelation that the house was private property. They themselves resided in publicly allocated housing. What pretext did they have to expel anyone? Jia Zhang, too, was taken aback, despite her ignorance. She understood the weight of the term private property. Moreover, she was genuinely terrified of Lin Wei, having endured 2 thorough beatings in a single day, her body aching. Now hesitant to lash out. Yet, a cunning thought crossed her mind, and she bellowed, "Qin Huiru, where have you been hiding? Your husband is nearly beaten to death, and you cower in the back like a turtle." With her cry, a subtle stir rippled through the crowd, and soon, a figure emerged gracefully from behind. A woman in her 20s, with a perfectly oval face and captivating peach blossom eyes, exuded an air of melancholy. Her curvaceous form, even draped in a thick cotton coat, was impossible to conceal. The eyes of several young men in the courtyard widened in awe, holding their breaths. Indeed, this was the renowned beauty of the courtyard and the entire Nanlaguxiang, Qin Huiru. She hastened to kneel beside the still moaning Jia Zhangshi, tenderly cradling his head. When she lifted her face again, it was streaked with tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Her alluring eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice soft and trembling. Laced with the timbre of genuine despair, "Lin family brothers, what offense have we, the Jia family, committed to deserve such brutality towards my mother-in-law and Dongxiu? Our entire family relies on Dongxiu's meager earnings. Life is already unbearable. Now that you've reduced him to this state, how are we to survive?" As she spoke, her sobs grew quieter, her shoulders quaking, her helpless demeanor evoking complex emotions in those around her. Yet, Lin Wei was no fool. He had seen through the various facades of internet celebrities and the contrasting personas in dramas. How could he be swayed by such superficial tactics? A cold smirk curled at his lips, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through Qin Huiru. Huh, Qin Huiru. Do you think shedding a few tears will sway the crowd to your side? Shaking his fist, which, though seemingly frail, revealed hidden strength, his voice dropped ominously. Let me make this clear. Anyone who dares to assist the Jia family today will face my wrath. Lin Wei advanced. Relentless. Do not think that by feigning vulnerability and playing the victim, you can manipulate anyone. Spending your days by the wash basin, endlessly scrubbing clothes. Do you truly believe yourself a laundress? No. You are merely a seductress, enticing the blind fools who rush to worship at your feet. With a resounding impact, his words struck like a stone cast into still water, stirring up a tempest. Though unfamiliar with the term lickspittle, the wisdom of the crowd enabled them to piece together the meaning. The older women in the courtyard exchanged knowing glances, chiming in, indeed, the moment she finishes work. She asked their washing clothes. Who is she trying to impress? The younger men, particularly the simple-minded Zhu, were left wide-eyed and entranced, as if their souls had been whisked away. What followed? Their lunchboxes were eagerly passed along. The calculations were clear. A mere glance wouldn't cost them anything, but tangible benefits awaited in their pockets. Qin Huiru felt as though the fabric of her deceit had been unceremoniously torn away, exposing her to the light. Over the years, she had exploited the affections of Zhu to her advantage, reaping countless benefits. Especially during this year's famine, had it not been for the daily meals brought back by Zhu. How could the entire Jia family manage to remain plump and well-fed? Yet now, Lin Wei had the audacity to expose her thoughts in front of the whole courtyard. No matter how skilled she was at acting, she could no longer maintain her composure at this moment. Tears streamed down her face like rain, her voice quivering as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin family brothers, how could you be so malevolent? All I did was wash some clothes. What is wrong with that? Despite her voice breaking, she persevered in her feeble demeanor, resembling a delicate flower swaying precariously in the wind. Do you truly abhor me so much that you must publicly slander me? Qin Huiru's performance may not have swayed the others, but it undoubtedly struck a chord with the #1 protector of flowers, Zhu. You dare to slander my sister Qin. He bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Today, I shall ensure you remember this lesson. Zhu, still adhering to some semblance of the rules of the underworld, introduced himself before taking action. Unlike Jia Zhangshi, who stealthily plotted behind others' backs, Zhu was determined to confront Lin Wei head-on. With that, he swung his massive fists, launching a flurry of punches towards Lin Wei. Straight punches, hooks, and jabs, his combination bore hints of Western boxing techniques. Lin Wei was taken aback. Wasn't it said in the original story that this fellow learned wrestling beneath the overpass? Why did he only employ boxing moves? Despite his internal confusion, he remained composed, deftly evading the powerful strikes with nimble footwork. However, to onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely a cornered animal, moments away from being subdued. The onlookers, particularly those who once harbored feelings for Qin Huiru, erupted in cheers. Zhu, beat him. He has almost got it. Let us see how long he can dodge. But soon, their amusement faded. Zhu unleashed a barrage of strikes, yet not even the hem of Lin Wei's clothing was grazed. In stark contrast, Lin Wei maintained his calm demeanor, while Zhu began to wheeze for breath. He had never felt so humiliated before. Usually, he could dispatch opponents with just a few moves, but this slippery character was unlike any he had encountered before. As the crowd's scrutiny intensified, it seemed as though the title of war god of the courtyard was slipping from his grasp. In a moment of desperation, Zhu feigned a straight punch before executing his ultimate move, the low blow kick. With his left foot retreating, he kicked out with his right foot like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at Lin Wei's lower regions. Lin Wei's gaze turned icy. Ah, Zhu, you are far from the simpleton you appear to be. If that is the case, I shall teach you a lesson. His earlier retreat was merely a ruse to gauge Zhu's abilities. Now, it was time to act. In a swift motion, he sidestepped the vicious kick and, before Zhu could regain his balance, Lin Wei's hand shot out like lightning, gripping Zhu's ankle with precision. Get down. With a forceful step back, he yanked Zhu fiercely. Ah! Zhu cried out in agony, his face turning ashen. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The male members in attendance instinctively crossed their legs, as if they too felt the pain. The sight was indeed brutal. Zhu's legs were stretched into a perfect split, leaving him sitting on the ground, and to make matters worse, his trousers were completely torn. Zhu grimaced in pain, sweat pouring down his forehead. A few keen-eyed observers noticed a hole in his underwear peeking through the tear, adding to his humiliation. Qin Huiru, who had been feeling smug. Believing her scheme had succeeded and that with Shazu's might, Lin Wei would be brought low, was utterly shocked. She never anticipated that Shazu, who boasted of his invincibility in the alley, would be reduced to such a state of disgrace. As Shazu cast a pleading glance towards Qin Huiru, she promptly turned her head away, pretending not to see. At that moment, Shazu wished fervently to sink into the ground. The physical pain was secondary. He had learned to grapple hard, not to endure such a humiliating defeat. The tearing agony in his thighs left him frozen. Fully aware that he was exposed before the entire courtyard, a spectacle of public humiliation. However, when he diverted his gaze from Qin Huiru and looked around, he found everyone stifling laughter, with no one stepping forward to assist him. In desperation, caught between continuing his public disgrace and seeking help, Shazu ultimately chose to swallow his pride. "Uncle Li, please help me. I truly cannot get up." He could only turn to the one he trusted the most, Zhangshi. Yet, the seemingly righteous Zhangshi was secretly apprehensive. He had never regarded Lin Wei as a threat, merely a boy sheltered by his parents. Now, with his guardians away and having become a despised street urchin, he had only shown concern for his sister, or else his reputation would be tarnished. Zhangshi had thought that as an elder, he could easily handle such a minor character. But who could have predicted that the combined forces of the three elders would collapse in a moral bind, utterly outwitted by this lad? The Jia family had taken turns attacking. Jia Zhang's tantrums, Jia Zhangxi's sneak attacks, and Qin Huiru's pitiful cries, all were deftly countered by Lin Wei. Even the formidable Shazu had been nearly rendered mute. The more Zhangshi pondered, the more anxious he became. A chill creeping up his spine. Could it be that this boy had been concealing his talents all along, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow? When he looked at Lin Wei again, a hint of wariness crept into his gaze. "Uncle Li, I truly cannot hold on any longer." Shazu's second cry for help jolted Zhangshi back to reality. Shazu was his carefully chosen candidate for future support. He had often delivered meals to the Jia family and performed arduous tasks. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a tremendous loss. Yet, seeing Lin Wei's fierce prowess, he hesitated to intervene, fearing that he too might suffer a beating and lose face in the courtyard. The astute Zhangshi quickly called out, "Lu Guangtian, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and help Shazu up." As expected, the old fox was unwilling to take any risks himself. Lu Guangtian, being a simpleton, rushed forward without hesitation to assist Shazu. "Ouch, Guangtian, be gentle. That hurts too much." Shazu grimaced in pain. With his hefty frame, Lu Guangtian struggled to lift him, and in the chaos, only exacerbated Shazu's injuries. Eventually, a few observant bystanders lent a hand, and together they hoisted Shazu onto Lu Guangtian's back, his legs dragging limply on the ground, managing to temporarily conceal this utterly embarrassing scene. Beside him, Lu Haizhong stared blankly, still grappling with the situation. In contrast, Yin Bugui's beady eyes darted furtively, secretly calculating. How dull-witted Lu Haizhong was, allowing Zhangshi to manipulate his son without a shred of awareness. Yet, it was Lin Wei who truly astonished Yin Bugui. He had underestimated this street-savvy youth. If things continued along this trajectory, the dynamics within the courtyard were bound to undergo a transformation. Just as Sha Zhu was dragged aside to catch his breath, Zhangshi quietly retreated into the crowd, suddenly unleashing his long-planned gambit. "Lin Wei, you have struck Jia's sister-in-law and Dongxiu, and now you've injured Zhu. You must compensate us, or we shall report you to the authorities, and you will find yourself behind bars eating stale bread." The onlookers erupted in a frenzy. What was this old man thinking? Threatening to call the police? Wasn't he at his usual mantra to resolve courtyard matters internally, to avoid airing dirty laundry? They had no inkling that Zhangshi was inwardly lamenting. He understood that his authority in the courtyard stemmed from the Jia family's propensity for trouble and Sha Zhu's physical prowess. Now both of those advantages lay in Lin Wei's hands, and the other neighbors were not inclined to intervene unless there was something in it for them. Expecting them to rally against Lin Wei? A fantasy. Left with no other options, he resorted to this desperate tactic, hoping to intimidate Lin Wei into submission. After all, it was a fact that Lin Wei had caused injury. It simply could not be brushed aside. Indeed, that little rascal from the Lin family must pay. Jia Zhangshi, supporting Jia Dongxiu, straightened up, invigorated by the prospect. She inwardly rejoiced, thinking, "Old E is indeed cunning. No matter how formidable your fists may be, if you injure someone, you must face legal consequences. If you wish to avoid jail, you must comply with our demands. I propose that you compensate the Jia family with those 2 large rooms in the east courtyard." As Jia Zhangshi grew increasingly animated, spittle flying, she continued, "And leave that little scoundrel with us. Then this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I shall immediately report you to the police and have you locked up." The courtyard residents suddenly realized that the old fox, Zhangshi, had played a masterstroke. Threatening to call the police was merely a tactic to coerce Lin Wei into acquiescence, while Jia Zhangshi brazenly demanded property. Their collaboration was seamless, outshining even the ever-calculating third uncle. Jia Zhangshi puffed out her chest, resembling a victorious rooster, secretly elated. This was worth it, with the old man's intervention. The large house was almost within reach. Little Xiao Xiao, distressed, clutched Lin Wei's hand tightly, her tears cascading down her cheeks, her face flushed with emotion. Brother, Xiao Xiao doesn't want you to go to jail, and we don't want the house anymore. But what about little Hai? Fear not, my dear. Lin Wei gently ruffled her hair, his tone resolute. As long as I am here, no one can touch our house. Not a single hair on little Hei's body shall be harmed. Seeing Lin Wei's steadfastness, Jia Zhangshi nearly erupted in rage, cursing fiercely, "You insolent brat. Don't be so defiant. Once you are in jail, you won't be able to keep the house. Ignore me, and when the police arrive, let us see how you fare." Lin Wei barely lifted his eyelids, coldly retorting, "Is that so? Then go ahead and report me." What? Hai was momentarily speechless, his heart sinking. Could this audacious youth truly be unafraid of the police? Lin Wei, once the police arrive, handcuffs will be fastened. Lin Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone can see clearly that it was the Jia family who struck first. Jia Zhangshi stole my dog. That's robbery. Jia Zhangshi ambushed me with a stick. That's attempted murder. I merely kicked them twice to stop their criminal acts. That is self-defense, do you understand? His voice sharpened. Let me be clear. Even if I had killed or maimed them on the spot, I would still be in the right. When the police arrive, the law must be upheld. As for Sha Zhu, Lin Wei scoffed. He aimed to kill and resorted to underhanded tactics. I merely tugged on him lightly. His own incompetence is not my fault. He elongated his words, locking his gaze onto Hai. I suppose you, old man, do not comprehend the law. Very well. Go ahead and report me. I am eager to see who the police will arrest. Hai was utterly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated that Lin Wei would brandish such terms as preventing crime and self-defense, each word resounding with conviction. He was left utterly speechless. Fine, report me. Am I to fear you? Jia Zhangshi stood defiantly, ready to risk everything. With the house within her grasp, she would not let it slip away. She turned to Qin Huiru, barking, "You calamity bringer, why are you still crying? Hurry and go to the police station to report." Ultimately, Jia Zhangshi felt a twinge of insecurity in her heart. This risky endeavor to call the police must be shouldered by her daughter-in-law. What? Qin Huiru was taken aback. Hadn't she seen Hai rendered speechless? But when she met Jia Zhangxi's fierce gaze, she shuddered. Upon reflection, if they could secure those 2 rooms, she would no longer have to endure this old shrew-esque tyranny. Resolutely, she wiped her tears, lowered her head, and stepped toward the courtyard exit. Wait. Hai finally regained his composure and shouted, suddenly realizing Lin Wei's mother was a police officer. Even if she had gone to the northwest, her former colleagues were scattered throughout the city. If Qin Huiru truly reported them, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? They might end up losing not just the house, but also sending the entire Jia family to jail. Hai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he frantically exchanged glances with Yen Bagui, who was basking in his moment of superiority. As for Lu Haishong, he remained utterly bewildered. Yen Bagui adjusted his glasses, savoring the moment as Hai sought his aid. A sense of pride surged within him. In crucial moments, it is still I, third uncle, who can save the day. However, he could not assist for free. He subtly gestured 5 with his right hand. Hai was incensed at Yen Bagui's audacity, recognizing him as an opportunist. But now, he was in too deep. If he could not navigate this crisis, his authority would be trampled. 5 yuan was a small price to pay. After all, his monthly salary was 99 yuan, so he could spare it. Gritting his teeth, he nodded solemnly at Yen Bagui. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Yen Bagui's eyes. 5 yuan could buy quite a lot of pickled vegetables. What a bargain. Clearing his throat, Yen Bagui adjusted his collar and adopted a professional tone, raising his voice slightly. As for Qin Huiru, it is getting late. Let us not trouble the police, comrades. He turned to the crowd and declared with moral authority, matters in the courtyard should be resolved internally. If this gets out and attracts higher authorities, do we still wish to maintain our reputation as the model courtyard? Today's incident is merely a trivial matter. We are all neighbors, so let us each take a step back. Waving his hand dismissively, he added, everyone, please disperse, it is quite cold outside. Yen, you dare to ruin my family's plans. Jia Zhangshi, still oblivious to the shifting tides, lunged forward, ready to claw at him. Hai timely stepped in front of her, his gaze intensifying, the chilling aura in his eyes forcing Jia Zhangshi to take a step back. Sister-in-law, today's events end here, he said in a voice that brooked no argument. He then turned to face the neighbors, raising his voice. What is the situation with the Lin family? Everyone has witnessed it. Regardless of the circumstances, the Lin family has become a significant nuisance in our courtyard. The three of us, the elder statesmen, wish to make our stance clear. From this moment forth, the entire courtyard shall sever ties with the Lin family, as if they no longer exist within these walls. With that, he fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Wei, as if intending to pin him to the spot. Yet Lin Wei merely shrugged indifferently, unfazed by the confrontation. Jia Zhangshi found himself at a loss. With both verbal and physical attempts failing to claim the house or drive out its occupants, isolation now remained their last resort. In this era, neighborly relations, especially among the 20 or so households in a courtyard, often hold more significance than familial ties. Whenever someone falls ill or faces hardship, neighbors rally to provide support. Should the entire courtyard ostracize them, not only would their lives become unbearable, but their reputation would also suffer, making future alliances difficult. Jia Zhangshi had relied on this tactic before. Even the most obstinate individuals inevitably retreated in disgrace. This time, he was resolute. If he could not overpower them, he would engage in a prolonged Cold War. He doubted that Lin Wei, a mere street urchin accompanied by a little girl, could endure isolation without any support. Chapter 12. Shearing the Beasts, truly delightful. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Lin Wei was entirely unperturbed by this strategy, and instead, eagerly wished to distance himself from such beasts. Lin Wei scarcely regarded him, taking his sister's hand and merrily skipping back to their home. Jia Zhangshi watched the departing figures of the pair with a complex expression, his face betraying no discernible emotion. As the neighbors realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they gradually dispersed, though many lingered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Clearly, this courtyard assembly had significantly impacted them. At the very least, a newfound force capable of contending with Jia Zhangshi had emerged. Shazu was assisted away by Lu Guangtian and others, while Jia Zhangshi was half-supported, half-dragged home by Qin Huiru and Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi hesitated for a moment before following suit. After all, he had his sights set on the elderly, and failing to offer some words of comfort might create a rift. Why didn't the master call the police? Jia Zhangshi slumped on the Kong, weak and dispirited, and upon seeing Jia Zhangshi, he gloomily inquired. Jia Zhangshi sighed and carefully voiced his concerns. But does that mean we simply let that little wretch off the hook? Jia Zhangshi seethed, her face twisted with resentment, unable to swallow her indignation. Sister-in-law, we still have a long road ahead. Jia Zhangshi lowered his voice, speaking slowly and ominously. Jia Zhangshi, this shrew, surprisingly bought into his rhetoric, moving a bit closer. Elder brother, how long must we wait? She asked impatiently. Ha. Jia Zhangshi forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, the dim light casting half his face into shadow, causing even Jia Zhangshi to shiver involuntarily. What is the rush? Jia Zhangshi replied leisurely. Right now, food rations are being continually slashed. That young man from the Lin family, accompanied by a little blonde girl, will struggle to even fill their stomachs, yet they still dare to entertain the notion of keeping a dog? It seems they have yet to grasp the reality of their situation. He chuckled coldly and continued, from now on, we shall procure food from the black market, and no one is to include them in our dealings. I want to see how long they can endure. The black market Jia Zhangshi referred to was, in fact, a desperate means of survival for the citizens of the city during these times. With food rations reduced by over half, those who did not seek alternative avenues would face starvation. Thus, the residents could only sneak out at night to the black market, exchanging exorbitant prices for anything edible. However, such dealings were fraught with peril and required organization. Even a group of 10 sturdy men could be ambushed, let alone a solitary individual. For the past 2 years, it was Jia Zhangshi who had organized the able-bodied men of the courtyard to venture to the black market for supplies, allowing them to return safely time and again. This had been crucial in solidifying his position as the elder statesman and earning the people's trust. When they can no longer bear the hunger, they will be at our mercy. At this point, a feral glint ignited in Jia Zhangshi's eyes. That young man from the Lin family must not be spared. That little girl can be sent to an orphanage. Whether she lives or dies will be her own fate. Jia Zhangshi nodded vigorously as she listened, her eyes practically gleaming with anticipation as she envisioned the Lin family's grim future. Zhangshi, you must learn well from the master. She turned to her son. If our Jia family is to rise to prominence, you must exercise your intellect. As night deepened, only a solitary, flickering kerosene lamp remained in the courtyard, casting a warm glow. The little girl had long since exhausted herself, curled up in a corner of the Kong, her breathing steady. Lin Wei finally regained his composure, taking a moment to reflect on the spoils of that night's confrontation in the courtyard. To his delight, he found that the points he had accrued from this encounter were substantial. 500 points for reprimanding Jia Zhangshi, 100 points for besting Jia Zhangshi, who evidently held little weight. 500 points for chastising Qin Huiru, the protagonist with a halo of White Lotus, a staggering 800 points for defeating Shazu, and an additional 300 points for confronting Zhangshi. With the previous 600 points he had accumulated, Lin Wei now had a total of 2,800 points, making him a veritable points magnate. A cold smile crept across his lips. Did Zhangshi think that by resorting to isolation, he could drive him to despair? Little did he know that these beasts were merely tools for him to amass points. To truly secure a full stomach and a good life, one must ultimately rely on oneself. With this thought, Lin Wei slowly narrowed his eyes. A clear vision of his plans for the following day taking shape in his mind. Excellent. A happy life would commence from there. The following morning, Lin Wei meticulously mixed the last bit of flour from the bottom of the grain jar, steaming a pot of fluffy buns. He placed the 2 largest buns into his sister Xiaoxio's hands, tossing another to the little German shepherd. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she cradled the bun, nibbling at it daintily, her cheeks puffing out like a squirrel hoarding food. The little German shepherd wagged its tail joyfully, gnawing on its bun at the threshold, making soft munching sounds. Watching the duo relish their meal, Lin Wei felt a pang in his heart, reaching out to ruffle Xiaoxio's disheveled hair. Sister, I'm taking you out to play today, all right? The little girl shot her head up, her eyes wide in disbelief. Really? Of course. Upon receiving confirmation, her face lit up with joy as she leapt from the bench, embracing the little German shepherd's neck in elation. Yay, Xiao Xiao gets to go out to play. The little German shepherd barked excitedly, bounding around her in circles. Lin Wei felt a lump in his throat. The once carefree street urchin, though he cherished his sister, had never taken her outside to play. The little girl and the German shepherd had often been locked inside, confined for an entire day. Hungry, they would gnaw on frozen, hard buns, and when thirsty, sip cold water. Such a life was unfathomable solitude for a 6-year-old child. Turning away, he quietly stored away a dozen buns in his spiritual realm, where it was perpetually spring. Food placed inside retained its state. He filled a jug with spring water, which, strangely, remained warm even after hours in the jug, enveloping him in a comforting warmth when consumed. Once everything was in order, he took Xiao Xiao's small hand. The little girl bounced with excitement as they walked, the little German shepherd playfully darting around them. Exiting courtyard 95, they turned a corner and entered the neighboring courtyard 93. Ma Sanner, is Ma Sanner home? Lin Wei stood at the entrance of the west wing of the courtyard, calling out. The door creaked open, revealing a round, chubby head. Ma San, half a year younger than Lin Wei, sported a buzz cut, and his round face was adorned with a pair of clever eyes. Upon seeing Lin Wei, he immediately broke into a broad smile and hurriedly opened the door, rushing out. Wei Gu, are you feeling better? He exclaimed, dressed in a faded blue cotton jacket, with a hole in the toe of his worn-out liberation shoes, exposing his frostbitten toes. Chapter 13. What to do when there are no holes for ice fishing. He stepped forward and gave Lin Wei a hearty hug, then crouched down to play with Xiao Xiao before lowering his voice to say, I've been thinking about you. I wanted to come see you, but that old man guarding your courtyard absolutely wouldn't let me in, insisting that you have people taking care of you, and that we outsiders shouldn't interfere. Ma San pouted, a glimmer of indignation evident in his eyes. Lin Wei's heart sank as he realized that after his injury, he had been left unattended, likely due to the machinations of Yen Lao and his moralistic cohorts. This scheme was clearly designed to push him to the brink. The ruffians in the courtyard would have to reckon with him later. For now, the most pressing concern was to fill his stomach. Lin Wei's gaze fell upon Ma San, and he asked straightforwardly, Ma San, do you still have those prized fishing rods? Aside from sweeping the streets, fishing was Ma San's sole passion. From spring to winter solstice, he could always be seen lurking by Shisha, Bihai, and Nanhai. The catch varied, but he pursued it with tireless enthusiasm, making him one of the first professional anglers in the new Dragon Kingdom. His fishing rods, though not as flashy as modern lure or sea fishing rods, were made of green bamboo, golden bamboo, and even white waxwood, representing a complete collection, and he handled them with considerable flair. Thus, Lin Wei sought him out first, knowing he needed a rod to fish. Oh my Wei Gu, Ma San exclaimed, nearly jumping up. Have you even looked at the weather? It's freezing cold. Shisha has turned into a mirror. How could we possibly catch fish in this season? Lin Wei shrugged nonchalantly, pulling out a glistening ice pick from his pocket. What is there to fear? There are always more solutions than difficulties. This ice pick was something he had just exchanged for 5 points from the system store, specifically designed for breaking ice. Even if Shisha were entirely frozen, they could still extract fish from beneath the ice. Exactly. Xiao Xiao chimed in, tightly hugging the neck of her little German shepherd, nodding earnestly. Her small face filled with determination. Brother is the best. Catch fish for Xiao Xiao and little Hei Hei to eat. She didn't truly understand whether it was feasible, but she was determined to support her brother in whatever he did. Ma San glanced at the ice pick, then at Xiao Xiao's sparkling eyes, and chuckled, ruffling the girl's braids. All right then, since you're here, let us indulge in a bit of madness. He readily agreed, though inwardly he was skeptical. After all, Lin Wei had been injured once, and now his ideas seemed increasingly fantastical. Fishing through ice in the dead of winter was something he had never heard of. But a brother's request must not be dismissed, so he decided to humor his friend. Ma San rummaged through the house and emerged with 2 well-polished green bamboo rods. A net bag made from frayed hemp line draped over his shoulder, puffing white clouds of breath as he called out to Lin Wei and the little girl. Let us go, Wei Gu. Xiao Xiao will accompany you to have some fun today. As they turned out of the alleyway, a biting north wind struck them, causing Xiao Xiao to instinctively shrink closer to her brother's leg. The little German shepherd, however, was excited, darting ahead, sniffing the air laden with unfamiliar scents of icy water. The icy paths of winter were treacherous. It took them over an hour to reach the vast expanse of ice that was Shisha. In the depths of winter, the once azure waves had solidified into a colossal mirror, reflecting the cold, harsh light under the gray sky. From a distance, one could see hundreds of figures flitting across the ice, mostly children of a certain age, along with some young adults eager for fun. They skated on makeshift ice skates, carving bright arcs on the smooth surface. What truly captured Lin Wei's attention, however, was the area near the center of the lake. There, another group of silent figures gathered, true anglers. They sat in clusters on small stools or burlap sacks, resembling sculptures frozen in place atop the ice. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a sense of anxious futility among them. Many were hunched over, scraping the ice with their feet, or employing rudimentary tools. A few, more impatient, were even hurling stones onto the ice, attempting to locate potential old fishing holes or to create new ones. Scattered across the lake's center were a few indistinct ice holes, clearly worn from repeated use, surrounded by the most people. The newcomers wandered aimlessly across the vast ice, kicking here and knocking there, attempting to rely on experience and luck to find where the fish might be congregating beneath the surface. But the thick ice concealed everything. Their actions were merely a gamble on fortune. Look over there, Ma San said, shrinking his neck and gesturing towards the group at the center of the lake. His tone tinged with shared sympathy. This cursed weather makes the ice harder than stone. If they can't find the old holes, creating new ones is nearly impossible. It's all brute force and sheer luck. I reckon most of them will end up with nothing. The biting wind whipped at Ma San's reddened face, and he gritted his teeth against the cold, hastily pulling the collar of his tattered cotton jacket higher, nearly covering half his face. Wei Go, what should we do? Are we really going to join them and blindly drill holes on the ice? He glanced at the forlorn faces of the other anglers, his expression revealing his deep skepticism. It was clear he had mentally prepared himself for the likelihood of returning home empty-handed today. Yet Lin Wei merely smiled, his lips curving into a confident grin. He leisurely produced the ice pick from his pocket. The steel head of the pick glinted coldly in the dim winter light, instantly rendering the stones and rusty chisels clutched by the other anglers mere firewood in comparison. What is there to fear? He said with a steady calmness that was reassuring. They have their rudimentary methods. We have our superior tools. If we find the right spot, what is to stop us from breaking through? However, Ma San clasped his hands tightly together for warmth, his brow furrowed in deep concern. But this ice is thick, as solid as a cement slab. We don't have the gift of foresight. How will we know where the fish are lurking beneath the ice? It would be a disaster to laboriously drill a hole only to find nothing. The thought of returning home empty-handed, only to be mocked by their neighbors, made Ma San feel a flush of embarrassment. Chapter 14. What is ice fishing for carp? Come on, Ma San, don't wear such a long face. I have my own clever plan. Lin Wei chuckled softly, scooping the lively little German shepherd that was frolicking at his feet into his arms, and gently ruffling its fluffy little head. When it comes to fishing, who could surpass our little Hai-Hei? Indeed, little Hai-Hei is the most capable. It will surely succeed. The little girl chimed in, clapping her hands in delight beside him. Ma San, with a resigned expression, touched his cold forehead, feeling that Wei Gu was truly losing his mind this time. How could such a tiny, unweaned pup possibly have any supernatural abilities? Could it really detect the scent of fish beneath this thick layer of ice? Yet, upon glimpsing the unwavering determination in Lin Wei's eyes, he swallowed the retort that was on the tip of his tongue. Lin Wei had his own calculations in mind. He had observed that ever since little Hai-Hei had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual spring water, it not only appeared more robust and agile than its peers, but its cleverness and reaction speed were also far superior to the ordinary. There were times when the little girl would gesture, and it seemed as if the pup could truly comprehend her intentions. Testing it to search for fish beneath the ice might indeed yield surprising results. At that moment, the little girl, following her brother's instructions, gently cradled the little German shepherd's face, her voice sweet and earnest. Little Hai, go find the fish. Whether we can enjoy delicious fish depends on you. Little Hai's wet black nose twitched, its fluffy ears perked up, and in the next moment, it deftly leaped from the little girl's arms onto the ground. It trotted eagerly towards the center of the lake, its tail wagging as it sniffed the icy surface. Its expression focused, resembling a true fishing dog. Ma Sanner shook his head with a bitter smile, wrapping his cotton-padded coat tighter around himself as he trudged along behind the Lin siblings towards the lake's center. He gazed at the small, black figure ahead, his heart filled with skepticism. Oh well, today he would humor the siblings and indulge in their madness. The weather and the ice were the same for everyone. It wasn't just him, Ma Sanner, who would be left empty-handed. As they passed a group of anglers, Lin Wei casually glanced over, only to suddenly halt. Well, what do you know, a familiar face. He spotted a thin old man, wearing a pair of patched tortoiseshell glasses held together with medical tape. Frantically tugging at the sleeve of a burly man beside him, his voice sharp and whiny. Hey, old Zhao, we agreed on half an hour each. How long have you been fishing? It should be my turn by now. The old man was none other than Yin Bagui, the shrewd elder of the courtyard who was known for his fishing prowess, yet often returned empty-handed. It was Sunday, school was out, and Yin Bagui had stubbornly brought his fishing gear to Shisha, hoping to catch a few fish to exchange for some spare change at the supply store. However, the lake was frozen solid, and after much effort, he had finally found a familiar fishing spot and managed to chisel out a hole just large enough for one person to drop a line. The group had agreed to take turns, half an hour each, but who had a watch these days? They relied solely on the sun for time. The man referred to as Old Zhao was broad-shouldered and round-bellied, completely ignoring Yin Bagui's complaints, replying in a deep, gruff voice. What are you rushing for? I reckon only about 10 minutes have passed, and the sun hasn't moved at all. Frustrated, Yin Bagui stamped his foot, but dared not provoke the burly man. Instead, shrinking his neck and staring longingly at the fishing rod, his face a mix of worry and impatience. Just then, he looked up and caught sight of Lin Wei passing by. Oh, Lin Wei. Yin Bagui adjusted his slipping glasses, suddenly adopting an air of superiority. You're here to fish too? In this frigid weather, fishing isn't child's play. It requires skill. Just as he was about to boast, he abruptly remembered that he hadn't even cast his line yet, leaving him momentarily speechless and awkwardly trying to recover. Wait until I get my line in. You should watch and learn from your third uncle. Today, I'll make sure you see some big catches. Lin Wei smirked slightly, unreservedly retorting. Third uncle? With you and your companions hogging the hole, it seems you'll be waiting until dark to have your moment. You can take your time. I won't interfere. I'll just find a spot to drill my own hole. At this moment, Ma Sanner also recognized Yin Bagui as the very elder who had previously blocked them from entering the courtyard to check on Lin Wei. He pulled Lin Wei aside, gritting his teeth and whispering, Wei Gu, isn't this the old schemer who is causing you trouble? His fists clenched tightly. He was itching to teach Yin Bagui a lesson. Lin Wei's eyes flashed with cold light as he held back Ma Sanner, lowering his voice. Don't rush. We'll find a way to deal with him soon enough. The little German shepherd had chosen a spot just 30 or 40 meters away from Yin Bagui's group. Laying down and refusing to budge, it lifted its head and barked twice, its tail sweeping across the ice. Seeing this, Lin Wei pulled out his ice pick, but suddenly had a change of heart. He swiftly removed his outer coat and lay down on the ice, which was cold enough to chill to the bone. What on earth are you doing, Wei Gu? Ma Sanner exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in shock as he rushed forward to pull him back. It's freezing out here, and you're still recovering from your injury. Are you trying to get yourself killed? But Lin Wei lay there as if glued to the ice, unmoved despite Ma Sanner's persistent tugging. He turned his head, speaking in a low voice. Calm down. I know what I'm doing. In 3 minutes, the ice will surely soften a bit. Ma Sanner, being obstinate, left Lin Wei no choice but to reassure him with words. The little girl, Xiao Xiao, tilted her head and squatted nearby, her face filled with curiosity. Brother, will lying here really help you catch fish? As she spoke, she mimicked his position, trying to lie down as well, but Lin Wei quickly stopped her. Xiao Xiao. Don't imitate. This is an ancient method of lying on the ice to seek carp. Only adults can do it. Let me tell you a story. As he entertained his sister, he secretly activated the incomplete innate pure yang skill he had exchanged for 500 points. A warm current surged from his dantian, gradually gathering in his chest, warming the icy surface beneath him through his thin clothing. He felt anxious, hoping the system wouldn't let him down at this critical moment. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, though incomplete, the technique proved remarkably effective. In just a moment, Lin Wei could distinctly feel the ice beneath his chest and abdomen gradually softening, cracking with faint sounds. He sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. Ma Sanner leaned closer, examining the seemingly unchanged ice surface, unable to contain himself. Wei Gu, are you pulling a fast one? The ice hasn't even left a dent. No need to rush, Lin Wei replied with a smirk, calmly drawing the gleaming ice pick from his coat. Now was the moment to witness a miracle. He signaled for Ma Sanner to step back a couple of paces. Then with a firm wrist, he thrust the sharp pick towards the spot where he had been lying. Initially merely testing the waters, he was unprepared for the sound of a sharp crack as a large chunk of ice fell away, splashing a cascade of clear water. The ice pick met with almost no resistance, effortlessly breaking through the section of ice that had been nearly melted away by the pure yang energy. My heavens! Ma Sanner gaped, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside, his eyes wide with astonishment, while others were turning red in the face. Struggling to chisel out a fishing hole, Lin Wei had merely laid down on the ice and with a casual strike, caused a large portion to collapse. If those desperate fishermen were to catch sight of this, their eyes would surely bulge in astonishment. Yet, little Xiao Xiao remained unfazed, clapping her hands joyfully and bouncing with delight. Brother, you are amazing. You cracked the huge ice block with just one swing. After gaining a feel for the task, Lin Wei felt a surge of confidence. With deft movements, he wielded the pickaxe, striking here and there with remarkable agility. And soon he had carved out a substantial hole in the ice. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the cavity bore an uncanny resemblance to the outline he had made while lying down just moments ago. My goodness, Ma Sanner exclaimed, glancing between the ice hole and Lin Wei's chest, unable to suppress his curiosity as he gestured. Wei Gu, what kind of sorcery is this? How could the shape be almost identical to the way you were sprawled? Is this even possible? Had he not known that Lin Wei had just recovered from an injury, he would have been tempted to pry open the young man's clothing to see if he was concealing some treasure within. Ma Sander's exclamation did not disturb Lin Wei, but it did attract the attention of a group of fishermen, both young and old, who were left with no holes to fish in. Led by Yin Bugui, a dozen or so fishermen, feeling quite idle, rushed over. Oh, young man, impressive, someone exclaimed, marveling. This ice is nearly a foot thick, and yet you strike it as if it were tofu. As the crowd murmured in awe, Yin Bugui's beady eyes darted around, and quicker than anyone, he seized his rod, preparing to cast into the newly opened ice hole. However, Ma Sanner was even faster, reaching out and firmly grasping Yin Bugui's fishing rod. Excuse me, sir? Which act are you trying to pull here? We worked hard to create this hole, and you think you can just take it without a word? Don't you have any shame? Several onlookers, unable to tolerate Yin Bugui's audacity, chimed in. Exactly. Old Yin, as a teacher, how can you take advantage of the younger generation like this? The child dug this hole. Why should you benefit from it? The fishermen of the 4-9 city do not conduct themselves in such a manner. With each retort, Yin Bugui's face flushed a mix of red and white. Stubbornly, he argued, this child belongs to our courtyard. Don't you understand the principle of respecting your elders? What's wrong with letting this elder fish here for a while? The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his own righteousness, straightening his back. Besides, what does a child know about fishing? It takes my seasoned expertise to test the waters. If I catch something, I can certainly share a portion with them. Though he spoke generously, inwardly he calculated, if a fish were to bite, it would likely be a mere couple of small crucian carp, enough to save face. Seeing the crowd momentarily at a loss for words, Yin Bugui chuckled to himself, thinking, in terms of scheming, few in 4-9 city can outsmart me. This ready-made hole in the ice should yield a bountiful catch. But who were Lin Wei and Ma Sanner? They were street-smart individuals, and Yin Bugui's petty tricks were no match for them. Lin Wei scoffed. You are Yin, and I am Lin. I hardly have the fortune to have a self-serving elder like you in my life. His tone dripped with sarcasm as his gaze swept over Yin Bugui's flushed visage. Moreover, with your fishing skills, how often have you returned home empty-handed? On the rare occasion you bring back a fish or two, they are hardly enough to suffice. Barely drying out to become fish jerky, Ma Sanner, with a fiery temper, seized Yin Bugui's fishing rod and glared fiercely. Sir, if you don't leave, do you believe I won't break this rod right now? His words struck a nerve with Yin Bugui. That fishing rod was his prized possession. Even his eldest son, Yin Juichin, knew better than to touch it without facing his father's wrath. Panic set in, and he hurriedly pulled back his rod, though he refused to concede defeat. Fine. You youngsters these days have no respect for your elders. With so many people guarding these holes, no one has caught a fish yet. You all have put in so much effort to carve a hole, and in the end, you'll still come up empty-handed. Though his words were bold, he retreated a few steps, blending into the crowd of onlookers, craning his neck to watch Lin Wei and the others. Ma Sanner grinned broadly, pulled out his bamboo rod, adjusted the float, and attached a kernel of corn to the hook, ready to cast into the ice hole. Wait, Ma Sanner, why the rush? Lin Wei interjected, halting the eager fisherman with a shake of his head and a smile. You still boast of being an experienced angler, yet you don't even understand the importance of baiting. With those words, he leisurely produced a large, snow-white steamed bun from his inner pocket, actually from the spirit realm, breaking it into small pieces and slowly scattering them into the newly opened ice hole. Oh my, way go. Ma Sanner inhaled deeply, his eyes widening at the fragrant aroma of the bun, swallowing hard. This was high-quality white flour steamed bread. To toss it into the ice hole without a sound seemed almost sacrilegious. This bun had been kneaded with spring water and steamed to perfection, its wheat aroma pure and enticing. Not only Ma Sanner, but even the well-dressed gentlemen nearby, seemingly of some repute, involuntarily inhaled deeply, their faces reflecting a mix of regret and longing. Yin Bugui's expression contorted in distress as he lamented, "What a waste. Such a bun could easily serve as a hearty lunch." Only little Xiao Xiao, nibbling on her finger, blinked her big eyes, alternating her gaze between her brother and the ice hole. Though she did not fully comprehend, she trusted that her brother's actions were surely for a good reason. As long as they could catch fish. Lin Wei feigned profundity, smiling slightly at Ma Sanner. "Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. Consider how long the fish have been starving at the bottom of the water. Upon suddenly catching a whiff of such an enticing aroma, how could they resist gathering around?" He brushed the crumbs of the bun from his hands. "This technique is called baiting, to draw the fish in. Just wait and see. The real spectacle is yet to come." A moment later, Lin Wei detected the subtle stirring of water beneath the ice with his keen spiritual awareness, and beside him, the little German shepherd barked excitedly. He smiled slightly, retrieving another bun and carefully kneading a small piece onto the hook. Chapter 16. The Art of Aggressive Fishing, Sharply Defined. "Ma Sanner, the bait is ready. Cast your line." "Huh. Oh." Ma Sanner was momentarily stunned, but years of fishing instinct kicked in, and he flicked his wrist, casting the line with the bun into the ice hole. "Wait, how can a bun possibly catch fish?" Someone protested. "We've fished for over a decade and never heard of white flour being a viable bait." A kind-hearted elder, unable to watch any longer, pulled out a small iron box. "Young man, that's not how bait works. Here, I have some freshly dug earthworms from this morning. You can use them." Indeed, he was a noble-hearted gentleman from 49 City. Yin Bugui's eyes fixated intensely on the bobber, unable to resist glancing at Lin Wei's large white bun. While he cursed internally, hoping nothing would bite, he also considered how to obtain that bun for himself. When was the last time he had savored such a delightful steamed bun? It was likely a long time ago. Suddenly, it's biting. There's a fish on the line. To the astonishment of everyone, including Ma Sanner, the bun bait had barely sunk into the water when the bobber plunged downwards. My goodness, is the bun bait truly that effective? A fish bit so quickly? Only Lin Wei remained calm and collected. The steamed buns kneaded with the essence of the spiritual spring exude an air of pure vitality. One could hardly say that only the fish, starved throughout the winter, are drawn to it. Humans find it irresistible as well. Just moments ago, both he and the little black one had sensed that beneath the icy depths, an immense throng of fish had gathered, eagerly awaiting this delectable morsel. At this moment, Ma Sanner instinctively yanked the rod, only to feel an unexpected heaviness. He could hardly lift it. He quickly eased the line, and, upon attempting to raise the rod again, it bent into a breathtaking arc. "Wei Wei Gur," Ma Sanner exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "This is a big catch, undoubtedly a massive one. I've never encountered such strength. Young man, steady yourself, don't force it. Let it tire itself out for a while. Yes, take it slow. A fish of this size must not slip the hook." The nearby fishing veterans, even more animated than Ma Sanner, clamored with advice, craning their necks, their eyes fixed intently on the taut fishing rod. Only Yin Bugui remained skeptical, muttering with a tone of sarcasm, "It's fake. It must be fake. In my opinion, the hook has snagged a rotten tree root beneath the ice." At this moment, Ma Sanner had lost all previous excitement, stumbling clumsily in pursuit of the fish's force. One moment he was pulled to the left of the ice hole, the next to the right. The rod refused to budge an inch. Instead, it felt heavier, dragging him inexorably toward the ice hole. "Wei Wei Gur," he cried, his face a mask of despair, his arms trembling. "I can't withstand this power any longer. If this continues, the rod will surely break." Lin Wei shook his head helplessly. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent on his very first cast. Ma Sanner was right. This old bamboo rod could not compare to the professional fishing rods of later times. If they continued to resist, either the rod would snap, or he would be dragged into the icy abyss. Clearly, hiding his skills was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes momentarily to focus, then stepped forward with purpose, confidently taking the rod from Ma Sanner while placing a hand on his lower back for support. With a sudden surge of strength from his waist and abdomen, he unceremoniously hoisted the bamboo rod upwards. "Get up here. Oh no, that rod is ruined." A chorus of lamentations arose from the onlookers. This was no mere fishing. It was an exhibition of brute force. Encountering such a large fish, this direct approach would surely snap the line. Everyone held their breath, watching in awe as the slender bamboo rod bent to a perilous degree. However, to everyone's astonishment, though the bamboo fishing rod was bending alarmingly close to breaking, it miraculously held firm. Even the seemingly fragile fishing line vibrated under extreme tension, but showed no signs of snapping. In the silence, all, including Yin Bagui, held their breath, eyes wide as the line was incrementally lifted. First came the bobber, then the weight, and finally, a gargantuan fish head, covered in dark green scales, erupted from the water, appearing larger than the head of a young girl. The ice surface was utterly silent, as if even a cough would disturb this astonishing catch. Lin Wei's lips curled into a smile of mastery, and he commanded, "Come up." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his entire body fell backward, heedless of the ice beneath him. This audacious and perilous posture was learned from fishing videos of his past life. While ostentatious, it was undeniably impressive. "No, don't do that," the surrounding fishing enthusiasts exclaimed in unison. A couple of quick-thinking individuals had already seized nets and rushed forward, ready to salvage the impending disaster. No one had ever witnessed such a brazen method of landing a fish. It was a challenge to all their conventional wisdom. Yet, who could have predicted that the massive creature would seem to lose its weight entirely, obediently surfacing in response to his movements? A sleek, elongated figure, adorned with dark green scales, soared through the air, reflecting a metallic sheen under the pale winter sun. It then landed with a heavy thud on the ice, its powerful tail still thrashing wildly, sending shards of ice flying. Ding! Successfully captured a big green fish. Reward points, 52. A giant green fish. It's a colossal green fish. The enthusiastic elder who had earlier sought worms exclaimed, his voice hoarse with excitement. His eyes bulged wide, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Good heavens, this must weigh 20 to 30 pounds. The largest catch from Shishaha in previous years was merely a 15-pound carp that even made the newspaper. This was a record-breaking feat. Who would have imagined that such a behemoth could emerge from the icy depths in midwinter? Lin Wei bent at the waist, hands braced on his knees, his chest heaving with exertion, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and splattering against the icy surface below. Just a few moments prior, he had expended a full 400 points from the System S shop for the violent fishing technique, a thought that pained him to recall. This technique required the foundation of the pure yang innate skill, channeling pure internal energy into the fishing rod, condensing it upon the delicate fishing line to ensure the gear would not snap under such brutal strain. In just that brief period, it had nearly drained him completely. This fishing method, labeled as violent, was aptly named. It eschewed subtle strategies and displayed no finesse. It was pure, unadulterated brute force. Yet, its efficiency was astonishing. Typically, such a creature would not yield without an hour or two of struggle. Chapter 17, Ma Sanner, reduced to a fish-picking tool. It was hardly typical for such a fish to be forcibly dragged ashore in just a few moments, a testament to overwhelming strength. Nonetheless, the system's rewards were generous. Those 52 points must mean 2 points per pound of fish, right? Yin Bagui, who had witnessed the entire event, now stood with his mouth agape, eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. This must be fake. It has to be an illusion. His lips quivered as he mumbled, his mind buzzing, utterly unwilling to accept that Lin Wei had truly caught such a monstrous creature. For decades, he had painstakingly fished around Shisha, hoping to catch a few fish to supplement his household. Among the seasoned anglers, he was not the best, but had managed a modest reputation, consistently bringing home some catches, at least never returning empty-handed. But when had he last caught a fish weighing over a pound? As for a fish weighing 10 or 20 pounds, he had neither seen nor caught one himself. At this moment, it felt as though he had swallowed a pound of sour, rotten plums, the acidity bubbling up within him, twisting his features in distaste. Damn it, it must be sheer luck, a beginner's luck. There's no chance for me now. He muttered curses under his breath, his feet rooted in place, too afraid to approach the still struggling green fish. He feared that if he touched this massive catch, he would be unwilling to let go. And he was also wary of the formidable Ma Sanner and Lin Wei, whose gaze was sharp as a knife. His old limbs could hardly withstand the punches from these two young men. Of course, among the crowd, the one most thrilled was Lin Wei's staunch supporter, the little girl Lin Xiaoxiao. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and she nearly tumbled over in her eagerness to reach the writhing giant green fish. Her laughter rang out, bright and clear. Fish! What a big fish! She stretched out her tiny hand, wanting to touch it but hesitating to make contact, her hand hovering in the air as she excitedly gestured. Today, Xiaoxiao gets to eat fish. Brother is the best. The subsequent scene left Yin Bagui and the surrounding skeptics, who firmly believed in the whims of fortune, utterly astounded. Their jaws dropped, and their eyes nearly popped from their sockets. This hefty bighead carp was merely an astonishing, almost legendary prelude. Lin Wei effortlessly took the rod from Ma Sanner, who had been left speechless, his hands instinctively offering the equipment. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, even amidst the confined waters, if one manages to land an overwhelming catch, others can only acquiesce and resign themselves to the role of mere spectators and helpers. However, Lin Wei's next actions relegated Ma Sanner to the role of a mere fish-fetching assistant. With a casual flick, he baited the hook and cast his line with such fluidity that it seemed devoid of any earthly struggle. Within mere seconds of the hook sinking beneath the surface, the bobber plunged down with a sudden urgency. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, sensing the pull on his wrist. This catch was evidently lighter than the previous one. Utilizing merely half his strength, he tightened his arm muscles and then sharply lifted the rod. Another silvery arc broke the surface, tracing a lush curve beneath the pallid winter light. Ding! Successfully caught a carp, earning 8 points. Oh, what is this? A carp. It must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Tisk, not even 10 pounds, just a small carp. Someone chimed in, their tone inadvertently revealing a heightened threshold they hadn't even realized. Indeed, without comparison, there can be no harm. After Lin Wei's exploits, anything under 10 pounds became trivialized as mere small carp in the eyes of these anglers. Naturally, such a small carp yielded little reward, estimated at 1 point per pound. Yet, Lin Wei's pace quickened with each cast. His movements so seamless it was as if he and the rod had become one, transforming into a precise, efficient, and emotionless fishing machine. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, exclamations of awe surged like waves, never ceasing. Ah, a big grass carp. Look at that size, surely over 10 pounds. A big mouth. It's a big mouth. This is rare, young man. Quickly hold it down before it jumps back. A big silver carp. What a hefty specimen. Goodness, that big black fish. It must be nearly a meter long. What a formidable creature. This young man must be the reincarnation of the Dragon King, right? In just over 10 minutes. He seems to have emptied the fish nests of Shisha through the potent allure of ground bait and the magical dumpling bait. Lin Wei had seemingly roused all the slumbering fish kings in the vicinity of Shisha. Those bold enough to break through the throng and take the bait were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Without some prowess, one could not compete with such overwhelming temptation. As a result, within a mere 20 minutes, Lin Wei calmly reeled in a staggering 14 or 15 colossal specimens. The system's reward chimes rang incessantly, and his points had soared past 400. Aside from that small carp, the rest were all substantial catches exceeding 10 pounds. Blue grass, silver, black, and carp, famous aquatic giants were practically his to catch in succession. Each one, glistening and robust, stood lined up on the ice as if awaiting inspection. Silent yet profoundly impactful. They struck a visceral chord with every onlooker, truly opening the eyes of these anglers to a realm they had never imagined in their fishing careers. Brother Wei, with so many large fish, how on earth are we going to get them back? Just as Lin Wei was rubbing his sore arms to catch his breath, Ma Sanner approached with a woeful expression, his voice trembling slightly. At this moment, Ma Sanner was experiencing a blend of agony and ecstasy. Even in his wildest dreams, he never dared to envision such a lavish bounty, so many enormous fish piled before him, shimmering scales nearly dazzling his eyes. The painful reality was that this proud angler could hardly move the fish he had caught himself. Who would believe such a tale? Lin Wei's heart sank. He realized he had indeed overexerted himself. In his eagerness to relish the thrill of the powerful strikes and the submission of the titanic catches, he feared he might have nearly cleared the waters of Shisha. Young man, keep going. We haven't had our fill of the spectacle yet, shouted an elderly man with a graying beard, stamping his foot, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Indeed, indeed. Such a magnificent scene is a rare occurrence. Others echoed enthusiastically, their eager gazes fixated on Lin Wei, as if wishing to aid him in casting once more. Chapter 18. My goodness, so many magnificent catches. Unbeknownst to them, the anglers who had previously crouched near their own holes had already sensed the commotion and closed in, forming a thick wall of spectators around Lin Wei. The age-old Chinese tendency to gather around a spectacle remained unchanged, especially in the face of an unprecedented phenomenon that had not been witnessed in decades. This experience would provide ample fodder for their tales for an entire month upon returning home. Yet Lin Wei dared not continue. Despite his unwavering confidence that he could easily deplete the fish stocks within several dozen miles of Shisha, he pondered the practicality of such a feat. What good would it do to catch so many? Would he eat fish for every meal until the new year? Reel in the line, I must stop immediately. If he continued to draw attention, rumors of him being the reincarnation of the Dragon King or the descent of a water deity could swiftly spread throughout the streets of the city. In this era, It was ultimately wiser to amass wealth quietly. Resolute, Lin Wei thrust the fishing rod back into Ma San'er's hands. He then turned to face the thick wall of anglers who had formed around him, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, bowing sincerely. Esteemed uncles and elders, I greet you all. Today, I have been fortunate enough to receive the bounty of the heavens, but alas, I am young and unprepared. I find myself in a predicament, as I lack the means to transport this haul of over 200 pounds of fish. I humbly ask if any of you have suggestions on how to assist me in transporting these catches home. I assure you, I am not ungrateful. Anyone who aids me today will be generously rewarded with a couple of fish to take home. This is no empty promise. There was no other choice. To transport this mountain of fish, he needed the collective strength of the crowd. Otherwise, Lin Wei could not afford to reveal his extraordinary abilities too openly. As for Ma San'er and his slender frame, he could hardly manage to carry one or two at most. Young man, we, the elders of Sijukan, do not engage in taking advantage of the youth, the previously enthusiastic elder declared, his voice booming as he broke the silence. Hands on his hips, his stature commanding respect. The surrounding crowd looked at him with admiration and trust, reflecting his esteemed reputation in the Shishaha fishing community. I suggest that you simply distribute what you cannot carry among the crowd here. A fair exchange, convenient for all. How does that sound? Instantly, a chorus of enthusiastic voices echoed, eyes gleaming at the sight of the large fish. If we could haul such a magnificent specimen home, wouldn't it send ripples through the entire alley? The joy of fishing is a sentiment that outsiders can never fully comprehend. To saunter around the neighborhood with such a colossal catch, then casually bow and humbly remark, I am truly embarrassed. Today fortune smiled upon me, and I encountered these starved giants, would be a delight beyond measure. Inviting a few close friends to gather around a warm hearth to indulge in a sumptuous feast of fish would be a scene that stirs the hearts of every angler, causing their lips to curl upwards in anticipation. Lin Wei observed the exuberant uncles and elder gentlemen, their warmth nearly melting his resolve. After all, the pursuit of fishing was inherently tied to commerce. Selling the catch was inevitable. Surely, these affable elders would not deceive him. After all, not everyone is as miserly as that old yen, whose calculating nature could strike fear into the hearts of men. With this thought, Lin Wei instinctively raised his gaze. Indeed, there was Yen Bagui, huddled in an inconspicuous corner, his thick glasses concealing darting little eyes that fidgeted with his clothing. The calculating expression on his face sent a shiver down Lin Wei's spine. Disaster. Lin Wei's heart sank as he cursed himself for forgetting the most crucial detail. In this day and age, engaging in private transactions, especially concerning food, is fraught with taboos. Of course, if no one reports the clandestine deal, it might be overlooked. The existence of black markets is an unspoken reality. However, under the scrutiny of so many pairs of eyes, including those of envious souls like Yin, the risk was palpable. Especially Yin Bagui, who shared the same courtyard and knew all too well the value of a good bargain. He was the type to unleash his wrath if he felt slighted. Having previously prevented him from fishing, Lin Wei had already made an enemy. If he were to sell the fish right then and there, it was highly likely that the old miser would rush off to report him. The consequences would be akin to stepping into a quagmire, unpleasant and unavoidable. Regrettably, today had indeed been poorly considered. To err on the side of caution, it was best to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative, a public transaction where no one could find fault. With his mind made up, Lin Wei clasped his hands together and offered a respectful bow to those around him, wearing a sincere yet slightly apologetic smile. Dear uncles, I appreciate your kindness, but the circumstances today are rather unsuitable for a direct exchange of fish. Next time, I promise to come specifically to seek your esteemed advice on fishing techniques, and we can share our experiences at leisure, if that is agreeable. Upon hearing his words, the seasoned veterans present immediately understood the underlying caution in his tone. His reasoning was sound. In such a crowded place, the risk of being branded a speculator was not one to be taken lightly. However, Lin Wei spoke with such eloquence that it was clear he valued the exchange of fishing insights. In the future, discreet discussions about fish catches would undoubtedly be feasible. Excellent. Young man, you are thoughtful, which is commendable, the enthusiastic elder exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I have an old burlap sack here, though it's a bit worn. It can easily hold 100 or so pounds of fish. I'll help you transport it back, but not a single fish will I take in return. We, the gentlemen of the 49 city, are trustworthy. I can also bring my fish net. Count me in. I can carry as much as you need on my bicycle. At that moment, several generous elders enthusiastically offered their help, ready to lend their belongings for the task. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the edge of the crowd. A young man, perhaps in his 20s, clad in faded blue work attire, pushed through the throng, covered in sweat and panting heavily. His expression was fraught with urgency as he called out, "Large fish? Where are the rare catches I heard about?" Before he finished speaking, his gaze landed on the gleaming array of fish laid out on the ice, and he gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, so many magnificent specimens. Chapter 19. If you gentlemen do not mind, perhaps. He abruptly turned, locking eyes with the enthusiastic elder who stood at the center of the gathering. Taking a few swift steps forward, he spoke urgently yet politely. Sir, I am Li Qinggang, a buyer from the Hongxing steel plant. Are these splendid catches yours? He took a deep breath and continued at a rapid pace. I will take them all. I will pay the highest price, cash on the spot. Li Qinggang had just returned from Chongping, his tricycle nearly empty, and was anxious about fulfilling his procurement duties. Unexpectedly passing by Shishaha, he stumbled upon this unprecedented spectacle. His instincts as a seasoned angler led him to join the fray without hesitation. Seeing the enthusiastic elder commanding attention, he naturally assumed he was the one in charge. The elder, caught off guard by this sudden fervor, blushed and waved his hands dismissively, chuckling awkwardly. Ah, young Li, you flatter me. I lack the skill and fortune for such catches. He stepped aside and gestured toward Lin Wei. The true master is that young gentleman over there. He is the one who caught them all. Li Qinggang followed his gesture and spotted Lin Wei. The young man was strikingly handsome, tall, and lean. Yet he did not fit the typical image of the burly, suntanned fishing aficionados he was accustomed to. Nevertheless, as a procurement officer who dealt with various people, he had sharpened an acute eye that saw beyond appearances. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, grasped Lin Wei's hand firmly, and shook it vigorously. His face filled with admiration and surprise. Young comrade, you are remarkable. I frequent this area almost every other day, and even during the peak fishing season in mid-autumn. I have never seen such a magnificent haul all at once. In this bitter winter, simply catching fish is an accomplishment, yet you have managed to land so many giants. He gave a hearty thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. How about this? I will buy all of your catches, ensuring you receive the highest purchase price. You won't suffer any losses. Lin Wei nodded. He understood that in these times of material scarcity, there was indeed a demand for unplanned procurement of goods. Selling to a public entity was transparent and devoid of any hint of speculation. Additionally, observing this buyer's straightforward manner and earnest expression in front of so many seasoned veterans, it was unlikely he would attempt any tricks. Moreover, it was clear that he was a familiar face in these waters. In this era, reputation is paramount. Tarnishing one's name for a trifling profit is truly a case of losing more than one gains. All right, Lin Wei agreed. I will keep one or two for my own enjoyment, and the rest, I will leave to Comrade Li to arrange for the Hongxing steel plant. As Li Qinggang struggled to maneuver his tricycle closer, the kind-hearted elder Wei rallied 10 or so old friends. Together, they called out, lifting each of the 15 hefty fish onto the cart. In the frigid December of 49 City, the biting cold was palpable, their breaths visible as frost in the air. In less than half an hour, the freshly caught fish had become stiff as boards, encased in a layer of glistening white ice. Yet, the group of elderly gentlemen seemed positively elated, as if they were cradling not mere frozen fish, but rather some extraordinary omen of good fortune. As they rubbed their hands and stamped their feet for warmth, they eagerly reached out to touch and weigh the fish. Their murmurs of astonishment suggesting that they felt they could somehow glean a measure of luck from the icy scales. Had it been in an era dominated by smartphones, these gentlemen would likely have been angling the fish for the perfect shot, sending multiple rounds of photos to their social circles. Observing the reluctant affection in their eyes, Lin Wei felt a stirring in his heart. These were the amiable old-timers of the Hutongs. While the fish could not be sold to them, there ought to be some token left behind, a memento of gratitude. His gaze fell upon the ice hole that was about to freeze over, and an idea struck him. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed his outer coat and once again leaned over the edge of the ice hole, adopting the posture of one who seeks carp in frozen waters. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Old Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his concern. In this frigid weather, aren't you worried about catching a chill? Fear not. This is Wei Gu's unique technique. Ma Sen interjected with enthusiasm. It's called lying on the ice for carp. My brother is exceptional at making ice holes with this method. The little girl chimed in, her voice bright and filled with pride. The surrounding gentlemen exchanged puzzled glances, whispering among themselves, clearly perplexed by the young man's intentions. Only Old Wei seemed to grasp the situation, nodding slightly as he focused intently on Lin Wei's actions. Lin Wei pressed his body against the ice surface, slowly moving around the edge of the hole. When he finally stood up, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, and wisps of steam rose from his hair. Hey, this young fellow seems to have some skill. Could he truly melt the ice with his body heat? Let us wait and see. Something remarkable might just happen. Ma Sen watched in awe, though he couldn't quite comprehend how Wei Gu had transformed since his recovery. Employing increasingly mysterious techniques, Nevertheless, as a brother, he could only feel joy at Wei Gu's prowess. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, only Yin Bagui, standing a distance away, scoffed, "What a show." This time, Lin Wei refrained from using any conspicuous tools provided by the ice pick system, wary of drawing attention. He simply extended his palm and tentatively pressed it against the ice surface he had just touched. With a resounding thud, the solid ice layer cracked, revealing a spiderweb of fine fissures. "How is this possible?" Someone gasped in astonishment. Yet, Lin Wei did not pause. He seized the moment and swiftly slapped his palm against the ice repeatedly, his movements both quick and steady. With a cacophony, chunks of ice crumbled into the water, and the hole that had barely accommodated one person now expanded into a pond-sized opening. He maneuvered around, carving the ice with the ease of a chef slicing through a potato. A hush fell over the crowd, the only sounds being the splintering ice and the splashes of water, coupled with the stifled gasps and exclamations of the elderly gentleman. Lin Wei circled the small pond once more, deftly smoothing out the uneven edges. Finally, he lifted his foot and stomped repeatedly around the perimeter of the ice hole, the solid thuds confirming that every inch was secure. Only then did he feel at ease. With a respectful bow, he addressed the crowd, his tone sincere. "Thank you, gentlemen, for your earlier company. I shall take my catch now, but there are still some small fish beneath this ice hole. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could continue fishing here for a while longer. I believe you will not be disappointed." Chapter 20. The most dashing young man on Kinmen Street. "Oh dear." Young man Old Wei began, his voice catching in his throat. His eyes glistened with moisture, and his lips trembled as he continued. "You've gone to such lengths, risking your health to create such a large fishing hole for us old folks. We are truly grateful." The other gentlemen gazed at Lin Wei's frostbitten, yet smiling face. Their hearts warmed. This lad, who could have left without a backward glance, had remained considerate of his elderly fishing companions. He had intentionally made the hole so spacious to ensure they could fish without crowding, a thoughtful act executed with such finesse. How could they not feel a fondness for such a considerate young man from the heart of the city? At that moment, Lin Wei produced the astonishing bait, a white steamed bun that had left everyone in awe. He handed it to Old Wei, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. Old Wei nodded earnestly, casting a quick glance at Yin Bagui, his eyes conveying a shared understanding. Having relayed his instructions, Lin Wei brushed off the ice shavings from his hands and, along with Ma San, began pushing the tricycle laden with their catch. The little girl skipped joyfully behind, while the German shepherd wagged its tail, happily chasing her footsteps. With the task complete, he departed, cloaked in modesty, concealing his achievements from the world. As Lin Wei and his companions faded from sight, Old Wei withdrew his gaze, clapping his hands together and calling out. Did everyone hear what the young man just said? He turned to point at the ice hole, his tone turning serious. "I've examined this hole. It can accommodate at most 4 or 5 rods. No more than that. Let us form a line, no need to rush. One by one, come here to collect bait. The first 3 are Old Zhang, Old Zhao, and Old Li. You 3 come up first." Meanwhile, as Lin Wei and his companions turned onto Kinmen Street with their tricycle full of fish, they instantly attracted a commotion. "Goodness, where did you buy all these fish? They're all magnificent," someone exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. "Buy? These aren't purchased. They're all from our own catch," Mawson declared proudly. His chest puffed out like a victorious general, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Several well-dressed, middle-aged gourmands approached, unable to tear their eyes away from the fish piled high on the tricycle. "Young man, you can't possibly eat all these fish. Why not sell some to us? We can negotiate a fair price. You won't regret it." In these times, with meals often scarce, having money didn't guarantee access to quality goods. Now, encountering such an abundance of fresh, plump fish, who could resist? The opportunity was fleeting, and none wanted to miss out. Li Qinggang, the buyer, grew anxious at this, quickly stepping forward to intervene. "Oh, gentlemen, that won't do. These fish have been earmarked for our Hongxing steel factory. They're meant for storage." He smiled, but his heart raced with worry. This batch was hard-won, and he was on the verge of fulfilling his procurement quota for the month when this unexpected competition arose. Had it not been for the evident status of the men before him, he would have already rolled up his sleeves to argue. Alas, how had the steel factory come upon such a windfall? Nearby, a passerby muttered under his breath, jealousy evident in his tone. How could they luck into such fresh goods? It's infuriating. Li Changgang paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his focus solely on the heavy tricycle of fish, his triumph. Imagining the astonished expressions of the procurement officer and the warehouse staff upon seeing his haul, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. As for the envy and resentment of the onlookers, let them stew in their discontent. It did nothing to impede his status as the most celebrated figure on Kinmen Street that day. As the tricycle slowly turned onto Gilu Street, heading towards Nanlaguxiang, An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The little girl's eyes suddenly sparkled as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. She waved her tiny hands and exclaimed loudly, Auntie Lu, Xiao Xiao is here. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she darted away like a jubilant little bird, accompanied by her German shepherd puppy. She flung herself into the arms of a woman in uniform, who appeared to be in her 30s. Even the little black dog recognized a familiar face. Playfully circling around the woman's pant legs, barking softly and wagging its tail like a rattle. This woman was none other than Lu Hongfang, a longtime acquaintance of the Lin family and a close friend of Lin Wei's mother, recently appointed as the instructor at the Jiaozhou police station. She was patrolling the area with 2 officers when she noticed a lively gathering of adults and children and decided to investigate. To her surprise, she found herself enveloped by her best friend's little daughter. Oh my, it's our clever and adorable Xiao Xiao, Lu Hongfang exclaimed, squatting down to scrutinize the rosy-cheeked girl, her voice brimming with affection. Let Annie take a good look at you. You've grown taller and even more beautiful. She affectionately patted the puppy's head and chuckled. This must be Little Black, right? Xiao Xiao has done such a splendid job raising him. He is almost like a little tiger now. Lu Hongfang had always adored this lively and charming girl, treating her as if she were her own daughter, and seeing Xiao Xiao now filled her with joy. Where's your brother? Is he not leaving you all alone on the street to play by himself? At this point, a sudden pang of concern struck Lu Hongfang. She recalled how the boy had always been restless and wondered how he could possibly have the patience to look after a child. Could it be that Xiao Xiao had lost her brother and was running around with the puppy, only to happen upon her? No. Xiao Xiao quickly shook her head, her chubby little finger pointing to a spot not far away. Brother is over there. Following her direction, Lu Hongfang saw Lin Wei and Ma San struggling to push the tricycle, while the procurement officer, Xiao Li, pedaled furiously at the front. The sight of the tricycle piled high with fish made her eyes widen in astonishment. Oh my, it's true what they say. One must not underestimate someone after 3 days apart, Lu Hongfang murmured, her tone laced with surprise. This little Wei has taken to earning money through odd jobs. Quite commendable. Recognizing Xiao Li as the procurement officer from the Hongqing steel plant, she couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought this officer had such skills? To gather this much fish in one go, there must be over 200 pounds. Gazing at the tricycle overflowing with fresh fish, each weighing more than 10 pounds. Lu Hongfang couldn't help but admire the resources available to the factory. As the police station's officer in charge of community affairs, she felt a twinge of envy. Each month, the station relied on the meager rations provided by the municipal office, and the complaints about the poor meals from the officers had almost worn out her patience. Chapter 21. Oh no, we've been robbed. If only the police station could acquire such a bounty of fish. Even just a couple of them would suffice to treat dozens of officers to a delightful meal. The 2 young officers behind Lu Hongfang had their eyes glued to the tricycle's bounty, their throats involuntarily bobbing as they swallowed hard. The public meal at the police station, though seemingly appealing, was a harsh reality in these times, compared to the enviable 8 great workers. Even the station chief might not fare as well as an ordinary worker at the steel mill. Those workers could enjoy a meal in the cafeteria and occasionally indulge in meat, while the police officers faced the stark reality of their circumstances. Lu Hongfang held the little girl in one arm, her gaze seemingly transfixed on the tricycle, unable to tear herself away. She pressed her lips together, whispering to herself, what a pity this bounty belongs to the steel plant. If only it were ours. Auntie, Xiao Xiao suddenly lifted her face, her voice soft yet imbued with pride. All of this fish was caught by my brother. The words struck Lu Hongfang like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily speechless. She looked down at the little girl in her arms, her first instinct to dismiss it as mere bravado or a trick played by that mischievous boy. Xiao Xiao, you must speak nonsense, she gently admonished, though she couldn't help but glance back at the tricycle filled with fish. In this cold weather, where could your brother have possibly caught so many fish? The little girl's eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling as she insisted, it's true. Brother caught them at Shishaha. She pointed at the tricycle. Annie, look, that fish with the upturned mouth has a cut on its lip from the hook. And it's bleeding. Lu Hongfang followed her gaze and indeed saw a large fish with a vivid red gash on its lip, the marks of the hook evident. Her heart raced, but disbelief lingered. In this freezing weather, how could he possibly have caught so many fish? It's beyond imagination. Auntie, Xiao Xiao, sensing her disbelief, called out in a voice that was almost pleading. Little Black saw it too. Right, Little Black? The German shepherd, sitting nearby, seemed to understand, immediately lifted its head, barking loudly at Lu Hongfang, wagging its tail vigorously. Just then, the procurement officer, Xiao Li, overheard the commotion and chimed in. That's right, comrade. It was this young lad who caught them. You should have seen the scene. Everyone by Shishaha was completely stunned. Lu Hongfang's mind suddenly cleared as if a flash of clarity had pierced through the fog. These fish were caught by my nephew. The steel plant intends to purchase them. This cannot stand. Watching the large fish slip through their fingers, her eyes turned envious. Xiao Wang Xiao Xiao, she commanded sharply. Push that tricycle back to the police station. The two young officers stood frozen, bewildered. Lu Hongfang couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking they were still too inexperienced. If only they had the resolve of veterans from the war years, they would have acted without hesitation. However, now was not the time for hesitation. Raising her voice, she reiterated, "Did you not hear? Push that tricycle back to the Jiaodao police station for an investigation." Xiao Li finally grasped the situation and realized they were about to seize the fish. He quickly explained, "Comrade, these fish were procured through the steel plant's official channels, not through any illegal dealings. Whether it's legitimate or not is not for you to decide." Lu Hongfang shot him a piercing look, her authority unmistakable. "We will uphold the law fairly. Get out of the way and do not obstruct official duties." With that, she carefully set the little girl down and swiftly stepped forward, yanking the still-dazed Xiao Li off the tricycle, deftly taking his place on the seat. She pedaled hard, but the tricycle laden with fish barely budged. "What are you standing around for?" She glared at Lin Wei, Ma San, and the two young officers, urging them, "Push the tricycle back to the police station." The four, intimidated by her commanding presence, hurriedly joined forces to push the heavy load. Xiao Xiao, however, was filled with joy at the prospect of seeing the uncles and aunts at the police station who always gave her candy, her tears turning to laughter as she led Little Black cheerfully along. Only Xiao Li lingered behind, regretfully slapping himself on the face, muttering, "If only I hadn't said so much." Yet, he couldn't bring himself to abandon the fish, trailing disconsolately behind as they made their way to the police station. The tricycle was pushed into the courtyard of the Jiaodao police station amidst the collective exertions of the crowd, its wheels creaking as they traversed the uneven surface of the blue brick ground. The courtyard, modest in size, had been transformed from a traditional Saihuan, bearing the unmistakable marks of time. The blue brick floor had long been worn into a patchwork of dips and rises, while in the corners, a collection of unidentified miscellaneous items lay stacked. A row of old-fashioned bicycles leaned neatly against the freshly whitewashed wall, their aged frames well maintained. Boldly painted in vibrant red on the wall were slogans proclaiming service to the people, the lettering strong and vigorous. The wooden sign of the Jiaodao police station hung at the entrance, its paint peeling, and the newspaper pasted over the windows had yellowed with age. Yet it still valiantly resisted the chill from outside. In stark contrast to the frigid air beyond, the faint warmth emanating from the main room, coupled with the murmurs of voices, lent the humble courtyard a sense of solidity and warmth. Old Joe, come out quickly, there's an urgent case." Lu Hongfang's voice rang out as she entered the courtyard, echoing within the Saihuan. She balanced on one foot, confidently perched atop the tricycle, a hint of uncontainable pride gracing her features. Zhou Baoquo, the station chief of Jiaodao, a robust man in his 40s, emerged in response to her call. As he hurriedly adjusted his navy blue cap, he burst through the threshold, his countenance still bearing the seriousness of duty. Following closely behind him were 5 or 6 on-duty officers, each displaying a tense demeanor as if facing a formidable adversary. However, upon stepping outside and witnessing Lu Hongfang smiling broadly atop the tricycle, the notion of an emergency seemed far-fetched. Just as Zhou Baoquo furrowed his brow, his gaze fell upon the tricycle's rear compartment, filled with a bounty of gleaming fish, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. "Comrade Hongfang, what is the meaning of this? Where did all these fish come from?" His voice dripped with incredulity as his eyes darted between the fish and Lu Hongfang. Neglecting even to straighten his crooked cap, little Xiao Xiao, like a jubilant fawn, darted from the crowd and leapt towards a familiar female officer, exclaiming, "Aunt Zhang, look! My brother caught these big fish. Aunt Lu brought them back." Her eyes sparkled with delight, her small face radiating pride. Chapter 22, The Impartial Law Enforcement of the Police Station. Aunt Zhang, smiling, lifted Xiao Xiao into her arms, yet her attention was irresistibly drawn to the trove of fish, prompting her to gasp in awe. "Good heavens, that's a lot of fish." The procurement officer, Xiao Lizzie, approached Zhou Baoquo with a woeful expression, almost jogging as he fumbled to produce his introduction letter and work ID from his pocket. "Leader, hello. I am Li Chenggang from the Steel Rolling Factory's procurement department. These fish were acquired by our factory and are accompanied by the proper documentation." He timidly gestured towards Lu Hongfang, his voice tinged with grievance. "This leader insists that this is speculation and has detained them." Lu Hongfang nimbly dismounted from the tricycle, her posture erect, her voice resonant and assertive. "Old Joe, don't listen to him. These fish are from my nephew, that Lin Wei fellow, who caught them himself at Shishaha. The steel rolling factory is attempting to take advantage of public resources by purchasing them at a low price. Can this be considered a legitimate exchange? It is clearly, she paused, seemingly searching for the most fitting term, a deceitful scheme. Yes, a deceitful scheme. Her gaze swept across her colleagues in the courtyard. Noticing that each one was unconsciously swallowing hard, their eyes fixated on the fish. Her voice grew more resolute. This is clearly an infringement upon our collective property, enriching their steel rolling factory. She gestured emphatically towards the tricycle, her tone impassioned. Since these fish were caught by my nephew, they ought to first benefit our own collective. Shouldn't they? Why should all the advantages be theirs? Her words fell like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring whispers among the officers. Their gazes intensified, as if they could already savor the delectable fish soup. Leader, how could I dare deceive the angler of Shisha? Xiao Lizzie stammered, his forehead beaded with sweat, his hands animatedly gesturing, his voice nearly breaking into a plea, clearly both helpless and anxious about this unreasonable predicament. You can inquire. We offer the highest market price. The highest price. Zhou Baoquo surveyed the tantalizing haul of fish, then glanced at the ostensibly upright, yet scheming Lu Hongfang, and finally at the flustered Xiao Lizzie. Unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, he stifled a smile and pointed at Lu Hongfang, shaking his head. Ah, Comrade Hongfang, your interpretation of impartial law enforcement is quite flexible. After a moment's contemplation, a hush fell over the gathering, all eyes fixed on him, awaiting his verdict. Ahem. The station chief cleared his throat, his gaze shifting between the fish and Xiao Lizzie. What Comrade Hongfang says is not without merit. Until we fully clarify the situation, we shall temporarily detain the fish. He glanced at the identification in his hand and addressed Xiao Lizzie. Li, don't be anxious. Since the documentation is complete, we will investigate thoroughly, and if all is in order, we shall provide you with a resolution. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lizzie's face fell, his shoulders drooping in despair. Leader, these fish cannot be left out in the open. His voice was almost tinged with hopelessness. The station chief ignored him, turning to issue orders. Old Huang, take 2 people to weigh these immediately, make a record, and find some ice to preserve them. With that, he walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, a discernible smile finally curling at the corners of his lips. Understood. Old Huang responded with enthusiasm, beaming as he beckoned others. Quick, quick. Xiao Wang, go find the scale. Xiao Zhang, get the notebook. Today we feast. At that moment, Lin Wei realized that if he did not intervene, this situation was bound to unravel. The steel rolling factory was a legitimate large enterprise, financially robust, and not short on resources. Should they take offense, his future dealings in selling mountain goods or fish would be jeopardized. Moreover, the men of Beijing held their word in high regard, having made a promise. There was no room for reneging. He hurriedly stepped forward, smiling at Zhou Baoquo and Lu Hongfang. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Lu, I truly intended to sell these fish to the steel rolling factory as agreed. His tone was earnest, his eyes pleading. If you both wish to enjoy fish, I will certainly go fishing again tomorrow and ensure they are delivered here. But today, I cannot jeopardize my nephew's reputation. Indeed, the angler speaks wisely. Xiao Lizzie, seizing the moment, chimed in with renewed vigor. Leader, our steel rolling factory is a reputable establishment. Though I am merely a gopher, I assure you that in procurement, I would never act recklessly. If the police station has any reservations, I shall weigh and pay right here, without a hint of deceit. Zhou Baoquo and Lu Hongfang were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed the fish were to become the station's spoils, only to discover that their own kin was siding with outsiders. Lu Hongfang seized Lin Wei's sleeve, lowering her voice. Xiao Wei, you are one of our own. Why do you insist on defending outsiders? Her tone was half reproachful, half bewildered, and she surveyed the eager faces of her colleagues in the courtyard before declaring, besides, these uncles and aunts have watched you grow up. How could they shortchange you? Thus, whatever price the steel rolling factory offers, we shall match it. Lin Wei, exasperated, spread his hands in resignation, smiling ruefully. Aunt Lu, my father is also with the steel rolling factory. Both sides are family. I can only adhere to the principle of first come, first served, can I? Lu Hongfang paused, finally recalling that Lin's father had supported the development of northwest China and still retained his position at the factory. She momentarily found herself at a loss for words, gazing at the cart brimming with fresh fish, reflecting on the longing that had engulfed everyone at the station due to their protracted absence from meat. Her heart twisted in discomfort. Just as she was at a loss, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the little girl, Xiao Xiao, being led by Officer Zhang, and her eyes instantly sparkled with inspiration. She strode over, gently taking the child from Zhang's hands, and softly coaxed, Xiao Xiao, don't you think these uncles and aunties at the police station treat you the best? Her voice dropped to a near whisper. tinged with a hint of grievance. It's been ages since we've had meat, and your brother caught so many fish today, yet he refuses to share even a morsel with us. Andy's heart is quite heavy. The little girl, unable to withstand such lamentation, immediately reddened around her eyes, pouting as she began to whimper, "Don't be sad, Andy." She turned and glared at Lin Wei, tears streaming down her cheeks, exclaiming, "Brother 1T give fish, brother is bad. From now on, Xiao 1T talk to brother." Lin Wei stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the turn of events, realizing that the precarious balance he had painstakingly maintained had crumbled under the influence of this innocent little girl. Xiao, who usually appeared obedient and gentle, was the apple of Lu's eye. In the past, when Lin's mother was busy with work, she would often leave Xiao at the Jiadao police station. Over time, the girl had been thoroughly spoiled by the officers. At that moment, with her lips pursed defiantly, she seemed resolute in her determination to protect the station as if it were her home. Chapter 23, Lin Wei's Bargain. With no other options, Lin Wei reluctantly pulled the procurement officer, Xiao Li, into a corner. Their heads nearly touching, they whispered conspiratorially, hands gesturing animatedly. To an uninformed observer, it might seem they were engaged in some clandestine dealings. Ultimately, Xiao Li could only offer a wry smile, acknowledging his position as a mere junior staff member, wary of confronting the local power of the police station. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wei approached Lu Hongfang, lowering his voice to nearly a plea, "Aunt Fang. Here's the arrangement. A total of 15 fish, the steel mill takes 10. The remaining 5, 4 for the uncles and aunties at the station to enhance their meals. And I will take just 1 for Ma-san." He paused, adding, "After all, the mill provided transportation and manpower. It wouldn't be fair to let them come for nothing, would it?" Lu Hongfang's brow furrowed deeply, her lips pressed into a thin line. After a long moment, as if steeling herself, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine, I'll concede this time. But you must catch 5, no, 10 fish of that size by tomorrow. If you fail, don't blame me for keeping the little girl from recognizing you as her brother." This tactic struck at Lin Wei's vulnerable spot. After all, his sister was naturally adorable, a walking bundle of charm that garnered affection wherever she went. Once the agreement was reached, the group lifted the fish onto the scale. The large scale in the police station's cafeteria registered a hefty total of over 150 pounds, with Xiao Li selecting only the largest. Lin Wei readily rounded down the weight, and Xiao Li, ever astute, promptly quoted a price of 40 cents per pound, totaling 6 crisp bills. It was worth noting that at that time, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was purchasing fish at only 24 cents, with retail prices barely reaching 30 cents. Xiao Li eloquently remarked, "In these times, having money but no place to buy meat is a tragedy. These fish are large, fresh, with minimal bones and ample meat. A higher price is justified. Furthermore, when has our steel mill ever been short of money? In the future, if you have such large fish, feel free to send them our way. We'll take them all." His extravagant words ignited a spark of irritation in Lu Hongfang and Zhou Baoquo. The two raised their batons, shooing him away, "Scram, scram. Don't come flaunting your wealth here and robbing our bowls." Yet, who could argue when the steel mill was a state-owned enterprise, the elder brother among factory workers? After sending Xiao Li away in haste, Lin Wei deftly pocketed 5 bills and turned to Lu Hongfang with a conciliatory smile. "Aunt Lu," he lowered his voice, drawing Xiao closer. "The station's cafeteria has some fine flour, right? Look at how thin Xiao is. She's always clamoring for steamed buns made with white flour. I thought I might trade for some refined grain." Lu Hongfang shot him an exasperated glare. "So now you come to me for favors? If it weren't for Xiao, I wouldn't even give you cornmeal." She waved her hand, dismissing the money Lin Wei offered. "Take it back. Those 4 fish will be exchanged for 80 pounds of fine flour, and tomorrow, if there are fish, we'll do the same." No. Lin Wei quickly waved his hands. 40 pounds will suffice. And could you spare some seasoning and oil? Our oil canister is nearly empty." "All right," Lu Hongfang relented, waving him off impatiently. "Go find old Huang. Take what you need yourself." After that, her demeanor shifted, and she smiled as she took Xiaoxio's hand. "Come, Xiao. Let us go play with Aunt Lu. I have ABC Mickey Mouse candies." Half an hour later, Lin Wei was seen lugging a large bag of fine flour, with a basket brimming with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar in hand. Behind him was the jubilant Xiao, her mouth full of candy, skipping merrily along, while a thrilled little German shepherd wagged its tail excitedly at their feet. The group made their way back in high spirits. Of course, the most striking figure among them was Ma-san, who bore the 20-pound big catfish on his back, its tail nearly brushing his calves, glimmering in the sunset. He deliberately slowed his pace, striding in a grand manner down Nanlaguxiang, drawing the attention of passers-by. Children gathered around, tiptoeing to touch the fish's scales while gleefully chanting, "Big fish jumps, everyone smiles." Ma San's lips curled into a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. He had never felt so illustrious in his life. It was as if his title as the foremost angler of Nanlaguxiang, no, now it should be the second, had been gilded with gold. Their group first turned into courtyard 93, and Ma San immediately spotted several ants picking vegetables by the water pool, one of whom was his mother. He straightened his back, his voice booming enough for the whole courtyard to hear. Mom, come and see what your son has brought back. Ma San's mother looked up at the sound, and upon seeing the unprecedented size of the fish on her son's back, she froze, the handful of cabbage she had been holding clattering into the basin. Oh my heavens, this isn't a fish, it must be a spirit. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried over, a mix of astonishment and joy illuminating her face. The other ants gathered around, exclaiming in a chorus, Ma San's mom, your son must have struck it rich. A gift from the Dragon King, right? I always said San was clever. Look at him, catching fish better than anyone. Ma San's mother beamed with pride, though she feigned annoyance. Where on earth did you get such a big fellow? Don't tell me you sneaked into someone's net. Yet her hand had already gently brushed against the fish, a blend of surprise and pride dancing in her eyes. Once at home, Ma San couldn't hide the truth any longer. Stealing a glance at Lin Wei beside him, he scratched his head and chuckled. Mom, actually, this fish was caught by Wei Go. He caught over a dozen this morning, all this big. He gestured dramatically with his arms to illustrate the size. Unfortunately, the steel mill and the police station took all the rest. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the two of us to carry it back. His mother paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. I knew you were the biggest braggart. While she said this, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she rolled up her sleeves. Come on, let us put the fish here. I'll get it ready. I'll send it all back with Wei Go. Lin Wei hurriedly intervened. Aunt, there's no need to prepare the whole fish for me. I only need the fish head to prepare a soup for Xiao Xiao. You can keep the rest. However, San Ma was unwilling to agree, as even the remaining fish body weighed over 10 pounds. Selling it could fetch at least 5 or 6 yuan, which is nearly enough to sustain a family's meals for an entire month. She repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, this simply won't do. You siblings have a hard time making a living. The fish meat can be preserved to nourish the girl. Lin Wei smiled slightly, yet his tone remained resolute. Aunt, rest assured, with my culinary skills, will we ever be short of fish in the future? He exchanged a knowing glance with Ma San'er, indicating that they should follow his lead today. The fish head was indeed a rare find, perfect for simmering a soup for Xiao Xiao. Ma San'er chimed in to support him. Mom, just accept it. I'll go fishing with Wei Gur every day. There will be plenty. Chapter 24. Homeless He Yushui. Ma San'er looked at the two of them and finally ceased her resistance, warmth glistening in the corners of her eyes. All right, then Aunt shall shamelessly take advantage of you. She turned and retrieved a gleaming kitchen knife from the kitchen, deftly beginning to prepare the fish. As she divided the fish, Ma's knife subtly inched closer to the fish body. She turned her head to glance at the little girl beside her, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her tone softened. The flesh closest to the fish head is the most tender and fresh. She wielded her knife with precision, her wrist turning gracefully, while she deftly removed the bones, assuring, don't worry, I'll meticulously pick out every bone, ensuring that Xiao Xiao won't encounter even a single thorn. Ma San'er, standing nearby, chuckled and interjected, Mom, who doesn't know you're an expert at dividing fish from the supply and marketing cooperative? Decades of craftsmanship. And you're the best around here. He gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Yet, Ma San'er could not resist muttering, Wei Gur, how much meat can there be on a fish head? It's mostly bones. Should I slice some more meat so that Xiao Xiao can have a little extra? In those days of scarcity, people valued tangible meat as a delicacy. No one understood why someone would choose to consume a bone devoid of meat. Lin Wei chuckled softly, patiently explaining, Aunt, the flower carp is indeed most flavorful at the head. When stewed, the soup will be filled with tender fish brain and gelatinous goodness, nourishing a child's mind and helping them grow. He enthusiastically invited, how about this? Why don't you and San'er come to my house later to taste my specialty? Iron pot fish head stewed with tofu. I guarantee you won't be able to stop eating. In reality, he had indeed swiped a dozen freshly ground tofu blocks from the police station cafeteria that morning for this very soup. That won't do. Ma San'er hurriedly waved her hand. I'm an adult. How can I snatch food from a little girl? She then turned to admonish her son, San'er. We've already benefited from Wei Gur's kindness. We mustn't cause any more trouble. However, Lin Wei firmly grasped Ma San'er's arm, smiling, Aunt, you're being too formal. Today, San'er has put in the effort. I must treat him well. Though Ma San'er continued to fuss verbally, her hands moved with remarkable speed. Before long, she had cleaned the fish head and neatly cut fish pieces, placing them in a basket and handing them to Lin Wei. He expressed his gratitude, then, accompanied by the little girl and Ma San'er, hurried back to courtyard 95. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, a thin figure abruptly appeared, blocking their path. It was Sandama from the front yard. Her eyes immediately locked onto the prominent fish head in the basket, and she gasped in awe. Wei Guer, where did you buy this fish? What a huge flower carp head. An entire fish must weigh over 20 pounds. How much did it cost? Lin Wei looked up and instantly understood. Sandama and Sanda Yi were indeed a pair. They were notorious for being thrifty and always seeking little advantages. On Sundays, when Yin Lao would go fishing, she would assume the role of gatekeeper. Whenever someone returned with groceries, she would invariably manage to pilfer a couple of scallions, half a head of garlic, or a few leaves of vegetables. Noticing Lin Wei's silence, Sandama's eyes darted, and she moved closer, cheerfully suggesting, "You youngsters surely don't know how to cook fish, right? Don't waste good ingredients. Bring it to my house. I'll help you prepare it. And we can all eat together. What do you say?" Before she could finish her sentence, her hand instinctively reached for the basket Lin Wei was holding. Lin Wei was taken aback by this maneuver. It was no longer just about taking advantage. This was an outright attempt to seize the entire pot. He knew well that if the fish crossed her threshold, even half of it making it to the table would be considered a stroke of luck. "Please, no." "Sandama," Lin Wei quickly replied, deftly passing the basket to Ma Sanner beside him, smiling. "If you wish to enjoy some fish, just wait for Sanda Yi to return. I saw him fishing at Shishaha today. He has likely caught quite a bit by now, so just wait patiently." Sandama was indeed startled. "What? Your Sanda Yi caught fish?" Lin Wei maintained his composure and responded, "Of course. This fish was just caught there and prepared at Ma Sanner's home." He added, "Just think, if a novice like me can land such a catch, Sanda Yi, our courtyard's fishing god, must have returned with a bountiful haul today." Upon hearing this, Sandama's eyes lit up. Indeed, if Lin Wei could catch such a large fish, it indicated that luck was on their side today. Old Yin had been fishing at Shishaha for many years. Surely he wouldn't be outdone by this inexperienced youth, right? She could almost envision the back seat of her bicycle piled high with fish, 50 pounds at the very least. And 100 pounds wasn't out of the question. The more she imagined, the more delighted she became, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Wei and his companions had already slipped quietly into the main courtyard. As Lin Wei stepped into the central courtyard, he spotted someone he never expected to see there. A girl, thin as a reed and about 14 or 15 years old, was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance of the main room. It was He Yushui, the sister of Shaju. She usually lived at school for her junior high studies, only returning home on Sundays. However, today, upon arriving early in the morning, she found her unreliable brother had vanished without a trace. The house was cold and empty, with no food left. Hungry for the entire morning, her stomach churned, her face a portrait of anxiety and grievance, as she muttered to herself, "Where on earth has my foolish brother gone?" In truth, this situation could not be entirely blamed on Shaju. Last night at the courtyard meeting, he had a bout of sparring with Lin Wei, and after a rather painful split, he had insisted he was fine, only to be awakened in agony in the middle of the night. Had he understood sports injuries, he would have known that it was a ligament strain, far more uncomfortable than an ordinary bruise. Thus, before dawn, he had forced himself out to seek a doctor, completely forgetting that his sister was due to return today. "Yushui Jia." The little girl's face lit up upon seeing He Yushui. She hurriedly ran over with her short legs, holding up a peeled ABC Mickey Mouse candy. "Look quickly, my brother caught a big fish. We can eat fish together at noon. You eat the candy first, it's super sweet." It suddenly dawned on Lin Wei that when their parents were home, they treated He Yushui exceptionally well. Every Sunday when she returned, she often invited him over for meals and occasionally slipped him some candies and biscuits. The little girl regarded her as an elder sister, clinging to her affectionately. He Yushui intended to decline, but the grumbling of her stomach compelled her to accept the candy. She carefully licked it, and the rich milky flavor and sweetness melted in her mouth, providing a semblance of strength to her feeble body. Remembering her parents now stationed far away in the northwest, and contrasting them with her unreliable brother, she felt a pang in her heart, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. Chapter 25. The fragrance fills the courtyard. "Sister Yushui, do not weep." The little girl hurriedly stepped forward, gently grasping her hand. "Xiao Xiao will play with you, and so will Xiaoong. Soon, brother will prepare fish and fluffy steamed buns for us to enjoy together." The child's cheerful antics managed to slightly alleviate He Yushui's sorrow, her gaze shifting to the basket Lin Wei was carrying. Astonishingly, it contained a large catfish head and neatly cut pieces of fish. Did Lin Wei catch these? Lin Wei felt a bit uncomfortable under her scrutiny, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, her brother was likely limping while undergoing acupuncture now, and she couldn't help but feel responsible for having been too rough the night before. With a sigh, he spoke dryly, "Yushui, why not have lunch at my home? We have more than enough fish to fill you up." With that, he almost fled to the kitchen, declaring, "I will go prepare the dishes." Just as Lin Wei turned to head for the kitchen, He Yushui followed closely, still holding the little girl's hand. Wiping the corners of her eyes, her voice, though soft, carried a hint of determination. Wei Gu, may I prepare the fish head? I promise not to waste such a fine ingredient. Reluctant to accept charity, she was, after all, the daughter of a chef. Having watched her silly brother wield pots and spatulas since childhood, she had not been idle herself. When her brother was lazy, it was she who cooked to satisfy their hunger. Lin Wei, worried that his mediocre culinary skills might ruin the rare fish head, immediately nodded at her request, handing her the basket of seasonings. That works perfectly. The oil and spices are in here. I'll go knead the dough for the buns. He Yushui entered the kitchen with the fish head, swiftly igniting the fire and scrubbing the pot. Just as she was about to add water to the pot, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the exceptionally clear water in the corner water jar, prompting her to scoop a ladleful. The moment the water hit the pot, a faintly sweet aroma wafted towards her, causing her to pause slightly. Unable to resist, she tasted a bit of the water, confirming its delicate sweetness. Far from ordinary well water. Wei Gu, she couldn't help but ask, glancing back at Lin Wei, who was kneading the dough. Where did you get this water? It's sweet. Lin Wei, engrossed in his task, did not raise his head, but his heart sank. The secret of the spring water was too easily revealed. He replied ambiguously, it's just well water from the next yard. Perhaps that well has good quality. Although He Yushui found it peculiar, her hunger outweighed her curiosity. She added a little oil to the pot, and seeing her cautious manner, Lin Wei couldn't help but advise, Yushui, don't skimp on the oil. The fish needs to be seared for flavor. Yet, He Yushui added only half a spoon more. As the oil heated, she gently slid the fish head into the pot. With a sizzle, the hot oil released a rich, aromatic fragrance that filled the room. Wow, the fish smells amazing, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, peering eagerly at the pot. He Yushui chuckled, her tone becoming lighter. This is just the beginning. Sister will use this sweet water to make you a pot of soup that is both white and fresh. She fried the back of the fish head until golden and set it aside. After a moment's hesitation, she added more oil to sear the fish pieces until they were crispy on the outside and tender within. Using the residual oil in the pot, she poured in clean water, returned the fish head, added slices of ginger, and drizzled in some yellow wine. As the heat intensified, an exceptionally rich fragrance began to rise, an aroma that was both robust and infused with a hint of freshness, igniting appetites. Even Lin Wei, outside kneading dough, couldn't help but inhale deeply, silently marveling. No wonder she hails from a family of chefs. Her home-cooked skills are likely not inferior to those of Silly Zhu. Unbeknownst to him, much of the flavor stemmed from the spring water. Anyone using it, as long as their culinary skills were decent, would see their dishes elevated. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's dough had become smooth and delicate, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. Xiao Xiao had already brought over a small stool, sitting by and gazing longingly at the plump dough, murmuring, Brother, when will the buns be ready? My tummy is rumbling. Very soon, Lin Wei replied with a smile, playfully tapping her nose with a flour-dusted finger. I've been kneading for a while. We just need to wait for the buns to rise. They will be fluffy and soft. So delicious you'll wish you could swallow your tongue along with them. Seeing that the fish head had simmered to softness, He Yushui gently pushed in the cubed tofu. After a dozen minutes, she lifted the pot lid and sprinkled in a handful of green onions. In an instant, the rich scent of fish, the aroma of oil, and the freshness of the onions surged forth, overwhelming her senses and causing her to take a step back, almost sneezing. She herself was taken aback. She hadn't expected that her first attempt at such a large catfish head would yield such delightful fragrance, perhaps even surpassing Silly Zhu's culinary skills. This aroma seemed to come alive, escaping the kitchen and permeating the entire courtyard. Ma San-er, who had been tinkering with fishing rods in the side room, suddenly looked up, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, It smells incredible. That fish head is extraordinary. Lin Wei, the little girl, and even the German shepherd at their feet inhaled in unison, captivated by the tantalizing fragrance. At that moment, the first batch of steamed buns from Lin Wei had also finished cooking, the sweet aroma of wheat intertwining with the richness of the fish soup, adding further depth to the scent. The aroma even drifted beyond the eastern courtyard, filling the entire compound. In the central courtyard, Mr. Yi Zhonghai, just about to take a bite of corn porridge, found his appetite stolen by the enticing fragrance. He slammed his bowl down on the table, frowning as he asked his wife, Shifeng, who was cooking, It smells absolutely divine. Mrs. Yi shook her head, equally perplexed. It seems to be the smell of fish. What kind of fish could smell so good? It's not a holiday. Who is so extravagant? While Mr. Yi grumbled, his eyes kept darting outside, unable to swallow even a bite of his porridge. In the back courtyard, Mr. Lu Haizhong was about to take a bite of scrambled eggs when the aroma wafted in, causing him to freeze in place. Nearby, brothers Lu Guantian and Lu Guangfu exchanged glances and seized the opportunity to stealthily snag a piece of egg, only to be met with swift reprimands from Mrs. Lu. In the front courtyard, Mrs. San had just arranged a plate of pickles and a pot of porridge, dividing it among the 4 children. As she caught the fragrant air, she mused, this must be Lin Wei's family stewing fish. But when did the fish from Shishaha become so aromatic? It must be because of the large fish. She shook her head, thinking of waiting for old Yin to return with a good catch so she could stew some herself. The aroma was perfect for a meal. The Yin children sat quietly, devouring their food, even forgetting to reach for the pickles they usually scrambled for. In a dimly lit room at the back courtyard, an elderly lady in her 70s or 80s, who had been napping on the Kong, was roused by the sudden, enticing fragrance. Chapter 26. All creatures drawn to the fragrance. The old lady, slightly hard of hearing, twitched her nose, muttering to herself, what scent is this? It's more alluring than the fish soup from the 8 great buildings back in the day. Her sleepiness vanished as she groped for her dragon-headed cane, her somewhat clouded eyes darting around, pondering something. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Jia household. The young master of the Jia family, Bang Gong, threw his bun down on the table, kicking his legs and rolling on the ground while wailing, I want fish and white steamed buns. Who wants to eat this dry bun? Madame Jia rushed forward to comfort him. Oh my dear grandson, in this day and age, which family can afford such luxurious delights? It is already fortunate for us to have coarsely made steamed buns to fill our bellies. However, Bang Gong was wholly unconvinced by such reasoning. With his chubby fingers pointed emphatically at the window towards the east courtyard, he shouted even louder, it's the Lin family, that childless family. The aroma is wafting from there. Grandma, you must go and get it. I want fish and steamed buns right now. Across the table, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huiru exchanged a glance, instinctively lowering their heads in silence as they gnawed on their own steamed buns. The lesson from the previous night was still fresh in their minds. That boy from the Lin family was quite ruthless, and they had no desire to provoke misfortune again. Yet, the gluttony of Bang Gong was unyielding. Seeing the adults immobile, he wriggled free from Jia Zhangshi's embrace, throwing himself onto the ground to roll about in protest, wailing even more loudly, I don't care. I want to eat. If I don't eat, I won't get up. Grandma, hurry up. If you wait too long, that little childless one will finish it all. Jia Zhangshi, observing her grandson's dramatic display, felt not anger but a secret sense of pride. This fiery spirit was undoubtedly her own legacy. Just look at how it frightened the little one in Qin Huiru's arms to tears. She immediately placed her hands on her hips and scolded Qin Huiru. You worthless harbinger of misfortune. Can't you see how ravenous my eldest grandson is? Hurry and go to the Lin family to fetch our fish and steamed buns. In this day and age, to dare indulge in fish and meat and devour white steamed buns, what an audacity. Only our Jia family, of noble lineage, is deserving of such luxuries. All the good things in this courtyard ought to belong to us. This audacious declaration left even Qin Huiru, a still blooming white lotus, momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that in her mother-in-law's eyes, this entire courtyard was apparently the private property of the Jia family. Any delightful offerings from others were inherently owed to them. However, recalling Lin Wei's formidable demeanor from the previous night, Jia Zhangshi felt a twinge of apprehension and dared not venture to seize the goods herself. She turned to retrieve a large mixing bowl from the cupboard, along with a substantial bamboo basket for groceries, thrusting them into Qin Huiru's hands while effortlessly taking the sobbing little one from her arms. What are you still dawdling for? Jia Zhangshi glared. Did you not see how starved my eldest grandson appears? Hurry up. If those bowls in the basket are not filled, do not return for dinner today. Our Jia family does not raise idlers who eat for free. Just as the Jia family was fervently orchestrating Qin Huiru's exit to plead for sustenance, 2 unceremonious knocks resonated from the wooden door of the Yi family in the central courtyard. Knock, knock. Aunt Yi hurriedly opened the door, revealing the deaf old lady leaning on her smooth dragon-headed cane outside. The dim light outlined her slender figure and the creases of her face, while her aged eyes sparkled with a hint of vitality. Old lady, what brings you here at this hour? Auntie inquired, her gaze inadvertently darting towards Yi Zonghai within the room. The old lady, unhurried, responded in a hoarse yet clear voice, Shifen. Is there no fish or white steamed buns this evening? Aunt Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Zonghai, and they both understood instantly. This was not a friendly visit. She was clearly drawn by the enticing aroma of fish and meat wafting through the air. This venerable matriarch had an unparalleled penchant for good food, with a nose remarkably sensitive to culinary delights. Whenever a household prepared a delectable dish, she was sure to arrive uninvited. Yi Zonghai stood to greet her, a resigned smile adorning his face. Oh dear lady, your nose is indeed remarkably keen. He then shifted the conversation, infusing his tone with a hint of indignation. However, these younger generations truly lack awareness, feasting on fish and meat unseasonably, causing the delightful aroma to permeate the courtyard, drawing you in without even showing respect to the elders first. The old lady seemed to ignore his words, narrowing her eyes and curling her lips in a manner that suggested she would leave it to them to manage the situation. Aunt E immediately understood, gingerly linking her arm with the old lady's frail one. Old lady, may I accompany you to have a look? Zhangshi followed suit, both of them supporting the old lady as they ventured towards the source of the enticing scent. As for bowls and chopsticks, naturally, they weren't brought along. It was a tremendous honor for the matriarch to grace their home for a meal. Any household would hastily prepare bowls and utensils to receive her. However, just as the three of them neared the eastern courtyard, they caught sight of a slender woman's silhouette. In her left hand, she carried a basket of vegetables, while her right held a large sea bowl. Aunt E's brow immediately furrowed, instinctively tightening her grip on the old lady, pondering, this Qin Huiru is surprisingly quick. And with such a large bowl, does she intend to take all the good food for herself? Unexpectedly, the old lady's eyes flashed with shrewdness. Her dragon-headed cane swiftly blocking Zhangshi and Aunt E from advancing. She was determined to see what this little vixen was up to today. Indeed, within this courtyard, the one she loathed the most was Qin Huiru. Most of the food brought home by silly Zhu ended up in this woman's hands. Even on days when there was a rare treat, before the old lady could catch a whiff of the aroma and arrive, this white lotus would have already devoured it all. It felt as though food was being snatched from her very mouth. The old lady often referred to silly Zhu as her good grandson, primarily due to his remarkable culinary skills. Yet in recent years, silly Zhu had been utterly captivated by Qin Huiru, leaving no delectable morsels for the old lady. How could she not harbor resentment? Nevertheless, the old lady was wise. Upon catching the scent, she discerned that today's chef was certainly not silly Zhu. A cold smile crept across her heart. Why not let this little vixen take the lead? If she could successfully procure food, the old lady could always swoop in later to snatch it for herself. Meanwhile, within the eastern courtyard, Shui had placed an entire iron pot on the table. There was no other choice. The fish head and flesh weighed a hefty 7 or 8 pounds. Far too much for ordinary bowls. Lin Wei followed suit, bringing over the steaming rack, lifting the lid to reveal a tender fish head stewed with tofu, emitting a fragrant steam, accompanied by plump, snow-white steamed buns. The aroma was so enticing that Ma San and the little girl couldn't take their eyes off it, unable to blink. No wonder, for Shui's culinary skills were already exceptional, and with the addition of the spiritual spring water, the fish's freshness blended with the fragrance of wheat, rich enough to nearly capture one's soul. Lin Wei set the table with 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks, generously serving large pieces of fish head and snow-white fish flesh to everyone. When it came to Shui and the little girl, he specially selected a few extra pieces of succulent fish head meat, gently placing them in their bowls. Come, eat while it's hot, he smiled, his gaze particularly directed at Shui. This fish head is filled with collagen, excellent for the skin. It's a beauty secret for young ladies. Although she did not fully grasp the term collagen, the mention of beauty instantly brightened Shui's eyes. Unable to resist, she lifted her chopsticks and grabbed a piece to savor. The soft, silky fish flesh melted instantly on her tongue, bursting with flavor, even more delicate than tofu. Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes. The deliciousness surpassed even the extravagant dishes her brother had boasted about from the Tan family. Hey, Xiao, wait a moment. Lin Wei chuckled, stopping the little girl who was eagerly reaching out. It's very hot. Be careful of burning your mouth. He took a soup spoon, carefully stirred the fish soup, blowing on it gently several times before offering it to the pouting little Lin Xiao, who wore a face full of grievance. As the little girl took a sip, her face instantly brightened with joy. She couldn't care less about the heat, devouring spoonful after spoonful without pause. Lin Wei's lips curled into a smile as he observed the 2 young ladies indulging in their meal, his hands not idle either. He retrieved a large bowl, meticulously separating some fish heads and tofu, preparing to cool them for the little German shepherd wagging its tail at his feet. I must say this tofu is simply exquisite, remarked Ma Sanner, wiping the sweat from his brow as he savored the dish, his words slightly garbled. It's been stewed to perfection, soaking in the essence of the fish. Each bite, a delightful blend of bean and meat flavors that could make one swoon. Lin Wei felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing this, and turned his gaze towards Ma Sanner. To his surprise, this seemingly rough man offered such profound insights on food. With such discernment, he would undoubtedly make for an excellent food critic decades hence. Just as Lin Wei lifted a piece of tender fish, the enticing aroma nearly brushing against his lips, an abrupt and ill-timed knocking at the door shattered the moment. Who is it? Coming to knock at mealtime? Ma Sanner grumbled as he stood up, wiping his hands before heading towards the door. Lin Wei's brow furrowed in concern. He could easily guess it was one of the neighbors from the courtyard, drawn by the delectable scent. But he wondered whether it was the enchanting by Lin Wei from the Jia family, or the calculating San Yi from the front yard, or perhaps. His peripheral vision caught He Yushui pausing with her chopsticks. Her complexion had paled slightly, as if a sudden memory had tightened around her throat, leaving her fingers stiff on the chopsticks. Ma Saner, don't open it. Lin Wei's voice lowered ominously. At this hour, it could not bode well. He Yushui's shoulders relaxed imperceptibly at his words. Ma Saner, sensing the tension, returned to his seat, seizing a steamed bun to dunk into the fish soup and pop into his mouth. Yet the person outside remained persistent. When met with silence, they paused for a moment before knocking again, more urgently this time. The sound echoed off the door and into the ears of those inside, conveying a sense of determination that they would not relent until the door was opened. Even the little girl, who had been engrossed in her fish, could no longer tolerate it, pouting her small face in annoyance as she glared at the door. The knocking was akin to the clamor of a funeral drum, disturbing the enjoyment of their meal. With a sudden crash, Lin Wei slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated the audacity of the neighbors. If this continued, no one would be able to enjoy their meal in peace. He sprang to his feet, striding to the door, suddenly recalling something. He grabbed a sturdy wooden stick that had been propped against the door. With a swift motion, he opened the door just a crack, using his left hand to block the opening with the stick, effectively barring entry. The person outside, attempting to slip through the opening, was caught off guard by the sudden obstruction, letting out a startled cry. Ah? Lin Wei focused his gaze, realizing with a quiet resignation, it was indeed her. The woman before him possessed the gentle beauty reminiscent of Shui Baoke, yet her eyes held a timid charm akin to Lin Du. However, beneath that exterior lay a shrewdness akin to Wang Zifeng. Who else could it be but the illustrious Bai Lianhua, Qin Huiru? Momentarily taken aback by the stick, Qin Huiru quickly regained her composure. She lifted her right hand, adjusting her wind-tousled hair, her chest subtly rising, forming a lovely silhouette. Lin Wei, dear brother. She spoke in a soft, tender voice, tinged with a hint of grievance. It's so cold outside. Why would you leave your sister out here? As she spoke, her fingers grazed the stick, attempting to push it aside. Why are you blocking me? Are you trying to chase Sister Qin away? Congratulations, you guessed it. Lin Wei replied tersely, his grip unwavering. You are not welcome here. Qin Huiru exerted herself, yet the stick remained immovable. Oh dear, she feigned a stomping foot in frustration. How can my brother be so strong? Do you truly intend to leave your sister out here to freeze? If you fear the cold, go back to your own home. Lin Wei replied coldly, observing her reddened nose and cheeks from the cold wind, feeling a bitter amusement at her desperation. Don't cause trouble at my doorstep. Wah. Qin Huiru's tone suddenly took on a hint of a whimper, her voice more pitiful than ever. Is it true that my dear brother holds such disdain for his sister? Look, it's freezing, my hands are numb from the cold, and you won't even let me in for a moment of warmth? You know it's cold? Lin Wei retorted sharply. What kind of good person knocks on someone else's door in the dead of winter during meal times? Enough, just tell me what you want. He continued, growing weary of this charade with the white lotus. He had assumed his previous display would have dissuaded her, yet he underestimated her audacity. This was a woman who could endure the cold by the laundry basin in winter, waiting for a meal to be brought back by a foolish pillar. As he considered this, Lin Wei decided to be direct. Well, Qin Huiru began, her gaze darting quickly toward the interior, fixating on the steaming pot of fish and the pristine white buns on the table. Chapter 28. Qin Huiru confronted. The deaf old lady steps in. He Yushui trembled under her gaze, akin to a startled rabbit, hastily lowering her head and desperately shoveling fish into her mouth, as if fearing that the contents of her bowl would vanish if she hesitated even for a second. Lin Wei, dear brother, is that fish soup you've made? And steamed white buns? Qin Huiru's voice now quivered with emotion, her eyes reddening. Oh, you have no idea. My family S. Bangung and Xiao Dang have been deprived of meat for nearly half a year. She raised her hand to wipe away non-existent tears, her shoulders quaking slightly, her voice perfectly capturing the tone of a sorrowful plea. Seeing the children grow thinner day by day, it's my failing as a mother. Sister begs you, please, share just a bit of fish and a few buns. I, along with the Jia family, will forever remember your kindness. Qin Huiru. Spare me your act of pity, Lin Wei scoffed, his gaze sharp as it sliced through her tearful facade. With your family S. Bangung looking like a pig, you speak of malnutrition? Ridiculous. Lin Wei's voice rose abruptly, his disdain and revulsion evident. Qin Huiru flinched at his words, her usually sparkling eyes clouding with tears. Oh dear. How can my brother call his sister a vixen? Am I truly so unworthy? Her voice quivered, tears streaming down her cheeks, projecting an image of someone who had suffered a great injustice. Qin Huiru, I can't possibly acknowledge you as my sister. Lin Wei replied, unfazed. If our ancestors in the heavens knew I had recognized such a shameless sister, they would surely be furious enough to come down and punish me. Having crossed the line, he chose to be forthright. His peripheral vision caught numerous neighbors drawn by the commotion, peering with curiosity. Particularly, he noticed the deaf old lady lurking behind the moon gate and the crafty Jia Zhangshi, both intently observing the unfolding scene. Lin Wei's heart was filled with sardonic laughter. Today, she would thoroughly strip away the hypocritical facade of Qin Huiru, casting it to the ground to be trampled upon mercilessly. The neighbors bore witness to the scene. You, Qin Huiru, always choose the precise moments when others are dining to bang on my door, claiming you wish to borrow vegetables? When has the Jia family ever returned what they borrowed? This is not borrowing, it is clearly begging. His finger jabbed forcefully towards the absurdly large enamel basin and the empty vegetable basket held by Qin Huiru, as he questioned sharply, look at this. What does bringing such a large item imply? I suspect you are not here merely to ask for a morsel. Rather, you intend to empty my home. Inside, he Yushui, who was savoring fish and meat, froze mid-bite. She looked up, her eyes unwittingly reddening, glistening with unshed tears. This Wei Gur was far superior to her foolish brother, who turned weak-kneed at the sight of Qin Huiru. Every time her brother cooked, Qin Huiru showed up to feign pity, leaving her brother eager to hand over an entire pot to the Jia family. She often couldn't even manage a warm bowl of soup for herself. Nearby, Ma San'er felt a rush of exhilaration, rubbing his hands together. The fearless street rogue Wei Gur had returned. These sharp rebukes were truly cathartic. Indeed, Ma San'er immediately rallied, shouting out in support of Lin Wei, adding fuel to the fire she had ignited. Let the neighbors adjudicate. Who does she think she is? All she does is weep and wail, thinking she can take away the hard-earned food of our brother? Only the youngest girl, with wide eyes, tilted her head in confusion, watching the fierce dispute at the door. Yes, that's exactly the point. Finally, a matron who had long disapproved of Qin Huiru's antics chimed in. The old Jia family has never had any decency, always sending this pretty daughter-in-law to beg for food when the young men are busy cooking. The atmosphere of the courtyard shifted as Lin Wei's relentless verbal onslaught, combined with Ma San'er's timely support and the pointed whispers of the surrounding neighbors, pierced through the still-forming darkness around Qin Huiru. Her typically invulnerable demeanor was ruthlessly dismantled by Lin Wei. Those words were not merely unpleasant, they were a heart-wrenching exposure, stripping her of her veiled intentions and trampling them underfoot. At that moment, Qin Huiru's face burned as if she had been publicly slapped. Lin Wei, how could you do this? Qin Huiru's voice trembled, tinged with a cry, as she struggled to uphold her last shred of dignity. If you don't want to lend, then just don't. How can you slander me like this? Is there no justice left in this world? I merely wish to borrow some vegetables for the children to strengthen their bodies. Must you treat me so disdainfully? Yet despite her tearful display, her body betrayed her sincerity. No longer blocking the door, her steps were hesitant, as if nailed to the ground, lingering with a reluctance to truly depart. Her misty, tear-filled eyes occasionally darted back toward the interior, harboring a flicker of hope that Lin Wei might suddenly relent, even if just to spare some leftover food. However, Lin Wei showed no signs of yielding, her hand firmly gripping the doorframe, ready to slam the door shut. Not so fast. At that moment, a low, authoritative voice emerged from the crowd. Jia Zhangshi, who had been silently observing, finally stepped forward. The scene had left him momentarily astounded. Since Qin Huiru entered this courtyard, he had never witnessed her in such a pitiful state, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. It took him a moment to regain his composure, only realizing the gravity of the situation when Lin Wei prepared to close the door. Lin Wei cast a glance upward, a cold smile forming within her heart. Ah. The main player could no longer contain herself. To him, Qin Huiru was merely a fleeting ideal in the eyes of the youth in the courtyard. As for her virtue, the current White Lotus was lacking in depth. The true mastermind, however, remained behind the scenes, embodied in the person standing before him. The elderly matron, supported by a neighbor, advanced from the back of the crowd like an empress making her entrance. Her face appeared kind, yet her brows were knitted with an unassailable authority, her head held high, her gaze cast downward with an air of disdain. The dragon-headed cane in her hand struck the ground rhythmically, her steps neither hurried nor slow, yet exuding an undeniable presence that commanded respect. The previously chattering neighbors, upon catching sight of her, fell silent and parted like frightened mice before a cat, instinctively creating a path. This unspoken reverence added an enigmatic weight to her presence. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi, who had sought to assert his authority, now found himself merely leading the way, his demeanor respectful, as if a servant guiding an empress. Chapter 29. Lin Wei, shut the door, unleashed the little black dog. Lin Wei remained motionless, her back straight as a blade, silent yet sharp, emanating a chilling aura even before drawing her weapon. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of relief. His earlier shout had been a feigned bravado, fearing that Lin Wei might slam the door in his face. If that occurred, would he be forced to persist like Qin Huiru, persistently knocking? His dignity could not withstand such humiliation. Now that Lin Wei had halted her actions, he assumed she was finally wary of the matron's authority, believing the situation was securely in his grasp. Clearing his throat, he adopted his usual self-righteous tone, instinctively beginning to admonish, Lin Wei, how can you treat the Jia family's daughter-in-law like this? We are a model courtyard, emphasizing neighborly support. If you've made something delicious, what harm is there in sharing a bit with a neighbor? Before he could finish, the elderly matron's expression soured. Internally, she cursed. What foolishness is this, Yi Zhonghai? Did you not see the enormous basin that the Jia daughter-in-law brought? If we allow her to take the first bite, will there be anything left for me to eat? Yet at that moment, Lin Wei's resolute response brought a flicker of unnoticeable joy to the matron's eyes. Yi Zhonghai, do you not remember how the Jia family treated me yesterday? Lin Wei's voice was calm yet clear. I have already quarreled with the Jia family. We have crossed swords. And this enmity is irreparable. Her gaze swept across the crowd, and she declared, today, does Qin Huiru dare to come here begging? Neighbors, let us judge. Who has ever witnessed such shamelessness? I, Lin Wei, will not coexist with the Jia family. She paused, her sharp eyes locking onto Yi Zhonghai, enunciating each word with precision. Should anyone from the Jia family dare to disturb us again, do not blame me for being ruthless. At that time, do not say I did not issue a prior warning. Her gaze finally settled on the still immobile, tearful Qin Huiru, her tone dripping with derision. Do not think I would hesitate to act against a woman. Besides, my family possesses a guardian beast. She cast a glance toward the interior. Little one, take note. If this shameless woman dares to approach our door again, slam the door and unleash the little black dog. At that, the seemingly understanding little German shepherd bounded forth. Still a puppy but bravely baring its milk teeth, growling lowly at Qin Huiru in a fierce protective stance. Oh no, the Lin family has set their dog on me. Qin Huiru's face paled in terror, and she no longer dared to linger for a moment longer. She hurriedly picked up the conspicuous large bowl of seafood, neglecting to secure her basket, stumbling and flustered as she fled towards the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai squinted slightly, a glimmer of intelligence shining through the narrow gap of his eyes. Lin Wei's decisive move to completely sever ties with the Jia family was indeed unexpected. However, he quickly reasoned that the Jia family had the simple-minded joie to cushion their fall, so they wouldn't go hungry regardless. The most pressing matter at hand was to pacify this troublesome individual before him. He could not allow him to rebel, or else managing this courtyard would become exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Yi Zhonghai instinctively adopted his familiar tone. Lin Wei, regarding your affair with the Jia family. There's an old saying that enemies should resolve their differences rather than deepen them. As soon as the words left his mouth, he found himself caught in Lin Wei's icy gaze, sharp as a blade, causing his heart to lurch. He hastily swallowed his subsequent words and awkwardly shifted his tone. However, I am not here to mediate between you and the Jia family today. Oh, Lin Wei's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You wish to mediate, but I fear you lack the capability. The onlooking neighbors were utterly dumbfounded. What was going on with Yi Zhonghai? Just yesterday, he had concluded a courtyard meeting with a whimper, and today he was publicly challenged by Lin Wei, who accused him of incompetence. It was a resounding slap in the face to him, yet he bore it. They were oblivious to the fact that Lin Wei's merciless words had ignited a fiery sting on Yi Zhonghai's face. However, he had built a persona over the years that could not falter, especially with the old matriarch watching. The most crucial task was to achieve her objective first. Dealing with this brat could wait for another day. Suppressing the boiling rage within, Yi Zhonghai once again resorted to his familiar didactic rhetoric, attempting to claim the moral high ground. Lin Wei, in our courtyard, we advocate for love and unity as one family. Neighbors should assist each other, especially when someone is in need. Enough. Lin Wei interrupted brusquely, his tone dripping with impatience. I have no time to listen to your hypocritical sermons. If you have matters to discuss, speak plainly. If not, be gone and do not hinder my meal. His words landed like a splash of cold water in hot oil, igniting an uproar among the crowd. Hypocrite. Neighbors had never witnessed such a blunt insult directed at Yi Zhonghai before. Eager whispers filled the air as they exchanged excited glances. Today's gossip was undeniably juicy and enticing. Yi Zhonghai felt a wave of blood rush to his cheeks, his face turning crimson. Being berated like this by a younger generation was an unbearable humiliation. He instinctively clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, wishing he could land a punch on Lin Wei's handsome, yet infuriating face. But in a flash, The fierce image of Lin Wei beating up Jia and his apprentice from the previous night loomed before him, weighing his own frail body against that fierce spirit. He forcibly stifled the urge to retaliate. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. Today, he would engage in a battle of wits, not of fists. He forced a magnanimous expression onto his face and squeezed out a response through gritted teeth. Very well, I shall be brief. As a member of this courtyard, respecting the elders and caring for the young is a traditional virtue. When there is good food, should it not be first offered to the elders in the courtyard? Especially stop. Enough. Lin Wei interjected, raising a hand to rub his forehead dramatically, a pained expression crossing his face. My head hurts. I need to think about what you, Zhangshi, said at last night's courtyard meeting. With that, he slapped his forehead, feigning sudden realization. Oh, what was I thinking? Did you not repeatedly declare your intention to sever ties with my Lin family and expel us from the courtyard? How is it that today you suddenly consider us a part of the courtyard? Zhangshi, your words are nothing but foul and insipid. He spat on the ground in disgust, truly a detriment to my appetite. At this, the gathered neighbors erupted into a frenzy of whispers. What is this all about? They bring in some delicacies, but now they want to pull people back into the courtyard? What else could it be? Useful individuals are family, while the useless ones are simply kicked aside. Voices of those who often resisted Zhangshi's authority began to circulate among the crowd. Inside the house, Yushui, who had just felt a sense of relief after expelling Qin Huai, felt her heart sink once more. Her eyes were fixed intently on Lin Wei, whose courage and words far surpassed her foolish brother, who was completely enamored by Qin. Zhangshi felt as if he might crush his back teeth in frustration. Lin Wei had completely overturned his expectations. Not only was he formidable in a fight, but his verbal prowess was equally sharp and incisive. This self-proclaimed moral authority was now at a loss, unable to gain any advantage. He knew that if he could not suppress this young man today, he would become a thorn in his side in the future. Yet, the more passive he felt, the more he forced himself to remain calm. Clearing his throat, he managed to adopt a serious demeanor. Even if you do not recognize yourself as a member of the courtyard, respecting the elders and caring for the young is a fundamental human principle that cannot be discarded, can it? He shifted his approach, finally revealing his true intentions. Today, you prepared fish and steamed buns, both suitable for the elderly. Our ancestors of the courtyard are here. As a young person, should you not pay your respects? After saying this, Zhangshi silently congratulated himself. Despite the unfavorable situation, he had managed to regain some ground through quick thinking. By invoking the respect for elders and ancestors, he was eager to see how Lin Wei would counter. He noticed that the previously chattering neighbors were now mostly silent, their gazes shifting between him and the deaf old matriarch, the atmosphere having changed significantly. In this courtyard, ultimately, it was Zhangshi who held the final say. Seeing that the situation seemed to be under control, the deaf old matriarch let out a satisfied snort, her cane tapping leisurely on the ground. Auntie quickly acted like a dutiful servant, assisting her with her arm as they headed towards Lin Wei's home. Zhangshi followed closely behind, his demeanor respectful yet slightly obsequious. Inside, Yushui observed this scene with a sinking heart, letting out a long sigh as she silently rose from the dining table. She understood all too well that this round was likely lost. The deaf old matriarch and Zhangshi had never been fond of her. Once these three entered the house, she would undoubtedly be the first to be expelled. Since that was the case, it was better for her to leave gracefully, preserving at least a shred of dignity. After all, the deaf old matriarch was the revered ancestor of the courtyard whom no one dared to provoke, and with Uncle E and Auntie flanking her, this trio was untouchable. Otherwise, Zhangshi would readily brand her as disrespectful to the elders, and no matter how eloquent Lin Wei might be, he would be unable to silence the voices of everyone in the courtyard. The other neighbors, craning their necks to watch the drama unfold, shared similar thoughts to Yushui. They were curious about what delicious food the old matriarch's trio would enjoy inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of something they themselves could not savor. However, just as the deaf old matriarch was about to lift her foot to cross the threshold, an unexpected interruption occurred. Wait! Lin Wei's sharp voice rang out, his wrist twisting as the stick he had been holding firmly positioned itself before the old matriarch and Auntie, effectively blocking their path. The elderly lady was caught off guard, stumbling forward a couple of steps due to the unexpected obstruction, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Fortunately, a robust woman had been holding her tightly, exerting her utmost strength to steady the elderly woman's faltering form. The deaf old woman, shaken from her surprise, lifted her head. Her once murky gaze now transformed into two piercing, icy beams that fixed directly on Lin Wei. Zhangshi was equally taken aback by Lin Wei's audacity to confront him so resolutely, even daring to impede the elderly woman's entrance. This act was akin to publicly slapping his face, instantly igniting his fury as he shouted, "Lin Wei, Are you rebelling? How dare you? At her age, you would obstruct her? If anything were to happen to her, you would be guilty of harming the elderly. Lin Wei scoffed at Jia Zhangshi's outrage, his expression unshaken. Rebellion? What rebellion? Rather, it is some individuals who intrude uninvited and trespass into private homes, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the law and inciting rebellion against it. Jia Zhangshi, enraged, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Wei, his scalp seemingly bristling with fury. You little rascal, he bellowed. Everyone in this courtyard knows that the elderly lady is the most respected elder among us, our ancestor. Wherever she wishes to go, that is a blessing for that household. Instead of showing gratitude and respect, you dare to obstruct her? This is utterly lawless. At that moment, several women from the onlooking crowd chimed in. Indeed, Lin's boy. At her age, the elderly lady is a symbol of good fortune for our courtyard. You must not be foolish. Yes, when you marry and have children, won't you still need to pay respects to our ancestor for blessings in red envelopes? Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that this deaf elderly woman was merely someone of peculiar status, adept at managing her affairs, and that Jia Zhangshi had elevated her to such a revered position through his constant indoctrination of respect for the elderly. Little did he expect that reality was more absurd than fiction. Jia Zhangshi, in his bid to solidify his and the elderly woman's elevated status, could genuinely portray her as a figure of good fortune. Of course, one could not overlook the considerable monetary contributions behind this. Wedding blessings, celebratory red envelopes for newborns, and the like over the years must have amounted to a significant sum. At that moment, He Yushui quietly emerged from the house. She reached out her frail hand and gently grasped Lin Wei's arm, her voice soft as she urged, Wei go, it's just a bit of food, let it go. She timidly glanced up at the stern-faced elderly woman and Jia Zhangshi, only to be intimidated by their piercing gazes, causing her to lower her head. Her voice almost inaudible. Consider it a gesture of filial piety to the elderly. Seeing He Yushui step forward to mediate, the elderly woman felt a sense of assurance. She had not anticipated that this girl, whom she had always looked down upon, would demonstrate such awareness. If this girl continued to be so obedient, perhaps she could suggest to her esteemed grandson, Shiezu, to increase her allowance by a couple of coins each month, allowing her to live a bit better. He Yushui tugged at Lin Wei's sleeve a couple of times, her fingertips trembling slightly, yet she could not persuade him to budge an inch. Jia Zhangshi, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. Having invoked the elderly woman's revered status, this Lin boy remained steadfast, effectively slapping his face, the so-called elder's authority, in defiance. Chapter 31. Lin Wei. How can a barren old widow bestow blessings? This simply would not do. He must reclaim his dignity today. He stepped forward forcefully, gripping the stick tightly, exerting all his strength to pull it away. Jia Zhangshi could no longer maintain the facade of a benevolent moral authority. His demeanor shifted to one of menace, as if he wished to devour Lin Wei whole. The deaf elderly woman, witnessing Jia Zhangshi's aggression, couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. She struck the ground with her dragon-headed cane, pulling a dazed woman along as she wobbled forward. At that moment, Lin Wei finally snapped out of his reverie. He raised his gaze to Jia Zhangshi, a faint smile curling his lips, sharp and cold, as if he could see through everything. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, do not blame me for being ruthless. This time, I shall strip away the veneer of hypocrisy you and the elderly woman have so carefully cultivated and trample it into the mud. With a swift flick of his wrist, he deftly pushed outward. Ouch! Jia Zhangshi, taken aback by the suddenness of the action, lost his balance and fell backward, landing squarely in the snow, a comical sight indeed. Fortunately, the thick winter clothing and the snow cushioned his fall, leaving him unscathed. However, in front of the gathered crowd, the humiliation was palpable. His face flushed crimson, then turned a ghastly shade of green, utterly losing composure. Lin Wei, you wretch! Jia Zhangshi roared, incensed at the audacity of a junior raising his hand against an elder, declaring it completely lawless. You, a wretched creature, still wish to bask in the blessings of our ancestor? Dream on, perhaps in your next life. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. Although Lin Wei had previously given Jia Zhangshi a hard time during the last courtyard meeting, that had merely been a verbal sparring match. Who could have imagined that today? Even the elderly lady's presence would prove ineffective, and Lin Wei would still show no regard? Even Jia Zhangshi had been effortlessly pushed to the ground. He Yushui trembled in fear, yet instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Wei's sleeve, struggling to stand by his side, her face as pale as a ghost. Suddenly, Lin Wei burst into a loud, clear laugh, his voice ringing like a bell, as if shaking the very roof of the building loose from its snowy burden. Ancestor, blessings? You truly believe such nonsense? The nearby residents, almost instinctively, nodded, The years of Zhanghai's indoctrination regarding the veneration of the elderly had become an ingrained reflex. The deaf elderly woman, however, remained unfazed, merely snorting coldly from her nostrils without lifting an eyelid. Zhanghai glared at Lin Wei with venomous intensity. Each word spat through clenched teeth. Our ancestor, esteemed and virtuous, is the stabilizing force of our courtyard. Is that not a blessing, not a protection? Lin Wei, however, merely scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. Oh? So longevity equates to worth, and thus one deserves to be revered? In that case, I shall go to Bahai and fish for a century-old turtle. Surely it would surpass all of you in age. Might as well invite it back to serve as an ancestor. Upon hearing this, Zhanghai sprang to his feet, nearly charging at Lin Wei. But the thought of Lin Wei's formidable prowess forced him to halt. He could only extend a trembling finger, shaking as he admonished Lin Wei. Impudent. Before our ancestor. How dare you, a mere youth, speak such slander? At that moment, even the usually composed deaf elderly woman could no longer maintain her dignity. Her expression darkened. The rhythm of her dragon-headed cane striking the ground faltered, producing a chaotic and jarring sound. Her almost predatory gaze bore into Lin Wei's face, as if wishing to rend him limb from limb. Yet, Lin Wei's next words shattered her and Zhanghai's defenses completely. If you ask me, that century-old turtle possesses far more fortune than this elderly woman. At least the turtle can have numerous offspring, thriving in abundance. But she is merely an old, barren widow. Seeing the crowd still somewhat dazed, Lin Wei delivered another merciless blow. One might ponder. Can a person with no descendants truly bestow blessings of progeny and enduring fortune upon you? If one does not elevate oneself, perhaps one day, when they stretch out their feet, they will find no one to bow or offer a basin. Lin Wei's barrage of eloquent remarks left the neighbors, including He Yushui, utterly astounded. The initial shock in their gazes gradually transformed into clarity, akin to waking from a deep slumber. So that's how it is, someone murmured. No wonder Uncle E incessantly speaks of honoring ancestors and respecting elders. It was all to erect a monument for the old lady and transform the entire courtyard into her devoted descendants. Those quick to grasp the situation immediately understood the implications. Haha, I always wondered why we had to bow to the old lady every New Year's Day. Another chimed in with a cold laugh. Initially thinking that a bow might earn them a red envelope, they now realized that such a gesture was akin to holding something scalding. And that's not all. If Uncle E succeeds in his scheme, once the old lady passes, wouldn't the title of ancestor naturally fall upon him? Oh dear, with that in mind, wouldn't Uncle E be sealing his own fate? This line of thought led to the conclusion that his retirement could be entirely secured. Not just secured. He'd practically reign supreme in the courtyard for a lifetime, firmly anchoring his position as Uncle E. Lin Wei had pierced through the veil of deception, and the crowd engaged in spirited conversation, unraveling the convoluted financial scheming of the deaf old lady and Zhanghai. Meanwhile, the expressions of the old lady and Zhanghai had turned a ghastly shade of purple, reflecting their discomfort. They had merely sought to indulge in a morsel of advantage while subduing Lin Wei, not anticipating that their machinations would be laid bare in such a public manner. The boomerang had struck them with ferocity and precision, embedding itself deep within their own hearts. Particularly for Zhanghai, the notion of being childless was an unspoken taboo, one that had remained under to be mentioned for years. Though Lin Wei did not name him directly, every word he uttered, derived from the old lady, resonated with the neighbors, who instantly associated it with him. Lin Wei, what nonsense are you spouting? The old lady, at her advanced age, could hardly tolerate such slander. Zhanghai's face turned an ashen hue, his trembling finger betraying his composure, his voice devoid of the former authority of Uncle E, reduced to a feeble attempt at defense. Haha, which of my statements is not grounded in truth? Lin Wei took the opportunity to unleash his full arsenal, each word a sharp dagger aimed at the heart. Pray tell, is the old lady indeed without children? Is she truly childless? Or do you, Zhanghai, perhaps harbor an illegitimate son hidden away? You. Zhanghai felt as if he had been struck a debilitating blow. The air caught in his chest, nearly forcing him to cough up blood. The absence of descendants was his life's deepest wound, and Lin Wei's merciless tearing open of this scar left him feeling flushed with shame. Chapter 32. Administering a potent remedy to Qin Huiru. Lin Wei, the old lady is not. In a moment of desperation, Zhanghai nearly blurted out a defense. Zhanghai, enough. The deaf old lady interjected sharply, fearing that he might inadvertently expose her secrets in front of everyone. Zhanghai quickly regained his composure, swallowing his words. He glared fiercely at Lin Wei, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he might leap upon him in a fit of rage. Oh dear, my head suddenly aches terribly. The deaf old lady, sensing the precariousness of the situation, decided that prolonging the confrontation would only lead to a more difficult resolution. With a swift change of demeanor, She adopted a frail and feeble appearance. Shifen, hurry, help me back. She leaned weakly against Aunt E, her earlier commanding presence evaporating, now resembling a frail and unstable elder. Zhangshi rushed forward, supporting the old lady's arms alongside Aunt E, turning without a backward glance, nearly fleeing towards the backyard. Witnessing the retreat of this trio of retirement schemers, Lin Wei's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He then turned to the onlookers still gathered nearby, his voice calm, yet laced with an icy detachment. So, have you all had your fill of the spectacle? Do you expect me to treat you to a meal? The crowd instantly jolted back to reality, acutely aware that this was no ordinary character. In terms of physical prowess, he could easily dispatch the courtyard's so-called warrior, Xia Zhu, to the hospital. In terms of verbal sparring, even Zhangshi and the deaf old lady had been bested into retreat. Who would dare provoke such a figure? It was unclear who shrank back first. But the crowd swiftly dispersed, each retreating to their homes, eager to avoid drawing Lin Wei's attention. Lin Wei's gaze shifted to the corner, where Qin Huiru remained huddled. Her eyes flickered, still reluctant to give up, casting glances towards his dwelling. Qin Huiru, why have you not departed yet? Lin Wei's words dripped with mockery, still clinging on, hoping to beg for alms. It seems your audacity exceeds even that of Zhangshi and the deaf old lady, truly deserving of the title of the courtyard's foremost lotus flower. Qin Huiru lifted her gaze, feigning a pitiful countenance. Internally calculating, she thought that if she could just endure a moment longer, perhaps a sliver of opportunity might arise. Lin Wei chuckled inwardly, recognizing her tenacity. It appeared that a more forceful approach was necessary. He deliberately raised his voice, addressing He Yushui. Yushui, if I am not mistaken, your tuition fees have been overdue for several months now, haven't they? Ah, how did you know, Brother Wei? He Yushui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling vulnerable. In this courtyard, who does not know? Lin Wei remarked coldly. Our dear sister Qin has been frequenting your brother's place, ostensibly to clean, but in reality, she has her sights set on his purse. The moment she catches sight of a few coins, she plays the victim, claiming her family is struggling to make ends meet. And borrows from your brother. What a skillful maneuver. A married woman constantly infiltrating the abode of a single man. One might easily mistake her for your sister-in-law. What? He Yushui was left speechless. Initially, the sight of her brother bringing meals to Qin Huiru's family had already stirred her dissatisfaction. But learning of this sordid affair behind her back pushed her over the edge. Remembering how she had been unable to hold her head high among her classmates due to her inability to pay tuition, she could no longer contain her outburst. Qin Huiru, how could you be so heartless? That was my money for meals and education. You just swallowed it whole. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Ah, I didn't. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Qin Huiru's thoughts were laid bare before the crowd, her face burning crimson, her gaze darting anxiously, instinctively denying the accusations. Yet her feeble voice and reluctant gestures betrayed her guilt. Wrongfully accuse you? Where has Xia Zhu's salary gone? Lin Wei pressed on relentlessly, leaving her no room to breathe. Don't tell me. As a cook, he has no worries about food and drink, yet with a monthly salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents. He can't even afford his sister's tuition. Today, the unfortunate He Yushui was present as well. Before Lin Wei could finish, He Yushui's brows furrowed in anger. Her small face taut, as she pointed a trembling finger at Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru, how dare you still claim innocence? No wonder for the past few months when I asked my brother for tuition, he always hesitated. It turns out that meager savings of his hard-earned money have long been swindled clean by you. Who else in this courtyard could have made him so secretive but you? Our esteemed sister Qin? Well said, Lin Wei thought to himself, nodding in agreement. He Yushui, who usually appeared gentle and quiet, had suddenly gained a newfound confidence. Today, standing up to the deaf old lady and Zhangshi had evidently emboldened her. Just look at her now, standing tall, her eyes sharp as knives, completely shedding her usual timid demeanor. Qin Huiru opened her mouth, her eyes darting frantically around. The neighbors, who had not yet dispersed, had long since halted their steps, their eyes gleaming with a frightening intensity as they watched the spectacle unfold. They pointed and whispered, all directed at her. Is there truly such a thing as a wall that does not let a whisper through? Wasn't everyone in the courtyard already aware of her parasitic relationship with the simpleton? It was merely that with an elder providing support and the simpleton himself being content, no one dared to shatter this fragile illusion. As Qin Huiru realized she could not evade the scrutiny, her complexion drained of color, and she quickly donned a sorrowful facade. Tears streaming down her face as she began to lament to He Yushui. Sister Yushui, there's nothing I can do. My family consists of 5 mouths to feed, relying solely on the meager rations brought home by your brother Dongxiu. If it weren't for the neighbor's assistance, our family would have starved long ago. Oh, your family starving? Lin Wei interjected with a sneer, taking the opportunity to mock. Look at the Jia family. Who among them, aside from your blood-sucking Dongxiu, is not plump and well-fed? Come, let everyone see how you, Qin Huiru, have lost weight over the years. You appear to have rounded out even more. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Several lecherous old men unconsciously casting glances at Qin Huiru, their eyes lingering on her protruding bosom. They sighed internally, acknowledging Lin Wei's words as undeniably true. Furthermore, Lin Wei continued with deliberate slowness, his gaze like a piercing blade aimed directly at Qin Huiru. Among the beasts in this courtyard, his disdain for the Jia family was most profound, and above all, he found her, this pretentious white lotus, utterly revolting. While it could be argued that the simpleton willingly allowed his blood to be drained, her repeated interference in his suitor's affairs, dooming him to remain a bachelor well into his 30s, was inexcusable. Even if he were willing to wait for her, she had concocted endless excuses, delaying their marriage until he was nearly 40. Indeed, she could have easily claimed her advancing age rendered her incapable of bearing children, had it not been for the deaf old woman's scheming, which left the simpleton in a perilous predicament, risking his chance at progeny. Chapter 33. Utilizing the Jia Zhang family's hand to deliver a crushing blow to Qin Huiru. A robust, well-earning middle-aged man had been utterly drained of vitality by her, ultimately meeting a frigid death in a bridge's underpass, his body torn apart by wild dogs. This woman was not merely bad, she was venomous. A poison that chilled the bones. Thus, in this lifetime, Lin Wei vowed to seize every opportunity to strike her at her very core, mercilessly and repeatedly. Isn't it you, Qin Huiru, who brings back the lunchboxes from the simpleton? How is it that a few lunchboxes cannot satiate your entire family of ingrates? Do you intend to drain him of every last cent of his meager salary? Pray tell, where has the borrowed money gone? Was it consumed or imbibed? The old neighbors in this courtyard have keen eyes. Who can conceal their purchases of rice or vegetables from them? Might it be that you have secretly stashed that money away to support your impoverished family? At this, Qin Huiru shuddered, her face paling instantly, her eyes widening in terror as if she had seen a ghost. This secret she had guarded so tightly, never allowing a whisper of it to escape, was now laid bare. How could Lin Wei possibly know? Was there truly some cosmic retribution, some divine omniscience? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Wei had simply guessed based on his memories from a past life. Fortune smiled upon him, as he struck at the very heart of her darkest secret. At that moment, Qin Huiru could no longer maintain her composure. Her lips trembled as she attempted to defend herself, but no words emerged, fearful that her attempts would only worsen her predicament. The gazes of the onlookers pierced her like needles, and He Yushui's eyes, filled with a desire to tear her apart, were unmistakably evident. Eventually, her legs gave way beneath her, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her hands as she wept uncontrollably, unable to utter a single coherent word. Qin Huiru, you little wretch. Is it not enough to entice men in the courtyard, but you cannot even beg properly? The hoarse and shrill voice of Jia Zhang erupted from the corner of the courtyard. This old crone had likely lurked in the shadows for some time. Witnessing Qin Huiru not only fail to procure food, but also have her facade ruthlessly dismantled by Lin Wei, realizing the tide had turned against her, she instantly raised her voice in a retreat signal. Upon hearing this, Qin Huiru felt as if she had heard celestial music. Even being called a little wretch by her mother-in-law now sounded oddly harmonious. Just moments ago, she had felt the scorching weight of the crowd's gaze, wishing to sink into the earth, but now she finally had an excuse to escape. She feigned wiping her already sparse tears, daring not to utter another word as she hastily grabbed her vegetable basket with one hand and clutched her empty bowl with the other, hurrying toward the inner courtyard without a clear path. However, Lin Wei had no intention of allowing the matter to conclude so easily. He seized hold of He Yushui, who also wished to depart, and quietly followed toward the Jia family's direction. Noticing the puzzlement on her face, he placed a finger to his lips, conveying a wordless signal. He Yushui instantly understood they were to eavesdrop. Indeed, scarcely had Qin Huiru crossed the threshold of her home when the muffled yet fierce sounds of scolding erupted from behind the flimsy wooden door. You little harlot, speak. Where did you hide the money? Mother, I swear I haven't hidden anything. I relied entirely on the simpleton for all my needs over the years. Humph. You shameless creature dare to retort. How much does Dongxiu send you each month? Isn't it enough? Speak. Did you swindle him and send every last bit to your impoverished family? Please don't hit me. I truly haven't, I swear. Surprisingly, Qin Huiru demonstrated remarkable resilience. Regardless of Jia Zhang's relentless barrage of insults and blows, she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a single word. Not going to speak, huh? Fine, don't expect to eat today. Jia Zhang's voice grew even harsher, a cacophony of thuds mixed with muffled cries echoing from within. Yet Qin Huiru steadfastly maintained her silence. I spent it all. It truly is gone. He Yushui, standing outside the door, listened to Qin Huiru's choked defenses. Her eyes already reddened, tears streaming silently down her face. Initially, she had believed that Qin Huiru genuinely cared for her brother and felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Yet, she could never have anticipated that this so-called care was so utterly disgraceful. Had it not been for Lin Wei's unrelenting exposure of that false facade, she might have remained blissfully ignorant. Indeed, the image of Qin Huiru as the dutiful daughter-in-law and sister had burrowed deep into the hearts of many, not just her. But how many in the courtyard could perceive the cunning hidden beneath her gentle exterior? At this moment, the harsh reality lay bare before her. And he Yushui felt as if the world was spinning around her, her once flickering trust now shattered beyond repair. Now, her loathing for Qin Huiru eclipsed even that for their father, He Daking, who had abandoned them. Meanwhile, Lin Wei wore a slight smirk, mentally commending himself. He had long suspected that Jia Zhang's rotund figure was lurking in the shadows. After all, this was a matter of whether she could enjoy a meal. Could she afford not to keep a watchful eye? She feared that Qin Huiru might pilfer a piece or two, depriving her of her share. Indeed, this was Jia Zhang's typical behavior. While Qin Huiru humbly begged for scraps, she would be lurking behind, squinting her eyes in scrutiny. Ultimately, Lin Wei boldly laid bare the series of accusations against Qin Huiru, borrowing money, hiding funds, and financially supporting her family, before the assembled crowd. The results were surprisingly effective. Not only did it unmask Qin Huiru's hypocrisy and leave her utterly humiliated, but it also ensured that Jia Zhang was fully aware of the situation. With Jia Zhang's explosive temper, she would not rest until Qin Huiru was thoroughly punished. To be frank, Lin Wei had long grown weary of the incessant entanglements with this white lotus, who appeared time and again, scolding her. Her skin was thicker than city walls. A harsh word would only lead her to weep and wail, completely unfazed. Resorting to violence? As a man, he could hardly bring himself to strike a woman, especially one who so expertly feigned fragility. The gossip that would ensue was too much to bear. Of course, this did not apply to the tyrannical and brutish old hag, Jia Zhang, who was hardly deserving of the title of a human being. Recently, with a slight maneuver, he had managed to teach Qin Huiru a severe lesson through Jia Zhang's hands, which was both gratifying and exhilarating. He could only hope that after this beating, the White Lotus might gain some sense and refrain from pestering him so frequently. Perhaps he could enjoy a few days of peace. Just as Lin Wei was engrossed in his musings, a crisp notification echoed in his mind, albeit belatedly. Host has fiercely confronted Yi Zhonghai, utterly breaking his defenses. Earning 100 points. Host has torn off the false facade of the deaf old lady, exposing her schemes with Yi Zhonghai, causing her to falter, and earning 500 points. Host has vehemently criticized Qin Huiru, unveiling her true nature before the suffering He Yushui, and exacting punishment through Jia Zhang, earning 300 points. Chapter 34, Yushui. I had a fight with your brother. Lin Wei's heart leapt. The rewards from this lesson in discipline were truly remarkable. A total of 900 points, added to the previous 400, now amounted to a splendid 1,300 points resting in his account. Should he venture into the system store now to procure some delightful items, or save up for future needs? Lin Wei shook his head, momentarily beset by indecision. Upon returning to the house, Lin Wei, He Yushui, Ma San-er, and the little girl gathered together, thoroughly satisfied after their meal. Even the little black dog lay sprawled at Lin Wei's feet, its belly round, eyes squinted in contentment. He Yushui inadvertently let out a satisfied burp, then turned her gaze towards Lin Wei. Noticing his bemused expression, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In this day and age, which household could indulge in such hearty eating to the point of burping? It would be hard to believe if she spoke of it. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lin Wei hesitated before speaking. Yushui, there is something I must tell you, but please don't be too startled. He Yushui shot him a sidelong glance and retorted. What could possibly be more significant than a full belly? Lin Wei chuckled awkwardly and recounted the events of the previous night's assembly. How he had fiercely confronted the three esteemed elders and the Jia family, ultimately engaging in a brawl with the foolish Zhu. So, your foolish brother is not home today because I injured him yesterday. He probably went to the hospital this morning to tend to his wounds. Yet, He Yushui's reaction left Lin Wei momentarily stunned. She seized Lin Wei's arms, scrutinizing him from head to toe. My brother, that clumsy oaf, didn't he hurt you? Did he? Lin Wei repeatedly waved his hands to reassure her. I'm fine, truly. It's your brother who might be hurt. He proceeded to vividly describe the mortifying scene of Zhu's social demise. He Yushui burst into laughter. That foolish brother of mine is truly a bit dim. He deserves it for meddling on behalf of that widow, Qin. However, she paused, her eyes glistening with tears as memories of their unreliable father, Hideki, who had abandoned his children for a widow, surfaced. Regardless, my brother has gotten hurt numerous times since childhood, yet he has never lost a part. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback. That was her biological brother, and this was her reaction? Little did he know. The incident with Qin Huiru had already left He Yushui thoroughly disheartened. Hearing Lin Wei's account of how Zhu had lent money to Qin, causing her to struggle with tuition fees, only deepened her resentment. To her foolish brother, there was only room for his Qin's sister in his heart. With this in mind, why should she, as his sister, continue to concern herself with him? If he was hurt or exhausted, let him fend for himself. Oh, by the way, He Yushui suddenly recalled, swiftly changing the subject. Where did you get such a large fish head today? The little girl perked up, snuggling closer to He Yushui, chattering excitedly about Lin Wei's astonishing catch during his fishing expedition that morning, which had attracted buyers from the steel mill and even the police trying to swoop in. Ma San chimed in with embellishments. He Yushui's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and when she looked at Lin Wei, her gaze was filled with admiration. In these times, what mattered most? Of course, securing food was paramount for survival. In this regard, Lin Wei, the fisherman, was far more formidable than Zhu, the cook. A cook could only process ready ingredients, while Lin Wei could conjure sustenance from nothing. The contrast was stark. Yet, He Yushui still wondered, how could Lin Wei, once a carefree vagabond, suddenly transform into such a fishing prodigy? Oh, right. Lin Wei seemed to recall something, pulling out 4 neatly folded large bills from his pocket. Counting out 2 to hand to He Yushui. Yushui, you came back for tuition and living expenses, right? Take these for now. He speculated that her foolish brother was likely penniless and would need any leftover change for medical expenses. Since I caused your brother's injuries, I shouldn't let it delay you. Just as he extended his hand, He Yushui recoiled as if burned, shaking her head vigorously. No, 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 Wei go. I can't accept this money. Her heart brimmed with gratitude for the hearty meal she had just enjoyed. She felt so blessed that she couldn't possibly take his money. If need be, she could always return to school and plead for an extension on her tuition. Lin Wei exchanged a knowing glance with the little girl, who promptly understood. She took the 2 large bills and shoved them into He Yushui's hands. Sister Yushui, just accept it. Brother always says. Lin Wei quickly interjected, fearing she might say something inappropriate. Money can take you anywhere. Without it, you can hardly move. Exactly. The little girl clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Wei. Brother is so clever, always able to say such sensible things. Yet, as He Yushui clutched the crisp bills, her fingertips trembled slightly. I don't need this much for my tuition. Lin Wei laughed heartily. Then save it for later. As a young lady without anyone to care for you, it's wise to have some money on hand for emergencies. You can't keep relying on debts, can you? Finally, He Yushui ceased her refusals. She gazed down at the heavy 20 yuan in her hand, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. For the first time in her life, she was holding such large bills, and to top it off, 2 at once. Even during the times her foolish brother doted on her, he had only ever given her coins, never even a whole yuan. Each time she paid her tuition, counting out crumpled bills in front of the teacher. She felt so ashamed she wished she could vanish into the ground. Sister Yushui, don't cry, the little girl cooed, her soft voice offering comfort. Brother says, girls don't look pretty when they cry. Just as she was trying to console He Yushui into a smile, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Lin Wei. Is Lin Wei home? Lin Wei's expression immediately turned cold. Who could this be? So utterly oblivious? Today, I managed to send away the deaf old lady, Zonghai, and Qin Huiru along with that pack of beasts, and I thought I would finally have a moment of peace. However, to my astonishment, there was indeed someone who dared to confront me head-on. Who might these phantoms and specters be? Lin Wei abruptly flung open the door, prepared to chastise the beasts, only to find before him a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar because they encountered each other almost daily, yet unfamiliar, as Lin Wei could never have anticipated that it would be her. Indeed, it was the chief substitute gatekeeper of the courtyard, Aunt San. Just moments ago, when Lin Wei returned with a fish head, she had approached him, inquiring with curiosity. Could it be that she had come, drawn by the enticing aroma, to assist in clearing away the remnants and washing the dishes? Chapter 35, Yinjiichin. Today my father is at full guard, moving fish. However, unexpectedly, although Aunt San's eyes inadvertently darted towards the dining table several times, swallowing her saliva in secret, her opening words were entirely different. Lin Wei. Has your Uncle San gone fishing at Shishaha? It's already this late. Why hasn't he returned? Though the food was tempting, nothing could compare to the safety of their family's pillar, Yin Bagui. The 6 members of the Yin family relied almost entirely on Uncle San's meager salary, supplemented by the occasional small earnings from Yin Jiichen's odd jobs. If anything were to happen to Yin Bagui, It would be a complete catastrophe. Huh. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback. Yin Bagui was a grown man. Where he went was none of his concern. Little did he know that his recent actions had already astonished everyone in the courtyard, from the young to the old. He could subdue the dim-wit Jew. And with his wit, even confront the paralyzed old master. Even going fishing could stir up the steel mill and the local police station. Unbeknownst to him, Aunt San had come to regard Lin Wei as someone capable of making decisions. Whenever something happened, she would be the first to seek him out. When I left Shishaha, Uncle San was indeed still there fishing. What happened afterward, I cannot say. However, the ice there is quite thick, at least 2 feet, and with his cautious nature, Uncle San would hardly fall into a hole in the ice, would he? As he spoke, Aunt San seemed to regain her composure. After so many years of marriage, she knew Uncle Yan's character well. He was frugal and greedy, yet he would never risk his own life. After years of fishing at Shishaha, he rarely even wet his shoes. Such a calculating man should not come to harm unless someone were to resort to violence. Could it be that Uncle San is having such good luck fishing today that he caught too many to carry, thus delaying his return? Lin Wei's tone was sincere, yet his eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps you should call Yin Zhuichin and head towards Shishaha to look for him. Who knows, he might just need a hand. He truly did not know how to deal with this ever-helpful Aunt San. If she were like Jia Zhang, openly trying to take advantage, he would have kicked her out long ago. But Aunt San had greeted him with a smile the entire time, insisting it was about neighborly assistance. He could not just dismiss someone who was smiling at him. However, once she got involved, if he did not show his appreciation after she had helped, it would reflect poorly on him. Furthermore, the fish head was a culinary masterpiece prepared by He Yushui, simmered delicately with spring water, and the steamed buns were soft and fragrant. Even if they could not finish it, saving it for the next day would make for excellent bait. How could he truly allow her to help clean up? Thus, Lin Wei's mind shifted, and he began to weave a tale. After all, he was merely speculating. If Aunt San believed him and went to find someone, whether or not they found Uncle San, whether there were many fish or few, it would not be his responsibility. The esteemed fishing master of the courtyard, Uncle San, would surely feel embarrassed to admit he was outdone by a junior, wouldn't he? Ah, you're right. Your Uncle San must either be so engrossed in fishing that he cannot bear to reel in his line, or he has caught so many that he cannot move, and is troubled. Aunt San was uplifted by Lin Wei's words, her frown dissipating as she began to ponder the positive possibilities. Without delay, she hurriedly turned and walked briskly towards the front courtyard, muttering to herself that she needed to call Yin Zhuichin to go along the road to meet Uncle San and his imagined bountiful catch. As Aunt San had just called Yin Zhuichin, who had returned from odd jobs, the two had not yet stepped out of the courtyard gate when they spotted an elderly man, of similar age to Uncle San, standing at the entrance of courtyard 95, peering around while holding a fishing rod. Aunt San immediately recognized him as Uncle Gu from courtyard 91, who often fished with Uncle Yin. Seeing this, Yin Zhuichin quickly approached with enthusiasm. Oh, Uncle Gu, it's me, Zhuichin. Did my father catch too many fish today and ask you to come back to get us to help? It was no wonder Yin Zhuichin would think this way. He believed Aunt San's words were reasonable. He knew his father's frugal nature all too well. Even if he caught more than he could carry, he would never ask a fishing buddy for help, lest he had to give them a fish as a token of gratitude. That would be more painful than cutting off his own flesh. Therefore, for him to send someone to call his family was truly a clever move by Yin Bagui. No, that's not it. Uncle Gu quickly waved his hands in denial, appearing somewhat anxious. What is it? Yin Zhuichin furrowed his brows, instinctively thinking the worst. Could it be that you are jealous of my father's good fortune and refuse to even send a message? He put himself in Uncle Ji's shoes. If Uncle Gu had caught a large haul, his father would certainly not be pleased to have made the trip for nothing. Oh dear, that's not what I meant at all. The more anxious Uncle Gu became, the less coherent he was, stumbling over his words. All right, Zhuichin, let's not waste time. Aunt San interrupted impatiently. Your father must be waiting anxiously. Let us hurry and help him with his fish. She thought to herself that Uncle Gu truly lacked perception. What was so difficult about admitting that old Yin had caught a big haul? They were already at the gate. Why not lead the way? Just as Yin Zhuichin and Aunt San turned to head towards the alley, Uncle Gu grew increasingly frantic, calling out at the top of his lungs. Oh dear. Yin's wife? Old Yin didn't catch any fish at all. Not a single one. His loud shout drew the attention of several nearby households, with several doors creaking open as curious neighbors peeked out. Uncle Ge's exclamation finally halted Aunt San and Yin Zhuichin in their tracks. The two turned sharply, their faces already pale. They had firmly believed that Yin Bagui would have a bountiful fishing day, perhaps even breaking records. Who would have thought that Uncle Gu not only brought bad news, but publicly announced that old Yin had not caught a single fish? This was akin to rubbing Yan's face in the dirt. Yin Zhuichin clenched his fists, while Aunt San's lips trembled in fury. Her gaze was one that could swallow Uncle Gu whole. Uncle Gu, you are from Courtyard 91, a fishing buddy of my father. I respect you as an elder. But you cannot take advantage of that status to spout nonsense. Clearly, my father has had a fruitful day, unable to carry the catch. And my mother and I were just heading to assist him. Yet you, without a care, blurt out that he hasn't caught a single fish. Is that not outright slander? Are you simply returning from your own empty fishing trip and feeling envious of my father's success, concocting lies to mislead us? So that my father would have no one to meet him and the fish would go unreturned? Mom, let's not bother with this petty-minded old man. We should hurry and go find Dad. He must be fretting over that heap of fish. Unquestionably, Yin Jiichen's self-centered and self-assured deductions are perfectly logical and cohesive. Chapter 36. Yin Jiichen, whose daughter is this, so remarkably beautiful? This left the typically reticent grandpa go momentarily speechless. What on earth is this? I came back with good intentions to relay a message, yet you all seem to twist it in the wrong direction. As Yin Jiichen and Aunt San hastily approached the corner of the alley, Grandpa Gu hurriedly took a couple of steps after them. However, recalling Yin Jiichen's predatory gaze and tightly clenched fists, he hesitated and came to a stop. It hardly seemed worth it to endure a beating merely for delivering a message. Yet, with a soft heart, Grandpa Gu ultimately could not bear to let the Yin family return empty-handed after a fruitless journey. Thus, he called out to Aunt San's retreating figure, Sister-in-law Yin. Old Yin truly did not catch any fish. Moreover, he has been admitted to the hospital. You will understand once you visit the inpatient department at Zihe Hospital. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiichen was instantly consumed with fury. This old man not only slandered his father for failing to catch fish, but also dared to curse him with hospitalization. Truly, what one can tolerate, another cannot. He immediately turned, raising his fist, ready to confront Grandpa Gu. Unfortunately, despite his clumsiness in speech, Grandpa Gu was remarkably agile. His swift movements put even a young man like Yin Jiichen to shame. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Grandpa Gu turned and slipped around the corner of the alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This old coot is utterly insufferable. Unable to catch up, Yin Jiichen spat on the ground in frustration. Once my father returns, I will definitely settle the score with him. All right, your father must be anxious by now, Aunt Sin remarked, seemingly unconcerned. Old Yan's fishing buddies had rarely been mentioned by him, and she surmised they were likely of the same ilk, only motivated by profit and unwilling to lend a hand without gain. This time, they must have been envious of Old Yan's ample catch and thus resorted to spreading rumors. However, none of that mattered now. Retrieving Old Yan was the priority. With nightfall approaching and Old Yan guarding so many fish, what if he encountered a nefarious character? His frail physique could hardly withstand any harm, while injuries could be mended. Losing all those fish would truly be heartbreaking. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Aunt San and Yin Jiichen had traversed the stretch between Nanla Guxiang and Shishaha twice over. The sky had darkened considerably, and the wind carried the chill of the night. They had only hastily nibbled at breakfast since early morning and were now famished. Feeling as though their stomachs were touching their backs, their steps heavy with fatigue. Yet, they had not caught even a glimpse of Yin Bugui. Jiichen, let us take a break. I genuinely can't go on, Aunt Sen said weakly, her body sagging as she collapsed onto a cold stone bench at the roadside. Her gaze was vacant as she stared at the street corner, the sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her skin, making her appear particularly haggard. Yin Jiichen wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, breathing heavily as he complained, Dad, seriously, even when he catches fish, he doesn't think to find someone reliable to bring back the news. Doesn't he realize his own limitations? How can one person handle so many fish? Ultimately, it's just being too stingy. What is wrong with giving away a couple of small fish? Our family isn't short on larger catches. Exhausted. Even Yin Jiichen's usual shrewdness faltered, and he couldn't help but lament his father's reluctance to part with small advantages, jeopardizing greater matters instead. However, Aunt San mustered a feeble response, her voice hoarse. You can't be poor from eating or wearing too little. It's the failure to calculate that leads to poverty. If it weren't for your father's ability to budget meticulously over the years, managing to stretch each penny, could he possibly support this entire family on his meager salary? Especially with you 4 debt collectors. She paused for breath and hesitated again, saying, stop complaining and think. Could your father have gone to Dove's Market or the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Perhaps he went to sell fish? Oh my gosh. Yin Jiichen nearly jumped up. Hadn't they already circled those places 3 times? Does she not realize how scarce resources are these days? The Dove's Market would be cleaned out by noon. And at this hour, who would still be at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Then where could your father have gone? Aunt Sin murmured, her gaze wandering absent-mindedly into the distance before suddenly fixing on something. In the night, a large gray-white building stood silently at the end of the street, its roof faintly disappearing into the dim sky, with a few windows still glowing with weak lights. That was Zihe Hospital. A wave of unease washed over her as she recalled Grandpa Ji's hurried and anxious words. Old Yin truly did not catch fish. He has been admitted to the hospital. Initially dismissed as mere curses, but now she grasped her son's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Jiichin, Grandpa Gu said the hospital. Yin Jiichin was momentarily taken aback. Then furrowed his brow. Mom, you can't possibly believe that old fool-less nonsense, can you? Yet, before he could finish, Aunt San had already struggled to her feet. Her eyes wide with fear, devoid of resolve. No, what if it's true? What if something has really happened to your father? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, her hands trembling. Seeing her in such a state, Yin Jiichin's heart sank. Could it be that the fish they had caught were already targeted? Perhaps his father had been injured while protecting their catch. He dared not dwell on that thought, his body stiffening as he gritted his teeth. Come on, let us go check Zihe. If he is not there, I'll definitely smash down old Gu's door tomorrow. With that, he supported his mother's weak arm. And together they trudged towards the solemn and quiet building, their tired and hungry bodies moving step by step. They stumbled into the outpatient hall, which was brightly lit, yet nearly empty, the echoes of their footsteps resonating in the vast space. At this hour, only a few patients lingered in the hall. It was hardly surprising. In these times, food was scarce, and anyone with spare change would prefer to visit Dove's Market or the black market for something to eat. Without insurance, who would willingly spend out of pocket on medical treatment? Moreover, today was Sunday. Many would rather stay home and save a meal than spend money on a hospital visit unless it were a matter of life and death. Yin Jiichin supported Aunt San as they scanned the hall for a considerable time before finally intercepting a young female doctor who was about to descend the stairs. The young woman wore a crisp, white coat that accentuated her slender figure. Under the bright lights, her skin was so fair it seemed translucent, and her oval face was framed by bright, clear eyes, a delicate nose, and naturally rosy lips. What stood out most were her eyes, clear and focused, seemingly holding starlight, making it difficult for anyone to look away. A name tag pinned to her chest read Intern Dr. Ding Kainan. Yin Jiichin found himself irresistibly drawn to her, silently repeating her name in his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. In his 19 years, he had never encountered such a beautiful girl, and for a moment, his ears burned, rendering him speechless. Aunt Sin sighed quietly beside him. She knew her son well. He was clearly smitten. Chapter 37. Mouse Sujian, a painful loss of fish. And Uncle San. But looking at Dr. Ding, with her outstanding demeanor and graceful manners, it was apparent she came from a world entirely different from theirs. Considering her son's frail appearance and his meager income of less than 10 yuan, Aunt San felt even more disheartened. However, if she could leverage old Yin's reputation as a people's teacher, perhaps they could still make a connection? With that thought, Aunt Sin wasted no time and stepped forward to intercept Ding Kainan. Greetings, may I assist you with anything? Ding Kainan halted her steps, her voice gentle and crystalline, revealing no trace of impatience despite being abruptly interrupted. This young lady, my family's matriarch, teaches at Hongxing Primary School, and her name is Yin Bagui. Auntie Sen eagerly grasped the sleeve of Ding Kainan's white coat, as if fearing her departure, her face radiating warmth and enthusiasm. This is my son, Yin Jiichin. 19 years old, honest and unassuming, yet he has never courted anyone. You seem familiar. It must be fate that you two have crossed paths today. Why not take a moment to get acquainted? Good heavens, Auntie San's boldness was truly boundless. Upon seeing Ding Kainan's striking appearance, she was almost eager to promote her son without a second thought, completely oblivious to the sudden stiffness of Ding Kainan's expression and the slight furrowing of her brows. Ding Kainan took a deep breath, struggling to maintain her professional composure, her voice losing a hint of warmth. Madam, this is a hospital, a place for healing and care. She gently withdrew her sleeve, adjusting her white coat, indicating that this was not the appropriate setting for such discussions. Auntie San, belatedly realizing her indiscretion, felt a flush of embarrassment, although there were few people around. She could feel the heat rising to her cheeks. Tactfully, she raised her hand to smooth her disheveled hair, her voice lowering slightly. I came to find my husband. He is a teacher at Hongxing Primary School, named Yin Bagui, residing at number 95, Nanlaguxiang, and he wears glasses. Undeterred, she once again highlighted her family's few commendable traits, hoping to garner more of Ding Kainan's attention. However, Ding Kainan seemed to have entirely missed the implications of her words, merely reminding her in an official tone, Madam, when searching for someone in a hospital, it is best to provide physical descriptions, such as height, build, and any distinguishing features, as this will facilitate the search. Oh, Auntie Sen hurriedly responded. My husband is 48, not very tall, somewhat slender. He usually wears a pair of tortoiseshell glasses, and by the way, one of the arms is broken and taped up. Auntie Sen paused, carefully selecting her words. He is quite an honest man, but particularly frugal when it comes to money. She swallowed back the more derogatory term that had been on the tip of her tongue, substituting it with something more palatable. Ding Can lowered her gaze in contemplation before suddenly looking up, her words causing both mother and son's hearts to leap. Is your husband's surname Yin? Did he go fishing today? It turned out that after Auntie San had been promoting her son for so long, Dr. Ding had not taken any of it to heart at all. Auntie San, disregarding her disappointment, nodded vigorously. Yes, he went fishing at Shisha. What happened to him? Why is he in the hospital? A subtle expression flitted across Ding Canan's face, a struggle between suppressing laughter and maintaining seriousness. She pressed her lips together, pausing for a few seconds before responding somewhat ambiguously. He is in the emergency room on the second floor, bed number 3. As if fearing that the family would become overly anxious, she added softly, he is not in danger. It's nothing serious, just a couple of days of rest. Thank you. Auntie San exclaimed, seizing her son, who had been surreptitiously glancing at Ding Canan's retreating figure. Yet Yin Jichen seemed rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated on that graceful white silhouette. It was only when Auntie San tugged and shot him an impatient glare that he reluctantly turned away, trailing behind his mother as they ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the emergency room, they had barely stepped inside when they overheard 2 young nurses leaning against the nurses' station, whispering and laughing. Upon noticing their arrival, one of the round-faced nurses immediately lifted her head and called out, "Whom are you looking for? This is the emergency ward. Entry is not permitted without reason." The other petite nurse also ceased her laughter, her gaze scrutinizing Auntie San and her son with caution. Given that the nation had only been established for less than a decade, hospitals were still considered sensitive areas, and they could not afford to be careless. Yin Jichen remained lost in thoughts of Ding Canan's every smile and frown, completely dismissing the 2 nurses before him. He cast them a disinterested glance before drifting off again into his reverie. Auntie San quickly plastered on a smile, cautiously replying, "Comrades, we are here to find my husband. We heard he is in the emergency department." Remembering Ding Kaiyanan's earlier advice, she quickly added the relevant details. His name is Yin Bagui. He is a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. He went to Shishaha to fish and somehow ended up here. Yin Bagui? The old man who went fishing? The 2 nurses exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement as their lips curled upwards, though they managed to stifle their laughter. The round-faced nurse was quicker to react. Scrutinizing the newcomers carefully, she took a few extra glances at the slender Yin Jichen, resembling his father, before finally nodding and pointing towards the inner room. There, bed number 3. Auntie San expressed her gratitude repeatedly, pulling her son along as they hurried inside. They had barely taken a few steps when they faintly heard laughter from behind them. That's the Yin teacher. At his age, he still knows how to have fun. Another voice chimed in. Being a scholar, sometimes he tends to overthink and act foolishly. The Yin family swiftly entered the emergency room, immediately spotting bed number 3. There lay a small old man, tightly wrapped in a thick quilt, curled up into a ball, sighing deeply. It was none other than their family's patriarch, the esteemed teacher Yin Bagui from Hongxing Primary School. At that moment, Yin Bagui's complexion was pale, his gaze vacant, and his lips chapped and peeling. As he muttered to himself, "How could this happen? How is it possible?" He seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of others, lost in his own world as he repeatedly murmured, "I had so many fish. How could they just vanish?" It was no wonder he appeared so distraught. In Yin Bagui's mind, he was the undisputed king of fishing at Shishaha, and all the fish in the water ought to belong to him. Yet that morning, Lin Wei had effortlessly outperformed him, leaving him utterly stunned. Even now, he refused to accept reality, repeatedly convincing himself that it was all just an illusion. So many fish should have been his. Why did that lad from the Lin family get to take them all? Chapter 38, Auntie San's Heart-Wrenching Journey, Part 1. Husband. Dad. The 2 calls shattered Yin Bagui's delusions like thunder. He looked up in confusion to see his devoted wife and eldest son standing at the bedside. Upon seeing his family, the last remnants of Yin Bagui's composure crumbled, and tears streamed down his face. They took all the fish. They took them all. His voice was hoarse, nearly incoherent. I didn't get a single one. It is said that a man does not easily shed tears, but for Yin Bagui, a modern-day miser, watching others leave with their nets brimming while he stood empty-handed was a pain beyond comprehension. In his eyes, those fish had always belonged to the Yin family. No one else was worthy of even a small minnow. Dad, please tell me who stole our fish. Yin Jichen leaned in close to the bedside, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his slender arms, gritting his teeth. Was it that street punk Lin Wei, or someone else? How dare they touch the things belonging to the Yin family? They were crossing a line. Though he spoke with bravado, visions of Lin Wei's formidable prowess and steely gaze flashed before him, causing his resolve to waver. and the sleeves he had just rolled up slipped back down. He swallowed hard, a jolt of realization coursing through him, and then, with a facade of bravado, exclaimed, I shall go report this to the authorities immediately. Yes, what Jia Zhang said is absolutely correct. We must hurry and call the police. Aunt San immediately echoed, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. So many fish have been caught, and we have not a single one. It all went to that despicable lot. We cannot let this slide. They must return what they have taken. The memory of Lin Wei hauling in that enormous fish into the courtyard flooded her mind, along with the mouth-watering aroma that had tantalized her senses, piercing her heart like a needle. This grievance felt deeper than the desecration of one's ancestral grave. It was imperative to alert the authorities, to apprehend that young Lin and all those who had stolen their fish. When the time came for compensation, would it not be the Yin family who dictated the terms? With this thought, Aunt San's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if she could already envision a substantial sum of compensation. Jia Zhang's funds for work were secured, and even the prospect of a dowry for a charming young doctor seemed less unattainable. However, Yin Gui's subsequent words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their soaring dreams in an instant. He huddled under the comforter, weakly muttering, "Report? What is there to report? Father," Jia Zhang exclaimed, exasperated. "Did you not say that Lin Wei's group stole your fish and sent you to the hospital in a fit of rage? Should we not report them?" "Indeed," Aunt San chimed in hastily, gesturing animatedly. "I witnessed that young Lin carrying away that fish with my own eyes. Goodness, its head was nearly the size of a human's. It should have been your catch. How dare he seize it so brazenly? Is there no law?" Yin Gui's lips quivered, his Adam's apple bobbed, and before he could speak, his eyes brimmed with tears. "Well, it may not be as you envision." As a primary school teacher, Yin Gui was acutely aware that, legally, the act did not constitute theft. Lin Wei had neither touched his fishing gear nor encroached upon his fishing spot. Yet, it was precisely this lack of transgression that left him feeling stifled, as if a sum of 100 or so yuan lay tantalizingly within reach, yet utterly unattainable. Yin the elder sighed deeply, his head drooping. "The matter is rather convoluted. Father, please spare us the riddles," Jia Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Whatever grievances you have, speak them all. Can we not devise a solution as a family of three? We cannot simply swallow this indignation." Aunt Sin nodded vigorously, rubbing her hands against her clothing. "Jia Zhang is right. Why should Lin Wei be the one to catch so many fish? He must have encroached upon your fishing grounds or pilfered your bait. This matter is far from over." This was the old Yin family's principle. Failing to capitalize on an opportunity meant suffering a significant loss. Moreover, while others thrived, their own family had not even managed to snag a single fish scale. Yin Gui gazed at his indignant wife and son, recalling the scenes by Shisha, and his heart grew increasingly heavy. A frail old man nearing 50 found himself weeping quietly. "This all began this morning when I went fishing at Shisha." Under the persistent urging of the mother and son, Yin Gui finally recounted the events, albeit in fits and starts. He shared how he had initially looked down upon Lin Wei, to how he begrudgingly attributed the latter's first catch to mere beginner's luck. He then described the helplessness he felt as he watched Lin Wei haul in fish after fish, leaving him speechless and his scalp tingling in disbelief. His narration was vivid. Despite the bitterness in his tone, it was coherent and rich in detail, particularly when he recounted how Lin Wei, burdened by an overwhelming catch, had to eventually reel in his line. He spoke through gritted teeth, as if each fish had been plucked from his own pocket. Yin the elder's storytelling prowess was undeniable. Even if he lost his job and turned to storytelling in a tea house, he would undoubtedly draw a captivated audience. Not far from the Yin family, in a dimly lit corridor, three youthful figures huddled together, breathlessly eavesdropping. It was the recently returned intern Dr. Ding Kainan and her two nursing colleagues. Ding Kainan, with her keen hearing, was particularly focused. For this patient, Yin Gui had caused quite a stir upon his admission. Who would have thought that someone could? Even more disconcerting to her were the unabashed, scrutinizing glances exchanged between Jia Zhang and Aunt San. Ding Kainan had a gentle temperament, but she was far from naive. As a top student from the medical university, she was astute enough to discern the family's less than honorable intentions. When had patient families ever prioritized scrutinizing the doctors rather than inquiring about the patient's condition? How absurd. Since entering the hospital, Yin Gui had been evasive about the reasons for his ailment, aside from a few comments from those who brought him in. No one had been able to clarify the specifics. As fate would have it, she would involve her colleagues to uncover the truth. Upon hearing Yin Gui repeatedly mention Lin Wei's name, Ding Kan felt a flicker of intrigue and quietly noted it. The feats of this individual were truly remarkable. Ice fishing in the depths of winter, managing to deplete an entire fishing spot. What a peculiar character. Just as she was enraptured by the tale, Aunt San seized the opportunity during a moment when Yin Gui was drinking water to impatiently inquire. Even if that young Lin had good fortune and filled his boat to the brim, could it truly have enraged you to the point of illness? Yin the elder sighed deeply, wiping the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. I, Yin Gui, am a citizen teacher. I would not succumb to hospitalization over mere anger. What truly overwhelmed me was what transpired afterward. Oh, come now, old Yin, spare us the suspense. Aunt Sen could no longer restrain herself. The more I hear, the more confused I become. This remark resonated with both Jia Zhang and the trio of eavesdroppers, who shared a collective sentiment. What was the point of listening to this old man's tale if it required a fee for tea? Why did he suddenly halt at such a pivotal moment? Well, Yin Gui's voice dwindled, retreating further into the folds of his blanket, revealing only half of his reddened face. He seemed to recall something embarrassing, his gaze darting, fingers unconsciously clutching the blanket's edge. The subsequent events unfolded as such, and I would rather you not inquire further. With that, he buried his head beneath the covers, his voice muffled as it emanated from within. It was evident that the memories were so absurd that even in the presence of his closest wife and son, he found them difficult to articulate. Father, we cannot let this matter slide. Jia Cheng's brow furrowed tighter, his tone turning grave. We will have to cover the medical expenses ourselves. Tomorrow, I will request a leave of absence from school for you. We must have a credible explanation. Indeed, Aunt San perked up at the mention of money. Leaning closer to the bedside, old Yin, you were sent to the hospital out of anger. It was undoubtedly that young Lin's doing. Speak up, and together we shall devise a plan to seek justice. Yin Gui, still nestled under the covers, continued to mumble incoherently, causing the eavesdropping trio outside to clench their fists in anxiety. Observing this, Jia Zhang sighed. Father, if you wish for no one to know, you must not act in secret. There were so many witnesses. If you remain silent, how can others not talk? You can conceal it today, but not tomorrow. Why prolong the inevitable? This statement struck a chord with Yin Gui. He was acutely aware that the truth could not remain hidden. The doctors and nurses had already discerned the cause of his illness during treatment, not to mention the fishing friends who had accompanied him to the hospital. He let out a long sigh, seemingly resigning himself to his fate as he tossed aside the quilt, revealing his flushed face. Enough is enough, Yin Gui gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. I'll just say it. Embarrassment turned his face crimson as he nervously twisted the corner of the quilt and began recounting the mortifying experience that left him feeling utterly humiliated. Earlier that day, before leaving, Lin Wei had astonishingly carved out a pond-sized fishing hole on the icy surface using the method of fishing for carp through the ice, and had even left precious white steamed buns as bait for the esteemed Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei, renowned as a prominent figure in the Shishaha fishing community, immediately arranged for everyone to take turns using the bait. From his concealed spot in the crowd, Yin Gui couldn't help but scoff, thinking to himself, Lin Wei has already exhausted the fish from this spot. What could possibly be left? Clearly, he is just playing tricks to fool these old fools. Accustomed to taking advantage of situations, he projected his own calculating nature onto others. So he approached Mr. Wei, lowering his voice to share his discovery as if he had uncovered a grand conspiracy. What kind of man was Mr. Wei? His respect in the Shishaha fishing circle stemmed not only from his generosity, but also from his keen insight and perceptive mind. He saw through Yin Gui's petty attempts at sowing discord and dismissed him, focusing instead on the activity at the fishing hole. At that moment, the first three elders who cast their lines began to reel and fish one after another. Although they were not the hefty kings of fish that Lin Wei had caught, they were still plump fish weighing 3 to 5 pounds. On any ordinary day, such a catch would be a rare sight. Yin Gui, who had skipped classes for over a decade to fish, had never managed to catch fish of this size. Yet, he remained unconvinced and began to speak sarcastically from the sidelines. Did you see that? That kid Lin Wei only goes for the big ones and leaves us with these scraps to fool us. This remark provoked Mr. Wei's ire. He thought to himself, on a good day, catching 3 to 5 pound fish is a stroke of luck, and this miser does not appreciate it. Moreover, Lin Wei caught the king of fish. With everyone's bamboo fishing rods, they could only end up with broken lines and snapped rods. Clearly, that young man had accurately gauged everyone's abilities and deliberately left behind the catch that was both plentiful and of good quality. Upon realizing this, Mr. Wei and a few other knowledgeable anglers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A mere 17 or 18-year-old lad possessed such discernment and cunning. It was truly unbelievable. As the second round of 3 elders continued to reel and plump fish, Yin Gui felt a surge of jealousy, as if he had overturned a vat of vinegar, and an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Had he known this would happen, he should have swallowed his pride and flattered Lin Wei. Those individuals merely exchanged a few kind words or lent a hand in moving fish. and yet they were rewarded with such fortune? Although he was frail and unable to lift a 20-pound fish, surely he could manage to catch a couple of smaller ones? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. But who was he? If there were advantages to be gained, what was pride worth? Furthermore, in his mind, that fishing hole rightfully belonged to him. After all, he was the third master of the courtyard and, by extension, Lin Wei as third master too. Whatever Lin Wei left behind was his by right. However, seeing the situation unfold, it was clear that he could not monopolize the catch. Yin Bagui was well aware that he could not compete with those older gentlemen, nor could he match Lin Wei's skills. So, he devised a plan to swim with the current, sneaking over to Mr. Wei's side, hunched over his slight frame, and reaching out for a piece of bait. Though the white steam buns were substantial, they couldn't withstand the hands of many. Just as Yin Bagui was about to cut in line, Mr. Wei, having anticipated his move, swiftly swatted his hand away. "What are you doing, old Wei?" Yin Bagui exclaimed. "Others can fish, so why can't I?" Before he could finish, the disgruntled elders began to converge around him. A burly old worker shouted, "Yin the miser, get in line. Can't you see everyone is following the rules?" Another raised his fist and yelled, "Is your skin itching? Do you want to test the strength of our working class's iron fists?" Confronted by the collective outrage, Yin Bagui instinctively shrank back. Yet, upon recalling the sight of the plump fish flopping on the ice, greed emboldened him once more. He straightened his frail chest and raised his voice. "What's the matter? You all don't know? That kid Lin Wei is from our courtyard at number 95 Nanla Guxiang." Seeing the crowd momentarily stunned, he seized the opportunity to assume the authority of the third master. Gesturing with his fingers in the air, "I am the third master of the courtyard and am indeed that boy's elder. The fishing hole he left behind, by all rights and reasons, should belong to me." As he continued, he grew increasingly convinced of his argument, scanning the hesitant faces around him. And his heart soared with delight. He boldly proclaimed, "To be honest, this remaining bait and the entire fishing hole naturally belong to me. Old Wei, return my bait. And everyone else, feel free to find another place to drop your lines." Having delivered his speech in one breath, he felt a rush of exhilaration. It was surprisingly liberating to speak such nonsense with conviction. No wonder Jia Zhangshi could dominate the courtyard, brazenly claiming others' possessions as her own with such glee. The once principled elders now found themselves at a loss for words. Though Yin Bagui's claims were absurd, upon reflection, they seemed to hold a semblance of twisted logic. The gentlemen of the 49 city had always valued reason and integrity. If they did not possess the moral high ground, their actions would seem disgraceful. The few who had already caught fish exchanged glances, unsure whether to keep or release their catch. They felt as though allowing Yin Bagui to benefit would leave a bitter taste in their mouths. Observing the silence among the crowd, Yin Bagui couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction, mentally applauding his quick wit and cunning. "Huh, you folks who prattle on about reason will find yourselves outmatched today. Let's see what you have to say now." He believed that the remaining bounty of the fishing hole rightfully belonged to him, the third master Yin. With this thought in mind, he stood tall, shedding his previous timidity. He extended his hand toward Mr. Wei, adopting a more assertive tone. "Old Wei, why don't you hurry up and return my bait? It's hardly fair to cling to what rightfully belongs to others while prattling on about righteousness." At that moment, Yin Bagui felt entirely justified, casting aside any respect he once held for Mr. Wei. He felt a surge of pride, as if he had reached a pinnacle in his life. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Wei was unyielding. Without a word, he swiftly delivered another sharp slap, forcefully knocking Yin Bagui's hand away. The blow was so powerful that Yin Bagui winced in pain, a red mark immediately rising on the back of his hand. "He is hitting me. Wei Rentai is hitting me," Yin Bagui cried out, shaking his hand in agony. "Quick, call the police. He assaulted me without cause. He deserves to spend a few days in jail." Though he wailed in distress, his eyes gleamed with a resentful and cunning light as he swiftly calculated. "When the police arrive, that old fool will have to compensate me. $20, not a cent less." Transformed into a caricature of greed, Yin Bagui's scheming mentality began to echo that of Jia Zhangshi in the courtyard. Old Wei let out a cold chuckle, his eyes brimming with derision. "Heh, Yin the miser. Feel free to report it. When the authorities arrive, we shall see who truly holds the moral high ground." Yin Bagui, with his neck stiffened in defiance, retorted, "This fishing spot is mine. Naturally, I am in the right. Yours?" Old Wei feigned laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Ah, Yin Bagui, your skin is thicker than the city walls of Dongjimin. Do you believe that child holds any affection for you? Are you not aware of that in your own heart? You speak nonsense." Yin Bagui's complexion began to pale, yet he persisted in his futile defense. "We live in the same courtyard. Who doesn't know that I am the third master of the yard? What a grandiose claim." Old Wei observed his stubbornness and decided to show no mercy. Initially, he had considered sparing him some dignity out of familiarity, But to think he would scheme against everyone and wish to monopolize the fishing spot? Truly a delusion. Turning to the crowd, Old Wei raised his voice. Everyone, recall that when that child was preparing to fish, what was Yin Bugui doing? How did that child behave? At this, several elderly witnesses began to chime in. Yin the miser attempted to steal the child's spot. Indeed, he was rebuffed by those two children. Old Wei pressed on, locking eyes with Yin Bugui. Yin Bugui, that child does not even regard you. Yet you shamelessly claim to be the elder? Cold sweat broke out on Yin Bugui's forehead as he stammered. That was me being magnanimous to the younger generation. Magnanimous? Old Wei scoffed. That child caught a large fish, and instead of offering assistance, you stood by, muttering curses about his misfortune. Did I not hear you? My hearing is quite acute. He paused for effect, his voice growing louder. Later, when that child caught more fish, the rest of us unrelated old fellows lent a hand. Yet where were you? Yin Bugui? With each word, Old Wei's anger intensified, striking Yin Bugui's heart like a hammer. The child expressed gratitude, even leaving a fishing spot for us and gifting bait. Did he ever even glance your way? Finally, Old Wei delivered the fatal blow. Do you know what that child said to me before leaving? He fixed his gaze on the ashen-faced Yin Bugui, enunciating each word. He said, anyone can fish in this spot, anyone can provide bait, but you, Yin Bugui, are absolutely forbidden. A wave of realization swept through the crowd, murmurs of understanding erupting. So that's the case. Yin Bugui truly acts shamelessly, approaching someone who clearly disdains him. Indeed, he only dares to bully the children when they are absent. He speaks one way to their faces and another behind their backs. If it weren't for Old Wei's presence, we might have been deceived. The crowd exchanged remarks, finally grasping how close they had come to falling for Yin the miser's scheme. Fortunately, Lin Wei had forewarned Old Wei before departing, preventing them from suffering in silence. You are robbing me, stealing my fish. Yin Bugui, realizing his carefully woven lies had been unraveled, panicked, and could only stubbornly protest. Robbing? Old Wei laughed coldly, refusing to relent. Yin Bugui, go ahead and report it. I am eager to see whether your deceit against us carries a heavier charge than our fishing. This statement landed like a heavy blow, leaving Yin Bugui utterly deflated. Aware of his wrongdoing, he could only retreat to the sidelines under Old Wei's fierce gaze, muttering begrudgingly, the bait you stole is cursed. Let's see what good fish you can catch. Old Wei raised a hand to stop a few fiery old men eager to confront Yin Bugui. Everyone, do not stoop to his level. Let us form an orderly line and continue to receive our bait. He turned to the crowd, determination gleaming in his eyes. His voice booming. Today, we shall all catch splendid fish, and let certain individuals feel the sting of envy. What followed was a jubilant fishing spree for the old gentleman. A bountiful harvest that became Yin Bugui's most unforgettable moment of despair. Look at this big grass carp. It must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. Old Wei, look at this one. It's a genuine black fish. It must weigh over 5 pounds. Old Zhao, check out this big catfish I caught. Just the head alone could make a hearty stew. Encouraged by their success, the men intentionally raised their voices with each catch to further irritate Yin Bugui. Remarkably, the bait left by Lin Wei proved to be remarkably effective. Anyone who cast with the bait was sure to catch a lively fish within moments, each weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds. Yin Bugui stood by, eyes bulging in disbelief, nearly bleeding from the envy he felt. His frail body trembled, lips quivered. Yet no sound escaped. The earlier schemes, arguments, and stubborn denials transformed into piercing regret and jealousy, gnawing at his very core like a venomous serpent. How could there possibly be so many fish? He muttered, his gaze glazed, as if entranced, and all of them are this big. Yin the miser felt the world spinning around him, the joyful laughter and splashing of fish blending into a blur. All that remained was the glimmering scales of fish flashing before him, twisting his heart in agony, making him dizzy, nearly unable to stand. Dad, did you end up in the hospital just because they angered you? Yin Jichen inquired. Though internally he couldn't help but think, is my old man's mental fortitude truly so fragile? Over such a trivial matter, he ended up in the hospital? But then he considered, if he were in the same situation, witnessing others catch fish after fish while he struggled to secure a single spot, the frustration and bitterness would surely be unbearable for anyone. Third Aunt understood Yin Bugui better than anyone. She shot a glance at her husband and softly pressed, Old Yin. It can't end like this, can it? Knowing your temperament, even if pushed to the side, you must think of a way to regain some face. She almost let slip a suggestion to wreak havoc, but caught herself, instead opting for, surely, you must find a way to salvage some pride, right? Yin Bugui lifted his head, briefly locking eyes with Third Aunt before quickly looking down again, his lips moving without sound. Mother and son were unwilling to let him off the hook so easily, persistently urging him to continue. Yin Bugui's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a layer of vermilion as he stammered for a while before finally relaying the subsequent events. Third Ant was indeed correct. After being ostracized by the group of fishing old men, an overwhelming surge of anger surged in Yin Bugui's heart, wishing to explode on the spot. But that was merely a wish. Alone, with his frail limbs, how could he compete against a horde of robust men? However, Yin Bugui, refusing to give in, concocted a devious scheme. He stealthily procured a stone weighing around 10 pounds and trudged to the edge of the fishing hole, smashing it against the icy surface. One blow after another. Indeed, Yin the miser intended to carve his own fishing hole and fish independently. He thought to himself, ideally, he would lure all the fish over, ensuring that those who had shunned him would catch none. Alas, aspirations are but a grand fish, while reality is merely a thorny fishbone. Yin Bugui heaved and pounded for half the day, leaving only a few white marks on the ice surface, still far from breaking through. What to do, what to do? The jubilant cheers and laughter from the other side rose in crescendo, each exclamation of "We caught one," piercing his ears like needles. Yin Bugui's eyes reddened with frustration, his chest heavy and constricted, nearly gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, an image flashed in his mind, Lin Wei. The iconic scene of lying on the ice in pursuit of carp replaying frame by frame before his eyes. Was it truly to come to that? Yin Bugui stared at the cold, menacing ice, his fingers brushing against his lean chest, his heart pounding with trepidation. He remained frozen in place, struggling for several minutes. Ultimately, his yearning for fish overpowered reason. With trembling hands, Yin Bugui unfastened the top button of his cotton coat and slowly, deliberately leaned down onto the ice. Oh! The three eavesdroppers, Ding Kainan and the two nurses, almost gasped in unison. Who is this person? Just to catch a few fish, to annoy others a little. Is he really brave enough to lie on the ice? The mere thought of it was both comical enough to provoke laughter and absurd enough to send shivers down one's spine. Ding Kainan couldn't help but peek through the crack in the door, stealing another glance at that peculiar family inside. The son was lustful yet cowardly. The mother's skin thicker than brick walls, and the father miserly and stingy. They could risk their lives for a paltry gain. Alarm bells rang in her mind. From now on, encountering this family, she must take a detour. They were truly not to be trifled with. This was not a family, but a den of oddities. However, within, Aunt San and Yin Jiichin nodded repeatedly, their expressions full of understanding. Clearly, they had fully immersed themselves in Yin Bugui's predicament, imagining themselves in that fervent moment of envy, and perhaps would have done the same. After all, if Lin Wei could do it, why couldn't they? That notion had long since rusted itself into their minds like a stubborn nail. At that moment, the storyteller Yin Bugui continued to recall, to be honest, when I first pressed against it, it was indeed ice. But then, for some reason, I felt that the ice was warm. It had that pleasantly warm sensation for several minutes. If I were given another chance, I might actually succeed. Yin Bugui was not a medical student. He did not comprehend. But Ding Kainan, eavesdropping outside, understood completely. What warmth from the ice? It was merely the false sensation before frostbite, a lethal stress response triggered by extreme cold. Just then, Yin Jiichin interjected with a face full of regret. Oh, Dad, why didn't you persist a bit longer? Just a little more warmth, and we would have had fish aplenty. He had even begun to picture the feast of fish in his mind, taking one piece, leaving another, and having enough for another meal the next day. Oh, how I wish I could. Yin Bugui's words were barely out when he shivered violently, as if dragged back into that dreamlike scene. Just as his gaze became vacant, on the verge of reveling in dreams of catching a big fish, several strong hands suddenly lifted him off the ice. It was no exaggeration to say he was rescued. By that point, he was nearly frozen stiff, his blood like ice, limbs numb and unresponsive, with only his teeth chattering. He could only hazily feel himself being hurriedly carried away, flustered, to the hospital. Alas, what a pity. Yin Jiichin sighed heavily, his face etched with reluctance. I was so close. I was almost able to warm that ice hole open. Chapter 42. Yin Bugui. Oh no. I fell for that Lin family's boys trick. Sigh. I didn't catch a single fish, yet I ended up with a hefty medical bill. This truly feels like losing everything. Suddenly remembering this, Yin Bugui weakly added, What? We have to pay for the medical expenses ourselves? Aunt San and Yin Jiichin simultaneously clutched their hearts, as if pricked by a needle. Is there no sense of justice left in this world? Just for fishing? So much misfortune befell me, and now I have to pay? It felt as if the sky was about to fall. Yin Bugui began counting on his fingers, articulating slowly. The total medical expenses are $2.50. This month, the household food budget is $21.70, averaging 7 dimes a day. After deducting $2.50, we are left with $19.20, which means we can only spend 62 cents daily. He pushed his glasses back up his nose and looked at Aunt San, his tone resolute and non-negotiable. Ruwa, from tomorrow on, let us cut back on pickled vegetables. This expense cannot exceed the budget. Aunt San, named young Ruwa, was always addressed directly by Yin Bagui. Aunt San and Yin Jichen opened their mouths. But before they could speak, their eyes were already red. Ever since the rationing of food, the Yin family's meals had dwindled day by day. Now, they only had 2 meals a day, consisting of watered-down flour porridge, throat-scratching cornbread, and a few strands of pickled vegetables to whet their appetites. Occasionally, they might scrounge some green onion leaves, garlic sprouts, or cabbage stalks from the front gate, which were considered a luxury. Now, even the last few strands of pickled vegetables had to be saved. Life had become tasteless, leaving them utterly speechless. Not only was the Yin family in a dismal state, but the 3 eavesdroppers outside were also left dumbfounded. What kind of people are they? How could they calculate their lives down to the last strand of pickled vegetable? This was the capital, under the emperor's feet. How could there still be families living so frugally? If it came to being thrifty, the Yin family would surely take the crown. No one would dare to claim the title of the most frugal, especially Ding Kaiyanan, who felt her worldview shatter. A chill running down her spine. This family was truly terrifying. No, this was all caused by that scoundrel Lin Wei. It couldn't end like this. Yin Jichen slammed his thigh suddenly, his voice rising sharply, startling the 3 eavesdroppers. What? Aunt Sin blinked, her face bewildered. What does this have to do with Lin Wei? Although, her words were cut short as Yin Bagui, sitting up straight, interrupted. Oh, what do you mean? Yin Bagui adjusted his glasses, his small eyes sparkling with intrigue. He knew his son all too well, although he didn't team match his own strategic prowess. He occasionally came up with clever ideas that left him secretly impressed. Seeing he had successfully captured his father's attention, Yin Jichen leaned forward, lowering his voice. Think about it. Why did Lin Wei specifically choose to lie on the ice for carp as he was leaving? He even made a point to tell my dad not to take advantage of him. Aunt Sin hesitated. ISNT that just to annoy your dad? After all, they don't get along. That's just one aspect. Yin Jichen counted off on his fingers. He is actually scheming against dad. As long as dad can't bear the provocation and does something like lying on the ice for carp, it would play right into his hands. If Lin Wei were present, he would surely give Yin Jichen a thumbs up. Genius, you figured it out. Ever since Lin Wei learned that old Yin was guarding the door to prevent Ma San from taking care of him, he realized that this miserly strategist was practically a rotten watermelon, full of bad ideas. By chance encountering him while fishing, Lin Wei had a sudden flash of inspiration and devised his plan. He deliberately demonstrated the method of fishing under the ice, especially when departing. He expanded the fishing pit specifically for Old Master Wei and the others, leaving behind specially crafted steamed bun bait. Each step was meticulously orchestrated, all waiting for Old Master Yin to take the bait. Given Yin Bagui's narrow-mindedness and knack for scheming, how could he bear to watch others catch fish effortlessly? Meanwhile, Old Master Wei had already received prior instructions from Lin Wei, ensuring that this old rascal would gain no advantage whatsoever. Thus, in a fit of pique, this old scoundrel might very well. Of course, even if Yin Bagui ultimately backed down and refrained from trying, merely managing to irritate him would suffice as a measure of poetic justice. Aunt Sin glanced at Yin Bagui, her gaze laced with a hint of reproach and a touch of helplessness. Her eyes clearly conveyed, you prattle on about being the most astute person in the city, yet here you are, outsmarted by an 18-year-old. Yin Bagui felt a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face, hastily clearing his throat to mask his discomfort. He adjusted his glasses, his voice involuntarily dropping a notch. Ahem, I'm only doing this for the family, after all. If I don't catch a few fish, what will you 4 siblings eat? Be left to starve on the northwestern winds? But how could this involve that lad from the Lin family? Dad, let's. Yin Jichen, seeing this, immediately leaned in close to his father, lowering his voice to a mere whisper, as if buzzing in his ear. The father and son huddled together, furtively exchanging their unspoken calculations, while even Aunt San, sitting nearby, could only catch fragments of their conversation, entirely in the dark regarding their precise plans. As for the eavesdroppers outside, they were utterly bewildered, having barely grasped Yin Jichen's earlier astute analysis. They could only vaguely sense that the Yin family truly was a unique spectacle in the city. If they operated in the old society, it seemed no one could ever gain even the slightest advantage from them. Lin Wei lay on the heated bed in the eastern courtyard, pretending to doze, when suddenly a faint sound echoed in his mind, causing him to open his eyes wide. The system notification rang clear and cold. Host has devised a clever scheme to punish the calculating Yin Bagui. Yin Bagui's attempt to fish under the ice has failed, earning 300 points. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, then a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Unexpectedly, the trap he had set during the day had borne fruit so swiftly. He could almost envision Yen Bugui's flustered demeanor, either shivering from the cold, being carried off to the hospital, or trembling en route. Yet, after a brief moment of amusement, the task assigned by Aunt Lu the next day loomed in his mind, causing him to frown. A minimum of over 200 pounds of fish was required, with no upper limit set. Moreover, there was a major client from the steel mill. He could almost foresee the eager procurement officer, Xiao Li, racing over, desperately trying to increase their offer. The next morning, Lin Wei and Lin Xiaoxiao had breakfast consisting of the previous day's fish head soup and leftover buns. Just as they finished tidying up the dishes, Lin Wei was about to take his sister out to find Ma San and have her help catch fish for free when he suddenly heard a series of crisp footsteps outside. A woman in her 40s, accompanied by 2 staff members, strode directly into the yard. She sported a neatly trimmed bob, her hair meticulously arranged, with a serious demeanor that exuded the unique vigor and efficiency of a military officer. Her gaze was piercing, her stride strong and purposeful. Dressed in a navy blue Zhongshan suit that, though faded, was impeccably pressed, presenting an air of both solemnity and decisiveness. Lin Wei recognized her as Director Wang Hengmei from the neighborhood office. In many stories about the courtyard, Director Wang was often referred to as the concealer, a figure relied upon by the likes of Elder Yi and the deaf old lady. However, in Lin Wei's memories, Director Wang was known for her prompt and decisive handling of matters, strict yet fair, never showing favoritism. Perhaps it was merely due to the overwhelming nature of her responsibilities that she delegated the daily trivialities of number 95 courtyard to the 3 elder gentlemen. Moreover, Director Wang had once been a comrade of Lin Wei's mother, watching Lin Xiaoxiao grow up, so the children affectionately called her Aunt Wang. Now, she had unexpectedly arrived with a serious expression, her brow slightly furrowed with an almost imperceptible concern. Lin Wei's heart sank. What could have brought her here so early in the morning? Lin Wei, where are you taking Xiaoxiao? Director Wang inquired directly, pinning Lin Wei in place with her words. We were just planning to. Lin Wei hesitated, unsure whether to divulge the truth. But before he could fabricate a plausible excuse, his little sister excitedly interjected, Aunt Wang, brother is taking me and Xiao Haihei to fish. Brother is amazing at fishing. He can catch such big fish. As she spoke, Xiaoxiao stretched her short arms wide in demonstration. Feeling inadequate, she even stood on her tiptoes, one hand reaching high while the other pointed to the ground, trying to convey the immense length from earth to sky. Oh no, the secret was out. Lin Wei's heart sank further. The neighborhood office had far wider jurisdiction than he had anticipated. They oversaw everything from sanitation, fire prevention, and theft deterrence to rationing food stamps and resolving neighborhood disputes. Now that his fishing skills had been exposed, wouldn't that mean yet another major client? And not just any client, but the sort that would be inflexible and unyielding in negotiations. The steel mill was a heavyweight player, generous with their spending, making them a prime customer. Though he had some connections at the police station thanks to his mother's old relationships, where he could navigate negotiations with some leeway, the neighborhood office was a different story. They were genuinely strapped for cash, meticulously budgeting every penny, whether for supporting orphanages or assisting struggling families. Moreover, they were more like local enforcers, intervening in every little matter. If they decided to request a donation of fish, he wouldn't even have a plausible excuse to decline. Would he be left with nothing but his shorts? Fortunately, Director Wang did not linger on the fishing matter. She gently stroked Zioxio's soft hair. Strangely enough, after just a day of nourishing from the spiritual spring water, Zioxio's previously dull and dry hair now shimmered faintly with a lustrous sheen. Xiao, your brother was just exceptionally lucky yesterday, Director Wang said, her tone softening, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. It's not every day that one catches so many big fish. If that were the case, Aunt Wang would have to quit her job and follow your brother around to watch him fish every day. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. Indeed, the domineering undertones in Director Wang's words were impossible to conceal. Lin Wei, I have something to inquire of you, and I expect your honest response. As Director Wang's gaze shifted towards him, his tone abruptly turned grave. The cautious and piercing look in his eyes made Lin Wei feel as though he had been cast in the role of a condemned criminal. He shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an air of compliance. Director Wang, please, ask away. Yesterday, when you went fishing at Shishaha, did you injure teacher Yin from the front yard? Did you also cause him to be hospitalized? Lin Wei's gaze casually swept over to the porch, where he spotted the lurking figures of old Yin, Auntie San, and their son, Yin Jiichin. A cold smirk flickered through his mind. He had not anticipated that this family would actually report him. It turned out that last night, the Yin family had whispered and conferred until the early hours, ultimately reaching a consensus. They could no longer tolerate Lin Wei's antics within the courtyard. In recent days, this brat had made Uncle Yi Zonghai lose face, had humiliated the Jia family mother and son, and even the simpleton Zhu had found no favor under his hand. Even the elderly deaf lady, who was usually held in high esteem, had seen her authority shattered by him. Who in this courtyard could possibly rein him in now? After much deliberation, old Yin slapped his thigh decisively. We should file a complaint at the street office. Why not go to the police station? Everyone knew that was Lin Wei's mother's family, and it would be a fruitless endeavor. Lin Wei feigned a look of streetwise resignation, elongating his tone. Oh dear, Director Wang. Such claims must be substantiated with evidence. When did I ever injure old Yin? Oh no, I mean Yin Bagui. Did he break a bone or strain a muscle? Surely. You must have a plausible explanation. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback by the question, instinctively pressing her hand to her forehead. This morning, Yin Jichen had rushed over, and upon hearing of an injury, she had indeed not inquired into the details. She turned her glare towards the cowering Yin family trio, a surge of frustration bubbling within her. Yin Bagui, Yin Jichen, come here. You tell us how Lin Wei injured you yesterday. And you, Lin Wei, do not adopt such a predatory demeanor. Threatening a victim could add to your charges. Indeed, Lin Wei's cavalier demeanor had long since embedded itself in people's minds over the past 2 months. Director Wang felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that if this lad lost his temper, things could escalate dramatically. Chapter 44, Yin Bagui, I want to report Lin Wei. To her surprise, Lin Wei merely let out a cold snort through his nostrils, nonchalantly squatting down to play with the little black dog at his feet alongside the young girl. His indifference seemed to dismiss the Yin family's scheming entirely. On Yin Bagui's side, he was curious to see what kind of tale Lin Wei would concoct. Director Wang felt a chill run down her spine, observing the situation. It was clear that the animosity between the two families had grown substantial and would not simply be resolved with words. However, as Yin Bagui stuttered and hesitated in his recounting, not only Lin Wei, but even the 2 clerks beside Director Wang, as well as several neighbors who had gathered to witness the spectacle, found it nearly impossible to stifle their laughter. After all this commotion, it turned out to be such a trivial matter. Old Yin, in his desperate attempts to stake a claim to a fishing spot, had gone so far as to imitate the ancient idiom of lying on ice to catch carp, only to find himself in the hospital instead of with a catch. Director Wang, that is how it all happened. As Yin Bagui continued, he grew more convinced of his righteousness, even puffing out his emaciated chest in defiance. Lin Wei, that little punk, deliberately sought revenge on me, tricking me into lying on the ice. It cost me $2.50 for the hospital. He must compensate me. Unable to suppress himself, Lin Wei burst into laughter, tilting his head back in amusement. Director Wang and the 2 clerks quickly turned their faces away, hands over their mouths, shoulders shaking, fearful that they might lose their composure. The neighbors, who had initially struggled to contain their mirth, could no longer hold back, and the courtyard was soon filled with the sounds of laughter. Old Yin truly had a knack for eliciting amusement. You all laugh. What is so funny? No laughing allowed. Yin Bagui's face flushed crimson, realizing that his argument was flimsy and losing his composure entirely. Ha ha ha. Old Yin. Oh, old Yin, Lin Wei scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at him before abruptly shifting his tone, his voice growing somber. You claim I sought revenge on you? Very well then. Why don't you tell everyone what misdeeds you have committed that would warrant such meticulous retaliation from me? Yin Bagui was rendered speechless, as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat. The underhanded tactics he employed to obstruct others from watching over Lin Wei at the courtyard entrance could certainly not be exposed to the light of day. Noticing his silence, Lin Wei pressed on, addressing the crowd with a clear voice. Furthermore, there were many uncles and grandpas by the riverside yesterday. Everyone has eyes. Old Yin, you repeatedly claim I deceived you. So let me ask you, did I ever utter a word encouraging you to lie on the ice? Yin Bagui's lips trembled, yet he could not muster a single word of rebuttal. At that moment, Director Wang had already composed herself, straightening her attire and speaking with calm authority. Yin Bagui, this matter cannot be attributed to Lin Wei. How he goes about fishing is his prerogative. He did not compel you to imitate him. As for his unwillingness to reserve a fishing spot or share bait, it merely reflects your deficiencies as a liaison. Even the young people in the courtyard lack the respect to afford you that courtesy. Director Wang's seemingly mild words felt like a knife piercing through Yin Bagui's heart. It was tantamount to an outright accusation of his loss of authority and incompetence. Would they now consider removing him from his position? Absolutely not. He had managed to secure his cushy role as the guardian of the courtyard solely through his connection to Uncle San and the little power bestowed upon him by the street office. If he lost even the liaison role, how could he continue to control the entrance and reap the small benefits? The more Yin Bagui pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Realizing that dwelling on past grievances would yield no results, he decided to take a bold stand. Since you, Lin Wei, refuse to let me have peace, Then do not expect an easy time either. Director Wang. Yin Bugui suddenly raised his head, his voice sharp with agitation. I report Lin Wei for speculation and profiteering. He caught so many fish yesterday, yet only took one home. The rest must have been sold on the black market for a high price. This constitutes a disruption of economic order and is a serious crime. This was the Yin family's ultimate trump card, concocted during their late-night deliberations. Despite the presence of someone claiming to be a buyer from the steel factory, how could Lin Wei easily procure such a person in a factory of that size? Understanding Yin Bugui's miserly and profit-driven nature, he firmly believed that Lin Wei, in pursuit of greater profit, would surely opt to sell fish on the black market, the smartest move for maximizing profit. Director Wang's sharp gaze swiftly turned towards Lin Wei, her brows instinctively knitting together. The label of speculation and profiteering was no trifling matter. If it were merely a fish or two, perhaps she could manage to suppress the situation, but if the quantity were substantial, it could lead to significant repercussions. Lin Wei, tell me honestly, how many fish did you catch yesterday? What did you do with them? Director Wang's tone was serious, yet, unnoticed by others, she quickly winked at Lin Wei, signaling him to downplay the numbers. To her astonishment, Lin Wei appeared utterly unconcerned, responding candidly. 15 fish, weighing about over 200 pounds in total. As soon as Han's words left his lips, not only Director Wang, but even the onlookers in the vicinity were left utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd. How could this possibly be? Lin Wei was merely a street urchin. How could he possess such extraordinary skills? Did you not hear clearly? 15 fish amounting to over 200 kilograms. What colossal fish must those be? Director Wang's heart sank, and he immediately interjected with a raised voice. Lin Wei, cease your nonsense. In the dead of winter, with the ground frozen and covered in snow, how could you possibly catch so many? Yet Lin Xiaoxiao, standing beside him, was indignant and lifted her small face, earnestly defending, Aunt Wang, my brother isn't lying. There really were so many fish, a whole cartful that could barely fit. Director Wang inwardly lamented, this foolish girl, truly incapable of discerning the right moment to speak, had only solidified their predicament. Yin Bugui, witnessing the scene, spoke with an excited tremor in his voice. Yes, everyone heard it. Lin Wei admitted it himself. If he caught so many fish, and only brought back one, where did the rest go? To the black market, perhaps? Is this not the very definition of speculation? He was nearly beside himself with glee, secretly reveling. Lin Wei, no matter how cunning you are, you've ultimately left a chink in your armor. In your bid to boast, you've ensnared yourself completely. Director Wang, feeling the weight of the situation, continued to press. Then tell me, what did you do with the remaining 14 fish? Did you sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative or gift them to someone? Lin Wei, unfazed, chuckled nonchalantly. The cooperative? It's too far. I couldn't be bothered to make the trip. As for gifting, his gaze swept over the curious neighbors surrounding them, his tone laced with blatant mockery. Among the people here in Courtyard 95, I doubt anyone is worthy of receiving my generosity. Chapter 45, Arrival of the Heavyweights. Director Wang instinctively glanced at the crowd, only to find those whom her gaze fell upon either shrinking back or bowing their heads, none daring to counter Lin Wei's claims. She suddenly understood. The waters in this courtyard ran deep. The lives of the Lin siblings were likely fraught with hardship. Yin Bugui, emboldened by the atmosphere, raised his voice further. Lin Wei, you wouldn't dare claim that you didn't go to the black market but sold the fish to the street office or even the police station, would you? His words dripped with sarcasm. Who was unaware that the police station was an enforcement agency, incapable of purchasing fish through backdoor dealings? Unexpectedly, Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, how did you know I actually sold them to the police station? Yin Bugui, taken aback, felt a surge of joy. Lin Wei was indeed floundering, concocting such absurd tales. He immediately pressed on. You have no proof. You claim you sold them just like that? Who can vouch for you? And don't bring your sister into this. What does a child know? Director Wang furrowed her brow, feeling that Lin Wei's words were wildly unfounded. Even claiming to have sold them to a factory buyer would be more credible than involving the police station. Yin Bugui, convinced of his victory, turned to rally the crowd. Let us be fair. Shouldn't someone like Lin Wei, who engages in such nefarious dealings, be apprehended? The crowd roared in agreement. Absolutely, he must be caught. We cannot allow one bad apple to spoil the whole barrel. Jia Zhangshi emerged from the crowd, echoing their sentiments. Such a person should be expelled from our courtyard. She had already begun to scheme. If Lin Wei were ousted, her family might at least secure one of the spacious tiled houses. At that moment, the little girl shrank behind her brother, gripping Lin Wei's clothing tightly, while Lin Wei remained unperturbed, fixating on Yin Bugui. Old Yin, what if I can actually produce proof? Would you not consider that defamation? Defamation also bears consequences, you know. Yin Bugui puffed out his thin chest and declared loudly, if you can indeed provide proof, I will take full responsibility, no questions asked. Just then, a clear and authoritative female voice rang out from a distance. Yin Bugui, I'm here to vouch for him. How does that sound? The crowd turned in unison, startled, to see a sharply dressed female police officer striding confidently forward, her gaze piercing, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Isn't that Comrade Lu Hongfang? Director Wang immediately recognized her and hurried forward to shake hands. Has your station received a report? Has the matter been clarified? It turned out Lu Hongfang and Director Wang had known each other for many years. Since her transfer to the Jiadika police station, they had frequently collaborated on tasks, becoming quite familiar. Report? Who filed the report? Lu Hongfang's gaze turned sharp, fixing on the cowering Yin Bugui. Was it you who reported, Yin Bugui? Yin Bugui, caught under her scrutinizing gaze, instinctively took 2 steps back, stammering incoherently. In truth, Lu Hongfang had been present for some time, observing from a distance. Today marked the day her beloved nephew Lin Wei had agreed to go fishing, and she had come personally to ensure he did not slip away. She never anticipated stumbling upon such a commotion. Lin Wei had already spotted her arrival, deliberately feigning weakness to lure Yin Bugui into his own trap. Director Wang shot Yin Bugui a fierce glare. This liaison had not only failed to contribute positively, but had stirred up trouble instead. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that the esteemed reputation of the courtyard was one she had personally bestowed. Should a dispute arise, it would reflect poorly on her. Thus, she swiftly reverted to a conciliatory demeanor, donning a mediation smile as she addressed Lu Hongfang, Comrade Hongfang. Here's the situation. We received reports this morning indicating that Lin Wei may have been selling fish privately. Now that you are here, the matter should be clarified. While speaking, she discreetly signaled Lu Hongfang to handle the situation delicately. Lu Hongfang understood. After all, the street office held more authority than the police station, and such a favor could not be dismissed. However, she did not intend to let Yin Bugui off easily. He needed a lesson. Turning to Yin Bugui, her voice resonant and firm, she stated, Yin Bugui, listen carefully. The fish Lin Wei caught yesterday were indeed taken by our police station. I can attest to this. The steel factory can also corroborate. We collected the fish from this young man. Before she could finish, a hurried voice called from outside the courtyard. The crowd turned, and they saw the steel factory's procurement officer, Li Qinggang, appearing at the gate, flanked by several workers in blue uniforms, among whom stood a distinguished middle-aged man. He was in his 40s, clad in a neatly tailored dark Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of composure and authority. His hair was meticulously styled, and a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, presenting an image of a charismatic gentleman. He was none other than Li Wei, the vice director responsible for logistics at the steel factory. As soon as he entered, the ever-obsequious Lu Haizhong's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. Bending slightly at the waist, his face alight with smiles, Vice Director Li, your esteemed presence truly illuminates our courtyard. As he spoke, he deftly pulled over a chair and wiped it with his sleeve. Please, have a seat. You've worked hard this early in the day. Li Wei, ignoring the sycophantic Lu Haizhong, stepped forward with purpose, scanning the crowd before calling out. Which one of you is the exemplary family member Lin Wei from our steel factory? Li Qinggang promptly extracted Lin Wei from the throng, introducing him. Deputy Factory Director Li, allow me to introduce Lin Wei, renowned as the fishing deity of Shisha, whom we affectionately refer to as Wei Gu. Li Wei immediately extended his hands with enthusiasm, grasping Lin Wei as firmly. His face radiated warmth, and his smile was contagiously vibrant, imbued with genuine admiration. Comrade Lin Wei, you are indeed a paragon of talent, youthful and accomplished. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice just enough for those nearby to hear. Do you have any work arrangements at present? If not, why not consider a position in our steel rolling plant as procurement department? Salary is negotiable, and we are in dire need of someone with your remarkable skills. The reason for Li Hui's fervent hospitality and proactive offer of employment stemmed from a specific motivation. It turned out that the procurement officer, Li Qinggang, was his distant nephew. Yesterday, Li Qinggang had returned with an astonishing haul of 10 fish, each exceeding 10 pounds, which sent shockwaves through the entire procurement department, even leaving Li Hui, who oversaw logistics, utterly astonished. In these times, it was already a rarity for a procurement officer to return from the countryside with a single chicken or a dozen eggs. To present over 150 pounds of premium fish all at once was unheard of, even in the best of years. Chapter 46. The target, Shishaha. Li Hui promptly decided. This batch of fish would be entirely refrigerated and stored, specifically for upcoming factory receptions, finally ensuring an impressive display. Afterwards, he sought out Li Qinggang to inquire in detail, learning of Lin Wei's almost divine fishing prowess at Shishaha. which left him further amazed. Despite his less-than-stellar reputation regarding personal relationships and ethical conduct, Li Huide was undeniably astute, particularly adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Just as he tolerated the brusque but skilled Shazhu, now faced with the rare fishing virtuoso Lin Wei, his immediate instinct was to recruit him. If Lin Wei were to join the procurement department, would the factory ever need to worry about sourcing fish again? Lu Hongfang slightly furrowed her brow. Caught off guard by her nephew's unexpected prowess attracting the attention of the deputy factory director. If he were truly recruited, it would likely become more challenging for the police station to enlist Lin Wei's fishing talents in the future. Her mind raced. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. It was prudent to stabilize the situation first, and later, she could discuss matters with Lin Wei privately. Thus, she stepped forward, skillfully interjecting, Deputy Factory Director Li, while employment is indeed important, we must first address the matter of Yin Bugui's slander against my nephew. She deliberately emphasized the word nephew, directing her gaze at Li Huide. What do you propose we do about this situation? Li Huide, ever the astute individual, immediately grasped the underlying implication of her words. He offered a sheepish smile, deftly deflecting the responsibility. Oh, come now, Comrade Liu, you jest. This matter should certainly be handled fairly by our police station and the street office. We from the steel rolling plant are merely here to support Comrade Lin Wei, attesting to the legitimacy of his fish's provenance and purpose, which is certainly not speculative in nature. Seeing that Li Huide was unyielding, Lu Hongfang did not press further. Turning her attention to the visibly pale Yin Bugui, her tone suddenly sharp. Yin Bugui, the facts are now clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do you admit to your slander? Yin Lika, having lost his earlier bravado, found himself unable to argue against the support Lin Wei was receiving from both the steel rolling plant and the police station. He could only retract his head, nodding repeatedly while muttering, "Yes, we admit we were mistaken." Nearby, Director Wang of the street office sensed the moment was ripe and, fearing further escalation, stepped in to mediate. Clearing her throat, she adopted an official tone. Since Yin Bugui and his son have acknowledged their slander, fortunately, no significant harm has been done. We shall proceed with an educational approach. I hereby assign you both to clean the entire courtyard and the public restroom outside for a duration of 1 month. She glanced over at the trembling Yin family, inquiring, "Is this punishment acceptable to you?" "Yes, we accept." "Thank you, Director Wang. Thank you, Comrade Liu." Yin Bugui and Yin Jichen bowed in gratitude, relief washing over them as they understood that under Director Wang's lenient approach, cleaning the toilets was the lightest punishment they could receive. Just as the situation with the Yin family was resolved, Director Wang surveyed the crowd of neighbors who still lingered, frowning slightly as she called out, "What are you all still doing here? Don't you have work to attend to today?" Upon hearing her dismissive tone, the onlookers dispersed quickly. The men hurried away, and the women turned to retreat into their homes, leaving the once crowded courtyard suddenly empty. With the idle spectators gone, Director Wang turned back, glancing between Lu Hongfang and Li Huide, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Well, I must say, Comrade Liu and Director Li, you both rarely visit without a purpose. What brings you to seek out our young Lin Wei this early in the day?" Lu Hongfang shot a pointed look at her plastic sister, replying bluntly, "What else could it be? I'm here to ensure my nephew fulfills his promise." Li Huide, unfazed, confidently interjected, "Comrade Liu, we cannot frame it that way. Since Comrade Lin Wei is a family member of our steel rolling plant and is about to join the procurement department, it might not be entirely appropriate for you to summon him so casually. Join. Has my nephew agreed to that?" Lu Hongfang scoffed, as his aunt. "Do I need permission from your factory leadership to request a favor from my own kin?" Director Wang, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to mediate. All right. You both are clearly busy people, and your visit must be of great importance. What exactly do you need from young Lin Wei? Perhaps I can assist." Lu Hongfang crossed her arms, maintaining her frosty demeanor. "You? I doubt you can help. I need fish, and the more, the better. Can you conjure some for me? Name your price." This statement left Director Wang momentarily speechless. In these times, which institution wasn't he struggling for resources? The relief stations, nursing homes, and daycare centers under the street office hadn't he seen fresh meat in months. Taking the opportunity, Li Huide chimed in. "Comrade Liu, let us be realistic. Your police station has only about 30 or 40 personnel. How much fish can you possibly consume?" "Comrade Lin Wei," he turned to Lin Wei, his tone solemn, "you should feel free to fish today. We at the steel rolling plant will purchase whatever you catch. The price will be the same as yesterday, ensuring you do not suffer any loss." His personal visit was genuinely motivated by this intent. Having heard from Li Qinggang that Lin Wei had agreed to fish again today, he was eager to witness whether the fishing deity's reputation was merely a stroke of luck or a testament to genuine skill. Director Wang stood by, her gaze darting between the two men, her mind racing with calculations, observing the dynamics. It was clear that both her plastic sister and deputy factory director Li were drawn by Lin Wei's fishing prowess. Could this young man truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Capable of catching as many fish as he wished? This was an event too significant for her to miss. Resolute, she decided she must accompany them. For perhaps she could also partake in the bounty. On the 4th day of the 12th lunar month in 1959, the sky was overcast and the clouds hung low. On the icy surface of Shishaha, an ice fishing event was about to commence, which would later be celebrated as a legendary tale of the city. Lin Wei tightened his old cotton coat against the chill, exhaling a cloud of white vapor as he surveyed the scene before him, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. Behind him were his old partner Ma Sanner and a young girl. Further back, Li Hui from the steel mill was accompanied by several procurement officers, while Lu Hongfang from the Jiatika police station stood beside 2 public security officials. Additionally, Director Wang from the Hongxing Street office led a group of street office staff. A dense crowd of more than a dozen individuals stood upon the icy surface, exuding a palpable sense of authority amidst the silence. This hardly resembled a fishing expedition. The pursuit of Dieter had never been so extravagant. Chapter 47. Alexander's Lin Wei. Lin Wei rubbed his numbed hands together, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, the weight of reality bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. 3 factions were present: the workers, the law enforcement, and the local street authority. He could not afford to offend any of them. Today he must catch fish. And not just any fish, but a considerable haul, a dazzling one, enough to fill his nets to the brim. He cast a glance at the young girl beside him. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, yet her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she clutched his clothing tightly, softly inquiring, "Brother, will we catch any fish today?" Without turning back, Lin Wei managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Fear not, brother will surely succeed. Ma Sanner, set up the big pot." At the sound of Lin Wei's commanding voice, Ma Sanner immediately sprang into action. He understood that today's gathering consisted of key players, and Lin Wei was acutely aware that attempting to engage in the traditional ice fishing routine would surely lead to trouble. If any astute observer discerned his intentions, mistaking him for an anomaly to be captured and dissected, it would spell disaster. Therefore, he had already instructed Ma Sanner to prepare bundles of dry firewood and a heavy iron pot. This time, he would forego any pretense. They would heat water to melt the ice. The two worked deftly, and in no time, they had constructed a rudimentary stove on the ice using stones. Ma Sanner knelt to stoke the fire, sparks dancing and illuminating his cheeks with a rosy glow. Lin Wei swung an ice pick, striking off several chunks of ice and tossing them into the pot. Soon, steam began to rise, enveloping the scene in a misty veil. He called upon the little black dog, feigning an act of letting it search for fish. "Come, lift the pot." The brothers, one at each end, strained to pour the scalding water onto the ice. The hot water splashed dramatically, sending up a cloud of white vapor. Lin Wei pretended to test the temperature with his hand, all the while secretly channeling his innate pure yang energy. A surge of warmth flowing down his arm and into the ice beneath. "All right, Ma Sanner, step back." As his words fell, Lin Wei bent slightly, planting his left palm firmly on the ground, and with a powerful thrust of his right arm, he struck down decisively. A muffled thud resounded as shards of ice flew, and a hole the size of a basin was smashed into the more than a foot-thick ice layer. Li Hui, who had been quietly observing from behind, felt his pupils constrict and his breath quickened. A man of experience and distinction, he understood more than the average person. While onlookers might attribute the phenomenon to the hot water, he recognized that hot water merely softened the surface. Beneath it remained as solid as rock. Lin Wei's strike had genuinely breached the thick layer of ice. This was no ordinary strength. It transcended mere martial prowess, resembling an extraordinary ability. Li Hui recalled the masters he had encountered in the military with his father-in-law years prior, who could cleave through half-foot-thick wood without much effort. Yet this was ice, with hardness akin to steel. Observing Lin Wei's effortless demeanor, he surmised that even a steel plate would tremble before him. This young man from the Lin family was indeed remarkable. Li Hui inhaled discreetly, his mind racing through possibilities. This individual was worth cultivating and simply too important to alienate. Meanwhile, Director Wang from the street office maintained a composed facade, though internally, she had already ruminated over multiple scenarios. Initially, upon hearing of Lin Wei's supposed fishing prowess, she had only given it a modicum of belief, dismissing the rest as exaggerated rumors. Today, she had accompanied them partly due to a lack of pressing matters, and partly in hopes of the slightest chance of success. In these times, the opportunity to enjoy fish was exceedingly rare, and even a 1% chance warranted the effort to test their luck. She had calculated that if Lin Wei truly possessed skill, she must ensure he remained under her influence. He was a veritable treasure for the street office, and she could not allow others to take him away. However, she also pondered that with Lin's father at the steel mill and his mother within the public security system, it would not be easy to keep him in the street office. Witnessing Lin Wei's adeptness and calm demeanor firsthand elicited mixed emotions within her. She felt joy at his evident talent, while simultaneously worrying that the presence of the steel mill and police station personnel would complicate her efforts to retain him. In contrast, Lu Hongfang had no such convoluted thoughts. To her, Lin Wei was simply her nephew. Anyone who wished to claim him must first contend with her. Moreover, she had her own secret weapon, her little niece. Should Lin Wei misbehave, she could simply let the girl shed a few tears and throw a tantrum, knowing her brother would surely relent. Yet, she had come with a mission. They needed at least 200 pounds of fish. This situation had its roots in the previous day. The Jia police station had prepared 4 large fish for lunch, intending merely to enhance their internal meal. However, fortune smiled upon them when a municipal leader unexpectedly arrived for an inspection. The leader had intended to stay only briefly, but the aroma of the fish, expertly cooked by Chef Huang, was irresistible. The fish, golden and crisp from frying, seasoned with scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, pepper, and spices, filled the air with an enticing fragrance. It was no wonder that Chef Huang had gone to such lengths. He had not tasted meat for months, and the arrival of such fresh, fatty fish was a rare delight. Fearing his culinary skills might falter, he was determined to impress, lest colleagues whisper of his declining abilities. His extraordinary effort bore fruit, as the rich scent wafted into the courtyard, catching the attention of the visiting leader. With that, the leader could no longer remain inconspicuous. He seized the opportunity to inquire about the police station's catering situation, wondering if the grassroots personnel were well fed during these trying times. This inspection unearthed a significant issue. Although Chef Huang had already cut the fish into pieces, the weight could not be concealed. The leader's seasoned eyes quickly assessed the situation, noting the 4 fish heads, each weighing no less than 10 pounds. The leader casually steered the conversation toward the fish and the straightforward director Zhou of the Jia police station, lacking the subtlety of others, disclosed everything without hesitation. In these times, which institution lacked meat? It was one thing for the Jia police station to have the good fortune of obtaining fish. It was another to not report it proactively. The leader's expression darkened, and after the meal, he summoned Director Zhou and Lu Hongfang into his office, reprimanding them for their little collective selfishness. Of course, the reprimand was merely a prelude. The leader then logically issued an order. Lu Hongfang must accompany Lin Wei today and procure no less than 200 pounds of fish, or no one would be permitted to leave work. Hence, Lu Hongfang was in such a hurry to urge Lin Wei. Yet she dared not explicitly state the gravity of the task, fearing it would overwhelm her nephew. All she could do was silently wish that he would rise to the occasion and, come what may, catch more than he had the day before. Chapter 48. Come forth. Fishing rod. Regardless of the inner thoughts of those behind him, Lin Wei's hands did not falter for a moment. Seizing the opportunity while the ice still emitted wisps of vapor, he struck the edges of the ice hole with his palm, producing a series of muffled sounds. The ice shattered with a crisp crack, falling in swift, precise shards as if expertly cleaved by a blade. The figure lay prone upon the frosty surface, pivoting around the hole at its center with remarkable speed and steadiness, seemingly impervious to fatigue. It was not until he began to catch his breath that he straightened up, prompting the onlookers to rush forward in curiosity. Despite the biting chill of winter, a collective gasp escaped their lips. There on the ice lay a perfect circle with a radius of over 3 meters, its edges smooth and curvature precise, as if drawn meticulously with a compass. How could such a feat possibly be accomplished by mere human hands? Doubtful glances were cast towards Lin Wei. Wasn't he renowned for his lack of skill? How then could he have created such an exquisite piece of icy artistry? Lin Wei merely nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, "This compulsive perfectionism from my past life is inescapable. Everything must be flawless. Well, let us start with a round hole for fun." Only a little girl, with her bright, sparkling eyes, murmured softly, "Brother, did you dig such a beautiful hole to lure in the fish?" Ignoring the astonished stares of the crowd, Lin Wei reached out to his assistant, Ma San'er, for a basket. Inside lay several sealed aluminum lunchboxes containing his specially prepared secret bait. Upon returning, he had pondered how crude it was to use plain steamed buns for fishing. Such common food was not accessible to everyone. What if a few affluent fishing enthusiasts decided to imitate him only to come up empty-handed? He would be left in utter embarrassment if they questioned him about it later. Thus, he had decided to unveil his secret weapon, a concoction made from corn flour and white flour mixed with spring water to form a paste. Rolled into small balls the size of a fingertip, fried to a perfect 7/10 cooked, and then soaked in cooking wine. Though it was not yet fully ready, The enticing aroma wafting from it was already leagues more tempting than plain steamed buns. Indeed, as Lin Wei lifted the lid of the lunchbox, a rich, alluring scent wafted into the air, making everyone's throats involuntarily stir. Ma Sanner was the first to succumb, reaching out eagerly. Wei Guer, is this breakfast? It smells divine. The little girl sniffed the air, her voice soft. It really does smell so good. Even the German shepherd at their feet wagged its tail excitedly, barking incessantly in a desperate plea for food. Shoo, this is fish bait. You silly dog, Lin Wei chided, though he couldn't help but lean in closer to inhale the aroma himself. The bait, mixed with spring water, was indeed extraordinary. Its fragrance was simply exquisite. Meanwhile, Li Huide, Lu Hongfang, and Director Wang, being individuals of some standing, managed to maintain their composure, though their eyes betrayed their intrigue, and their nostrils twitched in response to the captivating scent. A silent consensus formed among them. With such enticing bait, how could the fish possibly resist? Today promised to be an eventful spectacle. However, in the next moment, Lin Wei's actions nearly caused them to leap in astonishment. Without a second thought, he poured the fragrant bait from half the lunchbox directly into the ice hole. Hey Lin Wei, what are you doing? Isn't that a waste of good bait? Director Wang exclaimed, nearly rushing forward to intervene. Li Huide, though equally skeptical, maintained a facade of calm. Only Lu Hongfang, having witnessed Lin Wei reel in large fish before, felt a pang of regret but restrained her frustration. She silently vowed, if that rascal fails to catch 200 pounds of fish today, I'll make him pay. Wait, Director Wang, please don't rush. Ma Sanner quickly intervened, smiling nervously as he explained, this is Wei Guer's unique technique, called baiting the spot. You need to lure the fish in first, gather them together before you can hook the big ones. Baiting the spot. What's that? Director Wang stood there, bewildered. Ma Sanner, not daring to dismiss the street office director who oversaw their area, patiently began to elaborate. At that moment, Lin Wei leisurely retrieved a peculiar fishing rod from his toolkit, one that had never been seen before. At first glance, the rod appeared rather understated, about the length of an arm, its surface a matte dark gray, with a texture between lightweight metal and specialized composite materials, chilling to the touch, yet astonishingly light. As the crowd watched in bewilderment, Lin Wei gripped the rod's handle and exerted a slight force, pulling it outward steadily. A series of smooth, mechanically pleasing clicks echoed, as if the rod possessed a life of its own, extending with precision and swiftly locking into place. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from an unassuming short stick into a seamless, elegant fishing rod exceeding 3 meters in length, its lines fluid and upright. The rod's slender body retained its strength, quivering not in the slightest. The tip trembled lightly, hinting at an inner resilience. Each joint fit together flawlessly, the craftsmanship far surpassing anyone's expectations of a fishing rod in this era. Ma Sanner stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Director Wang momentarily forgot his earlier concern over the bait, rubbing his forehead as he murmured, what advanced contraption is this? Even the typically composed Li Huide and the spirited Lu Hongfang found themselves unable to tear their gaze away, their expressions a blend of astonishment and scrutiny. Lin Wei could not suppress a smile. How could they know that this was the supreme shark-catching fishing rod he had acquired for a hefty sum of 500 points from the system store? A set of 5 rods, touted as unbreakable and never tangling, capable of withstanding even 3 to 5 tons of shark. Of course, wielding it required extraordinary strength and endurance. But at the very least, the rod would not be a hindrance. Compared to yesterday's bamboo rod, which required his innate energy to enhance, this was decidedly a breeze. With fluidity, Lin Wei proceeded, threading the line, attaching the float, clamping the sinker, tying the hook, and baiting it, all in impeccable order. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he flicked his wrist, sending the fishing line arcing gracefully, landing precisely in the center of the ice hole. The sinker descended rapidly, vanishing into the dark depths of 6 to 7 meters below. He aimed to catch a substantial bottom dweller. As the onlookers held their breath, fixated on the bobber submerged in the water, within mere seconds, it suddenly plunged down, vanishing completely into the murky depths. Wei Guer, you've hooked a fish, Ma Sanner exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Before he could finish, Lin Wei had already steadied himself, gripping the rod firmly, and with a powerful upward yank, his entire body leaned back in unison. With a resounding thud, Lin Wei landed squarely on the ice, employing the aggressive fishing technique he had mastered yesterday. The fishing rod, pulled with unrestrained force, arced sharply behind him, cutting through the air with a swift whoosh, bending into a crescent moon shape. Oh no! Several suppressed gasps echoed behind him. Those with even a modicum of fishing knowledge frowned. Who yanked so harshly upon hooking a fish? Shouldn't one gently tire the fish out first? This reckless youth was undoubtedly too brash. Yet, before they could finish their inner musings, all present widened their eyes in unison. Mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. A massive dark shape surged from the depths like a fierce predator breaking the surface. Crashing through the water with a cacophony of splashing ice, soaring through the air. Ding! The host has caught a fish, earning 41 points. The object crashed heavily onto the icy surface, immediately thrashing wildly as it struggled, the force so great that ice shards flew in every direction. The onlookers were momentarily stunned before they could finally discern the spectacle. It was an extraordinarily massive blue fish. Its head was comparable to two cupped hands, with an elongated, rounded body, and its dark blue-green scales shimmered with a cold, metallic luster under the winter sun. The robust tail fin relentlessly struck the ice, each thump resonating with a dull power, as if it were desperately striving to return to the water. A blue fish? No, this was a giant blue. Ma San'er bellowed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Good heavens, this creature must weigh over 40 pounds. Yet Lin Wei remained composed, calling out firmly, "Everyone, hold your positions. This thing is incredibly fierce. We should wait until it exhausts itself before removing the hook." Yes, indeed. No one approach. Lu Hongfang interjected hastily, her face already beaming with joy. This is the grand prize for our precinct. A true catch. The heavy stone of anxiety in her heart finally lifted slightly. Heaven knows how apprehensive she had been when tasked by the city bureau to procure 200 pounds of fish, with thousands waiting for a taste. The pressure fell squarely on her and her nephew. Why should Lin Wei, barely 18, bear such a burden? But now, this young lad was truly bringing her honor. This single fish was nearly 40 pounds, instantly completing 1/5 of the task. Lu Hongfang couldn't help but feel elated. Look at this momentum. Today, my nephew might very well launch a satellite for me. The colossal blue continued to struggle for over half a minute, showing no signs of fatigue. Growing impatient, Lin Wei seized the moment and struck the fish's massive head with a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, the creature finally ceased its thrashing, succumbing into unconsciousness. Only then did Lin Wei deftly remove the hook. What followed was an extraordinary display, as he pulled fish from the icy depths at an astonishing rate. Almost every 2 minutes. Truly no exaggeration, those fish seemed to be queuing up to be hooked, continuously dragged from the water. In that moment, Lin Wei had transformed into an indefatigable fishing machine. Cast the line, reel in a fish, cast again, and reel in another, each action executed with the precision of breath. The rhythm so steady it was almost suffocating. Ding ding ding. The system notification chimes for increased points rang incessantly. Even a seasoned angler like Ma San'er watched in awe, his hands fumbling to identify the species while he nervously estimated their weights, muttering, This is another large grass carp. Oh my, and this stout head here must weigh over 20 pounds. It wasn't he until Lin Wei felt a tinge of fatigue and paused to glance back that he was struck by the sight behind him. Good heavens. The ice was strewn with over 30 various colossal fish, each weighing at least 20 pounds. Blue fish, grass carp, silver carp, black fish, all lined up, their silver scales glistening in a magnificent display, totaling at least 400 to 500 pounds. Perhaps the bait was particularly enticing, or today's fishing spot was exceptionally chosen. But the haul surpassed even yesterday's remarkable catch. Meanwhile, the three groups of people waiting to gather the fish were utterly flabbergasted, their faces flushed, breaths becoming heavy, as if they had just completed a marathon. Lin Wei unscrewed his military water bottle, gulping down several large swigs of warm water. Lu Hongfang could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter that bordered on madness. Ha! It's all ours. Every single one of these belongs to us. Suddenly regaining her composure, she swiftly resumed her authoritative demeanor, shouting, Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, keep a close watch on our fish. Not a single one must go missing. Xiao Wang, hurry. Ride back to the precinct and go directly to the city bureau. Have logistics send a truck. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she proclaimed, Today, I am determined to fill that truck to capacity. In these times, the police station's resources rivaled that of the military, and securing a truck was not a daunting task. Moreover, wielding the authority of the city bureau's leaders, the bounty spread across the ice was her strongest leverage. She could almost envision the envy in the leaders' eyes upon seeing these fish. Requesting a vehicle? That was a mere formality. Aunt Lu, 2 carts should suffice. A truck really isn't necessary, is it? Lin Wei wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to dissuade her. Given today's catch, it's about time we wrap things up. He mused internally that these fish were more than sufficient for Aunt Lu to report back, and that knowing when to stop was the prudent course. Fishing, after all, thrived on patience and a low profile. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives took notice, he feared his little secret would be laid bare. That simply wouldn't he do. Upon hearing Lin Wei, Lu Hongfang raised her eyebrows, her voice elevating an octave. With such luck today, how can we just stop? We must fish. No one is allowed to call it quits until we've cleaned out the big fish from Shisha. Absolutely. The fishing conditions are once in a century. It would be a shame to quit now. With the rhythm of the catch reaching a peak, they insisted. We must haul in at least 800 to 1,000 pounds to justify our freezing here all day. Li Wei and Director Wang hastily chimed in, both eager to partake in the bounty. Seeing Lu Hongfang emboldened by the city bureau's support, they were unwilling to concede. Li Wei reacted swiftly, turning to his companions. Li Qinggang, don't just stand there. Hurry back to the factory and notify the logistics team to send a truck immediately. His voice was resolute, radiating an undeniable authority. Our steel factory stands as a representative of the working class. We cannot lag behind in this regard. Director Wang listened with growing anxiety. With one relying on the city bureau and the other on a factory of thousands, commandeering trucks to flaunt their strength, how could he, with only 30 or so people in his neighborhood office, match such grandiosity? Yet with the situation escalating, Director Wang could not falter and turned to his aide, barking, quick. Return to the neighborhood office and collect every cart we can borrow. Today, we have but one mission. Transport the fish. Move as many as we can. Oh dear. Lin Wei was taken aback by the fervor of these individuals, hastily waving his hands. Esteemed leaders, this is not feasible. He was sweating profusely, desperately scrambling for words. Isn't there an old saying about exhausting the waters to fish? If we clear out Shishaha's fish, what will be left to catch next year or the year after? Enough. Director Wang interrupted, her tone laced with urgency. People are practically starving. Who has time to worry about the fish's survival? Over the past few months, she had witnessed the suffering of the lower classes firsthand. Those who had fled to the city from afar were gaunt, their ribs protruding painfully. The mere thought tightened her heart. In these times, anything edible was a treasure to be fought over, let alone the precious fish meat. The more she spoke, the more fervent her voice became. Fish is still meat. A fish stew can at least offer a taste of oil, a hint of richness. Just this one fish could fill several large pots, ensuring that the hundreds of starving souls at our neighborhood relief station could have a decent meal. She glanced at the large fish sprawled across the ice, softening her tone as if speaking to Lin Wei, yet also attempting to convince herself. Besides, look at what you've caught. Not a single one is below 10 pounds. Those little fishlings are utterly incapable of grasping your hook. The fish in Shishaha are simply irreplaceable. At this moment, survival is paramount. Each additional catch represents another life sustained through this harsh winter. Yet, Director Wang Linwei's throat feels parched as he strives for one last effort. A tumultuous tide of emotions surges within him, nearly causing him to expel a mouthful of old blood. These onlookers see me effortlessly hauling fish ashore, unaware of the relentless toil behind each cast. The hefty catch of 20 or 30 pounds, thrashing and colliding in the water, feels more akin to 100. Each time a fish bites, I must summon every ounce of strength to hold the rod steadfast, not allowing a single breath to escape. Even with the inherent vitality of pure yang energy aiding my recovery, I am but a mere mortal with a modicum of extraordinary ability, not a superhero forged of iron and steel. After an hour of this exertion, you may witness the spectacle with delight, and the haul, though barely satisfactory, spares Aunt Lu's face. However, should I persist in this manner, I fear I shall soon lack the strength to even rise from my bed. My intention in traversing to this era was to live a good life with Xiao Xiao, not to serve as a beast of burden for the production team. Moreover, today as commotion eclipses yesterday's. Should matters go awry, I would undoubtedly attract unwelcome scrutiny from above. If I were to receive an order relegating me to a mere fishing tool, what freedom would remain? Each day would be consumed by thoughts of fish, 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 leaving no room for enjoying life, marrying, or raising Xiao Xiao as a little princess. Yet, the increasingly impatient Director Wang is disinclined to hear any defense. In her eyes, with the nation newly established and countless individuals struggling for sustenance, capable individuals like Lin Wei are urgently needed to step up. There is no room for retreat in the face of duty. Do not call me director, she snaps, her gaze piercing like a nail into his face. Call me Aunt Wang. Her tone shifts unexpectedly, tinged with a hint of grievance. I have known your mother for years. Our bond is no less than that with your Aunt Lu. If you can acknowledge her as aunt, why not me? Before she finishes, she abruptly reaches out and scoops up the quiet little Xiao Xiao, who had been playing with the edge of her clothing. Xiao Xiao, startled, gazes with wide, round eyes, unsure of how to react. Xiao Xiao, dear, look. Director Wang transforms into a melodramatic figure, her voice taking on a quivering tone. Aunt Wang wishes to ask your brother for a favor, yet he only agrees to assist Aunt Lu and not me. As she speaks, she manages to squeeze out a couple of tears, lamenting her plight. Lu Hongfang, standing nearby, rolls her eyes dramatically, unable to bear the sight. This faux sisterhood, willing to sacrifice dignity over a few fish. Rarely has she even held Xiao Xiao. The child hardly recognizes her now, and yet she dares to call herself Aunt Wang? Ultimately, she remains silent. After all, Director Wang is a bona fide district head, an official of some standing. She governs the South Drum Tower area and is, in essence, a superior figure to the Lin siblings. An age-old adage speaks of the county magistrate being akin to the head of a family. Thus, Director Wang is comparable to a contemporary lord, someone one cannot afford to offend. Lu Hongfang can only cast Lin Wei a look of "you're on your own," signaling him to notice Xiao Xiao still cradled in Wang's arms. Meanwhile, the little girl, tightly held by Director Wang, gazes up at the tearful face of Aunt Wang. Seemingly moved, her lips pucker, and tears well in her eyes as she softly calls out to Lin Wei, "Brother, Aunt Wang is so sad. Can't you help her?" Surrendering to this emotional onslaught, Lin Wei, who fears nothing in this world but his sister Xiao Xiao, realizes evasion is futile today. With a resigned sigh, he accepts his fate. He wonders if his frail body can endure any longer. Gritting his teeth, Lin Wei picks up the fishing rod once more, silently baiting the hook. Upon witnessing his determination, Director Wang's face lights up, her tears vanishing quicker than a magician's trick. "Oh, our Xiao Xiao truly cares for Aunt Wang," she exclaims, hurriedly rummaging through her padded jacket to produce some fruit candies, placing them in Xiaoxiu's palm. "Here, Aunt Wang offers you sweets, to sweeten your mouth." Lu Hongfang stands aside, utterly incredulous. Director Wang's frugality in calculating her gains rivals the legendary Yin Bugui from the 95th courtyard, never revealing her hand until the moment is right. Earlier, she stood there for ages without offering a single candy, but now that Lin Wei is willing to part with his catch, she suddenly becomes generous. Meanwhile, the most anxious of them all is Li Huide. He rubs his hands together, caught in a dilemma. As the deputy director of a factory with over 10,000 workers, he cannot afford to emulate Director Wang's approach of ingratiating himself with relatives and amusing children. Furthermore, given his stern, serious demeanor, he risks frightening Xiao Xiao instead of charming her. He can only hope that after satisfying Director Wang's appetite, Lin Wei will still have the strength to help him catch a few. His demands are modest. Just 100 or 200 pounds would suffice for him to report back. This time, Lin Wei's performance noticeably declines. It takes him a grueling half-hour to haul in merely 200 pounds of fish. Although the quantity pales in comparison to before, the quality remains impeccable. 10 fish, each exceeding 15 pounds, robust and vigorous. Director Wang beams with delight, her joy sweeter than honey. Chapter 51, a record-breaking catch. 10 minutes later, Lin Wei finally lowers his fishing rod once more. This time, he nearly stumbles backward, hands braced on his knees as he gasps for breath. Beads of sweat roll from his brow, splattering onto the icy surface. He is utterly spent, his limbs weak and tingling, barely able to stand. The last cast was fraught with peril. The immense creature beneath the water exerted tremendous force. Not only could he not reel it in, but he was also nearly pulled off balance, almost dragged away. Lin Wei, who traditionally scoffed at the idea of playing with fish, was compelled to run 20 laps on the slick ice with the fish dragging him along. Had it not been for Ma San-er's quick reflexes, who dashed forward to firmly grasp his waist, Lin Wei might have indeed been pulled into the icy abyss. Should he have fallen in? While he would have had his methods to subdue the creature, the reputation of Shisha as fishing god would have been irrevocably tarnished. Henceforth, he could forget about fishing openly in this territory. When the colossal creature was finally dragged from the water, everyone gasped in astonishment. Its length was astonishing, easily exceeding 1.7 meters, with a monstrous head larger than that of an adult. Its scales, a striking blend of gray and pink, were densely packed, each the size of a small child's palm. Most alarming was its extraordinarily powerful tail fin, which, when flicked, sent 2 street office aides sprawling to the ground. Director Wang paid no mind to her subordinate's mishap. Her entire focus was on the fish, her eyes wide with wonder as her voice altered in pitch. This fish must weigh over 100 pounds. Even Xiao Xiao, who had been playing with a small black dog nearby, and was no stranger to large fish, was drawn in. Her mouth agape in awe, she stared at the thrashing behemoth and timidly gestured towards its mouth, exclaiming, "Wow, what a big fish. Will it eat Xiao Xiao in one bite?" The professional fisherman, Ma San-er, observed with rapt attention, muttering to himself, "This is a fathead fish. This fathead fish must have become a spirit." He inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with an incredulous reverence. The weight must have surpassed 90 pounds, likely shattering the record at Shisha. Those in the know were aware that the largest fish previously caught, there was an 85-pound, 6-ounce blue catfish. A feat achieved 2 years ago that had even made it into the Beijing Daily. If the fish before him indeed exceeded 90 pounds, as Ma San-er claimed, it would undoubtedly become a new legend. What? A record-breaking fish. Li Huide trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling as they fixed intently on the massive creature still struggling, as if fearing it would vanish with a mere blink. When it comes to the consumption of fish, there are typically two esteemed considerations: the pursuit of exquisite and rare species, which often relies on serendipity, and the emphasis on weight, with larger fish deemed more precious. In the collective understanding of the populace, a fish of such substantial size would undoubtedly possess thick, succulent flesh, with large bones that are easy to navigate, ensuring satisfaction for both the elderly and children alike. Thus, throughout history and across cultures, genuine anglers abide by a singular truth: the larger the fish, the more invaluable it becomes. Moreover, this particular fish, which might not be caught again for years, could be considered a rare treasure. Suddenly, Li Huide recalled his other identity. He was the son-in-law of a prominent figure. His father-in-law lived in luxury, having savored every conceivable delicacy in life. Thus, when visiting his father-in-law, Li Huide seldom had anything of note to present. High-end cigarettes and fine liquor? It was fortunate if he could manage to bring some home. But this time was entirely different. If he could present this record-breaking fish, merely the act of surpassing the Shishaha catch record would hold immeasurable value. Wealth and power certainly allow one to acquire many things, yet such a colossal creature hinges upon fortuity. Indeed, Li Huide's heart raced with the thought. If he could deliver this fish to his father-in-law, the old gentleman would surely perceive him as a man of great fortune. After all, why would others fail to encounter such a marvel while he, Li Huide, stumbled upon it? The ensuing events would naturally unfold seamlessly. His father-in-law could host a grand banquet showcasing this extraordinary fish, inviting friends and acquaintances to admire it. At that moment, Li Huide could regale them with tales of his epic struggle with the giant, claiming he battled it for 3 days and nights. No, this simply could not be missed. This fish must be secured. If he let this opportunity slip, who knew when he might have the chance to encounter such a specimen again? With this thought in mind, Li Huide nearly stumbled forward, throwing his arms wide as if to shield the fish from prying eyes. His voice trembling with fervor. This fish must be sold to me. I will pay the highest price: money, tickets, rations, whatever you desire. No one is allowed to compete with me. I will forego any other fish. Indeed, no matter how flawlessly he completed his procurement tasks at the factory, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of his father-in-law's smile. Furthermore, with the year-end approaching, it was a crucial time for social gatherings and year-end banquets. Presenting such a Shishaha fish king in the dead of winter would surely draw the attention of numerous high-ranking individuals once word got out. The potential benefits to be gained would be staggering. Li Huide was indeed well-versed in these intricacies. His mind raced, able to extract so many possibilities from a single fish. He was truly a remarkable talent. Director Wang furrowed her delicate brows, her tone revealing her discomfort. Deputy Factory Director Li, this may not be appropriate. This fish king was promised to our district office. The relief station is counting on it. No, please do not mention the relief station. Li Huide interrupted abruptly, his eyes reddening at the thought of such a precious fish being consumed by those destitute wanderers. He felt it was an utter waste. The mere idea of providing such a treasure to those in need was an outrageous squandering. Suppressing his disdain, he hastily suggested, "Why not sell it to me? I have plenty of money and ration tickets. Isn't it more practical to give those to the relief station?" Upon hearing this, Director Wang hesitated. Yet her mind raced as she began to realize the true value of this fish king. It was not merely about a few bites of fish. It represented a significant opportunity. Seeing Li Huide's determination to possess this fish, was it not a fortuitous chance to negotiate? She decided to observe silently, hoping to make Li Huide sweat a little more. In such negotiations, the first to speak would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 52. Lin Wei shouted, "Bring the sword." Noticing Director Wang's silence and her shifting gaze, Li Huide quickly recognized that he had been too hasty, revealing his cards too openly. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart, and he resolved, for the sake of this unparalleled fish king, he would resort to any means necessary to acquire it, even at the expense of offending the local powers that be. With this thought, his expression grew cold, a hint of steely resolve flickering in his eyes. Despite his usual preoccupation with self-interest, when the stakes were high, Deputy Factory Director Li was never one to be trifled with, acting with ruthless decisiveness. Just as he was about to signal his subordinates to forcibly seize the fish king, Lin Wei, who had been sitting on a small stool and recovering his breath, took in the entire scene. His heart sank. He realized he could no longer remain silent. If he allowed these two to tear each other apart over the fish, he would be the unfortunate one caught in the middle, with no backing. One was a formidable force, while the other was a local power. He could not afford to offend either. Ahem, Aunt Wang, Factory Director Li, Lin Wei began, rising with a hand on his knee, his voice still hoarse from exertion. Yet he forced a smile. I have an idea, if I might be so bold as to share. He took a breath, cautiously shifting his gaze between the two. You see, I have only caught a portion of the fish from this ice hole. They are not entirely gone. How about this? I can compensate for the district office's losses by catching an additional 100 pounds of fish to supplement what I've already given you, Aunt Wang. This way, the district office won't suffer any losses. What do you think? Yes, Comrade Lin Wei speaks quite reasonably. Li Hui chimed in, his demeanor brightening as he eagerly agreed, even sporting a hint of fervent enthusiasm. How astute he was. He recognized that Lin Wei's words were not only soothing the district office, but also thoroughly aligning with his own interests. He glanced at Lin Wei with newfound appreciation, silently praising him. This lad knows how to choose the right ally. Today, he has done me a great favor, and I shall not let him go unrewarded. Director Wang found herself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat dissatisfied yet compelled to acknowledge the logic in Lin Wei's suggestion. From a logical standpoint, since Lin Wei had caught the fish, it was indeed within his rights to decide how much to share with the district office. Moreover, his offer to compensate with an additional large catch was, in essence, providing her with a convenient exit. Reflecting on it, she realized that Lin Wei's previous catch of over 200 pounds had already exceeded her initial expectations by far. She had come over today with the simple intention of snagging a small advantage, satisfied with merely obtaining some meat for the relief station. Little did she anticipate that Lin Wei, in his effort to assist Lu Hongfang, would catch 400 to 500 pounds of fish in one fell swoop, thereby raising her appetite and expectations to great heights. This compelled her to lower her pride, feigning familial affection and coaxing the children, determined to extract every last ounce from him. Now, having unexpectedly acquired 300 pounds of fish, the mere thought sent her heart racing. With the spring festival fast approaching, the street office was counting on the annual goods, splitting those 300 pounds, half for the relief station and half for her own household, would mean several pounds for each family. Whether prepared as cured fish or salted fish, they would undoubtedly be hearty dishes on the New Year's Eve table. However, seeing that Lin Wei still had energy to spare, she thought it might be prudent to squeeze a bit more from him. With that in mind, Director Wang adopted a stern expression, deliberately furrowing his brow, and raised his voice by an octave. 100 pounds? That's simply insufficient. With that one fish you took, you owe me at least 150 pounds. 200 pounds is the bare minimum. Lin Wei forced a wry smile, inwardly lamenting the prospect of catching an additional 200 pounds. It felt like a demand for his very life. Yet, since Director Wang had set the terms, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to go all out today, confronting the challenge head-on. Whatever he could catch, he would. Lin Wei retrieved a white steamed bun from his pocket, biting into it with vigor, and took several swigs from his canteen filled with spring water. After a few energetic jumps to loosen up, he shouted with bravado, "Ma Sanner, bring the sword." Ma Sanner, caught off guard by his exclamation, stood frozen. "Brother, are we fishing or what? What sword do you need? What should I do?" Only then did Lin Wei realize his verbal slip, chuckling awkwardly before correcting himself. "What are you standing there for? The fishing rod is our sword." Oh. Ma Sanner finally grasped the situation and hurriedly handed over the baited fishing rod, leaning in close to Lin Wei, whispering, "Brother Wei, why don't I take over for a bit?" In Ma Sanner's view, even the most skilled angler would be pushing their limits to reel in several dozen pounds in a single day. Yet, Brother Wei had already pulled up over 700 pounds in less than 2 hours, all substantial catches. Even the strongest of bodies couldn't withstand such strain. "Come on now," Lin Wei puffed, laughing while scolding. "With that little frame of yours, a single fish could drag you into the icy depths. I'll handle it." He sensed that beneath the ice, there were still plenty of substantial fish. Not to mention, even a fish weighing around 20 pounds would be too much for an ordinary person to manage. If he were truly pulled into the icy water, even if he were rescued, he would undoubtedly fall ill. He could not allow his brother to take such risks. This time, Lin Wei was markedly more cautious than before. He deliberately slowed his pace, no longer chasing after a frenzied catch. As soon as he felt the weight at the end of the rod, he patiently tugged, skillfully maneuvering until the fish was exhausted, before steadily bringing it to the surface, where Ma Sanner awaited with the net. Gritting his teeth, Lin Wei yanked the rod, and a hefty black fish weighing over 10 pounds finally emerged from the hole in the ice. However, his legs wobbled, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ice. The chill of the surface pierced him instantly, yet he lacked the strength to move. Sweat had thoroughly soaked through the back of his thick cotton coat, now cold against his skin. His chest heaved violently, gasping for breath, each exhalation forming a cloud of mist. His arms and legs felt both sore and numb, trembling slightly, as if they no longer belonged to him. "Ma Sanner," Lin Wei's voice was hoarse and breathless. "You, hold for me for a moment." He almost dragged the fishing rod over to Ma Sanner, finding even the effort of speaking to be a drain on his energy. Chapter 53. Li Wei, I can do it. In the past hour, the haul had been substantial, with over 10 large fish caught, totaling more than 100 pounds, neatly lined up on the ice. Yet the price was steep. Lin Wei felt utterly drained, his strength completely sapped. Even the spring water he had consumed in advance could not counterbalance the staggering exhaustion from battling such formidable creatures in the water. Brother, you're exhausted. The clear voice of his sister, Xiao Xiao, was laced with concern. She hurried over, extending her small hands to gently knead Lin Wei's stiff, aching shoulders. That slight warmth and pressure nearly coaxed a sigh of relief from him. With great effort, Lin Wei lifted his head, his gaze drifting to Director Wang. Managing a weary smile, Aunt Wang, let Ma Sanner fish for a bit longer. If I really can't take it anymore, we can come back tomorrow, all right? Director Wang observed Lin Wei's pale complexion and parched lips, his appearance suggesting imminent collapse, and her heart tightened with pangs of sympathy. This child had truly put his all into the street office's endeavors. He was so greedy, wishing to haul in every last fish, nearly exhausting the boy in the process. All right, look at how exhausted you are, she said with an unmistakable tone of concern. Hurry back to rest. The fish are still beneath the ice. They won't escape. They will be ours sooner or later. Nearby, Lu Hongfang nodded vigorously, her heart filled with both pride and fear as she observed Lin Wei's disheveled state. This was her dear friend's precious son. If he were to collapse or fall ill here, how could she ever explain it? Comrade Lin Wei, shall we stay a bit longer? Li Hui rubbed his hands together unconsciously, his eyes fixated on Ma Sanner. The fishing line was taut. Another fish had taken the bait, slowly being reeled in. His heart raced with excitement. The fish were biting well, and he couldn't bear the thought of halting now. Of course, what made him reluctant to move was the rare bounty before him. The tasks of the police station and the street office were nearly complete, and the remaining catch would count towards the steel mill. In these times, the chance to catch over 100 pounds of fish in one go was a rarity. Though he had already landed a fish weighing nearly 100 pounds, who could ever have too much? With what he desired nearly in hand, it was time to consider the logistics for the factory. As the deputy factory director, while taking a day off was not a big deal, returning empty-handed would ultimately be a loss of face. If his haul was less than what Li Changgang had managed during his last procurement, it would be a significant embarrassment. Moreover, opportunities like this were fleeting. If Lin Wei could catch so much this time, what about the next? Although Lin Wei was skilled, the deputy director of a steel mill could not simply show up on a whim. Besides, judging by the current momentum, Lin Wei would soon be viewed as an external talent to be hidden away by the police station and street office. Opportunities for such effortless fishing would soon become scarce. However, as soon as Li Hui's words left his mouth, two piercing gazes shot towards him. Deputy Factory Director Li, my nephew is no beast. Lu Hongfang's voice rose, her brows knitting together. Look at how exhausted he is, completely drained. She had exceeded the city bureau's task, and now only wished to protect her nephew's strength, saving it for future endeavors. Indeed, Director Wang chimed in. Xiao Lindsay is not one of your steel mill workers. Lending you a hand is a matter of goodwill. Refusing is merely a matter of principle. You cannot command people like this. She had been urging things along herself moments ago, but upon seeing others wanting a share of the spoils, she immediately shifted her stance, fiercely defending her position. I must say, the fish are biting exceptionally well today. It would be such a pity to abandon this opportunity. As the sharp gazes of Lu Hongfang and Wang Hengmei pierced through him, Li Hui's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily revealed his true thoughts. What I mean is, if there are more fishing rods available, I could give it a try too. As it happens, Li Hui's father-in-law is an avid fishing enthusiast, and he has often accompanied him to Kunming Lake and Nanhai Marsh to cast a line. However, this pastime is incredibly time-consuming. For someone like Li Hui, who is adept in the art of political maneuvering, time is a precious commodity, and he hardly possesses the leisure for such pursuits. Furthermore, while his father-in-law's fishing skills are not entirely inept, they are far from impressive. In the eyes of these prominent figures, returning without a catch of considerable weight is a source of embarrassment. Thus, Li Hui has always regarded fishing as both tedious and impractical. It is merely a way for the old man to pass the time, reconnect with old friends, and maintain a semblance of prestige. Yet today, he was genuinely taken aback by Lin Wei's prowess. This was no mere fishing, it was akin to netting fish. Remarkably, nearly 1,000 pounds of fish had been caught in just one morning. Had it not been for his physical limitations, how many more could he have landed? Perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 pounds was not an unrealistic expectation. Li Hui felt a pang of envy. He wished he could be Lin Wei, standing by the water's edge, showcasing his skills and reeling in a hefty catch, thus redeeming his reputation as a pseudo-fisherman. He could then proudly proclaim, I, Li Hui, have also caught big fish. Lin Wei opened his bright, clear eyes and fixed his gaze on Li Wei, silently pondering. What has gotten into Director Li, wishing to fish personally? Is this truly the same Li Wei who was only interested in gourmet food, feminine charms, power, and financial prospects? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Li Wei pounded his chest and raised his voice. After all, I have handled a fishing rod before. While I cannot compare my skills to Comrade Lin Wei's, I can certainly hold my own among the average folk. He punctuated his statement with a thumbs up and quickly added, if Comrade Lin Wei is fatigued, I can certainly step in for him. Moreover, any fish I catch will be duly accounted for. I shall not take advantage of Comrade Lin Wei. Lu Hongfang and Director Wang exchanged glances, their eyes darting between the struggling fish in Ma San'er's hands, the breathless Lin Wei, and the eager Li Wei. It was as if they had reached a mutual understanding in an instant. Lu Hongfang's lips curled into a slight smirk, while Director Wang raised an eyebrow knowingly. Being leaders, they were well aware of the intricacies at play within their organization. Clearly, Director Li's intentions were to procure more fish for the factory, thus saving face while also securing a substantial haul. Indeed, the spot Lin Wei had prepared and the bait he had set were still in the water, and anyone with a modicum of fishing knowledge could attract fish to bite. Of course, no one could rival Lin Wei's astounding ability to catch nearly 1,000 pounds of fish in a single morning, which equated to 5 or 10 times the usual amount. Ma San'er was a perfect example. Barely a minute after casting the bait, a fish was already biting. Though reeling it in proved challenging, it was ultimately successful. Chapter 54. The flames of enthusiasm ignite as the fish bite. Moreover, since Li Wei has agreed to purchase the fish he catches at the market rate, why should we not do the same? It merely requires a bit of extra effort, but compared to the fish we could ultimately obtain, that effort is negligible. Despite having accurately guessed the majority of Li Wei's calculations, they had underestimated the deep-seated obsession of any angler, even one who merely pretends to be one. Nephew. They almost chorused, turning eagerly toward Lin Wei, their faces alight with warmth. Do you still have fishing rods? We would like to give it a try as well. The fish are biting so well today that we must fish until dusk. Rest assured, any fish we catch will count as yours, and we will pay you accordingly. While they professed to purchase the fish at market price, their affectionate addresses of nephew clearly indicated an intention to negotiate a familial discount upon settling the bill. The local police station and neighborhood committee could not compare to the financial might of the state-run steel mill. With their limited resources, they had no choice but to adopt a position of authority, and when the time came, a simple excuse of financial constraints would allow them to justify haggling. As for addressing this matter later when they were more financially comfortable, that was merely talk. Who would take it seriously? A wry smile of resignation crept onto Lin Wei's lips. Indeed, these individuals were astute, promptly considering the idea of expanding their fishing endeavors. This situation bore striking similarities to the last time he had left behind bait and fishing spots for the elderly fishing enthusiasts. However, Lin Wei was more than agreeable to this course of action. To speak nothing of Li Wei, as long as he retained his wits, he would never attempt to deceive Lin Wei, nor would he dare to renege on any agreements made afterward. The understanding of a plentiful meal was something Li Wei, with his intelligence and emotional acumen, would certainly grasp, even if these two ants, who had approached him voluntarily, would inevitably seek a discount. The majority of the profits would still end up in his pocket. Such a lucrative deal was certainly worth pursuing. At this moment, Lin Wei found himself somewhat bemused, feeling as though he had become the proprietor of a fishing pond, while these individuals were the eager anglers drawn to his waters. Yet, upon further reflection, this fishing hole was Shishaha, a public domain. How could it possibly be deemed his private property? Never mind, he thought, if I cannot make sense of it, I shall not dwell on it. After all, without his established fishing spots and expertly crafted bait, they would likely return empty-handed even if they devoted an entire day to fishing. Furthermore, preparing bait and setting the fishing spots required genuine skill. He was not merely selling fish. He was peddling expertise, was he not? With this realization, Lin Wei felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He struggled to rise and prepared to enlarge the ice hole. Ma San'er, please pause for a moment. Go heat some more water and pour it around the area. We need to double, or even quintuple, the size of this opening to ensure safety. Otherwise, with more rods, the lines will tangle. Ah, dear nephew, you need not lift a finger. You all, hurry and boil water. We shall make this ice hole larger. Lin Wei's willingness to assist spurred not only Li Wei's delight, but also the excitement of Lu Hongfang and Director Wang, who were eager to demonstrate their own skills. Before long, they rallied their subordinates to get to work. After a solid hour of labor, the once modest ice hole had expanded into a small pond of over 40 square meters. Lin Wei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This task, though seemingly straightforward, was indeed laborious. Even with Ma Sanner and several sturdy fellows from the neighborhood committee, police station, and steel mill pitching in, pouring hot water, wielding shovels, and swinging pickaxes, the progress was slow and exhausting. Ultimately, Lin Wei could no longer bear to watch. He dragged his weary body forward to lend a hand. The moment he took hold of the pickaxe, it transformed from a cumbersome tool in others' hands to a divine weapon in his grasp. With a single swing, a large section of the ice shattered, leaving everyone in stunned silence. However, given his previous antics, the others were hardly surprised. They swiftly redirected their focus to the serious business of fishing. Lin Wei produced 3 identical telescopic fishing rods from his toolkit and distributed them among Li Huide, Lu Hongfang, and Director Wang. The 4 of them, including Ma San'er, took positions on opposite sides of the ice hole, ensuring they did not interfere with one another. Then came the long-awaited moment of catching fish. Not long after casting their lines, the scene became lively. Li Huide clutched the fishing rod with both hands, leaning back as his feet slipped on the icy surface, urgently shouting, "Quick, someone come help. This fish is too strong. I can't reel it in." Meanwhile, Lu Hongfang was being pulled off balance, repeatedly calling to her subordinates, "Xiaoli, Xiao Zhao, come help me hold the rod. If you don't hurry, I'm going to be dragged into the water." Director Wang was equally flustered, frantically scooting backward while exclaiming, "Oh no, is it just me, or are you all starving? This fish seems nailed to the bottom." Indeed, the trio revealed their inexperience. With top-notch bait and the rods being heavy-duty equipment Lin Wei had procured from the system, there was no fear of broken lines or snapped rods. They had assumed that catching a mere 10 to 20 pounds would be a walk in the park, especially after witnessing Lin Wei haul in 70 or 80 fish. Little did they realize that the fish beneath the surface exerted a pull far exceeding their weight. Furthermore, ice fishing posed a unique challenge, as standing on the slippery surface offered no leverage, making it feel as though they were being toyed with by the fish. Fortunately, with so many people, their collective efforts prevented anyone from being truly dragged into the water. Lin Wei found himself circling the ice hole, ready to lend a hand to whoever seemed unable to hold on any longer. After some back-and-forth assistance, they finally managed to haul up their first catch. Li Huide embraced a nearly 1-meter-long big catfish, its tail slapping against his cotton jacket, splashing water everywhere. Oblivious to the chaos, he grinned widely, exclaiming, "Haha, this big fellow must weigh at least 20 pounds. Quite impressive, isn't it?" Lu Hongfang, frantically pressing down on a flapping grass carp, looked up and retorted, "What is so special about a 20-pound catfish? Look at my grass carp. The flesh is so tender. It's truly delicious." Meanwhile, Director Wang directed 2 junior staff members to remove the fish hook, admiring the large black fish he had caught. "In my opinion, black fish are the most reliable, thick flesh and few bones, perfect for nourishing the elderly and children at the relief station." On the side, the little girl Xiao Xiao had already been won over by the sugary charms of her 2 aunts, clapping her hands in encouragement. "Aunt Lu, Aunt Wang, you're amazing. Your fish are bigger than my brother S." The little trader, having only received a few pieces of candy, switched allegiance so effortlessly. Although the 2 women had only caught 1 fish each, they felt emboldened by Xiao Xiao's praise. Such innocent words, especially from a sweet child like her, were more gratifying than any flattery. "Of course, aunties are impressive. When we were your age, we could catch fish by the river. If we hadn't been out of practice for so many years, we would surely outdo your brother." The 2 women continued to climb on their little pedestal of lies, their cheeks unflushed and their hearts untroubled. Lin Wei, overhearing, felt a chuckle rise within but stifled it, his lips twitching in amusement. Amidst the ruckus, only one person remained completely unaffected, wholly focused on his bobber, Ma San'er, the second-best fisherman in Nanlaguxiang. A true angler. His gaze was always set on the next cast, the next catch. As evidenced by the sizable fish behind him, he was quietly raking in a fortune. With this auspicious start, the trio of Li Huide, Lu Hongfang, and Director Wang began to catch fish in rapid succession. The combination of many hands and shared strength led to an exponential increase in their haul, with their catch rising from dozens of pounds to over 100, ultimately surpassing 400 or 500 pounds. Naturally, the larger fish in Shishaha were not infinite. As they continued to fish, the size of their catches dwindled, eventually stabilizing around 4 to 5 pounds. "Haha, exhilarating, truly exhilarating." Li Huide gasped, the first to put down his rod. He was, in fact, the most physically capable among them, yet he faltered first, a testament to his pampered lifestyle and indulgent habits that had left him somewhat drained. Nevertheless, his haul of 140 to 50 pounds was not insignificant. At the very least, it would suffice for the cafeteria at the steel mill to prepare dozens of pots of steaming tofu stew with fish, providing some sustenance to the workers. The news of Deputy Factory Director Li fishing to improve the food quality would surely silence any criticism from his rival, Factory Director Yang. Moreover, Ma Sanner had quietly amassed over 200 pounds, which, according to their agreement, also counted toward the steel mill's share, bolstering Li's confidence. As for the nearly 100-pound Fish King, it had long since been discreetly transported away, likely swimming in his father-in-law's fish pond by now. Seeing Li Huide reel in, Lu Hongfang and Director Wang exchanged glances and likewise removed their catches from the hooks, relinquishing their rods. Their bounty was not less than Li Huide's. And combined with Lin Wei's morning catch, each had over 500 pounds, marking a truly fruitful return. With the fish becoming smaller and more cumbersome to handle, it seemed wiser to leave some fish in Shishaha for future generations, aiming for sustainability. As dusk descended, the group began to pack up, weighing the fish, loading them onto vehicles, and preparing the police station and street office carts, while the steel mill's truck awaited at the shore to transport the catch. Comrade Lin Wei, today's harvest is truly remarkable. Li Huide beamed, clapping Lin Wei on the shoulder. At that moment, he held no doubts about Lin Wei's abilities. With such fishing prowess, Lin Wei was undoubtedly a coveted asset among all the factories and organizations in the city. If he ever decided to seek employment elsewhere, even the most challenging establishments would likely roll out the red carpet. Contemplating this, Li Huide felt a pang of urgency. He needed to secure Lin Wei's contributions to the steel mill before other bigwigs took notice. I suggest we continue tomorrow, he proposed, rubbing his hands together, his face lit up with eager anticipation. Shishaha is vast. If we choose a different spot, we're bound to have another successful day. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongfang and Director Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today, they had already caught nearly 2,000 pounds of fish. What could they achieve tomorrow? They didn't need much. 300 to 400 pounds each would suffice. If they continued to fish like this for 10 days, even if they emptied Shishaha, there were still Kunming Lake, Bahai, and even the Yongding River to explore. By the time the new year arrived, if they distributed a few dozen pounds of fish to their colleagues at the office and the street office, it would be a sight to behold. Yes, dear nephew. This amount of fish is just the beginning. Lu Hongfang chimed in, her tone warm and persuasive. Your uncles and aunts at the municipal bureau are also looking forward to some meat by the year's end. Director Wang quickly added, adopting a mock-serious expression. Nephew, our street office, aside from the relief station, has numerous underprivileged households awaiting assistance. It's quite a challenge for Aunt Wang. If one is to be a good Samaritan, one must see it through to the end, delivering blessings to their rightful destination. We should seize the opportunity and fish for another 10 days or so. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the lake. I've heard it's secluded there, and the fish are bound to be substantial. Our Red Star Street office's New Year welfare will undoubtedly be the finest in all of Beijing. What? Lin Wei was taken aback by the insatiable appetites of these three individuals. Their harvest today was already astonishing, yet they were not content and wished to continue fishing indefinitely. By the sound of it, they might toil until the new year without respite. Even the production team's donkey would endure such treatment. Moreover, to speak so boldly of fishing in such a heavily guarded locale as the lake, how audacious they are. He had originally come to this era merely to lead a better life with his sister and to enjoy a laid-back existence, coasting through the 1980s. Back then, standing at the forefront of the times, even a pig could take flight. Yet, he never anticipated that by merely revealing a modicum of fishing skill, he would attract the attention of this trio. Was he truly destined to become a fishing machine, akin to the beasts of burden in the 1960s? Absolutely not. The world is vast, and he has yet to explore it. To be tethered to the role of a fisherman in Beijing would be utterly lamentable. He must devise a strategy to break free. He could not allow this trio of creditors, whose eyes gleamed with greed, to manipulate him any longer. His destiny must be firmly grasped in his own hands. With this thought, Lin Wei's mind raced. After a full 2 minutes, a flash of inspiration struck him. It appeared that this was the only course of action. Lin Wei subtly turned his eyes, swallowed gently, cleared his throat lightly, and then embraced the role of a dramatist. His lips moved as if parched, his voice wavering. All right, Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang have spoken. It's settled. Tomorrow, we shall go to the lake. Before he could finish, he closed his eyes, his body sagging directly into Ma Sanner's embrace, his breathing growing faint. Wei Ge, what's wrong? Ma Sanner exclaimed, enveloping him in a hug, his voice tinged with panic. Brother, wake up. Xiao Xiao cried, clutching Lin Wei's clothing and shaking him desperately. Despite her small stature, her strength was astonishing. Ma Sanner struggled to hold on to Lin Wei as she nearly toppled him. Nephew, what is happening? Lu Hongfang and Director Wang were instantly pale with fright. Though they were aware that Lin Wei had been somewhat fatigued, they had not anticipated it to be this severe. If anything were to happen to him, how could they face Lin Wei's mother, their longtime friend? They suddenly realized that it was their relentless insistence on fishing that had exhausted him to this state. A flush of embarrassment washed over their faces, guilt gnawing at their hearts. Having lived through the old society themselves, they knew that even under the oppressive thumb of landlords, there was a limit to the disregard for human life. Amidst the chaos, only Li Wei remained relatively composed, his face shifting slightly as he barked. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, get him to the hospital." "Yes, yes, to the hospital, quickly." Lu Hongfang and Director Wang finally regained their senses. Hastily calling over several sturdy young men to lift Lin Wei onto a stretcher, they rushed to Zihe Hospital, panting heavily as they hurried along. On the second floor of the inpatient department at Zihe Hospital, Lin Wei's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened them. He had slept deeply, indulging in a fragrant slumber. In his dreams, he found himself transported to 2025, leisurely seated at a seaside restaurant in Bali, confronted with an array of mouth-watering delicacies, a whole Australian lobster, a majestic king crab, enticing slices of tuna sashimi, and beautifully marbled weijiao. This was the essence of life. Initially, Lin Wei had devised the ruse of feigning faintness to evade the relentless demands of those capitalists. Yet, he had not anticipated that 2 consecutive days of strenuous labor would utterly drain him. Even with a modicum of extraordinary abilities, he could not withstand such exertion. Consequently, as he was being hurried to the hospital on a stretcher, he inadvertently fell into a profound slumber. The emergency doctor's examination yielded a preliminary diagnosis: fatigue-induced fainting. Further confirming the gravity of his condition, Li Wei, Lu Hongfang, and Director Wang were understandably shaken, their hearts in turmoil as they grappled with guilt. If Lin Wei were to suffer any ill fate, would they not become indirect perpetrators? Thankfully, after consultations, the experts at Zihe provided reassurance. His vital signs were stable, and he merely required rest and observation. Upon hearing this conclusion, the 3 finally exhaled in relief. As long as he was unharmed, everything would be well. Regarding recovery, Lin Wei was now quite the little tycoon. The nearly 1,000 kilograms of fish he had caught alone could fetch him 300 to 400 yuan. Not to mention, the subsequent 500 to 600 kilograms caught by Ma San'er and the trio were also rightfully his. At present, Lin Wei had become their prime object of protection, a precious treasure to be meticulously cared for. It seemed that these 3 were still not disheartened, eagerly anticipating Lin Wei's swift recovery so that he could lead them to fish the grand waters of Beijing once more. Lin Wei blinked, adjusting to the light. The first sight that greeted him was the pristine white of the ceiling, the air redolent with the distinct scent of disinfectant. He lay upon a slightly peeling iron-framed bed, beside which stood a pale yellow wooden bedside table, adorned with a thermos and an enamel cup. Sunlight streamed through a window dressed in light green curtains, casting tranquil patches of light upon the polished stone floor. Lin Wei's gaze shifted, and he noticed Xiao Xiao peacefully asleep at the bedside. A small German shepherd curled at her feet. He extended his hand to gently tousle the girl's hair, noting its greasy texture. Evidently, she had not washed it properly in days. The little girl had clearly worn herself out, murmuring in her sleep, "Brother, I miss you." Lin Wei's heart softened, and he tenderly pulled her into his embrace, patting her frail back. This tender moment was abruptly interrupted by the creaking of the door hinge. As the ward door swung open, a young female doctor entered. Dressed in a freshly laundered white coat, her jet-black hair was neatly styled into a bun, revealing a distinct jawline. Her features were striking, and an air of scholarly grace surrounded her. Her calm gaze swept across the ward, ultimately resting upon the embraced siblings. This young doctor was none other than the intern, Ding Kaiyunan. Her eyes lingered on Lin Wei's face, imbued with professional scrutiny, yet she could not help but pause for a moment longer. The youth before her appeared to be of similar age. His pallor from fatigue accentuated his sharp features. His face was well-defined, with a straight nose and slightly pursed lips, exuding an undeniable aura of resilience even in repose. Ding Qinan had heard from the inquisitive nurses that this young man had been hospitalized for fishing. But unlike the previous emaciated and shrewd Yen Bagui, he seemed quite the catch. Rumor had it that he possessed extraordinary skills, able to bore holes in the ice without tools, and his bait was said to be nothing short of miraculous. Fish for miles around were unable to resist the allure, clamoring to be hooked. The fishing catch was nothing short of astonishing. In a mere morning, one could haul over 1,000 pounds from Shishaha, causing quite a stir among the steel mill, the local police station, and the street office. The reason for his hospitalization was equally absurd, as he had collapsed from exhaustion after reeling in too many fish. Ding Qinan found it utterly perplexing that such a malady existed in the world, almost reminiscent of the previous encounter with Yen Bagui, who had lain on ice in pursuit of carp. Suddenly, she recalled that Yen Bagui had mentioned a fishing expert he had emulated. who was of a similar age and also bore the name Lin Wei. Ding Qian'an's gaze inadvertently swept over the identification tag at the head of the bed, which clearly bore the two characters, Lin Wei. A thought struck her. Could it be the same person? Just as Ding Qian'an was lost in contemplation, Lin Wei seemed to sense her presence and lifted his head. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the figure at the door. In a moment of reverie, Lin Wei almost believed he was gazing upon a fairy stepped out from a painting. As his vision sharpened, he couldn't help but draw in a breath. Even in an age inundated with information and accustomed to the myriad of beauties online, he had never encountered such an ethereal and transcendent visage. Even the likes of Yifei, Reba, or Sister Mimi, should they materialize before her, might find themselves overshadowed. He instinctively stole glance after glance, momentarily unable to divert his gaze. Ding Qian felt her cheeks flush under his unabashed scrutiny, though she was no stranger to being observed. Such an open gaze was indeed rare in this era of subtlety. Had it been anyone else, she would have certainly harbored some displeasure, reminiscent of the vexation caused by Yin Zichen last time. Yet, confronted with this handsome countenance, her irritation ultimately dissipated. Chapter 57. The Fishing Deity of Beijing? Ding Qian'an's suspicion. After all, she had observed this face multiple times while he was unconscious. Now, as their eyes met, the air seemed suspended for 10 seconds until, "Brother, you're awake." Xiao Xiao rubbed her sleepy eyes, her large, sparkling eyes quickly filling with tears. "It's all my fault. From now on I won't eat fish anymore. You shouldn't have to work so hard to catch them." The little girl, with a quaver in her voice, buried her face in Lin Wei's embrace. In her innocent mind, her brother's hospitalization was entirely her fault for being greedy. Lin Wei felt a warmth spread across his face, realizing that his little sister was right beside him. It was indeed a fortuitous moment for her to wake up, breaking the delicate tension that had hung in the air. He composed himself, gently ruffled Xiaoxio's hair, and spoke softly, "Silly girl, how could this be your fault? It's your brother who failed to gauge his limits, exhausting himself over a fishing endeavor. Look, isn't your brother all right now?" Xiao Xiao looked up, her little face beaming with hope. "Is brother really okay? Rest assured, your brother is indeed much better," Ding Qian interjected softly, unaware that her tone had grown gentler than usual. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao turned, her face lighting up with a smile. "Sister Ding." She then wriggled out of Lin Wei's embrace and bounded toward Ding Qian like a joyful little rabbit. "Sister Ding, are you here to take care of brother? Is he really all better?" It turned out that when Lin Wei was brought to the hospital last night, it was Ding Qian and two gossiping nurses who were on night duty. Lu Hongfang had intended to stay and care for him, but since she and Ding Qian's mother were old acquaintances, upon learning that Lin Wei was not severely injured and merely needed rest, she felt at ease entrusting Lin Wei to her niece, allowing her to return to tackle the mountain of fish awaiting her. Xiao Xiao stubbornly refused to leave her brother's side, which naturally meant Ding Qian attended to her as well. The little girl's dinner had been specially fetched from the cafeteria by Ding Qian. Over the course of the night, Xiao Xiao had grown particularly close to this gentle and beautiful doctor sister, their bond blossoming as if they were sisters by blood. Observing the camaraderie between Xiao Xiao and Ding Qian, Lin Wei couldn't help but marvel at the little girl's innate social charm. She could swiftly connect with anyone who showed her a modicum of kindness, regardless of age or gender. Of course, this did not extend to the group from the courtyard, whose self-serving interests clouded their judgment, especially the Jia family, who were notorious for their underhanded dealings. Even a deity descending from the heavens would find it impossible to rectify their ways. "Has Xiao Xiao had breakfast yet?" "Sister brought some dazi and buns, still warm," Ding Qian said, her eyes radiating a natural tenderness as she gently placed the food container on the bedside table. Upon opening it, one container revealed warm dazi, while the other brimmed with steaming buns. "How wonderful! Xiao Xiao loves this," the little girl exclaimed, greedily grabbing a bun, heedless of the heat, and taking a large bite. "Wow, it's a meat bun, my favorite." As she chewed, she mumbled, "Brother, Sister Ding, you should eat too." Lin Wei looked at the smiling Ding Qian with a hint of surprise. Meat buns were a rare commodity these days, especially with the current supply shortages making them hard to come by on the streets. Ding Qian, sensing his confusion, softly clarified, "I was worried Xiao Xiao might go hungry, so I went to the cafeteria early to get breakfast. Luckily, they had a nutritious meal today, so I got an extra portion." Lin Wei quickly comprehended. As a top-tier hospital, Zihe Hospital indeed provided nutritious meals for inpatients, albeit at a steep price. Considering the portion size, it was evidently meant for both him and Xiao Xiao. "Dr. Ding, how much does this breakfast cost?" "I must repay you later," he said earnestly. A newly graduated intern doctor shouldn't bear the financial burden. Ding Qian smiled gently, explaining, "You needn't worry about the expenses. Deputy Factory Director Li from the steel mill not only prepaid sufficient medical fees, but also left an extra 20 yuan for you to supplement your nutrition. Even if you were to stay in the hospital for a month, it would be more than enough. At this point, a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes. Who exactly was this young man to garner such attention from the factory leadership? Not only were the costs fully covered, but the arrangements were so thoughtful as well. Lin Wei understood immediately. Li Hui had indeed played his cards well, conveying both importance and respect. It was a clear signal to the hospital. This patient had influential backing and deserved meticulous care. However, upon reflection, it was evident that Li Hui's investment was far from a loss. The single fish king weighing nearly 100 pounds, along with the subsequent haul of several hundred pounds, far surpassed the expenses incurred. More importantly, Lin Wei understood the value of this favor. And should he ever achieve similar catches in the future, he would certainly remember to reciprocate. Ding Kainan added. Aunt Lu from the police station and Director Wang from the street office also intended to share the costs, but they didn't have enough cash on hand. They specifically instructed that you should visit them after your discharge to settle the accounts for the fish sold. Lin Wei couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was only natural. The fish catch was public property, and Aunt Lu and Director Wang would surely ensure their nephew did not suffer a loss. If they were to take advantage of him this time, how could they muster the courage to ask for his assistance again in the future? They understood well that maintaining a steady rapport with the fishing deity of Shishaha was the real skill. If they were to offend Lin Wei, where could they find another capable of conjuring up a 1,000-pound haul? At that moment, Ding Kainan finally voiced the question that had been lingering in her mind for quite some time. Comrade Lin Wei, they all proclaim you as the fishing deity of the 49 city. What is the story behind this? It turns out that when Li Hui and others brought him to the hospital, they found Lin Wei to be unscathed and proceeded to embellish the events of yesterday's grand fishing scene at Shisha. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that Lin Wei was indeed the unrivaled fishing champion of the 49 city. As Lin Wei pondered how to respond, a little girl engrossed in her bun suddenly looked up, puffing her cheeks, and mumbled, "Sister Ding, my brother is an incredible fisherman." Saying this, she hurriedly put down her half-eaten bun, raised her right thumb in approval, and finding it insufficient, quickly lifted her left hand to display 2 thumbs side by side. Ding Kainan was amused by Xiaoxio's antics and gently teased, "Xiao Xiao knows that the title fishing deity of the 49 city is not to be taken lightly. It requires someone truly skilled to merit such a name. My brother's skills are extraordinary. The fish he catches pile up like little mountains." The little girl, Xiao Xiao, seeing a hint of doubt on Ding Kainan's face, stamped her little feet in frustration, eager to recount all of her brother's recent accomplishments. Her chubby little hands gestured animatedly, her round eyes wide with excitement. Chapter 58. Lin Wei recalls the lives of the courtyard inhabitants, Part 1. Observing this, Lin Wei quickly broke open a steaming meat bun and brought it to his sister's mouth. The fragrant steam wafted towards her, and Xiao Xiao instinctively bit down, her cheeks instantly swelling like little buns. Yet her bright, sparkling eyes continued to dart around, clearly contemplating how to continue showing off. "Slow down." Lin Wei gently patted his sister's back, watching as her throat bobbed with each swallow, unable to suppress a shake of his head. This little girl, merely 6 years old, had already mastered the art of boasting typically associated with women. Even with her mouth stuffed full of bun, she still attempted to chatter, her oily little hands not forgetting to gesture the size of the fish. Once Xiao Xiao finally swallowed the last bite, her little belly round and full, she immediately tugged at Ding Kain's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister, let me tell you, my brother is amazing." The little girl had an astonishing memory, recounting the violent fishing organization Ice Fishing for Carp with remarkable detail. Although she occasionally paused to think, she bounced with excitement when describing the flopping fish in the ice holes. The fish king was this tall. Xiao Xiao stretched on her tiptoes, reaching for the air. "It was almost as tall as you, sister. And that big mouth could swallow my whole head in one bite." Ding Kainan, initially listening with a smile, gradually widened her almond-shaped eyes. Upon hearing about a fish taller than a person, she instinctively covered her mouth, her gaze unintentionally drifting towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei, engrossed in his breakfast, had his profile illuminated by the morning light, giving him an almost ethereal glow. Ding Kainan suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. This seemingly ordinary boy next door concealed such remarkable abilities? Lin Wei, sensing her gaze, looked up to meet the brilliance in her eyes. The corners of his mouth subtly curved. What he possessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. If the skills yet to be redeemed in the system mall were to be revealed, it would surely leave this young lady speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Wei. While he had been preoccupied with the fish yesterday, he had completely overlooked how many points he had accrued. Now that he had a moment to spare, he discreetly summoned the system interface in his mind. Upon inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had earned 10 points yesterday, combined with the remaining 1,100, totaling 21 10 points. However, He pondered why each pound of fish was only worth 1 point. Perhaps it was because this was his second fishing endeavor, and he no longer enjoyed the initial critical hit bonus. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Xiao Xiao waved her soft little fingers in front of his eyes, jolting Lin Wei back to reality. He suddenly snapped back, only to find the little girl pouting. Sister Ding is asking you a question. Huh? Lin Wei hurriedly looked up, meeting Ding Cainan's slightly flushed cheeks and bright eyes, her expression akin to discovering a treasure. He mused internally, hadn't Xiao Xiao just narrated it vividly? Did she still require him, the principal party, to provide further details? Ding Cainan, slightly bashful, lowered her eyelashes and softly inquired, Comrade Lin Wei, do you reside at number 95, Ninlaguxiang? Lin Wei was taken aback, feeling a warmth creep to his ears. They had only just met. Why was she inquiring about his home, unaware of his inner turmoil? Ding Cainan continued, do you know a primary school teacher named Yin Bugui? It turned out she wished to inquire about Yin Bugui. Lin Wei inexplicably felt a pang of emptiness, a hint of disappointment creeping into his tone. Yes, he is our courtyard's third elder. Why do you ask? Are you familiar with him? Gazing at the bright young lady before him, he inwardly sighed. How could such a refined girl be associated with Yen Lao, the miser? It felt as if an elegant petal had inadvertently been tainted. Familiar? Not at all. He's just one of my patients. Ding Cainan, noticing Lin Wei's wandering gaze, shot him an exasperated glance. Her cheeks puffed slightly, and she explained with a hint of reproach, that teacher Yen, a few days ago, attempted to ice fish like others and ended up freezing himself, so he came to our hospital for treatment. He mentioned imitating someone with your name, saying he wanted to get back at you. Worried, I asked for clarification. If it truly is you, you must be cautious. Ding Cainan recalled the meticulous and penny-pinching demeanor of Yin Bugui's family, shivering slightly as she added in a hushed tone, after all, he is the third elder of the courtyard. If he truly wants to settle the score, it could be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei was taken aback. Initially speculating on the connection between Dr. Ding and Yin Bugui, he had not anticipated such a reason. The inexplicable sourness in his heart dissipated, replaced by a sweet warmth. It seemed that the young lady was concerned for him. This sensation was akin to unexpectedly tasting honey, sweet enough to make one involuntarily smile. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone light, yet laced with a hint of disdain. Rest assured, Dr. Ding, I know Yin Bugui well. He is indeed stingy. But if it comes to making a fuss, he lacks both the courage and the capability. At this point, an idea struck Lin Wei. Since Yin Bugui was pondering over him, he might as well seize this opportunity to elevate his own reputation in front of the courtyard's ruffians. You have no idea, our number 95 courtyard. He lowered his voice as if sharing a secret, but the temple is small, and the demons are numerous. Each one is a clever creature, creating a vivid tableau of life's absurdities. Suddenly, Lin Wei jolted. Why was he divulging this to Dr. Ding? Was he subconsciously hoping she would not be deceived by that group of ruffians should she ever visit the courtyard? But then he thought again. Why did he instinctively feel she would go to the courtyard? Perhaps it was because she and Xiao Xiao shared a bond, treating the little girl like a sister. As for the faint stirrings in his heart, he would never admit to them. Is it really that exaggerated? I must listen closely. Ding Cainan's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It seemed that no matter how graceful a lady, she could not escape a hint of innate gossiping nature. She casually pulled over a square stool, elegantly seated herself, and seeing Xiao Xiao was now full and restless, she gently pulled the little girl onto her lap. After all, this was an adult conversation, and some topics were not meant for children to grasp too clearly. Yet Lin Wei was completely oblivious. His sister is remarkably astute, having been born into such a convoluted environment. It is indeed a form of protection for her to gain an early awareness of the warmth and coldness of human relationships, and to learn to discern good from evil. Consider it a dark initiation of sorts. This tale begins with the three esteemed elders of our courtyard. Lin Wei cleared his throat and unveiled the secrets of these authoritative figures one by one. The first elder is a man without heirs, who has schemed against numerous individuals for his own retirement. Previously, he had set his sights on Jia Zhangshi, indulging the Jia family in every possible way, while incessantly preaching about respecting the elderly and never defying them, thus elevating himself to the status of a moral paragon. The second elder is a man enamored with power, his dreams filled with aspirations of becoming an official, even if only a mere group leader. His household displays an extreme bias, favoring his eldest son, Lu Guanqi, while he resorts to physical punishment against his two younger sons, feeling utterly restless if a day passes without such reprimands. The third elder, Yin Bugui, is astoundingly frugal, counting even the vegetables served with meals. His most notorious tactic involves taking turns with his wife at the entrance, watching for neighbors returning with groceries, and finding ways to pilfer a little something, be it a few leaves of greens, a stalk of scallion, or a clove of garlic, so that he can complete the day's meal preparations. Ding Kainan, listening nearby, grew increasingly appalled, her astonishment nearly spilling over. What manner of courtyard is this? She had initially thought that teacher Yan was a prominent figure, only to discover that compared to the first elder, he was but a minor player. Lin Wei continued to recount tales of the gluttonous, mysterious old woman residing in the back courtyard, as well as the true villain, Su Daimao. When discussing Su Daimao, he deliberately elaborated on his character, for this man is a thorough scoundrel with malevolent intentions. Lin Wei pondered that he must firmly instill this man's true nature in Dr. Ding's mind, lest she fall victim to his schemes in the future. The conversation soon shifted to the Jia family, deemed the source of all evils, and the foolish sycophant, Shazhu, who willingly allows himself to be led by the nose by them. Jia Zhangshi, lazy and indulgent, had spent 7 or 8 years in the steel mill and remained merely a secondary worker. Jia Bangyong, the local thief, not only plundered from the courtyard but extended his reach throughout the entire Nanlaguxiang, grasping at anything within his reach. Jia Zhangshi, a quintessential miser, would not rest until she had stolen any desirable items from neighbors. If denied, she would create chaos throughout the courtyard, her talent for wailing and creating a scene unmatched. Upon hearing this, the little girl nestled in Ding Kainan's embrace couldn't help but raise her small face, indignantly interjecting, "Sister, that Jia family woman is not a good person. She even said she wanted to eat my little black dog." Children hold grudges with utmost sincerity. Even a sweet and lovely child like her cannot forget such grievances. Ding Kainan's face gradually paled as she listened, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. How could such a venomous harpy exist in this world? To harm even the adorable Xiao Xiao, let alone a charming little dog like Little Black? Observing her distress, Lin Wei resolved to stoke the flames further, determined to unearth the true nature of that so-called White Lotus from the Jia family. He did not want Dr. Ding's naive disposition to lead her into a trap should she ever encounter Qin Huiru. That woman is a master at feigning hardship, furrowing her brow and uttering a soft, "Sister, it's truly difficult," while shedding just the right amount of tears to soften the hearts of 8 out of 10 people. Thus, he recounted how Qin Huiru would time her visits to borrow vegetables, always choosing moments when the entire courtyard was present, playing the role of the diligent and gentle laundress by the water basin. He described how she would regularly wait at the courtyard entrance at quitting time from the steel mill, eagerly anticipating Shazhu's return with his lunchbox. She even frequently sneaked into Shazhu's room under the guise of cleaning to borrow money, effectively forcing Shazhu's younger sister, a growing middle school student, to endure hunger and struggle to gather tuition. The most outrageous revelation was that, to secure her long-term meal ticket in Shazhu, Qin Huiru had not hesitated to sabotage his romantic prospects. The moment she heard that a girl was coming to court Shazhu, she would rush to play the role of the caring sister, whether by tugging at his sleeve or washing his undergarments, thus earning Shazhu a notorious reputation for preferring widows throughout Nanlaguxiang. Ding Kan clenched her jaw tightly, almost hearing the grinding of her teeth. She could hardly fathom that beneath the delicate and charming exterior of the woman named Qin Huiru lay such a calculating and ruthless heart. And how could Shazhu be so foolish? How could he disregard his own sister and the prospect of a future marriage? After a long contemplation, Ding Kan managed to force out that question through gritted teeth, her brow furrowed, eyes filled with a bewildering confusion. "Huh, he isn't foolish at all," Lin Wei scoffed, a mocking smile curving his lips. "He is merely lustful, yearning for Qin Huiru's body." Visions flashed before his eyes, of Shazhu constantly seeking opportunities for physical contact with Qin Huiru, perhaps harboring some unspeakable thoughts at night. This only added to his disdainful tone. He spends his days lost in daydreams, believing he can marry a wife as beautiful as Qin Huiru and live a life devoid of shame. Lin Wei noted Ding Kainan's skeptical expression and resolved to administer another potent dose of reality. This innocent flower, yet to experience the malice of human nature, must be made to see clearly the murky waters surrounding her. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. He lowered his voice, shrouded in secrecy. With the Jia family's notorious fate for bringing misfortune, coupled with Jia Dongxi's own incompetence, it is entirely possible that one day he might meet with an accident at the factory and simply cease to exist. Ding Kainan instinctively shook her head. How could this be possible? Yet, as the words left her lips, she recalled the injured workers frequently sent to the hospital from the steel mill, and even those who could not be saved, causing her thoughts to falter. "Let us consider it merely a hypothetical," Lin Wei pressed, not allowing her to dwell on it. "If Jia Dongxiu were truly gone, what do you suppose Qin Huiru's first action would be?" "What?" Ding Kainan still looked bewildered. "To get an IUD." The two words struck her like a chilled dagger, piercing her ears with an unexpected sharpness. Ding Kainan gasped, her hand flying to cover her mouth, shock and disbelief flooding her eyes. A widow seeking an IUD? The sinister calculations and cold heart behind this notion nearly shattered her understanding of human nature. The last remnants of her goodwill toward Qin Huiru crumbled away. Why would she do such a thing? Ding Kainan's voice was barely a whisper, her senses reeling from the onslaught of revelations, instinctively tightening her embrace around Xiao Xiao. Though the little girl could not grasp the complex intricacies of the adult world, she sensed the gravity of the atmosphere. She looked anxiously at her brother's tense profile, then up at Ding Kainan's pale lips, finally reaching out her warm little hand to gently grasp Ding Kainan's icy fingers. Lin Wei's voice dripped with an icy chill. Why? To continue living that life of unearned comfort, sustained by others. A widow, utterly alone, has but her body left to barter. If she does not leverage it for tangible benefits, how can she maintain her facade of glamour? He paused, each word falling like icicles. The IUD is to prevent future complications, to ensure her long-term schemes remain unspoiled. Ding Kainan is a medical student, and the implication of this statement is immediately clear. She trembles uncontrollably, chilled not only by the blatant machinations, but also terrified by the means that exploit humanity to its utmost. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she raises her pale face, her voice trembling as she inquires, what about Shazhu in the future? Indeed, Lin Wei confirms her conjecture with unwavering certainty. He will never escape the clutches of his sister Qin. His fate is destined to be one of utter despair, with every hard-earned penny funneled into the insatiable voids of the two widows and 3 ungrateful wolves of the Jia family. If left unchecked, this is the inevitable conclusion of the courtyard. After Shazhu's blood is drained, he will be discarded like a tattered rag, ultimately freezing and starving to death beneath a bridge, his corpse to be devoured by wild dogs. However, with Lin Wei as an unpredictable variable, the Jia family will no longer be able to thrive atop Shazhu's remains. As for Shazhu himself, if he continues to be obstinate and willingly descends into ruin, then not even the deities could save him. Ah, Ding Kainan gasped softly, feeling as though all her strength has been sapped from her body, her head drooping in silence. Xiao Xiao clings tightly to her sister Ding while turning her head, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Wei. The meaning is unmistakable. This wicked brother has frightened my sister to such a degree. He ought to come and comfort her. Observing Ding Kainan's despondent demeanor, Lin Wei's heart sinks. He had intended to draw closer through casual conversation, but upon mentioning the sordid affairs of the courtyard, he inadvertently exposed a harrowing truth. He hadn't anticipated that this girl, with her pure intentions, would be so unnerved by the sinister machinations at play. No way around it. For the sake of Miss Ding's mental well-being, he cannot allow her to suffer nightmares. Lin Wei immediately adopts a theatrical demeanor, bursting into laughter. Ha! It was merely a story I concocted. How could you take it so seriously? It's all fabricated. He silently adds to himself. While the story may have been embellished, the beasts within this courtyard are undeniably real. Ding Ken suddenly raises her head, her eyes glistening with emotion, a spark igniting within. In an unexpected display of defiance, this delicate flower of innocence shakes her tiny fist and strikes Lin Wei's chest. You liar. Big fraud. This is likely the first time in 19 years that Ding Kainan has resorted to such physicality. Lin Wei, not daring to evade, quickly raises his hands in surrender. After all, the girl's punches are soft and harmless. Receiving a couple is akin to being tickled. Indeed, the rain of tiny fists falls upon his shoulder, feeling more like playful nudges. Xiao Xiao tilts her head, puzzled by the playful exchange between the two, her little mind whirling until realization dawns. So, it was brother who made sister angry and got hit. Instantly, she betrays Lin Wei, waving her small hands in support of Ding Kainan. Sister Ding, hit him. Brother is bad. Hit him a few more times. Lin Wei, what on earth are you doing? Just as Lin Wei revels in the harmless banter with Ding Kainan, a voice laced with authority disrupts the light-hearted atmosphere. Upon hearing the command, Ding Ken starts and her cheeks flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. This rare display of youthful femininity is caught squarely in the gaze of an elder, leaving her wishing she could vanish into the earth. In her flustered state, she hastily covers her face and retreats to the side, her ears burning with embarrassment. Lin Wei, too, becomes rigid, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Oh no, it was merely a jest with the girl. How did it come to the attention of this elder? He internally laments, yet suddenly catches the affectionate address of Kainan. Could this truly be the fated Ding Kainan from people are iron, rice is steel? If so, he must be vigilant, even if mistaken. He cannot afford to miss the opportunity to protect her. He looks up to see Aunt Lu Hongfang standing before him, her eyes filled with playful reproach. Holding a bulging paper bag, beside her, Director Wang wears a gentle smile, carrying a basket of bright red apples. Last but not least, Li Hui stands nearby, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. clutching a thick envelope that undoubtedly contains either valuable goods or coveted ration tickets. Lin Wei winks at Lin Wei, his ambiguous expression clearly conveying, "Good lad, you've truly outdone yourself. In such a short time, you've managed to win over the charming doctor. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." If Lin Wei could discern the thoughts of this old codger, he would surely leap up to deliver a playful reprimand. "I, Lin Wei, am not one to resort to underhanded tactics. We rely on our noble appearance and the eloquence that can revive the dead." Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Lin Wei, embodying the timorous demeanor of a traitorous translator in an anti-Japanese drama, nearly bows in supplication. He hastily defends himself. "I was merely sharing a light-hearted jest with Dr. Ding. How could I dare to truly bully her?" "Humph, I suspect you're getting a bit too cocky." Lu Hongfang glares, pulling out her belt from her waist. The leather buckle glints ominously in the sunlight, poised as if to strike Lin Wei. One can hardly blame her for her ire. Her young nephew is scarcely 18, and he has only spent one night in the courtyard, yet has managed to provoke such a gentle girl to resort to violence. Considering the boy's knack for fishing for big catches, who knows what mischief he might conjure up? In these times, the dynamics between men and women can be perilous. One misstep could lead to disaster. Aunt Lu, Ding Qinan, sensing the impending confrontation, quickly steps forward. "Comrade Lin was merely telling me a story. It was I who was too timid and got frightened, which is why I couldn't help but hit him a couple of times." "What story could frighten you so?" Lu Hongfang's brows knit together in skepticism. Lin Wei, fearing the sordid affairs of the courtyard might be exposed, interjects hastily. "It was just a ghost story, something to amuse." "Amuse ghosts, you say?" Lu Hongfang glances at the glaring sun. A ghost story during the day could hardly scare anyone. Ding Qianan, realizing the unsuitability of discussing such matters openly, quickly concurs. Yes, I'm just too easily frightened. Truly, there's nothing to worry about." Lu Hongfang narrows her eyes, her gaze darting suspiciously between the two. Her years of experience in reading people tell her these two children are certainly hiding something. Undoubtedly, it is more genuine than gold. Lin Wei straightens his posture, adopting a demeanor of utmost sincerity. At that moment, Director Wang, standing quietly to the side, subtly tugs at Lu Hongfang's sleeve. The gesture could not be clearer. It is best for elders to refrain from meddling in the matters of the young. Lu Hongfang and her friend share a tacit understanding, immediately grasping the implication, yet she maintains a stern expression as she brandishes the belt towards Lin Wei. "Young Wei, should Aunt learn of any mischief you've wrought, do not expect mercy from me." Chapter 61. The Grand Gift Brought by Li Huide. "I wouldn't dare. Truly, I wouldn't." Lin Wei hurriedly raises 3 fingers towards the ceiling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice trembling. "Even if I had the bravest of hearts, I wouldn't entertain such thoughts." At this moment, Ding Qinan can no longer bear to stay. She fears what further embarrassing words might emerge from the two aunts. With a hasty declaration of needing to check on her patients, she rushes out. Seeing Ding Qianan flee, Lu Hongfang's expression softens slightly as she places the bag of milk powder on the bedside table. "Here, take this 5 pounds of milk powder and replenish your strength." Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend what he had just heard. In this era of extreme scarcity, milk powder had become an almost mythical luxury, indeed, the epitome of extravagance. Beside him, Li Huide was equally astonished. As the deputy factory manager responsible for logistics at a steel mill employing thousands, he managed the allocation of resources, yet it had been ages since he had laid hands on a milk powder coupon. Lu Hongfang had truly gone to great lengths to keep this nephew of hers close. After a moment's pause, Li Huide's gaze lingered on Lin Wei's face before weighing the envelope in his hand, silently resolving to increase his investment. In truth, Li Huide had completely misjudged the situation. Lu Hongfang was not one to engage in convoluted schemes. The reality was that she had brought the fish Lin Wei caught yesterday to the municipal bureau, which, when weighed, totaled over 500 pounds. The director, along with the deputy director in charge of logistics and other officials, were all grinning from ear to ear. It turned out that the director had been fretting over whether to arrange a banquet for the year-end meeting. After a year of hard work, blood, and sweat, it would be quite unreasonable not to treat everyone to a meal after the conference. However, sourcing the dishes, especially fish, posed a significant challenge. Who wouldn't want to have a dish symbolizing abundance? In these times, the aquaculture industry in the capital was virtually non-existent, and fish depended entirely on natural growth. With the severe drought, reservoirs were nearly empty. Where could one find fish? Transporting them from other regions was prohibitively expensive, and the logistics of live fish transport were akin to climbing a mountain. Who would have imagined that, in this icy weather, someone could catch such a bounty from Shisha? With each fish weighing over 10 pounds, it was truly a timely boon. Upon learning that Lin Wei had fainted from exhaustion after fishing, The director could no longer remain seated. With a grand gesture, he authorized the allocation of 2 pounds of milk powder from the reserve supplies to help him recuperate. The police force frequently encountered danger, resulting in numerous injuries, and higher-ups had specifically designated some milk powder as nutritional support. In the director's words, "This is our own child." Having made such a significant contribution, while a medal may not be appropriate, material rewards must not be lacking. This was the source of Lu Hongfang's confidence as she boldly stood at the forefront of the visiting team. In these times, those possessing scarce resources were treated like royalty wherever they went. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Director Wang, standing to the side, caught sight of the bulging 5 pounds of milk powder, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of calculation. Yet, as her gaze shifted to Lin Wei, the nephew who had toiled tirelessly for the community and now lay exhausted, she forcibly suppressed any ulterior motives. After all, he was the child she had watched grow up and a person who had accomplished a great feat. Her conscience would not allow her to entertain any selfish thoughts. Lin Wei wore a facade of ingratiating smiles, yet he continued to refuse. "Aunt Lu, you are being too extravagant. Such a precious item as milk powder. I cannot possibly accept." Despite his words, his eyes were glued to the bag of milk powder as if transfixed, not moving an inch. Deep down, he knew full well that his ailment was entirely feigned. If he were to discuss nourishment, nothing could surpass the efficacy of his spring water. However, if this spring water were used to mix the milk powder to feed the little girl and that German shepherd puppy, it would be the perfect sustenance. "You may not dare to accept it, but I certainly will." This was the thought Director Wang harbored deep within, yet it went unheard. Enough of this false politeness. Lu Hongfang saw right through his intentions and bluntly called him out. "Whether you need it or not is irrelevant. But our little Xiao Xiao is still growing." As she spoke, she drew the little girl close and gently asked, "Xiao Xiao, would you like to drink the milk powder your auntie brought?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly overflowing with saliva, as she replied sweetly, "Auntie, Xiao Xiao likes it. Xiao Xiao wants to drink." Ever since she could remember, she had heard people speak of milk powder as the best of the best, nutritious and sweet. Yet, having grown to 6 years old, she had never tasted even a hint of milk powder. Now, hearing that the legendary delicacy was before her, her wide eyes shone with excitement. Fixated on the cloth bag without a blink, Director Wang sighed inwardly, forcing herself to divert her gaze from the bag of milk powder. She gently placed the apple she had in her net bag on the bedside table, carefully selecting the largest and reddest one. Casting a loving glance at the little girl, "Xiao Xiao, Aunt Wang will wash an apple for you to eat." She mentioned washing the apple, not peeling it. For it was a year of great calamity. Food was scarce, and fruit even more so. Anyone who dared to complain about the skin would surely incur divine wrath. The older generation would lament for days on end, deeming it an act of wastefulness. Moreover, in these times, apples were purely natural and untainted. Their skins were both chewy and nutritious, making them a rare treasure. Wonderful. Xiao Xiao gets to eat an apple. The little girl's attention was immediately captured by the vibrant red apple, having completely forgotten about the milk powder. After all, the milk powder required preparation, while the apple could be enjoyed immediately. Seizing the moment while Director Wang stepped away to wash the apple, Li Wei finally found an opportunity to extract the large brown envelope he had tucked under his arm. This comrade Lin Wei. Li Wei inwardly chided himself for not being as naturally familiar as the two women. Look how affectionately they called him nephew, especially when doting on that little girl as if she were their own daughter. Unfortunately, being a man, he lacked such an inherent advantage. "This is the money from the fish catch. Please take a look." He handed over the envelope. Lin Wei opened it to find a neatly stacked bundle of large black bills. Upon counting, he discovered there were 20. Managerly, isn't this a bit excessive? Lin Wei looked up, his expression tinged with curiosity as he regarded the elderly. From films and dramas, he knew Li Wei to be generous. Never one to make empty promises, he always delivered tangible rewards on the spot. Yet he had not anticipated that this time Li would present such a substantial sum. 200 yuan, equivalent to more than half a year's wages for an ordinary worker. In rural areas, it would take a family of 4 or 10 years to save such an amount. Li Wei maintained a calm demeanor, though his chin instinctively lifted slightly. "It's not too much, not at all. Thanks to you, I received over 600 pounds of fish yesterday, each one a first-rate specimen. Not to mention that record-breaking Fish King." Li Wei spoke with utter sincerity. He had dispatched that Fish King urgently to his father-in-law, and perhaps because the larger the fish, the more vigorous its life force, it had remained lively even after being transferred from the aquarium to the fish pond. When his father-in-law's secretary tried to move the fish, he was nearly sent flying by its powerful tail. Fortunately, a vigilant guard intervened just in time, sparing the secretary from a soaking. Had an accident occurred, he might have ended up injured and hospitalized. Fortunately, Everything went smoothly, and Li Hui's father-in-law, initially astonished, soon beamed with excitement. Invigorated as if he had caught the fish himself, he hurriedly directed everyone to fill the pond with water, specifically emphasizing the need for fresh, clean water. The pond had originally been for goldfish, and the depth was insufficient for such a large fish to thrive. As a seasoned fishing enthusiast, Li Hui's father-in-law understood all too well the immense value of such a perfectly shaped, substantial, and vibrant fish king. To describe it as priceless might be an exaggeration, but calling it a rare treasure is certainly not unwarranted. Even when Li Hui suggested hosting a grand feast featuring this exquisite fish, his father-in-law promptly dismissed the idea, stating, "Such a rare fish should be cherished. To turn it into a banquet? That would be a disgrace to something so precious. Those old fellows wouldn't appreciate the magnificence of the fish. Entertaining them with it would be a gross misuse of a valuable resource. We could simply procure a few smaller fish to suffice." It was at that moment Li Hui realized the limitations of his perspective. To serve the fish at a banquet would only provide fleeting glory. Keeping it in the pond for continuous display to guests was the true mark of enduring prestige. Thus, he hastily arranged for 2 large fish weighing 30 to 40 pounds to serve as ingredients for his father-in-law's banquet. According to the elder's reasoning, this would allow those unrefined old companions to see the magnificent fish in the pond while also enjoying a meal, leaving them envious in double measure. Inevitably, his father-in-law inquired about the origins of these fish. Li Hui dared not fabricate a story in front of him. As an ordinary fisherman, he would not claim credit for such an achievement. He recounted in detail Lin Wei's extraordinary performance that day, ensuring to mention how he himself had managed to catch 100 pounds of fish using Lin Wei's rod and bait. After all, this was a rare moment of glory for him, and it was only fitting to boast a little before his father-in-law. The elder listened in rapturous delight, exclaiming, "A remarkable person indeed. To possess such talent at such a young age is unheard of. Hui, this lad is destined for greatness. You must seize this opportunity." These words struck Li Hui like a revelation. He had thought himself sufficiently appreciative of Lin Wei, but now he realized he had underestimated him. The elder's last piece of advice echoed in his ears, and thus he arrived this time with genuine intent. Oh, and there were also 2 tickets. Li Hui resolved that if he was to do a favor, it would be comprehensive. If he hesitated over the tickets, how could he win over this fishing prodigy? He solemnly retrieved 2 pristine tickets from his Zhongshan suit pocket and presented them to Lin Wei. "These are watch tickets?" Lin Wei was taken aback by Li's extravagant gesture. He was acutely aware of what a significant luxury these items represented in this era. Bicycles, sewing machines, watches, these coveted possessions, alongside a functioning radio, were treasures that ordinary families yearned for. Not only were they expensive, often costing 200 to 300 yuan, but one also needed tickets to acquire them. In the vast expanse of Beijing, even if a family pooled all their resources and scrimped for years, they might not manage to collect a complete set. Li Hui's gift was, in essence, a gesture that struck at the very heart of Lin Wei's desires. To say that Lin Wei felt disoriented by the absence of a sense of time in this era would be an understatement. In modern times, even the most basic of phones or digital watches made checking the time a trivial matter. But here, apart from public clocks and a few private timepieces, ordinary people relied on the radio, the sun, and the crowing of roosters to gauge the hour. A watch was not merely a luxury for Lin Wei. It was a pressing necessity. Of course, some might argue that pocket watches and wristwatches existed in the past, but those adorned in gold and jewels were now too ostentatious to flaunt. One could easily draw the ire of the vigilant public. Only domestic brands like Shanghai or Seagull watches could be worn openly. Yet, as Lin Wei glanced down and confirmed the tickets, he couldn't help but look up at Li Hui in confusion, asking, "Director Li, why are there 2 tickets?" Li Hui shot him a look of exasperation, internally shaking his head. "How can you be so oblivious? The second ticket is, of course, for your future partner." Thus, as a seasoned elder, Li Hui had to continue to subtly signal his intentions to Lin Wei. The glint in his eyes darted toward the door, leading Lin Wei to momentarily wonder if the old man was suffering some sort of ailment. Though they had both lived long enough to still be youthful at heart, Lin Wei was not a complete fool. After exchanging a few knowing glances, he finally grasped Li Hui's underlying message. He internally shook his head, contemplating that Miss Ding Qinan was indeed a paragon of beauty and character, a rare find. However, to present a watch after only their first meeting seemed rather presumptuous. In this era, the value of a watch could rival that of a luxury car in the future. Even if he dared to offer it, would she accept it? Nevertheless, upon reflection, Li Hui's ability to read the room, especially regarding women's sentiments, was remarkably astute. Perhaps it would be best to acquiesce to his wishes, accept the tickets, and deliberate further at a later time. Meanwhile, Lu Hongfang was growing increasingly anxious. She had some understanding of Li Hui's background. For him, these tickets were hardly a burden. Yet, Such an opportunity was rare, and missing it would be regrettable. She urgently nudged Lin Wei's arm, saying, "Silly boy, if Director Li offers you something, you should accept it. This is your hard-earned reward. Why worry about gossip?" Turning her attention to Director Wang, who had returned with apples and was feeding the little girl, she added with a hint of a threat, "My nephew earned this with the fish he caught. You, Director, must bear witness." Chapter 63. If you wish to guard my money, not even Jesus could manage that. Director Wang was well aware of his old friend's intentions. In the mixed community of number 95, jealousy inevitably arose. This was a precaution against any potential gossip, ensuring that she, as the neighborhood committee director, would be ready to stand up for Lin Wei if necessary. This was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, she was currently cherishing Lin Wei as a treasure, and she would never allow anyone to bully him. She immediately patted her chest, assuring, "Rest easy, my esteemed instructor. Under my watch, no harm shall come to our own." Only then did Lin Wei smile and thank Li Hui, carefully tucking the watch tickets into his inner pocket. In truth, a thought flickered, and they were already secured within his spatial realm. This personal spatial pocket proved to be incredibly convenient. Valuable items and snacks could simply be stored within, free from worry about moisture or discovery. It was indeed an essential accessory for one who had traversed time. After receiving the watch tickets, Lin Wei's eyes glimmered as he directed a clear gaze toward Lu Hongfang and Director Wang, his expression brimming with unspoken expectation. The implication was unmistakable. Now that he had obtained the tickets, was it not time to settle the expenses for the fish? One could not possess tickets without being able to gather enough funds to buy the watch. This look left both Lu Hongfang and Director Wang feeling somewhat unsettled. To be honest, they were not unwilling to settle the account. It was simply that the quantity of fish involved was considerable, certainly not a mere few £100s. It required going through the financial processes at their organization, needing approval and signatures from leadership before funds could be disbursed. In this regard, they could not match Li Hui's generosity. He held both the operational funds of the organization and a thick stack of cash and various tickets in his own pocket. He was a professional in this domain, backed by a large factory and with his father-in-law supporting him, so he never needed to worry about finances. Lu Hongfang, however, was not as seasoned in such matters as Director Wang, who dealt with grassroots affairs regularly, and thus her face turned a tad flushed as she began to respond. Her tone was a blend of softness and firmness, laced with a hint of elder's concern. "Xiao Wei, at your tender age, what do you need so much money for? I fear that if you carry such a sum in cash, your thoughts may wander, leading you astray. Why not let me hold on to it for you? You can come back for it when you need it." Truly, she was a steadfast confidant of Lin's mother. Her words echoing the sentiments of mothers everywhere, a blend of worry over a child's ability to earn and concern over the potential for reckless spending. In essence, a child's finances ought to be firmly grasped by the hands of their elders. Indeed, Director Wang interjected smoothly, his tone gentle yet unyielding. "Aunt Wang is also concerned that you might squander your money. It's far safer to keep it with me." Both women weren't genuinely attempting to siphon off Lin Wei's funds. Rather, they were merely enforcing the authority that comes with age. Lin Wei sighed softly within. It appeared that these two aunts were resolute in their intention to keep him closely monitored. However, this simply would not do. He possessed extraordinary abilities and aimed to become the first to achieve a modest goal, so it was unthinkable to entrust his initial funds to others. Even if they harbored no ulterior motives, being under someone else's control was an uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, he intended to cast a wider net, explore broader horizons, and wealth would surely flow abundantly. If all his earnings were scrutinized, he would have to humbly plead for access to his own funds. Furthermore, in an era that glorified poverty, accumulating wealth was not necessarily a good thing. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Wei's gaze fell upon the little girl next to him, happily munching on an apple, and suddenly an idea sparked. "Ah, I see," he feigned contemplation, his voice imbued with a touch of concession as he gently ruffled Xiao Xiao's soft hair. "It's not impossible to let the ants manage the money. However, you two should take a look at Xiao Xiao." His tone softened, imbued with genuine concern. "She is already 6 years old and still so frail. It pains me to see her like this. She mentioned that she hasn't had meat in a long time, and just the other day, she was lamenting about wanting to eat roasted duck. Isn't that right, Xiao Xiao? Would you like to have roasted duck?" "Yes, Xiao Xiao wants to eat roasted duck." The little girl, still chewing on her apple, immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly nodded. Lin Wei's strategic maneuver left Lu Hongfang and Director Wang momentarily speechless. Typically, they would use Xiao Xiao to keep Lin Wei in check. But who would have anticipated that this little girl was an unabashed foodie? Upon hearing the words roasted duck, she instantly sided with her brother. Lin Wei raised a finger, his serious demeanor reminiscent of the calculating Yin Bugui from the courtyard. You too should consider this. He spoke earnestly, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. A meal of roasted duck at Quanjude would cost at least 5 yuan, along with 4 liang of grain tickets and 4 liang of meat tickets. For someone like Xiao Xiao, eating it once a week isn't unreasonable, right? That totals over 20 yuan a month, plus a pound and 6 liang of grain and meat tickets. When you calculate it, that amounts to nearly 300 yuan a year, along with 20 pounds of grain and meat tickets. Exactly. Xiao Xiao eagerly nodded, her small face flushed with excitement. Xiao Xiao wants to eat roasted duck once a week. It's so delicious. The little girl vividly recalled the time her parents had brought home a roasted duck before leaving for the northwest. The crispy skin and tender meat had filled her belly, leaving a lasting impression. Naturally, hearing her brother mention it made her wholeheartedly agree. Lin Wei's calculations left not only Lu Hongfang and Director Wang dumbfounded, but also astonished Li Huide, who had yet to depart. Eating roasted duck once a week? What an extraordinary privilege. In present-day Siju City, an ordinary family had a monthly meat ticket quota of merely 2 liang, which required meticulous budgeting. With the new year approaching, a family would struggle to make savory dumplings without at least half a jin of meat. In reality, a family of 4 or 5 would manage barely over a liang of meat a month. Most households would use their meat tickets to purchase fatty cuts just to have a taste of meat, leaving even less for actual consumption. Even someone of Li Huide's stature, unless he counted the meals provided by the steel factory as hospitality or dining at his father-in-law's home, could not possibly afford a weekly roasted duck. Yet, reflecting upon Lin Wei's remarkable fishing skills, they were compelled to concede that this young man might indeed accomplish it. After all, the fish he had caught just yesterday, if sold, could yield several hundred yuan, equivalent to a worker's annual salary. If he discreetly ventured into the black market to exchange for grain and meat tickets, it would hardly pose a challenge for him. Seeing the two ants' attitudes soften, Lin Wei decided to stoke the flames further. Moreover, the 2 rooms in our house haven't been renovated in years, he added, his tone tinged with a perfectly measured sense of helplessness. They leak when it rains and drafty in winter. Living there is only marginally better than a thatched hut. I wish to refurbish the house and perhaps install a decent kitchen. Is that too much to ask? Chapter 64. Let Wang Qian owe a favor and treat Ding Kainan to roasted duck. Not at all, not at all. The 2 elders exchanged glances, finding it difficult to voice any objections. After all, they could not prevent the child from improving his living conditions. As they relented, Lin Wei seized the opportunity to press on, counting on his fingers. Once the house is repaired, the furniture will need replacing, don't you think? It's time to procure some proper furnishings. Suddenly recalling something, he peeked out the window to ensure no one was listening and lowered his voice. As the sole heir of the Lin family, I must eventually marry, otherwise, I risk being left without descendants. There will be expenses for matchmaking gifts, dowries, red envelopes, and wedding feasts. Plus, there's Xiao Xiao's future dowry. He deliberately paused, observing the expressions of the 2 elders. So, aunts, you must keep a tight rein on the money. I wouldn't want my dear nephew to remain unmarried while struggling to gather Xiao Xiao's dowry. All right, Lu Hongfang, having been worn down by Lin Wei's convoluted reasoning, found herself losing her temper. You've managed to tie this to the continuation of the family line. What more can I say? She rummaged through her pockets and finally produced a small sum of money. After putting the change away, she placed 2 5-yuan notes before Lin Wei. Here, I don't have much with me today, take this for now. Once the reimbursement comes through from the municipal bureau, I'll make sure to cover your fish selling expenses. Director Wang also retrieved 2 10-yuan notes and several grain and meat tickets, though her tone lacked conviction. Xiao Wei, the street office's budget has nearly been exceeded this month. I'll do my best to secure reimbursement for the fish sent to the relief station, but half of it was purchased for my colleagues. I promise to have the remaining funds ready for you by tomorrow. Seeing the money safely in hand, Lin Wei immediately broke into a smile, pulling out 4 additional 10-yuan notes as he turned to Li Huide. By the way, Director Li, I'd like to repay you for the medical and meal expenses you covered during my hospitalization. I can't let you bear that cost. Li Huide quickly waved his hands, gesturing for Lu Hongfang and Director Wang to help him deter Lin Wei, while hastily retreating towards the door. Let us discuss this another time. There are matters at the factory that require my attention. Lu Hongfang spent a little more time chatting with the little girl, soothing her with gentle words. Once my brother has recovered, we must bring Xiao Xiao to Annie's house for some fun. As noon approached, she finally stood up to take her leave. Only Director Wang remained, hesitating in place, her usual assertiveness now replaced by a hint of unease. While she absent-mindedly played with Xiao Xiao, her gaze repeatedly drifted toward the bedside table. It wasn't until Lu Hongfang had been gone for quite a while that Director Wang slowly rose, appearing as though she had something to say, but hesitated to voice it. All of this did not escape Lin Wei's keen observation. Annie Wang, do you have something on your mind? He teased with a smile. This isn't like your usual decisive self. How can you speak like that, child? A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Director Wang's face as she struggled to maintain the dignity of her elder status. Auntie Wang was always kind and amiable. Hardly the ruthless figure he described. Lin Wei chuckled inwardly, thinking, I believe you not at all. Across the entirety of Hongxing Street, from clerks to residents of Nanla Guxiang, who did not scurry away like mice from a cat in her presence. Even the 3 old gentlemen from number 95 were obedient before her. She had clearly stayed behind for a reason. Noticing her gaze repeatedly fixated on the milk powder on the bedside table, Lin Wei quickly grasped the situation. Well, as long as it doesn't involve forcing me to go fishing, I'm open to anything. To give Director Wang an opening, he volunteered, Annie, there are no outsiders here. If you're facing difficulties, feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost if it is within my power. Director Wang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking in a low voice, her cheeks reddening. Xiao Wei, your sister-in-law just gave birth, and everything is well. Except she is lacking sufficient milk. This sister-in-law she referred to was her son's wife, whom she called sister-in-law due to her being older than Lin Wei. Lin Wei immediately understood and feigned complaint. Annie Wang, you are not treating me like family. Since it is for my sister-in-law, please take the milk powder. But this is for you and Xiao Xiao to regain your strength. Xiao Xiao is already 6 years old. What need has she for milk powder when she can have roast duck? Lin Wei gently patted the little girl's back and softly asked, Xiao Xiao, Annie Wang's baby needs milk powder. Shall we give it to her? Brother will take you to eat roast duck afterward, plenty of it. Perhaps due to her closeness to Director Wang or the overwhelming temptation of roast duck. The little girl immediately patted her chest and declared, Xiao Xiao doesn't want milk powder. Xiao Xiao wants delicious roast duck. Lin Wei seized the opportunity to thrust the bag of milk powder into Director Wang's hands, saying, You see, Xiao Xiao has agreed. Director Wang trembled slightly as she held the bag, her voice choked with emotion. This bond between you siblings, Auntie Wang will remember. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. An hour later, at the Quanjude restaurant near Qimen, a dark wooden plaque hung prominently over the entrance. Inside, the hall was adorned with intricate carvings and red columns, with the unique aroma of roasted fruits wafting through the air. The waitstaff, clad in white aprons, skillfully navigated between tables, carrying gleaming roast ducks. At a square table by the window sat 2 young individuals and a little girl. This strikingly attractive pair of young adults were accompanied by a dainty little girl, and with the glossy German shepherd at her feet, they made quite the captivating scene. The young man stood tall, exuding a refreshing aura. The young woman possessed a gentle grace, her neck curving beautifully as she lowered her gaze. The little girl swung her short legs. The alert German shepherd nestled closely beside her, its ears perked, eyes glimmering with intelligence. In a time when many still struggled for basic sustenance, the mere presence of such a well-bred German shepherd drew attention. Nearby, a few well-dressed diners exchanged glances, speculating about the trio's background. It is likely that our handsome readers have already guessed that this pair of young adults were Lin Wei and Ding Kainan, accompanied by the adorable little Xiao Xiao, a delightful combination. But why had they come to Quanjude for roast duck? That story began when Lin Wei left the hospital. Coincidentally, just after Director Wang had departed, Lin Wei commenced the discharge process. To his surprise, Ding Kainan, who was supposed to be off duty, had voluntarily stayed behind to assist him. From the billing statement, Lin Wei noted that this morning, Ding Kainan had bought meat buns for them, refraining from eating any herself, saving them all for him and Xiao Xiao. This gesture warmed his heart. In an era where even filling one's stomach was a challenge, her selflessness in leaving all the meat for the patient was truly commendable. Chapter 65. The delicious roast duck. Lin Wei treats Ding Kainan. Compared to those scheming beasts in the courtyard, Ding Kainan's kindness was like a clear spring in the mountains. If the others in the courtyard could manage to save even a single bun, it would be considered a sign of conscience. Thus, despite Ding Kainan's repeated refusals, Lin Wei insisted on treating her to a meal. He could see her concerns, although he had over 30 yuan returned from the hospital. Most restaurants on the street had closed, and the few remaining state-owned establishments charged exorbitant prices, often costing the equivalent of a month's worth of expenses for an ordinary family. Ultimately, it was Xiaoxio's adorable plea that persuaded Ding Kainan. She tugged at the hem of Ding Kainan's white coat, looking up with a sweet expression, Sister Ding, please come with us. If you don't, brother won't let me eat roast duck. Ding Kainan's heart softened, and she reluctantly followed the siblings to Quanjude. During their journey, as Lin Wei bantered with Xiao Xiao, he gleaned some insight into Ding Kainan's family situation from her hesitant responses. The Ding family had been practicing medicine for generations and once operated a small clinic in the city. However, due to their backgrounds, Ding Kainan's parents were unable to work in formal hospitals, and their once thriving clinic could no longer sustain itself. With a younger brother currently in middle school, The family's livelihood depended solely on her meager internship salary. Consequently, she often limited herself to only 1 or 2 meals a day, saving every bit of money and ration tickets to bring home. Now, seated at courtyard, she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her gaze downcast, clearly feeling out of place in such an environment. Lin Wei observed all of this, but feigned ignorance. He confidently met the eyes of those around him, as he had both money and tickets in his pocket. "Waiter," he called to the staff with a white cloth draped over their shoulder, "bring me a whole duck, sliced evenly." Then, turning to the expectant Xiao Xiao, he softened his tone, "And please prepare a broth from the duck carcass, with plenty of cilantro. 1 serving each of sweet bean sauce, lotus leaf pancakes, and cucumber strips, plus 3 bowls of fried sauce noodles." The waiter swiftly noted the order, but Ding Kainan, feeling uneasy, clutched her clothing tightly. "Lin, this is too much." She had caught a glimpse of the prices on the menu. A single roast duck cost 6 yuan and 80 cents, and with the additional dishes, this meal would likely consume a significant portion of her salary for the month. Considering her parents often scrimped even on cornmeal, she found it hard to reconcile. Before Lin Wei could respond, Xiao Xiao, swinging her short legs, tugged at Ding Kainan's sleeve. "Sister Ding, you must eat more. Xiao Xiao will share my duck leg with you." Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl's enthusiasm, quickly adding, "Yes, indeed. Now that we're here, we must enjoy ourselves." After a brief pause, he kindly added, "Even if you cannot finish it all at once, you can always take some home." Lin Wei's mention of taking leftovers was not a casual remark. In these times, finding a full meal is a challenge for most people, often experiencing hunger for 2 out of 3 days. Any morsel of food, even a remnant from a restaurant, is considered a rare delicacy. Much like the family of Yen Bagui in the courtyard, where even a thin slice of meat must be meticulously divided to last for several meals. Even those fortunate enough to dine at courtyard for roasted duck have some status. Yet, when faced with leftovers, who wouldn't handle them with utmost care, ensuring not a single morsel goes to waste? Thus, in this era, encountering leftover food is nearly a luxury, far more thorough than the subsequent clean plate campaign. Just as Ding Kainan was about to decline again, the duck chef wheeled over a cart. The deep red roasted duck glistened under the lights. With a swift motion, the chef sliced the tender meat into delicate petals, elegantly arranged on a white porcelain plate. The crispy duck skin crackled ever so slightly, and the fragrant steam infused with the aroma of fruitwood enveloped the air. "First, try the duck skin dipped in sweet bean sauce." Lin Wei skillfully rolled 2 slices of duck in a lotus leaf pancake, accompanied by strips of cucumber and sweet bean sauce. Handing it first to Ding Kainan, this was the most authentic way to enjoy it at courtyard. In fact, Lin Wei was exceedingly familiar with this method of indulging in roasted duck from the future, and employing it in this era felt both authentic and accomplished. "I want some too." Xiao Xiao eagerly stretched out her tiny hand, prompting Lin Wei to quickly prepare a smaller version for her. The little girl bit into it, her mouth glistening with oil, her eyes narrowing in delight. "Brother, this is even better than meat buns." Ding Kainan cautiously took a bite. The crispy duck skin shattered between her teeth, and the rich fat mingled with the sweetness of the sauce, melting on her tongue. She could hardly recall the last time she had tasted such exquisite flavor. Observing Xiao Xiao's adorable cheeks puffed up and Lin Wei's gentle smile, she finally let go of her reservations and picked up another slice of duck. Beneath the table, the German shepherd paced anxiously, and Lin Wei chuckled as he tossed it a small piece of duck carcass. The trio, along with their dog, reveled in the fragrant corner, basking in the glory of roasted duck. Just then, the waiter timely presented a bowl of fried sauce noodles. As the steaming sauce was poured into the porcelain bowl, the dark brown minced meat glistened atop the chewy hand-pulled noodles, releasing a fragrant cloud of steam. Xiao Xiao's little nose twitched delicately, drawn to the enticing aroma. With chopsticks in her left hand, she gazed longingly at the noodles while tightly clutching the shiny duck leg in her right. Her little head turned from side to side, caught in the delightful dilemma of choosing between 2 delectable dishes, eliciting amused smiles from Lin Wei and Ding Kainan. Ding Kainan stifled a laugh, reached for a bowl of noodles, and gently mixed them. Then, with care, she picked up a strand, softly blowing away the rising steam. "Here, Xiao Xiao," she said, offering the noodles to the little girl's mouth, a bite of noodles, then a bite of duck meat. "This is the best way to enjoy it." Xiao Xiao obediently slurped up the noodle, chewing a few times with her mouth moving, her eyes suddenly sparkling. "Noodles are delicious." With that, she shoved the duck leg into her mouth, taking an enormous bite. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster storing food, and it took a while before she contentedly swallowed both the noodles and the meat. "The duck meat is delicious too," the little girl mumbled, extending the duck leg towards Ding Kainan. "Sister Ding, you should eat as well." "Of course, I'll have this piece of duck," Ding Kainan replied gently, picking up a small piece of roasted duck to mix into her bowl of noodles. She first slurped a mouthful of noodles coated in fried sauce, then savored the crispy duck meat, the two flavors melding on her tongue, causing her to involuntarily squint in pleasure. This little girl truly had an expert's palate. The rich aroma of the fried sauce noodles intertwined with the crispy, succulent duck, creating a symphony of flavors that blossomed into a vibrant scent, wafting from her tongue to her nostrils, gently caressing the roof of her mouth, and finally reaching her head, an experience indescribably delightful. Chapter 66. Jia Zhangshi spies on Ding Qianan. Jealous, Lin Wei gazed at the warm scene before him. Ding Qian was carefully wiping the sauce from Xiao Xiao's mouth, while the little girl squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Resembling a contented kitten, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, revealing a tender, affectionate grin, mimicking Ding Qianan's actions. He picked up a shiny piece of duck and meticulously mixed it into his bowl of noodles. He then lifted the bowl, slurping with delight as the rich wheat and sauce flavors exploded on his tongue. However, beyond this heartwarming tableau, in a dark corner of Kimin Street, a pair of murky triangular eyes fixated intently on the trio by the window. Those eyes brimmed with malice, bloodshot and bulging. Her cracked lips incessantly muttered in a raspy whisper. That little beast from the Lin family, and that little money-sucking nuisance, know how to indulge themselves. It's only been a few days since I last saw them, and they're already enjoying roasted duck. Where did they get the money and tickets from? Suddenly, she bared her yellowed teeth, self-righteously sneering. Of course, it must have been stolen. It must be. As she watched Lin Wei and Ding Qianan smile at each other, her teeth ground together in anger. That little beast is treating that little hussy to a meal, clearly with ulterior motives. Bah! This pair of dogs is feasting so heartily. Yet they don't even think of showing respect to their elders, leaving nothing for me. As astute readers might have already guessed, this loathsome old woman lurking in the shadows, spewing vile words, is none other than the infamous necromancer Jia Zhangshi from the courtyard. At this moment, she resembled a hungry wolf lurking in the shadows, fixated on her prey. To understand why Jia Zhangshi found herself outside Quanzhou today, we must revisit the beginning of the courtyard's tale. Jia Zhangshi, typically lazy and indulgent, was known for her tantrums and deceitful behavior. During the day, when the men in the courtyard went to work, she could rarely find anyone to provoke. Although the other women in the courtyard dared not confront her openly, they certainly avoided her. Over time, she became a figure that everyone detested, someone to be avoided at all costs. Even her daughter-in-law, Qin Huiru, made it a point to steer clear of her. Thus, during the daylight hours, Jia Zhangshi found herself utterly alone, truly a solitary figure. Yet she still fancied herself important, believing herself to be a tyrant in the courtyard, with everyone fearing her. Eventually, she began to realize that the others were not afraid of her, but rather repulsed by her. But knowing this, what could she do? Would she lower herself to seek favor from others? Not to mention the third aunt in the front courtyard, who would always mock her with sharp-tongued jests whenever she approached. Jia Zhangshi decided to embrace her fate, opting to lounge on the Kong all day, only rising when the sun was high, thus avoiding the need to prepare breakfast or do household chores. In her mind, such behavior was befitting of her esteemed status as the matriarch of the Jia family, since her son Jia Zhangshi took over his deceased father's position. Providing her with a monthly allowance of 5 yuan, Jia Zhangxi's financial situation had significantly improved, and her mind began to wander with new schemes. She gradually developed the habit of slipping out around noon, aimlessly wandering the streets, indulging in some snacks in secret. It was 2 years ago that she fortuitously tasted the roasted duck from Quanzhou and was instantly enchanted. This marked the beginning of her monthly pilgrimage to the establishment. After all, with her son's pension and the compensation from old Jia's work injury, a half-duck was still more than sufficient for her. Unfortunately, this year brought calamity, and most restaurants on the street have closed their doors. Even Quanzhou has raised its threshold, requiring not just money but also meat and grain coupons. Jia Zhangshi may have money, but she lacks tickets. These coupons are strictly controlled by Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huiru, dictating how many pounds of grain and how much meat can be procured each month, leaving no room for her to squander. Thus, Jia Zhangshi had not tasted roasted duck for over half a year. That morning, she astonishingly rose early, sluggishly getting off the Kong before 10 o'clock. But upon seeing the cold stove and the empty kitchen, with not a morsel left for her, a surge of anger flared within her. After a brief outburst, she pulled Qin Huiru over and gave her a beating. Hitting someone requires strength, and after a round of commotion, Jia Zhangshi only felt her already hollow stomach growl even louder. Deciding to brush off the dust from her clothes, she ambled onto the street, hoping to find something to quell her hunger. Somehow, she found herself meandering through winding alleys until she stumbled upon a small stall in a corner, purchasing 2 flatbreads, which she nibbled on as she walked. Her steps did not falter, and in a daze, she ended up at the entrance of Quanzhou. The aroma of roasted duck wafted through the air, and as she chewed on her dry flatbread, Jia Zhangshi momentarily felt a sense of contentment. She squinted her eyes and smacked her lips, reflecting, indeed, what Yin Laokou said is true. Food smells better when consumed amidst its aroma. However, unexpectedly, as she lifted her gaze, she encountered the last person she wished to see, the one she both loathed and feared, Lin Wei. That rascal had struck her twice in one day. Especially during the courtyard assembly, her entire family had been involved, along with the courtyard's formidable figure, Shizhu, all easily subdued by him. She and Jia Zhangshi had suffered injuries, yet Lin Wei had not a hair on his head touched. Recalling the incident sent chills down Jia Zhangshi's spine. It had been terrifying. Had it not been for the crowd, she suspected her entire family would have been erased. Thus, she dared only to shrink back in the crowd, her poisonous gaze fixed on him, cursing under her breath. That little beast from the Lin family. Where did they find such a calamity incarnate? Look at that appearance, like a reincarnated 1,000-year-old fox, here to siphon off men's vitality. Bah! It would be best if that little beast were drained completely. Then, their house would rightfully belong to me. Yet, as she scrutinized Ding Kainan from head to toe, a mix of bitterness and envy stirred within Jia Zhangshi, akin to being clawed by a cat. This little enchantress, how could she be so strikingly beautiful? Compared to her, Qin Huiru looked like a toad from a muddy pit facing a swan in the clouds, an unfathomable disparity. Our Jia family, after all, is considered a prominent household. So why did Zhangshi settle for a country girl like her as his wife? Regardless of her merits, Jia Zhangshi had to admit that, in terms of appearance and demeanor, standing next to Ding Kainan, Qin Huiru was indeed worlds apart. And do not question how Jia Zhangshi could so readily deduce that Ding Kainan hailed from the city. It was glaringly obvious. In this day and age, anyone who could stroll through the city dressed neatly and unabashedly enter Quanju for roasted duck could not possibly come from the countryside, not even from the nearby suburbs. Chapter 67. Jia Zhangshi confronts Ding Kainan. This meal would suffice for a rural laborer's wages for several months. In these times, even landlords had no surplus grain, let alone the fact that landlords had long been overthrown. What remained were all poor and lower-middle peasants. The greatest grievance in Jia Zhangshi's heart was that her beloved son, Jia Zhangshi, after countless selections, ended up marrying a rural woman. Even if Qin Huiru was praised to the heavens as a model daughter-in-law throughout the 95th courtyard and even Nanla Guxiang, it did not change the fact that she held a rural household registration, despite how the neighbors outwardly lauded Qin Huiru as a flower, who truly knew what they thought in private. Jia Zhangshi often projected her own disdain onto others, and if she looked down on this daughter-in-law, who asked to say others didn't? The truth was, because Qin Huiru had a rural household registration, only Jia Zhangshi in the family could eat commercial grain. With a fixed ration, this was the root of the Jia family's constant worries about food. Of course, these were all Jia Zhangshi's own thoughts. She failed to consider that she too held a rural household registration. In her mind, her beloved son was a city dweller, and so was she. Furthermore, her precious grandson, Bang Gang, inherited Qin Huiru's rural household registration, which would undoubtedly label him as a rural person when it came time for school and employment. This was the thorn that perpetually lodged in Jia Zhangshi's heart, one that she could never extract. At this moment, Jia Zhangshi even began to plot. Should she encourage her beloved son to divorce that countrywoman, Qin Huiru, and marry a city girl instead? This little enchantress before her seemed just right. How splendid it would be to snatch her away. Unfortunately, Lin Wei was entirely oblivious to the scheming Jia Zhangshi lurking in the corner, nor could he hear her sordid thoughts. Otherwise, he would have slapped her round face and coldly spat. What a delusion, Jia Zhangshi. Just as Jia Zhangshi was lost in her scheming, Lin Wei had nearly finished his meal. The little girl stretched her chubby arms happily, her short legs swinging joyfully. Her little belly was round and taut, resembling a well-inflated ball, clearly satisfied. Brother, Xiao Xiao is so full and so happy. The little girl's soft voice brimmed with genuine emotion. Ding Can unconsciously let out a gentle burp, quickly covering her mouth just in time to avoid being heard. She glanced down at the bowls in front of her and was taken aback. She had unknowingly devoured a large bowl of fried sauce noodles, half a roasted duck, and several side dishes. Goodness, when did I become such an appetite? Usually, a small bowl of noodles suffices for a meal. But today's feast was equivalent to 2 or 3 days' worth of food. Oh no. Lin Wei won't he think I'm a glutton and won't he be able to support me in the future, will he? At this thought, Ding Kainan's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, fearing Lin Wei would catch sight of her embarrassment. I'm full too. But Lin Wei was entirely unconcerned, gazing tenderly at the two ladies before him, his gaze lingering especially on Ding Kainan's face for a moment longer. He could tell that today, under the little girl's influence, This young lady had completely relaxed and thoroughly enjoyed her meal. This was delightful, truly delightful. It signified that she no longer regarded herself as an outsider. However, while the little girl and Ding Kainan savored their food, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Wei himself had quietly consumed only a bowl of fried sauce noodles and a couple of thin slices of duck meat. Lin Wei raised his hand to signal the waiter. "Comrade, please pack up another roasted duck, divided into 2 portions. Also, please pack up the duck carcasses." "Certainly. That'll be 6 yuan in total, including 2 portions of meat tickets." The waiter deftly flicked the white towel draped over his shoulder, counted the money and tickets Lin Wei had handed over, and called out to the kitchen. "A roasted duck from table 6, please pack it up." Once the waiter arrives with 2 portions of the succulent duck and the carcass neatly wrapped in oil paper, Lin Wei skillfully hands one of the greasy duck packages along with the carcass to Ding Kainan. "Dr. Ding, I truly appreciate your care for Xiao Xiao. Please take this half duck and carcass back for your parents to taste. It is but a small token of my gratitude." No, that won't do. You've already treated me to so much. I cannot possibly accept this as well." Ding Kainan hurriedly declines, her cheeks slightly flushed. When she had heard Lin Wei mention purchasing another duck, she had assumed it was for his own home, never anticipating that half of it was meant for her. This duck, worth a whole 6 yuan and 2 taels of meat tickets, was casually divided by him. The meal had already left her feeling anxious. If she were to accept such a generous gift, she wouldn't know where to place her face. Lin Wei's tone remained gentle yet firm. "It is already packed. I cannot simply return it, can I?" His gaze shifted to the satisfied Xiao Xiao, who was rubbing her small belly, and he added with a smile, "Moreover, look at Xiao Xiao, her little greedy cat demeanor and round belly. There's no room left, is there?" With that, he discreetly winked at the little girl. Understanding his cue immediately, Xiao Xiao eagerly seized the tightly wrapped half duck and carcass, rising on her tiptoes to press it into Ding Kainan's arms. "Sister Ding, just accept it." She looked up with her cherubic face, her soft voice tinged with a hint of playful grievance. "If you don't accept it, it means you don't like Xiao Xiao anymore." Ding Kainan gazed down at the warm oil paper package in her arms, the aroma of the roasted duck wafting through the crevices. She then looked into the glistening eyes of the little girl, whose pitiful expression made it difficult to refuse. Her gaze quietly met Lin Wei's, filled with gentle concern, devoid of formality, radiating sincere warmth. Her heart softened, and she finally stopped resisting, gently accepting the package. "Then I shall thank you on behalf of my parents." Her voice was soft, tinged with a touch of shyness. Xiao Xiao instantly beamed with joy and hugged her leg tightly. "Sister Ding is the best." Lin Wei also smiled slightly, his eyes warm as the gentle sun of early spring. At that moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly expressed an urgent need to use the restroom, likely due to the rich meal. Lin Wei waited outside the restroom, while Ding Kainan stepped out of Quanjut alone. As she crossed the threshold, her right foot barely touching the street, she unexpectedly collided with a figure as hefty as a wild boar, who rudely blocked her path. Had it not been broad daylight in the heart of the city, she might have gasped in surprise. It turned out to be Jia Zhangshi, who had been lurking outside, spying. Upon seeing Ding Kainan emerge alone with the takeout bag, she was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of delight. With Lin Wei not present, was this not the perfect opportunity to strike? Without hesitation, she brazenly obstructed Ding Kainan's path. "Excuse me, madam, do you need something?" Ding Kainan inquired, her tone a mixture of caution and confusion. "Little girl, if you marry into the Jia family, I assure you'll live a life of luxury and indulgence," Jia Zhangshi proclaimed, eyeing Ding Kainan, who stood at about 5 feet tall, yet weighed no less than 150 pounds, vaguely familiar, yet entirely unrecognizable to Ding Kainan. The older woman wore a facade of amiability that belied her menacing demeanor, her triangular eyes glinting ominously. Ding Kainan instinctively took a step back, her voice laced with apprehension. "I do not know you." "Huh, but you do now. I am from number 95, Nanlo Guxiang, and my family name is Jia. We are quite a prominent household in the area," Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, pride swelling as she spoke of her family's status. "Madam, I have never been to Nanlo Guxiang. Nor do I know anyone from the Jia family," Ding Kainan replied, feeling a flicker of recognition at the mention of the address, yet unable to recall where she had heard it. "No worries, you didn't know before, but I, Jia Zhangshi, will make sure you get to know us well," she continued, relishing the thought of having intimidated Ding Kainan. "I have a son named Jia Zhangshi, a second-class machinist at the Hongqing steel plant, earning 27 yuan 50 a month." As she spoke, her excitement grew, her words spilling forth. "Don't let his current role fool you. He is destined to become a leader, a factory manager. When that happens, we shall live in luxury, enjoying life's pleasures." Jia Zhangxi's self-congratulatory speech flowed effortlessly. Yet Ding Kainan could hardly see the relevance to her own life. "What does your family matter to me?" Ding Kainan interjected, unable to endure her ramblings any longer. Indeed, you, a mere steelworker's relative, blocking a young lady to prattle on about family matters. What does that even mean? Chimed in a couple of kind-hearted bystanders. Stepping forward to shield Ding Qianan from Jia Zhangxi's advances. It was evident to any onlooker which side deserved protection, as Ding Qianan, delicate and beautiful, was clearly the party in need of safeguarding. Right now it may not matter, but soon it will. Jia Zhangshi dismissed the crowd, particularly the two women who had stepped forward. Once you marry my Dongxiu, you'll be the future factory manager's wife. Such a fine prospect that others can only dream of. What? Ding Qianan and the bystanders gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Was this the state of affairs? Resorting to roadblocks for the sake of matchmaking? Jia Zhangshi suddenly recalled something, pondering for a moment before stating, however, you will have to wait a while to enter the Jia family. My Dongxiu must first divorce his current wife before we can proceed with you. She grimaced, clearly impatient. Honestly, this one-man one-woman rule is such a hassle. Only after a divorce can one remarry. It is nothing like our time, when esteemed families like the Jia household could allow their young masters to marry as many wives as they desired. Heaven above, Ding Qianan and the two aunts were left utterly flabbergasted. This mother-in-law not only brazenly encouraged her son to divorce and remarry, but dared to question the nation's marriage law. Her audacity knew no bounds. As Ding Qianan grappled with how to deal with this madwoman, Jia Zhangshi spoke again. Once you enter our household, you must adhere to the Jia family's rules, emphasizing the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. You must serve me well and take care of Dongxiu. Oh, and my precious grandson, Jia Gang, you must not bully him. Her slanted eyes narrowed with pride, and she continued, as for that ill-fated Qin Huiru, I shall ensure she returns to her family in Qin village with that worthless Xiao Dang. The name Qin Huiru struck Ding Qianan's mind like a lightning bolt, causing her to shudder as everything clicked into place. Was this not the Jia family from the 95th courtyard that Lin Wei had mentioned? The very household that produced the so-called White Lotus Qin Huiru, the necromancer Jia Zhangshi, and the infamous thief Jia Gang? Ding Qian scrutinized Jia Zhangshi anew. The robust frame resembling a wild boar, the round head, the menacing slanted eyes, the yellowed teeth, and those long, grimy nails, all matched Lin Wei's description to a T. It all made sense now. You are Jia Zhangshi? From the 95th courtyard in Nanlaguxiang? Ding Qianan's voice trembled as she struggled to suppress her fear, confirming each word with deliberate clarity. Your son is Jia Dongxiu. Your daughter-in-law is Qin Huiru. Your grandson is Jia Gang, and your granddaughter is Jia Dang. Is that not so? She ardently wished that this was merely an absurd misunderstanding rather than a colossal coincidence. Ha! Jia Zhangshi cackled triumphantly, her corpulent form shaking with delight. Look at that. You claim not to recognize our Jia family. Everything you said was spot on. How could you not know us? She turned to the crowd, her greasy face alight with self-importance, her voice booming. Did you all hear that? The reputation of our Jia family resonates even with such a lovely young lady. Since you are so well-informed, how does it feel? Are you envious? Do you wish to marry into our family? Upon her words, the two aunts, who had been shielding Ding Qianan, exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of hesitation. This girl seemed to know all too well about this old woman's affairs. Could it be that they were already acquainted? Ding Qianan felt their scrutinizing gazes pierce through her, prompting her to retreat hurriedly. Her disdain for the Jia family was not merely superficial. It was rooted deep within her, an innate fear. No, I don't know you. Nor do I wish to be involved with your family. Chapter 69. Lin Wei, Jia Zhangshi, you're asking for trouble. Oh dear, even at this point. The young lady is still bashful. Jia Zhangshi grinned, revealing her yellowed teeth, her slanted eyes glinting with mischief. Have you long harbored admiration for our Jia family? Have you dreamt of marrying my son Dongxiu? It's not too late now. With that, she reached out with her long, filthy nails towards Ding Qianan's delicate wrist. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi's murky gaze suddenly fixated on the oil paper bag nestled in Ding Qianan's arms. It contained the roasted duck and duck carcass she had carefully protected. Jia Zhangshi's eyes gleamed with greed as she shifted her focus, exclaiming, "Oh, look at this thoughtful young lady." She even brought roasted duck to pay respects to her future mother-in-law. Her throat emitted a guttural sound as her claws extended toward the bag of roasted duck, declaring, "I shall graciously accept this token of your affection." Before she could finish her sentence, her greasy hand lunged toward Ding Qianan's embrace. A sinister smile danced on Jia Zhangshi's face. The roasted duck was as good as hers, and she would not allow anyone to snatch it away. As for this exceptionally beautiful girl before her, she had already resolved to drag her back to the courtyard. Once the door closed, it would be a matter of course for Jia Dongxiu to have his way. She was certain that once the rice was cooked, there would be no turning back, and Lin Wei's little vixen would forever regret it. No, it's not like that. Ding Qianan cried out. desperately trying to evade the grasp of the two aunts. You are stealing. Yet Jia Zhangshi cackled maniacally. Daughter-in-law, what are you so shy about? You will be one of us Jia family members sooner or later. As she spoke, she waved her other chubby, dark hand dismissively at the two aunts. Get out of the way. This is a family matter of the Jia household. It's South, not your place to meddle. Just as those grimy nails were about to touch Ding Kanan's sleeve, a furious shout rang out. Jia Zhangshi, you are courting death. With a resounding thud, Jia Zhangshi's corpulent body was sent flying several meters back as if struck by a speeding truck, rolling across the ground like a deflated ball. Lin Wei had been anxiously awaiting Ding Kanan's return from the restroom when an inexplicable urge prompted him to glance toward the entrance. Seeing a crowd gathering, he hurried over, knowing something must have transpired. To his shock, he beheld Jia Zhangshi lunging at Ding Kanan, who had just stepped away. He intended to remain a mere spectator, but he could not let such a vile creature as Jia Zhangshi lay a finger on the exquisitely graceful girl. Even the slightest contact would be a desecration of his cherished goddess. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei unleashed his formidable strength, launching himself forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick filled with righteous fury. The impact of Lin Wei's kick was nothing short of breathtaking, yet he was utterly unprepared for Jia Zhangshi's extraordinary resilience. Akin to that of a wild boar, after rolling several times on the ground, she miraculously propped herself up, gasping for breath. Suddenly, she retched, expelling not blood but a foul-smelling concoction from her stomach. Oh, what an unbearable stench! A few bystanders, including Ding Kanan, who was particularly sensitive to odors, quickly covered their noses and mouths. The contents of Jia Zhangshi's digestive tract were far more repugnant than a public latrine. Jia Zhangshi watched helplessly as the food she had just consumed was expelled by the kick, her fury igniting as she realized the 2 pancakes she had begrudgingly purchased at noon were now for naught, leaving her to face hunger once again. A surge of uncontainable rage surged through her, fueling a newfound strength that seemed to transcend her physical limits. You little beast, I shall fight you to the end. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi's hatred reached its zenith. According to gaming terminology, Lin Wei had filled her entire hate meter. She even forsook standing up, dropping to all fours and launching herself like a sprinter, executing a perfect explosive start. Lin Wei, be careful! Ding Kanan screamed in fright as she witnessed Jia Zhangshi's sudden burst of combativeness. She hurried to warn Lin Wei. To Lin Wei, this old hag seemed to have instinctively mastered the art of a prone start, displaying a talent of her own. Unfortunately, before her brutish charge could reach him, Lin Wei had already stepped forward, channeling his inner pure yang energy to firmly grasp Jia Zhangshi's large head with a single hand. Had he utilized his internal force in that earlier kick, she would not have merely expelled waste, but blood. However, with this single press, the force exerted was nothing short of tremendous, causing Jia Zhangshi to come to an abrupt halt. Her head was firmly held down, while her limbs flailed desperately against the ground, resembling a turtle pinned to its shell. No matter how she struggled, she remained immobile. You old hag. Today I shall ensure you remember this, Lin Wei thought to himself, maintaining his grip with unwavering strength. Suddenly, he pivoted, leveraging Jia Zhangshi's forward momentum to propel her forcefully ahead. In an instant, Jia Zhangshi was akin to a wild boar swept up by a tempest, her 4 stubby legs flailing helplessly in the air, with no ground to anchor herself. She could only watch as she plummeted face first to the ground. Bang! The sound resonated with a muffled thud, even more deafening than the previous strike. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the gruesome scene before them. Yet, they had underestimated Jia Zhangshi's resilience. With a roll, she managed to sit up, her cheeks swollen and a snot bubble dangling from her nose, appearing remarkably unscathed. This time, she refrained from lunging at him again. Shaking her dazed head, she finally recognized the vast disparity in strength between herself and Lin Wei. Engaging in a direct confrontation was futile. Even if she could endure punishment, she might not withstand another of Lin Wei's crushing blows. If brute force was ineffective, then she would resort to cunning. Suddenly, Jia Zhangsshi began to wail inconsolably, tears streaming forth in a performance that would eclipse modern-day actors reliant on eye drops. Her 4 short legs flailed about restlessly, striking the ground with a resounding clap. Oh, old Jia, why did you leave me so soon? Come and see. Your daughter-in-law is about to be taken away. My life is so miserable. She pleaded, please, take this little beast from the Lin family away. Indeed, this renowned spirit medium of the courtyard, faced with the futility of physical confrontation and Lin Wei's overwhelming dominance, had finally unleashed her ultimate weapon, the spiritual assault of summoning the dead. Chapter 70, Jia Zhangshi, this little beast is stealing my daughter-in-law. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was momentarily taken aback, then collectively paled, retreating a few steps, eager to distance themselves from this formidable sorceress. At that time, shortly after the founding of the nation, even the most modern citizens harbored superstitious beliefs. Jia Zhangshi, before the assembled crowd, called out to her deceased husband with unwavering conviction, her gaze chilling enough to send shivers down the spines of the elderly present. This old hag was indeed not to be trifled with. Should she harbor a grudge, the specter of her summoning could haunt their nights, depriving them of peaceful slumber. Only Ding Kainan, despite her pale complexion and trembling fingers, managed to suppress her fear and discomfort, clutching Lin Wei's sleeve tightly and remaining steadfastly by his side. But Lin Wei, being a person from the future, was impervious to her theatrics. To him, Jia Zhangshi was merely an old hag throwing a tantrum, employing the same tired tricks, the wild boar charge, the clawing of poisoned nails, and the summons of spirits. He scoffed at her futile attempts. Even if she could truly call old Jia forth from the underworld, what could he do? He was merely a pitiable man who had been oppressed by her in life. Certainly, he would not emerge with newfound powers. Lin Wei observed Jia Zhangshi's repeated incantations, sensing the moment was ripe. He took a deep breath, his voice ringing out, "Jia Zhangshi, your attempts to summon old Jia have proven ineffectual after all this time." As he spoke, he gently patted Ding Kan's hand, as if to calm a startled bird. Indeed, the goddess's hand was both soft and smooth, exuding a jade-like warmth, perfectly complementing her ethereal demeanor. "Look at you, howling for so long. Yet old Jia has not even shown a trace. Is it not true that you were too harsh with him in life, ultimately driving him to an early demise? Or perhaps you were so stingy that you refused to burn even a single joss paper for him, leading him to forsake your family?" Jia Zhangshi's cries abruptly ceased. Staring at Lin Wei as if she had seen a ghost, her aged face drained of color, she thought, how could this little beast know such hidden truths? It was indeed true. She had secretly consumed most of the food at home, while old Jia went to work on an empty stomach, which had led to his misfortune at the steel mill. As for the paper offerings during festivals, she could hardly afford to feed herself, let alone spare money for the dead. Even a mere dime's worth of yellow paper was too extravagant. She had only burned some old newspapers to appease the spirit of old Jia. Could it be that this young man from the Lin family was truly her nemesis? With a casual remark, he had struck at her most guilty past. Realizing this, Jia Zhangshi dared not continue her incantations. Her face turned a ghastly shade, lips trembling as she muttered, "Why you? How could you?" But upon catching sight of the crowd, eagerly straining to hear, she quickly covered her mouth, daring not to utter another word. Pausing momentarily, her eyes darted about, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her murky gaze. It seemed this little beast was indeed shrewd and undeterred by intimidation. If that were the case, a change of strategy was in order. She suddenly resumed her theatrics. But this time, the tone of her lamentation had shifted entirely. "Oh heavens, open your eyes and witness. This little beast is trying to steal my family's daughter-in-law. Is there no justice left in this world? No sense of morality?" This sudden shift in strategy caught even Lin Wei off guard. Jia Zhangshi was indeed formidable. When her spirit summoning failed, she seamlessly transitioned to a plea for divine justice. Truly, she was the source of chaos in the courtyard, demonstrating an impressive knack for manipulation. Seeing Lin Wei remain silent, Jia Zhangshi's confidence surged, emboldening her once more. Turning to the increasingly curious crowd, she cried out, "Ladies and gentlemen, uncles and aunties, please weigh in on this matter. This little beast, this wicked spawn, is brazenly attempting to take my daughter-in-law in broad daylight. This is a clear case of marital disruption. He ought to be dragged to the execution grounds and made to pay the ultimate price." Among the two elderly ladies present, there were indeed others in the crowd who cast doubtful glances at Lin Wei and Ding Kainan. Whispers began to circulate. "What is going on here? That young man appears quite respectable, and the girl is as beautiful as if she stepped out of a painting. How could she be someone else's daughter-in-law? Is this an illicit affair?" Someone interjected, "One can never truly know a person. Some may appear virtuous at first glance, yet harbor dark intentions within." The insinuations were unmistakably directed at Lin Wei. Seeing her outlandish claims actually sway a number of bystanders, Jia Zhangshi felt a surge of triumph. No matter how cunning this boy was, he would still end up drinking her bathwater. As an old woman, she naturally had the upper hand, easily garnering sympathy. Moreover, her repeated claims of my daughter-in-law had imprinted a strong preconceived notion in the minds of the onlookers. Look at the effect her strategy was having. She mused maliciously, hoping to escalate her performance, stirring up the hot-blooded among the crowd to confront that little beast and give him a sound thrashing. If they could subdue him, even better. Her objectives would be met without a hitch. Ding Kainan, observing the increasingly suspicious gazes from the crowd, felt as though needles were pricking her back. A mix of anger and anxiety causing her breath to come in ragged gasps. The words that spilled from her lips lost all coherence. I am not I, and she is certainly not my mother-in-law. However, this feeble justification only deepened the confusion among the onlookers. Even the two middle-aged women who had initially stood by her side discreetly took a few steps back, creating a distance. To them, Jia Zhang's dramatic display of sorrow indeed made it difficult to discern the truth. Sensing her advantage, Jia Zhang swelled with pride. Yet her facade of grief became even more pronounced. My dear daughter-in-law, cease your disingenuous arguments. Mother knows you have taken a liking to this young man. But you are already a married woman. As she spoke, she managed to squeeze out a few tears from the corners of her eyes. If you truly desire him, I shall have Zhangshi divorce you. She abruptly shifted her focus to Lin Wei, her voice rising sharply. You, young man, are utterly shameless. While seeking a partner is your prerogative, seducing another man's wife is a crime. Release that girl's hand at once. Do you not comprehend the scandal you are creating? With a sigh, an old scholar, donning glasses and an antiquated robe, shook his head, lamenting the decline of societal morals. Ding Qinan, overwhelmed by the rising tide of accusations around her, had never before encountered such slander and injustice. Tears flowed from her eyes like pearls spilled from a broken string. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears and indignation, yet she stubbornly clutched Lin Wei's sleeve, repeatedly choking back her sobs. It is not like that. Truly it is not. Chapter 71. Jia Zhang. My daughter-in-law is named Ran Qiu, a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. My dear daughter-in-law, why are you still entangled with this scoundrel? You are bringing disgrace upon our esteemed Jia family. Seizing the moment, Jia Zhang lunged forward, her bony left hand reaching out to grab Ding Qinan, while her concealed right hand poised menacingly, her sharp nails aimed at Lin Wei's handsome face. She harbored a malicious intent. This little wretch has struck me multiple times. Today, I shall seize the opportunity to take my revenge. With so many onlookers supporting me, let us see if he dares to retaliate. I shall strike first, and, once he is down, incite the crowd to join in. I will ensure this eyesore is turned to mush in public. Alas, Lin Wei anticipated Jia Zhang's next move with remarkable accuracy. In a flash, he lifted his right leg and delivered a swift kick towards her charging bulk. Indeed, Lin Wei did not use his hands. Firstly, he deemed the old crone unworthy of dirtying his hands. Secondly, he needed to keep one hand free to protect the goddess, Ding Qinan, by his side. Ah! Jia Zhang let out a scream akin to a butchered pig, her entire being propelled backward as if severed from its strings, landing several meters away with a thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. As she struggled to lift her head, she retched, expelling foul, acidic bile intermingled with streaks of dark crimson blood. At that moment, this seemingly indomitable wild boar had finally been vanquished by Lin Wei's kick. The blow not only delivered considerable force, but also carried an undercurrent of internal energy, inflicting a serious wound upon Jia Zhang. Ah, did everyone witness that? Jia Zhang coughed a few times before suddenly raising her voice. This little wretch, this wild man, not only refuses to acknowledge his wrongdoing, but seeks to beat me to death. Where's the justice in this? Indeed, the ferocity of his kick was alarming, raising suspicions that he intended to silence her for good. Observing the old woman's distressed expression sent chills down the spines of onlookers. The power behind that kick seemed to rival that of the legendary martial artist Du Zimyu from years past. The crowd, momentarily stunned by Lin Wei's astonishing move, began to regard him with a mixture of fear and awe. If such a strike were to land upon themselves, it surely would not merely result in a couple of bloodied coughs. With a stroke of luck, they might escape with severe injuries that would confine them to a hospital bed for months. With less luck, they might find themselves meeting their maker on the spot. Indeed, even as Jia Zhang continued to incite the crowd, clarity began to dawn upon them. In these times of economic hardship, who could afford to practice martial arts? This dashing young man was evidently a martial arts master, and his background was likely far more profound than they could fathom. It was best to steer clear of this matter and wait for the authorities to intervene. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Wei prepared to counterattack against Jia Zhang, the self-proclaimed sorceress. He had devised a plan to break the deadlock with words. After all, we are honorable individuals. While virtue is commendable, one cannot rely solely on it. Scanning the bewildered crowd, he decided to personally unveil the truth for all to see. Jia Zhang, you claim this young lady is your daughter-in-law. But what proof do you possess? Lin Wei pointed accusingly at the still defending sorceress, initiating his logical argument. Jia Zhang's eyes flickered. She had never met this girl and possessed no evidence to substantiate her claims. Yet, she maintained her facade. Proof? What proof do you require? She is my daughter-in-law. My very face is proof. Ah, splendid. Lin Wei's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the shameless old crone before him. Then tell me, do you know this young lady's surname and given name? What is her occupation? Jia Zhang was immediately at a loss for words. This was the first time she had encountered Ding Qinan, and she had not even inquired about her background. How could she respond? Precisely. You, old hag, wailing and bellowing. Insist that someone has stolen your daughter-in-law. Surely, you must elucidate the details. Among the onlookers, several who had initially heard Jia Zhang's nonsensical ramblings began to connect the dots. This old crone was indeed suspicious. Who could be unaware of their own daughter-in-law's name and background? Is it possible she is merely stirring up trouble? The truth must be clarified. I say she is my daughter-in-law. What? Can you name her surname and given name? Jia Zhang retorted defiantly, resorting to her old tricks as she attempted to turn the tables on Lin Wei. I indeed know. Lin Wei feigned confidence, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he addressed Jia Zhang. This young lady's name is Ran Qiu, a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. At this point, Lin Wei felt a flush of embarrassment. He had intended to concoct a random name and occupation, but inadvertently revealed Ran Qiu's true identity. Could it be that her reputation as a stunning beauty had influenced his choice? What? Ding Qainan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she discreetly pinched Lin Wei's arm. What mischief was this? He clearly knew who she was. Why had he recklessly concocted a name and occupation, risking her reputation? I am not. She attempted to protest. But sensing Lin Wei's gentle grip on her hand, she found herself silenced by an unspoken understanding. She was intrigued to see what scheme this rogue was orchestrating. Yes. My daughter-in-law is indeed named Ran Qiu, a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. She is the very one you, scoundrel, have deceived. I momentarily lost my wits earlier and forgot. Jia Zhang seized the opportunity to weave a hasty lie, clinging to it as if it were a lifeline. Lin Wei chuckled inwardly. The old shrew has finally fallen into my trap. Once the truth is revealed, I shall see how she continues her nonsensical ramblings. He then feigned a slip of the tongue, his tone softening slightly, laced with a hint of panic. Are you truly certain she is Ran Qiu, the teacher from Hongxing Primary School? Of course, without a shadow of doubt. My daughter-in-law is indeed Ran Qiu, a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. Jia Zhangshi exclaimed. Qiu, why are you still dawdling? Let go of this scoundrel's hand at once. Hurry up and return home. With each word, Jia Zhangshi grew increasingly audacious, her face brimming with arrogance. Do you think a few words can ensnare me? My wisdom far surpasses that of a mere wretch like you. Look, with just a casual fabrication, I've managed to turn the tide. It must be noted that the gathering crowd was utterly baffled. Although Lin Wei had preemptively revealed the girl's name and background, this old hag echoed his words perfectly. Xiaonan, show everyone your work ID, Lin Wei commanded. Who among us speaks the truth? He deliberately paused for several seconds. At this moment, the old shrew had completely ensnared herself, and he was eager to see how she would wriggle out of this predicament. He placed his right palm over his left, bowing formally to the onlookers. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies of the 49 city, today it falls upon me to unveil the truth. This old hag's name is Jia Zhangshi, her family name is Zhang, and her given name is Zhang Xiaohua. She resides at number 95, Nanla Guxiang. Idling her days away, her greatest talent lies in creating scenes, acting shamelessly, and causing a ruckus. You little wretch, you mustn't say that. Jia Zhangshi, realizing Lin Wei was beginning to expose her, grew frantic and attempted to interrupt. Alas, the kick she had received earlier had left her battered, and she was unable to rise. Lin Wei would not allow her to interject. He continued, his speech steady yet clear. She has a son named Jia Zhangshi, a second-level mechanic at Hongxing Steel Plant. Listen closely. He is 27 or 28 years old, has worked for 8 years, and is still only a second-level worker. His monthly salary is 27 yuan and 50 cents, barely enough to support a family of 5. Oh, young man, if this family has 5 members, does that mean there are other sons? A bystander interjected, captivated by the unfolding drama. Not at all, Lin Wei smoothly replied. This old shrew has only one son, who married a rural woman named Qin Huiru. This Qin Huiru has given birth to a son and a daughter. He promptly recalled that at this moment, Huihua had not yet been born, and quickly corrected himself. Thus, it indeed constitutes a family of 5. Yet, it is a pity that Qin Huiru holds a rural household registration, and so does Jia Zhangshi. This family of 5 relies entirely on Jia Zhangxi's meager rations to survive. Consequently, the Jia family is far from being a prestigious household in the 49 city. Rather, they are. Lin Wei paused, articulating each word with precision. A low-income family struggling to survive on the edge of poverty, in the pursuit of sustenance. This Jia Zhangshi is willing to engage in the most disgraceful of acts. Her presence here today is not solely to snatch the roast duck from this young lady, but... Lin Wei's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice dropping ominously. She even intends to forcibly take this innocent girl away to serve as a concubine for her lecherous son. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, the revelation hitting them like cold water splashed into hot oil, igniting a fervor. In the heart of the emperor's realm, in the 49 city, There are those audacious enough to harbor such vile thoughts and engage in such shameless acts. I knew it. Just moments ago, I distinctly heard this old hag refer to her daughter-in-law as Qin Huiru. Indeed, she was even shouting for her son to divorce and marry this young lady. But this young lady appeared ethereal, as if she had stepped out from a painting, exuding an air of grace that seemed entirely incongruent with the Jia family's reputation. Indeed, this is utterly illogical. It simply does not add up. The initial onlookers, who had first heard Jia Zhangshi's outrageous claims, now furrowed their brows in confusion. They too were baffled as to why Jia Zhangshi seemed oblivious to the girl's background, while the girl appeared to know everything about the Jia family. What is there to be confused about? An elderly gentleman with graying hair suddenly slapped his thigh. It could very well be that the Jia family's reputation is so foul that even outsiders have heard of it. This elder's deduction was astute, coming perilously close to the truth. As Jia Zhangshi observed the crowd engaging in lively debate, following Lin Wei's lead, she felt her sordid intentions being laid bare before the bright light of day, igniting her fury. Yet, she knew that any further attempts at deception would be futile. She had no choice but to cling stubbornly to her lies. Nonsense. My daughter-in-law is named Rankyu, not Qin Huiru. My daughter-in-law works at Hongxing Primary School. She is a legitimate urban resident, a teacher on the government's payroll. She is not some rural dweller without a grain ration. Perhaps it was the deep-seated resentment and dissatisfaction she harbored regarding rural registrations that drove Jia Zhangshi to obscure the origins of Qin Huiru. How she longed for a daughter-in-law hailing from the city with a respectable job. At this moment, her long-suppressed obsessions and grievances surged forth, compelling her to utter a lie so convincing that it seemed almost credible. Observing the crowd still wavering in their belief, Lin Wei recognized that it was time to unleash his carefully prepared trump card. "Xiaonan, please present your work ID for everyone to see." Ding Kaiyanan's cheeks flushed crimson. This scoundrel, having known her for merely a day, was already addressing her so intimately. Yet, she understood that Lin Wei was orchestrating this to extricate her from her predicament, ensuring that the loathsome old hag would not rise again. She hastily reached into her clothing to retrieve her ID. Meanwhile, several sharp-eared spectators were momentarily taken aback. "Xiaonan, wasn't she called Rankyu? Have we misheard? Indeed, has this young man become muddled, even confusing the girl's name?" Lin Wei merely smiled, remaining silent. This was precisely the reaction he desired. When the truth was revealed, jaws would surely drop. At that moment, Ding Kaiyan had procured her work ID. It was a badge attached with a thin strap, featuring her photo and stamped with her institution's red seal. Anyone who gazed upon it would recognize it as irrefutable evidence. Without waiting for Ding Kaiyan to present it herself, Lin Wei deftly took the ID into his possession. He leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Allow me to hold it." Just in case. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Ding Kaiyan's ears to redden, yet she did not protest. She understood Lin Wei's caution. The crowd was diverse, and in such a public setting, if her ID were to be snatched and destroyed, it would be an insurmountable issue. With Lin Wei, a skilled fighter, safeguarding it, she felt far more secure. He first handed the work ID to two curious onlookers nearby, saying, "Madam, behold, this is my partner Ding Kaiyan, who is not named Rankyu at all. Moreover, she is not a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. She works at Zihe Hospital." Upon hearing the term partner, Ding Kaiyan's face burned as if it could bake bread, wishing to cover her face immediately. This mischievous fellow truly knew how to take advantage of the situation. In just a few words, she had unwittingly become his partner. Had the occasion permitted, I would have delivered a resounding blow. Alas, I cannot best him in a fight. At the very least, I could twist his face into a grimace. "Oh, young man, I must apologize. I am illiterate." Little did I expect that the first elder I encountered would present such a conundrum. It is hardly surprising, considering the scarcity of literate individuals in these times, particularly among elderly women, for whom the ability to read is a rare gem. Chapter 73, Lin Wei slaps Jia Zhangshi. However, this particular matron was rather astute. After squinting at the document for a moment, she confidently proclaimed, "I may not recognize the characters, but that bright red cross is unmistakable. Hospitals display this. So it is undoubtedly a work ID, and certainly not from a school." Upon hearing this, an elderly gentleman in a long robe and spectacles immediately approached. "I can read. Allow me to take a look." Seeing the scholarly demeanor of the old man, Lin Wei confidently held the work ID steady before his glasses, permitting him to scrutinize it closely. The elder adjusted his spectacles and examined it several times before giving Lin Wei a thumbs up, genuinely exclaiming, "Remarkable. Today's youth truly astound." He had grasped the cleverness of this striking young man, who had deftly concocted a fictitious name and identity, leading the shameless old matron to unwittingly trap herself in her own deceit. Clearing his throat, the elder raised his voice. Addressing the awaiting crowd, I have meticulously verified this work ID. This young lady's name is Ding Kunan, not Ran Keu. Her workplace is Zihe Hospital, not Hongxing Primary School. The revelation sent the onlookers into a frenzy of astonishment. How could the teacher from Hongxing Primary School transform into a doctor from Zihe Hospital? My mind cannot quite wrap around this. There is nothing mysterious about it. It is evident that this young man devised a clever ruse to vindicate his beloved, ensnaring that shameless old hag in her own trap. A few other perceptive elders quickly discerned the underlying scheme. Several sprightly gentlemen raised their hands. We can read too. May we have a look? Lin Wei calmly passed the ID among the eager elders. Their keen eyes proved sharper than the bespectacled elders, after merely glancing at it. They confirmed the truth. Today has truly broadened our horizons. Several of them exclaimed, stroking their short beards in admiration. Young man, how did you come by such a clever mind? To conceive such an ingenious plan is truly remarkable. With that, the elders turned their attention to the still-dazed Jia Zhangshi, who remained seated on the ground, utterly bewildered. Dear madam, they began, for the gentlemen of the city valued decorum, swallowing the term old hag back down. This young lady is evidently the companion of this young man, not your daughter-in-law. You would do well to abandon this malicious intent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jia Zhangshi cried, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she pounded her chest and shrieked, though she barely understood the words. She caught wind of the fact that the young lady was not the teacher Ran Qiu from Hongxing Primary School, but rather someone from Zihe Hospital. The crowd, witnessing her disheveled and incoherent state, could not contain their laughter, and soon the entire street erupted in a cacophony of mirth. This old matron had sought to tarnish the reputation of an innocent girl, only to be ensnared by Lin Wei's clever maneuver, publicly exposing her disgrace. Jia Zhangshi, still unwilling to concede, shrieked in a voice like a broken gong. You heartless fiends, banding together to bully a lonely old woman. What are you laughing at? No one is allowed to laugh. My daughter-in-law is indeed teacher Dingqiu from Zihe Hospital. Yes, my daughter-in-law is Dingqiu. You have made a mistake. At this moment, Jia Zhangshi was thoroughly flustered, her mind a whirlwind, completely unaware of what she was shouting. She merely scrambled to piece together the fragmented phrases she had heard, resulting in this nonsensical outburst devoid of logic. The spectators found her plight even more amusing, their laughter echoing through the streets, shaking the very signs of the renowned Quanjude Peking Duck restaurant. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Lin Wei recognized that his previous psychological assault was merely an introduction. Now was the time for a more decisive action. He stepped forward with a swift stride. His right hand raised forcefully, fingers spread like a fan, descending with a whooshing sound. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on Jia Zhangshi's left cheek, the force knocking her to the ground. This strike was delivered without mercy. Lin Wei had harnessed his innate pure yang energy, concentrating a searing internal force in his palm, augmenting its power while also protecting his hand from injury. From his elevated position, he spoke coldly, his voice resonating throughout the area. Jia Zhangshi, you old hag. You shameless woman, dare to slander my beloved? This slap is a reward for you. This declaration was clearly intended for the onlookers. In the city, men prided themselves on acting honorably, ensuring their actions left no room for reproach. To Ding Kunan's ears, however, these words caused her cheeks to flush crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. This rogue had the audacity to speak so brazenly in front of everyone, leaving her feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Yet a trace of sweetness stirred within her heart, as she gazed upon Lin Wei's upright figure amid the crowd. His decisive action appeared less a reprimand of the old hag and more a righteous judgment. Ding Kainan's initial embarrassment gradually transformed into an indescribable pride. Her man was indeed like this. Even in such a domineering moment, he managed to make her feel an unprecedented sense of security. His broad shoulders seemed capable of shielding her from all storms, and even the arc of his hand conveyed a sense of responsibility that was truly captivating. Biting her lower lip gently, a soft smile involuntarily spread across her face. Jia Zhangshi let out a wail, her hefty form rising abruptly from the ground. Her left cheek was now swollen and red, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and her beady eyes glared fiercely at Lin Wei. Trembling as she pointed a finger at him, "You little beast, you have plotted against me." This slap had indeed brought her to her senses. Even the dullest individual would now recognize that she had fallen into Lin Wei's trap. However, before she could finish her sentence, smack, Lin Wei swiftly retaliated with another slap, this time landing squarely on her right cheek. Jia Zhangshi let out a pained cry, once again being forcefully knocked to the ground, her face swollen like a steamed bun. "This slap is for daring to covet my beloved." The spectators gasped in unison, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, forming a tighter circle around the scene. This young man was indeed a true gentleman. He settled scores immediately, never leaving matters unresolved. The reasoning was crystal clear, leaving no room for interruption. And all that remained was to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 74. Lin Wei delivers a kick to Jia Zhangshi. Had they not been without benches and snacks, they would have eagerly taken a seat, munching away while delighting in this theatrical spectacle. This was indeed the perfect blend. Mere dialogue was insufficient. The stage of martial arts performances finally ignited a true fervor among the audience. Wails echoed as Jia Zhangshi's face swelled grotesquely, rendering her incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Only muffled sobs emerged from the depths of her throat. With her short, stout arms flailing chaotically, she resembled a panicked beast desperately attempting to defend itself. Her triangular eyes widened in terror, the bloodshot orbs laboring to shift beneath the swollen eyelids. She fixated on every movement of Lin Wei, hoping to uncover a flaw that would allow her to retaliate. Yet, Lin Wei showed no inclination to grant her even a moment's respite. Crack, crack. With a swift motion, Lin Wei's arms sliced through the air, delivering a resounding series of slaps to Jia Zhangshi's cheeks, each echoing with clarity. These blows were a direct response to her audacious theft of roasted duck from Lin Wei's companion, a bag of roasted duck and another of duck carcasses. In that instant, Jia Zhangshi's already grotesque visage shattered completely. Her swollen face shook violently, and she abruptly opened her mouth, spewing forth a torrent of blood-tinged saliva. Amongst it, several yellowed teeth tumbled into the dust, glaringly conspicuous. This woman, reputed as the fiercest defender of Nanleguxiang, with a skin thicker than city walls, had, for the first time in nearly 50 years of tyrannical existence, been physically bested, suffering an unprecedented blow. Struggling to pry open her swollen eyelids, her bloodshot eyes, blurred by swelling, caught glimpses of the crowd that was pointing and murmuring, faint cheers ringing in her ears. Indeed, the onlookers reveled in the spectacle. Each slap Lin Wei delivered accompanied by a legitimate justification, more captivating than tales spun by storytellers in teahouses. Some could not contain their applause, while others whispered excitedly, as though witnessing a live reenactment of a scene from Water Margin, where Lu Zixin struck down the corrupt magistrate. However, Lin Wei, the protagonist, was far more handsome than the rough character depicted in the tales, naturally garnering greater admiration from the onlookers, beauty equating to righteousness. What added to the allure of this drama was the element of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, simultaneously exposing the true nature of the old hag. The blending of martial and literary elements created an exceptionally riveting performance. Even Ding Kainan, usually an ethereal figure untouched by the mundane, couldn't help but cover her lips with delicate fingers, her bright eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Elation at long-awaited retribution mingled with disbelief. She had always despised violence. Yet as she watched Lin Wei deliver blows to Jia Zhangshi, a wave of exhilarating satisfaction surged within her. Upon reflection, since it was her partner taking action, it felt akin to personally administering justice to the wicked. There was no need for inner conflict. Sheer pleasure was all that was required. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi finally grasped the staggering disparity in power between herself and Lin Wei. If her martial prowess could be quantified at 100, Lin Wei's was undoubtedly above 10,000. How could she possibly contend with that? Would she continue to absorb his attacks with her face? In a panic, she wrapped her stumpy arms tightly around her head, curling her knees, her corpulent form balling up into a rotund mass, exposing her most substantial area for defense. Yet, she still couldn't resist peeking at Lin Wei's poised stance, dread etched across her features as she stammered, "Stop, stop. You've exhausted all your reasons today. Striking further would be unreasonable." The crowd, including Ding Kainan, turned their attentions to Jia Zhangshi, then to Lin Wei. It was undeniable that the old hag had finally uttered a sensible remark. Lin Wei's every strike had been justified, but now, it seemed as if his reasons had indeed run dry. Would he continue? The answer, of course, was yes. Jia Zhangshi's misdeeds were innumerable, and as the root of all evil in the courtyard, unearthing her transgressions was hardly a challenge. A flicker of inspiration ignited in Lin Wei's eyes. This time, he had no intention of striking Jia Zhangshi, who had buried her face in her arms, rolling on the ground like a ball. He could easily engage in grappling and ground-and-pound maneuvers, but Jia Zhangshi was as filthy and repugnant as a pile of refuse, and he refused to sully his hands and attire. Thus, he resolved to employ some football skills honed in modern times. This kick was for your insolence. What highborn Jia family? You are nothing but a fallen household. Lin Wei took 3 swift steps forward, his right leg snapping out like a whip, delivering a fierce strike right at the center of Jia Zhangshi's rotund form. A resounding thud echoed as her ample flesh quaked violently and astonishingly. She was propelled into the air, tracing a brief parabolic arc before crashing to the ground several meters away, a cloud of dust erupting around her. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Having just paused his hands, he now unleashed his feet. Remarkably, he had managed to find a justification for his actions that was both clever and beyond reproach. Jia Zhangshi, howling in agony, managed to utter, "You little beast. You lack martial ethics, we Jia family." Yet, recalling the sting of the recent kick, she hastily fell silent. This cowardly reaction sparked new inspiration for Lin Wei. Furthermore, you, vile old crone, incessantly spewing foul language and cloaked insults, are both revolting and detrimental to society. Lin Wei would not let her off easily. If he was to strike, he would do so with unrelenting ferocity. So long as she remained alive, he would continue to strike hard. With his left leg, he unleashed another swift kick. Thud! Jia Zhangshi was once again airborne, landing heavily. "Stop! You've run out of reasons," she cried out, having been struck twice with powerful kicks. Every inch of her body aflame with pain, finally surrendering and pleading for mercy. "Not so fast. You've been pilfering from your neighbors day in and day out, fattening yourself while starving others. This is what you deserve." Before his words had fully registered, he executed 3 consecutive kicks that sliced through the air. Jia Zhangshi felt as if all her bones were about to splinter, her cries of anguish devoid of strength. "You've been scheming to usurp my family's house. This is what you deserve." 2 heavy kicks landed with resounding impact. At this point, Jia Zhangshi was as limp as a ragdoll on the ground, unable to utter even a few harsh words. Just as Lin Wei prepared to raise his foot again, a crisp, indignant child's voice rang out. "Yes, it's that Jia family matron who wanted to steal Xiao Xiao's little black dog to make soup. She even tried to scratch Xiao Xiao. She is a wicked person. Brother, quickly help Xiao Xiao teach her a lesson." Lin Wei turned at the sound to find the little girl had returned from the restroom, her small hand tightly clutching Ding Kainan's, her face flushed with anger. Her round eyes wide as she pointed accusingly at Jia Zhangshi. The little German shepherd squatting at her feet also perked its ears, barking twice towards Jia Zhangshi, emitting low growls that clearly conveyed its remembrance of the old hag's earlier intentions to toss it into a pot. Chapter 75, Jia Zhangshi, the proud one, finally bows down. "Oh dear, this little girl is truly adorable. I wish I could hold her and shower her with affection," exclaimed one matron, unable to resist commenting, captivated by Xiao Xiao's enchanting visage. "Indeed, how could such a charming child be bullied by that old crone? She truly deserves a beating," another matron echoed, her eyes filled with affection. "Look at how the little dog is so in tune with its young master," remarked an elder man holding a birdcage, a thrush flapping inside. "To think she would dare lay her hands on such a spirited creature? Truly a sin. She deserves punishment." Several other elderly gentlemen, fond of amusing themselves with cats and dogs, shook their heads in agreement. "Hee, Jia Zhangshi, look at the malice you have wrought. Even the strangers around us cannot bear to watch. You truly have brought this upon yourself." Witnessing the overwhelming support from the onlookers, Lin Wei felt compelled to honor this public sentiment. He raised his leg and delivered 2 fierce kicks aimed squarely at Jia Zhangshi, each strike landing with a dull thud against flesh. However, he still exercised restraint, deliberately avoiding any critical injury to the old crone. In the heart of the 49 city, beneath the imperial gaze, the laws were stringent. Should a life be lost amidst such public scrutiny, even righteousness would not shield him from imprisonment, relegating him to years behind bars. Hell! After enduring those 2 blows, Jia Zhangshi finally crumpled, her hands clutching her head as she curled into a ball. Lying on the ground, she exhaled heavily, as if on the brink of death. Could it be that she was truly injured? A fleeting doubt crossed Lin Wei's mind when a bespectacled elder in a long robe spoke up appropriately. "Young man, it is time to cease." Adjusting his glasses, his tone was steady. "If you continue, this old woman may suffer broken bones, irreparable harm. Should she find herself bedridden, she might cling to you for support, creating an inescapable predicament." Lin Wei instantly grasped that the elder was cautioning him. Although Jia Zhangshi appears wretched now, she is not mortally wounded. Further aggression may lead to dire consequences. A wise counsel to retreat while ahead. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. "Young man, you are of precious worth. She is but a shattered tile. Why clash with something so inconsequential? Time is on your side. This old crone has committed enough misdeeds to warrant divine retribution." Naturally receptive to advice, Lin Wei glanced once more at Jia Zhangshi and observed her triangular eyes discreetly opening a slit. It turned out that her earlier display of agony was half genuine, half feigned. Though injured, she was far from death's door. She was genuinely terrified, shaken to her core by Lin Wei's ferocity. This young man possessed a ruthlessness that was indeed fearsome, if she did not feign greater suffering. Next year on this date might very well mark her demise. "Please, no more. I realize my errors. I truly beg for your mercy." Jia Zhangshi sobbed, her hands flailing in desperation. The once proud and domineering necromancer of the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi, finally uttered her first words of submission, born from profound fear. Lin Wei loomed above, coldly surveying the weeping, crumpled old woman at his feet. Perhaps she had not wept so mournfully even upon the death of her husband. This beating would be a memory she would carry for a lifetime. Very well, she might still serve a purpose. She could continue to be exploited for points and remain within the Jia household to torment that white lotus, Qin Huairu. Today, this ends here. Ding, the host has exposed Jia Zhangxi's sordid scheme in public, protected the fated heroine Ding Kainan, and delivered a sound thrashing to Jia Zhangshi, earning 600 points. Current points balance, 2710 points. Haha, speaking of points, they have arrived. Jia Zhangshi, on this day, in light of the righteous elders present, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Lin Wei's voice was sharp. This account is not settled. Should I discover you dare to harm my family again, I want tea. I swear I want tea. Jia Zhangshi hastily raised her hand in a vow, fearful of delay. As if you would dare. Lin Wei adjusted his slightly disheveled sleeves and trousers, turning to the crowd. Clasping his hands in gratitude, I am grateful to all the elders for upholding justice today. My gratitude is heartfelt. His tone was sincere, his demeanor composed. Should this old crone dare to report or harass me afterwards, I, Lin Wei, shall bear all consequences without implicating any of you. I kindly ask you all to serve as witnesses today to prevent this old harpy from turning the tables on me. Rest assured, young comrade. Since this incident occurred at the entrance of Quanjude, we shall take responsibility. As the crowd turned their gaze, several masters in white aprons from Quanjude had appeared beneath the golden sign, having materialized without anyone noticing. The head chef, arms crossed, with a bronze-colored face illuminated by the lanterns at the shop entrance, spoke resolutely. Our century-old Quanjude cannot allow a shrew to bully a child beneath our sign. The young waiter stood tall and proud, his voice clear. If the authorities arrive, our entire establishment will testify on your behalf. Lin Wei felt warmth in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed masters, for your sense of justice. At that moment of collective indignation, none noticed the cold glint of hatred flashing in Jia Zhangxi's triangular eyes, quickly hidden beneath swollen eyelids. She had initially plotted to feign submission to escape this beating, only to immediately report him to the authorities. She was determined to have this young brat locked away. Not only would she demand compensation, but if he couldn't pay, she would seize his 2 spacious rooms. With this plan in mind, the beating she endured would not be in vain. It could even turn into an unexpected fortune. However, she could never have anticipated that Lin Wei's mere words would sway the entire crowd, especially the long-established patrons of Quanjude, if they were willing to testify. The truth would be clear to the authorities. A sense of dread filled Jia Zhangshi as she realized she was utterly doomed. Desperately, she struggled to rise from the ground, her body aching as if her bones were shattered. She paid no heed to her dignity, limping toward the wall, using the crumbling bricks to steady herself as she shuffled towards a nearby dark alley. All the while, she dared not look back or speak, resembling a beaten dog with a broken spine. Once the commotion at the entrance of Quanjude had subsided, Lin Wei decided to escort Ding Kainan home. The overt reason was sound. It was indeed unsafe for a young lady to traverse the streets alone with valuable roast duck and duck carcasses. Yet, Lin Wei was acutely aware of his own ulterior motives. He wished to walk alongside the captivating young woman a little longer and learn where she truly resided. Fortunately, Ding Kainan's home was not far from Kimen Street. The 3 of them ambled leisurely through the alleys. The little girl holding her brother's hand with one hand and tugging on Ding Kain's with the other, her joyful steps resembling those of a little sparrow. Chapter 76. Ding Kainan, Lin Wei, who is Ran Qiu. In less than 10 minutes, after navigating a few turns, they arrived at Yangmei Bamboo Alley. This alley had once been a gathering place for literati during the Ming and Qing dynasties, and by the Republican era, it had become home to several renowned publishing houses, earning it the title of Cultural Street. Yet, in these troubled times, the once vibrant atmosphere of books and scholarly discussions had dissipated, leaving only a profound stillness. Between the weathered green brick walls, passers-by occasionally strolled by in long robes and jackets reminiscent of the Republic, or residents peeked through intricately carved wooden windows. These details silently narrated the extraordinary past of this alley. Lin Wei, I have arrived, Ding Kainan announced, stopping in her tracks and pointing towards a gray-tiled courtyard with green bricks. Lin Wei's keen eyes swept over the doorplate bearing the inscription Yangmei Bamboo Alley, number 16, imprinting the address firmly in his mind. All right, we will wait here while you enter. Lin Wei's gentle gaze warmed Ding Kainan's heart. But recalling the name Lin Wei had mentioned earlier caused her to furrow her brow once more. Shouldn't you explain that matter? What matter? Lin Wei replied, utterly bewildered. Witnessing his perplexed demeanor, a surge of inexplicable frustration ignited within Ding Kainan. This scoundrel was still pretending to be oblivious. Who exactly is Ran Qiu? Huh, no, it's nothing. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Wei instinctively denied it 3 times, yet internally lamented his predicament. That name had merely been a hasty concoction born of desperation. And little did he expect it to linger until now. He couldn't help but feel chagrined, realizing that this ethereal maiden would be concerned about such trifles. Little did he know, even the most transcendent of women could harbor such capricious thoughts when touched by affection. Sister Ding, who is Ran Qiu? Xiao Xiao doesn't recognize her either. The little girl innocently tilted her face up, her innocent words instantly dissipating the tension in the air. Lin Wei nearly scooped his sister up in a joyful embrace. Grateful for her timely intervention. See, you should believe Xiaoxiu's words, right? Ding Kainan's gaze flickered as she lightly flicked her braid. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Her tone softened, but she deliberately elongated her words. However, Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. Those 2 words always evoked a sense of unease. One day when I have time, I shall inquire at Hongxing Primary School. Should I discover that you have been dishonest? Lin Wei longed to stand tall and assert his innocence. Yet if Ran Qiu truly existed, there would be no way to clear his name. He could only grit his teeth and assure her, rest assured, there is absolutely nothing of the sort. Ding Ken bent down to embrace the little girl, planting a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek before turning to leave. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon her graceful figure, and the swaying braid stirred ripples in Lin Wei's heart, evoking both longing and a hint of inexplicable dread. Not to mention, Lin Wei was fervently praying to the heavens that this cinematic world bore no trace of a person named Ran Qiu. Meanwhile, as Ding Kainan stepped into the courtyard, her parents, who had been anxiously awaiting her return, hurried over. Their faces were etched with concern, and only upon seeing their daughter safe and sound did they simultaneously exhale a sigh of relief. Ding's mother grasped her daughter's hand, her tone imbued with both affection and reproach. Where have you been, my dear? We were nearly frantic with worry after not seeing you for so long. Suddenly, she sniffed the air lightly. What is that delightful scent? Ding's father's gaze fell upon the 2 bulging oil paper packages cradled in his daughter's arms, and his expression shifted to one of caution. Let's discuss this inside. Without giving them a chance to protest, he ushered the mother and daughter into the house, shutting the door behind them and locking it securely. Ding's mother, perplexed, murmured, "What are you doing, locking the door in broad daylight?" Ding Kainan quickly placed a finger to her lips, urging her mother to keep quiet. "Mom, just wait a moment, and you'll understand." With that, she carefully placed the oil paper packages on the table, gently unwrapping the contents. When the full visage of the roasted duck was revealed, Ding's mother nearly gasped, hastily covering her mouth. Only then did she comprehend her husband's caution. In these times, letting the neighbors see such a rarity could undoubtedly lead to trouble. Ding's father eyed the half-glossy, mouth-watering roasted duck and the intact duck frame on the table, initially delighted, but then his brow furrowed. He was all too aware of his daughter's financial situation. There was no way she could afford such an extravagant item. A troubling thought suddenly crossed his mind, causing his voice to tremble. Kainan, although our family may be struggling, we cannot resort to dishonest means. Ding's mother's expression changed dramatically at his words, but she quickly reassured herself, knowing her daughter was inherently well-behaved and would never steal. Yet, as she gazed at her daughter's stunningly beautiful face, another, more terrifying suspicion arose, causing her voice to quiver. You wouldn't have done something to tarnish your reputation, would you? Mom, how could you say such a thing? Do you really think your daughter is that kind of person? Ding Kainan felt a rush of embarrassment at her mother's outrageous assumption, stomping her foot in indignation, her voice laced with both grievance and playful reproach. Ding's father adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing his daughter with the keen eye of a seasoned physician. Noticing no signs of abnormality in her demeanor, he finally relaxed. Dear, stop overthinking. Our daughter is perfectly fine. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Ding's mother quickly grasped her daughter's hand. I apologize, but where did this roasted duck come from? Ding Kainan instinctively straightened her back, a hint of pride in her tone. It was a gift from a friend. A friend? Ding's mother keenly detected the peculiarity in her daughter's words. Her usually reserved daughter had only ever befriended fellow medical students or a few familiar nurses at the hospital. As an intern doctor, it was unlikely that any senior would be this attentive. Studying her daughter's slightly flushed cheeks, her eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity as she bombarded her with questions. Is it a boy or a girl? How old are they? What do they look like? Each question pinpointed the heart of the matter. Mom, why are you asking all this? I'm not. Ding Kainan's cheeks blushed crimson, flustered at the thought of divulging such personal matters. She hastily turned to escape into her room, but her parents would not let her off so easily. Ding's mother swiftly seized her daughter's wrist, a smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, It's barely evening, and you want to hide away already? Come, tell me all about it. Although Ding's father remained silent, he took a step closer, his gaze behind his glasses radiating the same concern. Realizing she could not evade their inquiries, Ding Ken bit her lip, fidgeting with her clothing as she spoke in a hushed tone. Well, it all began with a patient during my night shift last night. Chapter 77. Uncle arrives, blocked by Yin Bugui. She recounted how Lin Wei had been hospitalized due to exhaustion from fishing, the subsequent visits from 3 leaders, and how he had invited her today to enjoy roasted duck, even thoughtfully bringing some for her parents. Omitting the later incident with the Jia and Zhang families to spare her parents unnecessary worry, Ding's father adjusted his glasses, his gaze thoughtful. If that's the case, this young man is indeed exceptional. In the depths of winter, to catch nearly 1,000 jin of fish from Shishaha in a single day, that's no small feat. Even 50 or 100 years ago, such a miracle would have been rare. Just based on his fishing prowess, he would never have to worry about sustenance for a lifetime. Ding's father was a pragmatist at heart. When it came to his daughter dating, he naturally weighed whether the suitor had genuine abilities. If he were a good-for-nothing drifter, how would his daughter fare in the future? However, Ding's mother's focus was entirely different. My dear, please tell me more about that young man named Lin. How many family members does he have? How many rooms? Mom, why are you asking so many details? It's not like I'm. Ding Ken feigned reluctance, yet under her mother's gentle scrutiny, she recounted everything she had gleaned from the little girl. Lin Wei's parents were both sent to the northwest, leaving him with a 6-year-old little sister and, yes, a small puppy. They lived in the east courtyard of a Saihewen at 95 Nanlaguxiang, consisting of 2 wing rooms, a kitchen, and a modest courtyard. However, when it came time to mention Lin Wei's age, her words faltered. Lin Wei was merely 18, while she had already turned 19, a year her senior. The term sister-brother romance carries with it an ineffable hint of embarrassment when spoken aloud. This era is not like the future, where such relationships are commonplace and often accepted. Nowadays, when embarking on a courtship, one must weigh age, occupation, and social standing intricately. If a woman is older than her male counterpart, it inevitably invites speculation. Is it that the woman is less desirable, thus opting for a younger man who is easier to manage? Or perhaps the young man hails from a less fortunate background, seeking the assistance of an older sister? Mr. Ding furrowed his brow, remarking, "My daughter. That young man has yet to reach the legal marriage age. The law states that a male must be at least 20 to obtain a marriage certificate. Why worry? My daughter is exceptionally beautiful, akin to a celestial being. What does it matter to wait 2 more years? Even if that Lin fellow were to waver in his affections, would my daughter truly have trouble finding a suitor? Those wishing to marry her could line up from the main street all the way to the alley. Indeed, it has always been the mother who first accepts the son-in-law throughout history." Upon hearing that the Lin family was a respectable dual-income household, Mrs. Ding felt a wave of satisfaction. Such families were rare in the city. The couple had gone to support the frontier, and whether they would return was uncertain. But if their daughter married into that family, she would be in charge. The house was spacious enough, and the key factor was her daughter's approval. Moreover, her future son-in-law was quite handsome. In Mrs. Ding's eyes, good looks equated to righteousness, comprising 99% of the equation. She was utterly content with this match. As for waiting 2 years, her daughter was employed. What harm could there be in allowing her to stay home a little longer? However, a thought struck her, and she lowered her voice. "Dear child, didn't you say that young man was quite familiar with Officer Liu from the police station? Perhaps, in a few months, he could adjust his age, and they could obtain a marriage certificate. Indeed, such a fine young man was hard to come by. What if someone else swooped in and stole her daughter as chance? It would be prudent to secure the engagement soon." Turning raw rice into cooked rice for peace of mind. "Mother, what are you saying? As if I were unwanted. Just because he wants to marry me doesn't mean I would agree." Ding Ken felt her cheeks flush as her mother spoke so freely about marriage. It felt premature to be discussing such matters. Yet, the name Ran Qiu surfaced unexpectedly in her mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. Meanwhile, Lin Wei was holding the hand of a lively little girl, leisurely making her way back to Nanlaguxiang. As they approached the entrance of the courtyard, they spotted the gatekeeper, Uncle Yin, chattering incessantly at a curled-up figure by the wall. "Why can't you let go of this foolish hope? I've told you repeatedly. The Lin couple has long gone to support the Northwest. That young man probably doesn't even know where he is. And it's not uncommon for him to be away for days. Besides, with only a boy and a girl left in the Lin family, how can they spare any food for you? You should return to your own village. Earning a living from the soil is the sensible thing to do." The man, appearing to be in his early 30s, wore a thin, worn cotton jacket with a tear revealing the gray stuffing inside. His patched trousers were frayed at the knees, nearly translucent. His feet, clad in straw sandals, were caked in dried mud, and his ankles were a deep shade of purple from the cold. He huddled against the biting wind, trembling, his lips turning blue, Yet he stubbornly lifted his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Sir, I will wait a bit longer for my nephew. As he spoke, his frostbitten hands were tightly clasped in his coat, desperately clinging to the last remnants of warmth. Uncle. Lin Wei immediately recognized the shivering figure, her throat tightening. Before she could finish her thought, the little girl darted forward like a nimble swallow, arms outstretched. It's Uncle. Xiao Xiao missed you so much. Even the little German shepherd following her wagged its tail joyfully, sniffing at the man's legs and barking affectionately. The man was none other than Lin Wei's uncle, Chen Dachuan. Lin Wei's maternal grandfather, Chen Yunwen, was the clan elder of Chun family village in Chongping. Her grandmother, Chen Yang, bore one daughter and 3 sons. The eldest daughter was Lin Wei's mother, Chen Dang, followed by 3 sons, Dachuan, Dashan, and Dai. The man huddling by the wall was Chen Dachuan, now 29 years old. Why was he here? Even Uncle Yen, always calculating, surmised that a famine must have struck Chen family village, leaving him no choice but to seek refuge in the city, hoping to procure some food from his elder sister. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he learned that both his sister and brother-in-law were away, and his nephews were not home. The self-styled uncle, Yin, barred his entrance with ridicule. Had it not been for his concern for his niece and nephew, he would have turned back long ago. Chen Dachuan awkwardly reached out, wanting to embrace his niece. But upon seeing the dirt on his hands, he quickly withdrew. The little girl, however, was unbothered, burying her small face in his cold clothing. Softly murmuring, Uncle came to see Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is so happy. Suddenly recalling something, she turned and retrieved a large, shiny red apple from the cloth bag Lin Wei was carrying, raising it high. Uncle, have an apple. It's so sweet. Brother even brought back roast duck. Uncle, you wouldn't believe how fragrant it is. Xiao Xiao ate until her tummy was round. No, no. Uncle isn't hungry. You keep the apple for yourself, Chen Dachuan insisted, shaking his head and stepping back. The apple was brilliantly red, a precious treasure. Even in good years, a family might only see one. It would need to be carefully sliced into pieces for everyone to have a taste. In the current circumstances, such delicacies were virtually non-existent. Although he didn't know where his niece had acquired it, he felt that it was meant for children to bolster their health, and he, as an adult, should not indulge. As Chen Dachuan evaded the apple his niece offered, Uncle Yin, who had been watching silently, suddenly brightened. He had thought that the Lin siblings would be away for quite some time, but to his surprise, they not only returned but also encountered this impoverished relative. What shocked him further was that Lin had brought an apple and mentioned roast duck. Uncle Yin sniffed the air, catching a whiff of the savory aroma of meat. He had to admit that Quanju's roast duck was exceptional in its fragrance. Despite being wrapped in oil paper for so long, it remained irresistibly enticing. Well, there truly is roast duck, he mused, considering that even a single slice was worth a considerable sum, far more than the few scallions or cabbage leaves he usually scavenged from his post. If he missed this opportunity, he might have to wait an eternity for the next one. With this thought, he immediately donned a warm smile and habitually extended his hand. Lin Wei, your cloth bag looks quite heavy. Should Uncle help you carry it? Lin Wei shot him a sideways glance. Uncle Yin, are you suggesting that I can't slice the roast duck and need Annie to do it for me first? Uncle Yin, unfazed by her directness, nodded eagerly. Yes. Your auntie is an expert at slicing duck. I assure you, you'll be pleased. Chen Dachuan stared wide-eyed at this self-proclaimed Uncle Yin, scrutinizing him intently. He could see through the other party's intentions clearly. With just a few words, they sought to swindle the apple and roasted duck from his nephew. How audacious! Remembering how this person had adamantly refused him entry into the courtyard earlier, he felt a surge of anger at this sudden change of demeanor upon seeing something desirable. Chen Dachuan's fists clenched involuntarily. If that Yin dared to push his luck further, he would rather take a risk and teach the man a lesson, venting his frustrations on behalf of his nephew, and then make a hasty retreat back to Qinjiakan. After all, he was a countryman and had no fear of retribution from city dwellers. While he silently gritted his teeth, Lin Wei had already taken action. With a slight shift of his body, Lin Wei deftly evaded Yin Bugui's outstretched hand. He swung his left hand with a sharp crack, delivering a resounding slap to the back of Yan's hand. Yin Bugui let out a yelp, stumbling backward several steps. The back of his hand visibly swelled, transforming from a bony claw into a doughy mass. You dare to hit me? Yin Bugui gasped in pain, instinctively using his left hand to protect his glasses, narrowly saving his precious eyewear. Once he regained his composure, it struck him that he, a dignified third uncle, had been publicly humiliated by a younger generation. A wave of anger surged to his head, turning his gaunt face a deep shade of crimson. Jia Cheng, Jia Fong, Jia Quan, come out here. Your father has been wronged. As soon as Yin Bugui's voice fell, the curtain of the front courtyard was flung aside, and Aunt Sin stormed out, followed by her 3 sons, exuding an imposing presence. Yin Jiacheng, aged 21, Yin Jiafang, aged 16, and Yin Jiaquang, aged 14, stood there, and despite their varying ages, they held an intimidating stature. With reinforcements at hand, Yin Bugui straightened his posture. His small eyes behind the lenses darted around, mentally calculating, should he demand medical expenses for his swollen hand, or simply settle for a few slices of roasted duck? This dilemma tickled his fancy. Ultimately, Yin, the miser, and Jia Zhang's family were fundamentally cut from the same cloth, both hoping to profit off others. However, he was more discerning than the old hag, understanding that taking advantage of others required a sense of moderation, unlike Jia Zhang, who would demand compensation without hesitation. Aunt San, hands on her hips, nearly poked Lin Wei in the nose with her finger. You little brat from the Lin family. We haven't settled the score for causing old Yin to be hospitalized the other day, and now you've gone and hit someone again. This is intolerable. Today, you shall receive a lesson. Lin Wei, unfazed, handed his cloth bag to his second uncle, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Chen Dachuan, upon seeing the numbers stacked against them, could no longer contain himself. He straightened his previously hunched figure, standing like a spear beside Lin Wei. Uncle, there's no need for you to intervene with these ragtag bunch. Your nephew can handle them all by myself, single-handedly. This was no mere boast. While others may be oblivious to the truth, Lin Wei was well aware. The Chun family hailed from the 13 Tombs Guard, a lineage steeped in martial arts, rumored to share roots with the Chun family of Tajiquan from Hunan province. Though not all were martial experts, dealing with 5 or 6 robust men was well within their capabilities. As for the Yin family, they were merely a bunch of weaklings, hardly worthy of his uncle's involvement. Moreover, a glint of cunning flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. If he were to teach them a lesson himself, perhaps he could also gain some points in the process. Hit you? Yin the miser, why don't you first lower your head and reflect on your own actions? Lin Wei coldly scoffed, his gaze like a blade slicing through Yin Bugui's flushed face. You, a teacher, stand at this gate harassing your neighbors. All for a few scallions and some rotten vegetable leaves? I've heard you even stop the manure truck just to taste its flavor. He took a step forward, his voice sharpening. First, you kept my uncle outside, letting him endure the cold wind all afternoon. And now, upon seeing me with apples and roasted duck, you couldn't wait to extend your greedy paws. Are you not simply asking for a beating? The cold wind whipped Lin Wei's hair, his eyes gleaming ominously. What goes around comes around. Today is merely a small lesson to remind you to respect your elders. If you're unconvinced, feel free to send your useless sons to confront me. I'd like to see who ends up worse off. Hearing this, Chen Dachuan hastily tugged at his nephew's sleeve, whispering, Nephew, temper your strength, don't truly injure them. He had clearly noticed that the Yin boys were unsteady on their feet, while his own nephew stood firm like a mountain, exuding a martial presence in his every move. Chapter 79, a modest lesson for the Yin family. The disparity in strength was stark, and he worried that Lin Wei, in his youthful exuberance, might inadvertently cause trouble. Understanding his uncle's concern, Lin Wei nodded. Uncle, just look after Xiao Xiao. His gaze swept over the eager-to-fight Yin family members, his lips curling into a cold smile. I truly do not regard these weaklings as a threat. You little brat from the Lin family, don't get too cocky. Watch me teach you a lesson. Yin Jiecheng, stung by the taunt, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Although he did not fully grasp the insult, he knew it was far from flattering. Relying on the strength he had developed from odd jobs and carrying heavy loads, he charged forward, swinging his fist the size of a bowl toward Lin Wei's face. Unfortunately, to Lin Wei, that fierce punch moved as slowly as a child at play. He shifted slightly, deftly dodging the punch, causing Yin Jiecheng's full-force strike to miss entirely. Before Yin could regain his balance, Lin Wei's left hand clamped down on his wrist like a vice, twisting and pressing down. Yin Jiecheng felt an overwhelming force surging through him, and with a thud, he was forced to kneel on the cold brick ground. Ouch! It hurts. Let go of me. Lin Wei's grip tightened like a steel hoop. Having never experienced such a grappling technique, Yin Jiecheng was overwhelmed by pain, tears streaming down his face as he trembled uncontrollably. Let go of our elder brother. Yin Bugui and Aunt Sen shouted in unison. Though usually stingy with his children, they were nonetheless his cherished eldest son, the pillar of support for their old age. In a moment of impulsiveness, they had completely forgotten the vast disparity in strength between their family and this young man. As they watched their eldest son subdued by a single move, both Yin elders suddenly realized that they were not dealing with any ordinary street tough, but a true powerhouse. No more fighting, no more fighting. Aunt San hurriedly waved her hands. We don't want this advantage. Please let go of Jiecheng. Lin Wei chuckled lightly. All right, hold steady. Before his words had fully left his lips, he effortlessly lifted the 100+ pounds of Yin Jiecheng. Just as Yin Jiecheng was still in shock, Lin Wei pressed lightly on his chest with both palms, sending him flying forward. Ouch! Yin Jiecheng soared through the air like a kite with a broken string, flailing his limbs in panic. Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiequang rushed forward, attempting to catch him, but Lin Wei's push, seemingly gentle, contained an immense force. The two brothers felt as if their elder brother had transformed into a cannonball, and before they could stabilize themselves, they were knocked to the ground hard. Thud! The three brothers tumbled into a heap, landing in a disarray on the brick floor. This display left Yin Bugui and Aunt Sin utterly stunned, scrambling to assist their son. Fortunately, Lin Wei remembered his uncle's advice and refrained from using excessive force. After all, while the Yin family may have been greedy, they had not committed any truly heinous acts. Aside from some bruises and scrapes, the three brothers were largely unscathed. However, Lin Weilu's actions have thoroughly instilled fear in the hearts of the 5 members of the Yin family. They finally comprehend that this young man before them is not merely capable of fighting, but exceptionally skilled at it, should he truly unleash his full force. Given the Yin family's limited capabilities, it is quite possible that a mere few punches and kicks could lead to their utter annihilation. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has taught the Yin family a lesson, earning 50 points. Current points, 2760. Lin Weilu inwardly scoffed. The Yin family is rather undervalued. Their entire clan only earned him 50 points. It appears that the supporting characters in this courtyard indeed pale in comparison to the primary figures. Suppressing this inner critique, Lin Weilu, amidst the terrified gazes of the Yin family, took the little girl's hand and, alongside his uncle, strolled leisurely through the courtyard. The setting sun cast 3 elongated shadows on the flagstone as they made their way directly to the eastern wing. In the main room of the wing, Chen Dachuan tenderly patted the fluffy head of a young German shepherd while listening to his little niece excitedly recount her brother's recent fishing exploits. Curiously, the puppy exhibited an unusual fondness for Chen Dachuan. As it turned out, the young German shepherd's mother had been raised by Lin Weilu's mother, Chen Dang, and had received considerable care from Chen Dachuan during their time in Qinjia village. Now, having caught the scent of familiarity, the pup instinctively regarded him as family. Though he maintained a smile on the surface, a tempest brewed within Chen Dachuan's heart. After not seeing his nephew for over a year, he was astonished to witness the remarkable skills he had acquired. He believed he could handle the Yin family members, but he would never have been able to do so with the same ease as Lin Weilu. Not to mention that unheard-of fishing technique, which was simply unfathomable. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days when Lin Weilu had accompanied his mother back to Qinjia village. Back then, the boy had been quite the rascal, running amok in the mountains with his uncles. He had tried fishing, but his patience was sorely lacking. His fishing hooks were merely sewing needles bent after being heated, and his fishing rod was nothing more than a hastily broken bamboo stick. Each attempt had ended in disappointment, leading him to prefer chasing chickens and dogs instead of picking up a fishing rod again. The contrast to now was astonishing, leaving him utterly perplexed. But with the current state of affairs, where everyone was starving, who had the energy to ponder such intricacies? Yin Bugui was correct. Chen Dachuan had indeed ventured into the city because the village was on the verge of running out of food. During the 12th lunar month, it was typically a time of leisure, with months until spring planting. In past years, families would huddle indoors, and the young and strong might venture into the mountains for wild game, or gather some herbal treasures to exchange for a bit of change, or to add some flavor to their cooking. Yet this year had been particularly catastrophic. Even with rations reduced to a single bowl of watery cornmeal porridge a day, and the entire village lying in bed to conserve energy, it was still insufficient to prevent the grain stores from dwindling daily. Even before the new year, the village's food supplies were alarmingly low. Rumors circulated that in the nearby Miyun and Huiro areas, some famished individuals had resorted to consuming the seeds meant for next year's planting. That was the hope for the coming spring, now swallowed whole. As for hunting, the trees near the Yinshan Mountains had long been felled, leaving little more than grass roots. To find wild game, one would have to journey deep into the mountains for dozens, if not hundreds, of miles. Those who were weak with hunger had neither the strength nor the stamina for such arduous treks. Chen Dachuan had come hoping that his elder sister and brother-in-law could devise a way to procure some food. Even a mere few dozen pounds would sustain the village for a while. If all else failed, they would have to take drastic measures. The people of Qinjia village were all adept in a few fighting skills, as long as they had a morsel to sustain them. Traversing the treacherous mountain paths to hunt would always be preferable to waiting idly for death. But who could have predicted that after obtaining a letter of introduction, he would travel for dozens of miles to the capital city only to discover that his sister and brother-in-law had already gone to the northwest to aid in construction? Chen Dachuan was plunged into despair. Not only did he fail to secure any food, but he also wasted several days' worth of rations. He had made the journey with a heavy heart, having filled his stomach only once to sustain him, Otherwise, he would never have made it this far. The reason he lingered instead of returning immediately was to see his long-lost nephew and niece. With his sister and brother-in-law gone, the household was left with only a half-grown child and a young one, which weighed heavily on his mind. Who would have thought that in this dire situation, a glimmer of hope would emerge? His eldest nephew had transformed into such a capable individual. While listening to his niece chatter away, Chen Dachuan couldn't help but glance at Lin Wu's busy figure, waves of astonishment surging within him. This child had acquired an incredible fishing skill, managing to catch over 1,000 pounds of fish in just a few days. The steel factory had settled its accounts, and even the police station and neighborhood committee still owed him money for the fish he sold. What astonished him even more was the way Lin Wei lavished affection on his little sister, even indulging her with precious roasted duck. Not just enjoying it on the spot, but also insisting on taking some home. Such luxury was something he could scarcely have imagined, even in his dreams. His rough fingers unconsciously rubbed against the table. As a flicker of hope ignited in Chen Dachuan's heart, perhaps he could indeed borrow some grain from his nephew to take back home. As Chen Dachuan's thoughts meandered, Lin Wei finally finished preparing the evening meal. The roasted duck, having been heated in the pot, emitted an enticing aroma of sizzling fat, and he could hardly take his eyes off the freshly steamed white buns, each one plump and steaming. "Uncle, eat while it's hot," Lin Wei said as he handed him a pair of chopsticks. Chen Dachuan accepted them with trembling hands, his gaze locked onto the bun, his throat constricting. He carefully picked one up, the soft texture almost making him hesitant to apply any pressure, as if he were cradling a priceless treasure. The moment the bun touched his lips, the fragrant taste of wheat enveloped his senses, the long-forgotten sweetness bringing tears to his eyes. He could no longer remember the last time he had savored a pure white bun. Perhaps it was the last time? Chen Dachuan chewed slowly, savoring each morsel, reluctant to swallow. As each bite lingered on his palate, it was only when Lin Wei placed a piece of glistening roasted duck in his bowl that he snapped back to reality. "Uncle, try this roasted duck. I just bought it today." Chen Dachuan gazed at the caramel-colored, glistening duck skin, which looked irresistibly tempting. The thin layer of fat beneath it perfectly rendered. After a moment's hesitation, he could not resist the allure and carefully picked a piece to taste. The crispy skin crunched softly between his teeth, and the rich fat instantly melted on his tongue. The savory flavor of the duck melded exquisitely with the sweetness of the sauce, rendering him momentarily speechless. The divine taste nearly brought tears to the weathered man's eyes. He discreetly raised his gaze to his nephew, only to see Lin Wei tenderly peeling the bun for his little sister, placing pieces of roasted duck inside with a look full of affection. This scene warmed Chen Dachuan's heart, but a tinge of sadness washed over him. If only his sister and brother-in-law had not gone to support the border, how proud they would be to see their nephew's accomplishments. "Wire." Chen Dachuan's voice was slightly hoarse. "Where did you learn such remarkable fishing skills?" Lin Wei paused momentarily, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Uncle, this matter is rather lengthy. Please, eat first. Once you are satisfied, we shall converse at our leisure." At this moment, in the courtyard of the Yi family, Zhang, Lu Haishong, and Yin Bugui sat in a circle, each perched on small stools, silently puffing on their cigarettes. The wisps of smoke coiled around them like a delicate veil, obscuring their solemn faces intermittently, with only the faint glow of their cigarette ends flickering in the dim light. Opposite them sat the swollen Jia Zhangshi, a once boisterous spirit medium now adorned with a visage resembling a pig's, her eyes slitted into narrow slits, and her flat nose rendering her face both broad and flat. "Oh, my dear masters, you must stand up for me," she wailed, dabbing at non-existent tears while pointing to her nearly shut eyelids, mimicking Qin Huiru's feeble demeanor. "Look at my face and my teeth." As she spoke, she tremulously extended her palm, revealing 3 broken, yellowed teeth. In these times, people cherished their bodies and features, a gift from their parents, and deemed it imperative to be buried intact. Jia Zhangshi had painstakingly salvaged her lost teeth, awaiting the day they would be interred alongside her after a century. "That little wretch from the Lin family is truly vicious. I merely exchanged a few words with him and that little hussy, and look what he has done to me." Her voice trembled with a sob. Yet due to her missing teeth, it came out with a slight whistle. "I have lived over half my life without being so bullied. Oh, old Jia, come and see. Your wife is being tormented to death." "Enough, old sister, stop," Zhang interjected sharply, casting a fierce glare at Jia Zhangshi, who finally grasped the situation and hastily took his mother's hand, soothing her back while whispering, "Mother, do not be too distressed. Master is here and will advocate for us." Zhang nearly lost his composure at this feigned ignorance from his disciple. "Is that what I meant? I want her to cease calling souls at the drop of a hat. There are no outsiders here. Who is she performing for? As for justice," Zhang was not averse to it, but the thought of Lin Wei's formidable skills and his fearless demeanor made him uneasy. He swiftly turned his head. Employing a diversionary tactic, "Old Lu, old Yen, what are your thoughts?" Lu Haizhong leaned forward, suddenly exclaiming, "Old sister, why didn't you report this to the police?" This Lu, though not entirely foolish, seemed to have retained the memory of the last incident with Lin Wei. During the previous courtyard assembly, Lu Haizhong had remained a mere spectator. After all, it was none of his business, and he had discerned that Lin Wei was not one to be trifled with. I was so enraged at the time that I didn't even think to report it," Jia Zhangshi stammered, her voice growing increasingly faint. She was apprehensive, fearing that if she continued, the embarrassing incident at Quanjude might resurface, tarnishing the Jia family's reputation. Lu Haizhong furrowed his brow, leaning back slightly. "You didn't report it then? And how long has it been since?" "Without evidence, it's a difficult situation." His words, light and airy, clearly conveyed a sense of apathy. To him, Jia Zhangshi had merely lost a few teeth. Brushing it off seemed satisfactory. "No, we absolutely cannot let that brat off the hook." Yizong Hai was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Yin Bagui, who had spoken up. Yin, typically evasive in matters, was surprisingly assertive today. "Today, I merely stopped his rural uncle at the gate, and he dared to lay hands on me." Yin Bagui adjusted his glasses, his face, usually calculating, now displaying rare anger. "My family members, Jia Cheng, Jia Feng, Jia Kuang, were all beaten to protect me. This scoundrel has become utterly lawless. If we do not discipline him, our model courtyard's reputation will surely be tarnished. We must punish him, and punish him severely." Yin Bagui was genuinely incensed this time. He had intended to gain a small advantage, but ended up severely humiliated by Lin Wei. He could not swallow this affront, and, for this reason, had come alongside Jia Zhangshi to seek Yizong Hai's counsel. Yizong Hai's heart sank. If Jia Zhangshi was being foolish, that was one thing, but why was Yin Bagui, who appeared mild-mannered, calling for violence? Was the script inverted? "Master," Jia Dongxiu leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "I have already privately spoken with Shazu, Jia Cheng, Guangqi, and the others have all agreed. Lin Wei is the source of our troubles in this courtyard. We must hold a struggle session to deal with him severely. Otherwise, everyone will follow his lead, and what will become of the rules of our courtyard?" In recent days, whenever there was a conflict with Lin Wei, it was invariably the Jia family that took the brunt of the losses. This animosity had become firmly established. Yizong Hai raised his gaze, his expression complex as it rested upon his beloved disciple, a sudden surge of unamiable anger coursing through him. "How dare you conspire with the younger generation behind my back? My apprentice? This is clearly an attempt to corner me, the first elder. Ha! The one seated on the dragon throne has yet to abdicate, and the crown prince is already eager to ascend?" Yizong Hai, as the unyielding Yi Buchan, had long mastered the art of maintaining composure amidst turbulent emotions. While a storm brewed within, his exterior remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Since you have all reached a consensus, let us convene tonight and settle this matter." Meanwhile, within the Lin household, Lin Wei listened intently as his uncle detailed the circumstances in Qinjia village, his initial surprise gradually giving way to profound empathy. He had not anticipated that even in a suburban area like Chongping, the food shortage had become so dire. The situation in even more remote provinces was likely even worse. With this thought, his heart tightened, lamenting his limited ability to protect the 100 or so souls in Qinjia village. He inhaled deeply, his voice heavy with remorse as he spoke softly. "Uncle, I still have some funds pending at the police station and the street office. Tomorrow, I will settle the accounts. We shall not exchange money for tickets, but rather for grain. I must assist my grandfather in weathering this storm." Suddenly, a rapid and jarring knock echoed through the room. Lin Wei opened the door to find Lu Haizhong's son, Lu Guangfu, a mere 14 years old, now hunched over, his gaze evasive and unable to meet Lin Wei's eyes. "Wait for the courtyard assembly to begin." Lu Guangfu's voice trembled, tinged with fear. It was no surprise he felt intimidated. Before him stood the newly appointed guardian of the courtyard, a singular force capable of upending half the courtyard. Who would not be daunted? Lin Wei's expression darkened. These beasts were once again plotting to hold an assembly to target him. It seemed that today's reprimanding of Jia Zhangshi and Yin Bagui had prompted one or both of their families to seek retribution. Very well, since they were relentless, he would accompany them to the end. After all, he had no pressing engagements this evening, and there was still plenty of time before bedtime. At that moment, the little maid in the inner room began to rub her eyes in fatigue, prompting Uncle Chindachuan to lead her to rest. Lin Wei picked up a small stool from the wall and gracefully made his way to the courtyard. In the courtyard, the dim yellow incandescent bulb had long been lifted by a bamboo pole, swaying gently in the chilly wind. Most of the neighbors huddled together, their necks drawn in, hands tucked inside their sleeves, sitting shoulder to shoulder as the white vapor from their breaths intertwined in the crisp air, forming swirling clouds of cold mist. At the center of the courtyard, the octagonal table that symbolized authority had been set. Uncle Zhangshi sat upright in the middle, his expression as calm as still water, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Uncle Liu Heizhong, with his slightly portly belly, occupied the right side, striving to project an air of authority, yet unable to resist stealing glances at Zhangshi's demeanor. On the left side sat Uncle Yin Bugui, whose gaunt face was framed by glasses that magnified his eyes as they scanned the gathering crowd. When Lin Wei made his entrance, his gaze flickered momentarily before he nonchalantly diverted his attention. "Brother Wei, over here, come sit." A young man, as thin as a reed, waved his hand energetically from the crowd. He possessed a long, horse-like face, with sparse wisps of mustache adorning his lips. At this moment, he completely disregarded the fiery glares from He Yuzhu, Jia Zhangshi, and Yin Jiyichen, grinning widely at Lin Wei. "Oh, how amusing," Lin Wei mused inwardly, recognizing Su Daimao, the notorious figure. It turned out that Su Daimao had been out in the countryside screening films. As one of the 8 prominent film projectionists of the time, he was a highly sought-after guest in the villages surrounding the city. In an era devoid of televisions and mobile phones, the opportunity to watch an outdoor movie was a source of great excitement for the common folk, providing enough conversation fodder for months. This very circumstance allowed Su Daimao to thrive amidst the widows of the villages. With a monthly salary of 37 yuan and 5 jiao, he spent little on meals at the cafeteria and received various local produce from the villagers. When it came to the gray income within this courtyard, Su Daimao claimed the top spot, with no one daring to contest him. Having just returned from the countryside, Su Daimao had already heard of Lin Wei's remarkable achievements, single-handedly taking down the entire Jia family, effortlessly defeating the clumsy Zhu, causing the 3 uncles to refrain from uttering a single harsh word. It was the very embodiment of the heroic image he had always envisioned for himself. Particularly upon learning of Zhu's significant loss, Su Daimao was nearly ecstatic. He had long harbored a grudge against Zhu, and the news of his adversary's misfortune was more satisfying than if he had dealt the blows himself. Lin Wei made no reservations, taking a seat beside Su Daimao. "Brother Daimao, you're back." In the memories of his former self, Su Daimao had maintained a decent relationship with the Lin family. Occasionally, upon returning from the countryside, he would secretly slip a few fruit candies to the younger sister. Perhaps it reminded him of his own sister who had moved out with their parents. While this fellow had a slightly loose belt, it was ultimately a mutually beneficial arrangement. He provided money and supplies, aiding many orphans and widows, which could also be seen as a deed of kindness from another perspective. Just returned, Su Daimao leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Be cautious today, given the atmosphere. They may be targeting you again." Apparently, Su Daimao was no fool. He sensed something amiss simply from the demeanor of the group. Chapter 82, Jia Zhangshi. "I've been beaten to this extent, and you're still enjoying the spectacle." "Huh, that depends on whether they possess the capability," Lin Wei scoffed coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 uncles and then glancing at Zhu, Jia Zhangshi, and others. In his eyes, they were merely a bunch of insignificant figures. Such manliness. What a spirit. Su Daimao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "If only I possessed such martial prowess and courage, I wouldn't have been so easily manipulated by Uncle E's group of elderlies." Cough, cough. Noticing Lin Wei had arrived, Uncle Liu Heizhong tactically cleared his throat. "The meeting is now in session." He straightened his slightly plump back, striving to exude an air of authority. "Let us first discuss the current situation. This year's production task is of great importance." Clap, clap. 2 abrupt and jarring sounds of applause suddenly interrupted Uncle Liu's nascent opening remarks. Liu Heizhong, startled, shook his head. This script was all wrong. He hadn't even begun to address the topic, yet someone was already applauding? The crowd turned to see Lin Wei seated at the periphery, rhythmically clapping his hands. The applause was surprisingly loud, even more piercing than that of a dozen people, radiating an unmistakable air of sarcasm. "Lin Wei, what do you mean by this?" Zhangshi, noticing Liu Heizhong still in a daze, silently scolded him for being inept. Flabbergasted at being slapped in the face, yet unable to respond. However, he concealed his frustration and seized the opportunity to question sternly. "Do you have any objections to Uncle Liu?" Lin Wei, of course, saw through Zhangshi's ulterior motives, but at this moment, he felt no fear. "My point is that Uncle Liu's speech is indeed commendable." Upon hearing the first half of Lin Wei's statement, Liu Heizhong's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that Lin Wei had softened? Perhaps it was worth celebrating at home with an extra egg. Yet, Lin Wei's subsequent words shattered that hope. Then there's no need to continue. "What do you mean by that, Lin Wei?" Liu Heizhong stammered, his lips quivering with rage. "It means exactly what it says," Lin Wei responded, casually crossing his legs into a more comfortable position. The day is drawing to a close. And it's dark and cold. Everyone is freezing here. It can't be for nothing, can it? Rather than listening to this nonsense, we might as well return home early and enjoy a game or two. Uft. Su Daimao was the first to comprehend Lin Wei's insinuation, unable to stifle a laugh. Oh, the countryside is truly better. In the dead of winter, snuggling into a warm widow's bed is quite the experience. Hee. Su Daimao's remarks sparked recognition among several experienced older gentlemen and ladies in the courtyard, as well as the married men and their wives. Lin Wei's words were far too cheeky. He managed to express such a risque notion in a refreshingly candid manner. Only the unmarried young men like Zhu and Yan Jichen exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what kind of game could provoke such laughter. As the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Zhanghai's face darkened, and he slammed his enamel mug onto the table with great force. Bang bang. After several strikes, he barely managed to restore some semblance of silence to the snickering crowd. Lin Wei, Zhanghai, realizing further circumlocution was futile, directly entered into judgment mode. What heinous act have you committed today? Are you not aware of it yourself? This heavy accusation drew all eyes to Lin Wei's face, which bore a calmness that bordered on indolence. Heinous? How serious could this be? Tonight's revelation is bound to be significant. Su Daimao cautiously leaned closer to Lin Wei, lowering his voice in urgency. Brother Wei, if things take a turn for the worse, don't concern yourself with anything, just run. He paused before adding, rest assured, I'll find a way to send that little girl back to Qinjiakan. Even Su Daimao sensed the gravity of the situation. Tonight's affair would undoubtedly be monumental. He was already contemplating an escape route for Lin Wei. There's no need for concern, Brother Daimao. Lin Wei gently waved away Su Daimao's goodwill. Running is out of the question. Do these brutes think I would cower in fear? Heinous? Lin Wei let out a derisive laugh, his voice resonating brightly in the courtyard. Have I slaughtered an entire family or desecrated ancestral graves to deserve such a grave accusation? He gently patted Su Daimao's tense arm, signaling him to relax. If one truly committed such an act, they would have been apprehended and subjected to ridicule long ago, rather than sitting here, calmly attending a meeting. Since you, Zhanghai, dare to cast such a wide net of blame, there is no need for me to hold back. Zhanghai found himself momentarily speechless. He was accustomed to pinning blame on others and had carelessly used such severe words, not anticipating that Lin Wei would seize upon his words, leaving him floundering. However, the moral arbiter's mind was quick to pivot, and he swiftly sought to redirect the focus. Sister-in-law, you are the victim. Do share how Lin Wei has wronged you. A plump figure emerged from the shadows behind the three elder gentlemen, trembling as she moved into the light. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they beheld Jia Zhangshi. Her once formidable demeanor had vanished entirely. Her face was swollen and bruised, with dried blood at the corners of her mouth, revealing gaps where 3 front teeth had once been. Each step she took caused her body to tremble in pain. A pitiful image of an elderly woman who had suffered greatly. Everyone, look closely. Pay attention. Zhanghai seized the opportunity to raise his voice, pointing at Jia Zhangshi's miserable appearance. Our elder in the courtyard has been beaten to this state. Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no law? He expected his words to incite outrage, but to his surprise, the neighbors began to murmur among themselves, fixated on Jia Zhangshi's grotesque visage. Goodness, Jia Zhangshi looks quite different from her usual self. I've never seen her in such a disheveled state. She has only suffered superficial injuries. Her bones seem unscathed. Quite the clever technique. She must be quite the fighter. This old shrew has finally met her match. Look at the beating she received. It's truly fitting. Zhanghai was utterly taken aback by the neighbors' lack of sympathy for Jia Zhangshi. Rather than expressing concern, they seemed to relish in dissecting her injuries, completely derailing his intended narrative. You heartless wolves! Jia Zhangshi exclaimed in a fit of rage upon realizing that instead of pity, she was being scrutinized. Though she feared Lin Wei, she was unafraid of her neighbors and yelled, I'm in this state, and you won't even donate money or food. Yet you dare to laugh at me? Is there no justice left in this world? Chapter 83. The story of Lin Wei and Jia Zhangshi that must be told. Jia Zhangshi's loud outburst stunned the crowd. This old hag, who looked rather unremarkable, had grand delusions. To think that she would provoke trouble and then attempt to shift the blame onto everyone else, and to ask for donations? It was nothing short of absurd. While the crowd simmered with indignation, they only dared to hold their tongues. Who didn't he know that Jia Zhangshi had Zhanghai backing her? They simply could not afford to provoke her. Seeing the distaste and dissatisfaction etched on the faces of the crowd, Zhanghai cursed inwardly. This incompetent ally. She has managed to offend the entire courtyard with her words. Left with no choice, he steeled his expression and directed a stern admonition at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, you've beaten Jia Zhangshi to this state, And don't you feel even a hint of guilt? The courtyard erupted in an uproar. The crowd suddenly pieced together that it was Lin Wei who had inflicted these injuries upon Jia Zhangshi. Yet many of the women began to murmur to one another, today, no one saw Jia Zhangshi around, let alone saw her getting beaten. Su Daimao discreetly gave Lin Wei a thumbs up and whispered, Brother Wei, you've truly outdone yourself. Anyone who gets involved with her is bound to face misfortune, but you've managed to subdue her so thoroughly that she dares not make a scene. You're a true role model for us. Zhang, witnessing that even after revealing Lin Wei as the perpetrator, the neighbors did not react as he had anticipated, felt a surge of frustration. When did this young man gain such authority? How could he strike someone and receive no condemnation? How could he continue his performance? The show had already begun. It could not be abandoned midway. Zhang pressed on. Let us do this. I will take charge, and you will compensate Jia Zhangshi. Be quiet, you old fool, Zhang. Lin Wei interrupted him, refusing to allow him the opportunity for moral coercion. Why don't you ask Jia Zhangshi if she deserved that beating? His gaze shifted sharply to Jia Zhangshi, as piercing as a sword. Jia Zhangshi, I ask you, where did I strike you, and why did I strike you? Jia Zhangshi buried her head, sobbing quietly, completely ignoring Lin Wei's questions. She dared not reveal what had transpired earlier at the entrance of Quanjude. The embarrassment was already overwhelming, and luckily, the onlookers didn't recognize her. But in this courtyard, where everyone knew each other, if the wrong people, especially the two aunts, were to find out, it would surely spread like wildfire through the entire alley. She buried her head even lower, resembling an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. Zhang, witnessing her cowardice, felt a surge of anger. Where has that feisty Jia Zhangshi gone? Where is the bravado you usually display in the courtyard? Why have you lost your spirit now, after being beaten to this state? If it weren't for the fact that the person before him looked just as she always had, Zhang would have suspected that Jia Zhangshi had been swapped out. Lin Wei snorted internally. This old hag actually cared about her reputation? Since you want to speak, I shall do so on your behalf. Little did he know that Jia Zhangshi was not concerned about shame, but rather about the humiliation of having this incident become known in the courtyard. Jia Zhangshi, since you want to speak, allow me to tell your tale. Lin Wei's voice rang out clearly, instantly capturing the attention of the entire courtyard. Would everyone like to hear the story of what transpired between Jia Zhangshi and me today? The crowd perked up at the hint of intrigue, their curiosity piqued. In these times, entertainment was scarce, and they were weary of listening to the same old stories from the elderly. The prospect of fresh gossip was irresistible. I want to hear. Please go ahead, Brother Wei. Su Daimao was the first to respond, his voice ringing out. With one person leading, others quickly joined in, and the courtyard buzzed with excitement. Even Zhang, Lu Haishong, and Yin Bugui, along with the younger generation such as Sha Zhu, Yin Zhuichen, and Jia Dongxiu, subconsciously adjusted their postures, eager to hear what kind of juicy tale would unfold. Lin Wei, employing his unique and vivid storytelling style, recounted the events from Quanjude in meticulous detail. Of course, he was no fool. To protect the secret and ensure Ding Kainan's safety, he refrained from revealing anything about her background. The people in the courtyard were not merely indifferent. Among them were several older bachelors like Sha Zhu, who would become enraptured at the sight of a beautiful woman. If they caught wind of her, who could predict what absurdities might ensue? Ding Kainan is mine. No one should dare to covet her. How splendid. Truly, what a spectacle. It is more riveting than the tales spun beneath the bridge. The elderly gentlemen and ladies nearby, enraptured by the unfolding drama, could not help but murmur their admiration, their eyes alight with the thrill of the performance. Oh dear, this Jia Zhang is audacious indeed. Upon seeing the girl's beauty, she wishes to seize her and bring her home as a daughter-in-law. Her audacity rivals that of a city wall at a corner. No wonder she is incessantly at odds with Qin Huiru. It seems she resents the burden her son carries. One must admit, her mind works in quite an extraordinary manner. Who could have imagined that, even after so many years since the founding of the nation, one could witness such a public abduction of a bride? This has ignited the emotions of the onlookers, prompting both praise and criticism to flow forth. They simply must express their thoughts. For such a juicy morsel deserves their full engagement. In the wake of Lin Wei's theatrical revelation, Jia Zhang's face had turned ashen. Her head nearly bowed to her chest, wishing she could vanish into the earth. Jia Dongxiu, standing nearby, was no better off. His face was flushed like it had been painted with vermilion, heat radiating from his ears down to his neck. His heart was a tumult of emotions. His mother's actions were utterly absurd and embarrassing, and as her son, he felt he too was experiencing social death. Yet, upon reflection, he had heard that the girl was 100 times more beautiful than Qin Huiru, and inexplicably, a stirring of unarticulated excitement arose within him. As for the foolish Zhu, he was utterly bewildered. In his mind, Qin Huiru was akin to a goddess. How could anyone surpass her beauty? Yet, what if Jia Zhangshi truly divorced Sister Qin and married that more beautiful girl? Would he then have a chance? Oh dear. Just as the atmosphere of this gathering grew increasingly absurd, Jia Zhangshi felt genuine shame. Given his circumstances, how could he dare to hope for divorce and remarriage? Jia Zhang, on the other hand, was vexed that after exerting such effort, and even enduring a beating, she had gained not a single advantage. This was hardly in line with her reputation as the unrivaled force within the courtyard. At last, the illustrious Qin Huiru was ready to make her move.